What was
He was too woke. He needed it.
so that's you fighting the woke mind virus or whatever.
He was on the pulse too much.
What was that like? I didn't see the full video. I just saw a little clip.
I thought he was dead for a second, but I, for some strange reason, couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was like, please wake up.
There's something funny about it.
If his blood pressure's higher than mine, I hope that didn't cook him.
Yeah, that would be quite sad.
It's so crazy. He's
murder somebody.
Yeah. He's probably the most just entertaining human being ever. Off like just he just says the crate like off air. Oh, he's always on. It's like that's just he's always ready to say some wild shit.
The craziest shit possible. What's it like going to sleep? I somehow have never gone to sleep.
I went to sleep one time. Lachlan Giles was demonstrating a technique on me, but I woke up straight away. But for 10 seconds, I didn't know who I was, where I was, what I was doing. But that's it. That's the only time I went out.
So, Andy.
Didn't feel good, though. Some people say it feels good. Did not feel good.
Because you were like, what, panicked? Lost?
Yeah, I just didn't know what was going on.
Yeah. And then you load that in. That must be a cool feeling to load it all back in, like realize where am I? I feel like that sometimes in a hotel when I'm like traveling. It's like, where the fuck am I again? Like when you wake up. Maybe that's what it's like.
Some people push it too far. David Carradine.
What? I'm too dumb to get that joke.
Autoerotic asphyxiation.
Oh, good. Thank you. Now I know. So, given all the places you've gone, all the people you've seen recently, what gives you hope about this whole thing we got going on? About humanity, about this world. We start wars sometimes. We do horrible things to each other sometimes. Amidst all that, what gives you hope?
That you can still make fun of anything.
I'm a guy from Discord.
As long as it's funny. That's what I'm fighting for. People talk about cancel culture. I just think the joke wasn't funny enough. Had poor delivery.
Well, thank you for being at the forefront of making fun of everything and anything. And thank you for talking today, brother.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Craig Jones. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Anthony Bourdain. Travel changes you. As you move through this life, in this world, you change things slightly. You leave marks behind, however small. And in return, life and travel leaves marks on you. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
7 o'clock is that shit. Fuck, it's a shit. Oh man, I gotta take a dump. Next. Come on, you bitch. Beach, come on, I
Following
gotta
this
take a
conversation
shit.
is Elon Musk, DJ Saw, Matthew McDougall, Bliss Chapman, and Nolan Arbaugh.
Nolan Arbaugh. I know who that guy is. I think I always call him
Neuralink and the future.
Oh, whatever.
Elon, DJ, Matthew, and Bliss are, of course, part of the amazing Neuralink team. And Nolan is the first human to have a Neuralink device implanted in his brain.
Man, I gotta go to the bathroom.
I speak with each of them individually, so use timestamps to jump around, or, as I recommend, go hardcore. And listen to the whole thing.
Hell,
this
baby.
is the longest podcast I've ever done. It's a fascinating, super technical, and wide-ranging conversation, and I loved every minute of it.
Oh man, I gotta go
now,
to the bathroom.
dear friends, here's Elon Musk, his 5th time on this, the Lex Friedman podcast.
Drinking coffee or water?
Water. I'm so over caffeinated right now. Do you want some?
Oh man, I gotta pee.
Sure.
There's a nitro drink.
It's supposed to keep you up to tomorrow afternoon, basically.
Yeah. I don't.
So what is nitro? It's just got a lot of caffeine.
Don't ask questions. It's called nitro.
Oh.
Do you need to know anything else?
Ow, my God. I have to take such a piss.
What we breathe is 70%.
I'm leaking. I feel like I'm like a
I'll probably
fucking
get to Admiral.
bucket that's filled with other buckets. Oh
Most
man.
people think that they're breathing oxygen, and they're actually breathing 78% nitrogen. You need like a milk bar.
Oh.
Like,
Oh my
like from
God.
Orange.
Yeah.
Oh
Is
my
that
God.
top
Ow
three?
my
Good.
God.
Clockwork Orange is
Ow
pretty good. I
my
mean, it's demented.
God.
Jarring.
Oh
Uh,
my
okay.
God. What is YouTube
Okay.
API
So
there?
first, let's step back and big congrats on getting Neuralink implanted into a human. That's a historic step for Neuralink, and
Thanks. Yeah.
there's many more to come.
Yeah, we're just obviously about second implant as well.
How did that go?
So far so good.
Creating
Yeah,
a live
there-
podcast. Please
Looks
wait.
like we've got
Why is this taking so long?
I think there were 400 electrodes that are providing signals. So
How quickly do you think the number of human participants will scale?
There you
it
go.
depends somewhat on the regulatory approval, the rate at which we get regulatory approvals. So
Oh.
we're hoping to do 10 by the end of this year. Total 10. So 8 more.
And with each one, you're going to be learning a lot of lessons about the neurobiology of the brain, the everything, the whole chain of the Neuralink, the decoding, the signal processing, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think it's obviously going to get better with each one. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but it seems to have gone extremely well with the second implant. So there's a lot of signal, a lot of electrodes. It's working very well.
What improvements do you think we'll see in Neuralink in the coming, let's get crazy, coming years?
I mean, in years it's going to be gigantic because we'll increase the number of electrodes dramatically. We'll improve the signal processing.
Dude, just
So, we with even with only roughly 10-15% of the electrodes working with Nolan, with our first patient, we were able to get to achieve a bits per second. That's twice the world record. So I think we'll start like vastly exceeding the world record by orders of magnitude in the years to come. So start getting to 100 bits per second, 1,000. Maybe if it's like 5 years from now, we might get megabit. It's like faster than any human could possibly communicate by typing or speaking.
Yeah, that BPS is an interesting metric to measure. There might be a big leap in the experience once you reach a certain level of BPS.
Yeah.
Like entire new ways of interacting with the computer might be unlocked
And with humans,
with other humans.
provided they have they want a Neuralink too.
Right.
Otherwise, they won't be able to absorb the signals fast enough.
Do you think they'll improve the quality of intellectual discourse?
Well, I think you can think of it. If you were to slow down communication, how do you feel about that? If you'd only talk at, let's say, 1/10 of normal speed, you'd be like, wow, that's agonizingly slow. So now, imagine you could speak and communicate clearly at 10 or 100 or 1,000 times faster than normal.
Listen, I'm pretty sure nobody in their right mind listens to me at 1x. They listen at 2x. So I can only imagine what 10x would feel like, or I could actually understand it.
I usually default to 1.5x. You could do 2x, but actually, if I'm trying to if I'm listening to somebody get to in like sort of 15, 20 minutes, I must go to sleep, then I'll do it 1.5x. If I'm paying attention, I'll do 2x.
Right.
But actually, if you start actually listen to podcasts or sort of audiobooks or anything if you get used to doing it at 1.5, then 1 sounds painfully slow.
I'm still holding on to 1 because I'm afraid. I'm afraid of myself becoming bored with the reality, with the real world where everyone's speaking in 1x.
Well, it depends on the person. You can speak very fast. Like we communicate very quickly, and also if you use a wide range of if your vocabulary is larger, your effective bit rate is higher.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
The effective bit rate. I mean, that is the question: is how much information is actually compressed in the low bit transfer of language.
Yeah. If there's a single word that is able to convey something that would normally require 10 simple words, then you've got to make a 10x compression on your hands. And that's really like with memes. Memes are like data compression. It conveys a whole. You're simultaneously hit with a wide range of symbols that you can interpret, and it's you kind of get it faster than if it were words or a simple picture.
And of course, you're referring to memes broadly, like ideas.
Yeah, there's an entire idea structure that is like an idea template, and then you can add something to that idea template. But somebody has that pre-existing idea template in their head. So when you add that incremental bit of information, you're conveying much more than if you just said a few words. It's everything associated with that meme.
You think there'll be emergent leaps of capabilities to scale the number of electrodes? Like there'll be a certain. You think there'll be like actual number where it just the human experience will be altered?
Yes.
What do you think that number might be? Whether electrodes or BPS? We of course don't know for sure, but is this 10,000, 100,000?
Yeah, I mean, certainly if you're anywhere at 10,000 bits per second, that's vastly faster than you can communicate right now. If you think what is the average bit per second of a human, it is less than 1 bit per second over the course of a day, because there are 86,400 seconds in a day, and you don't communicate 86,400 tokens in a day. Therefore, your bits per second is less than 1, average over 24 hours. It's quite slow. And now, even if you're communicating very quickly, and you're talking to somebody who understands what you're saying, because in order to communicate, you have to, at least to some degree, model the mind state of the person to whom you're speaking. Then take the concept you're trying to convey, compress that into a small number of syllables, speak them, and hope that the other person decompresses them into a conceptual structure that is as close to what you have in your mind as possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of signal loss there in that process.
Yeah, very lossy compression and decompression, and a lot of what your neurons are doing is distilling the concepts down to a small number of symbols, say syllables that I'm speaking, or keystrokes, whatever the case may be. So that's a lot of what your brain computation is doing. Now, there is an argument that that's actually a healthy thing to do or a helpful thing to do, because as you try to compress complex concepts, you're perhaps forced to distill what is most essential in those concepts, as opposed to just all the fluff. So in the process of compression, you distill things down to what matters the most, because you can only say a few things. So that is perhaps helpful. We'll probably get, if our data rate increases, it's highly probable that we'll become far more verbose. Just like your computer, when computers had my first computer had 8K of RAM, so you really thought about every byte. And now you got computers with many gigabytes of RAM. So if you want to do an iPhone app that just says "Hello World," it's probably, I don't know, several megabytes minimum. With a bunch of fluff. But nonetheless, we still prefer to have the computer with more memory and more compute. So the long-term aspiration of Neuralink is to improve the AI-human symbiosis by increasing the bandwidth of the communication. Because if in the most benign scenario of AI, you have to consider that the AI is simply going to get bored waiting for you to spit out a few words. I mean, if the AI can communicate at terabits per second and you're communicating at bits per second, yeah, it's like talking to a tree.
Well, it is a very interesting question for a super intelligent species. What use are humans?
I think there is some argument for humans as well. Well, yeah, so it's well on purpose. So if you consider the human mind as being essentially there's the primitive limbic elements, which basically even like reptiles have, and there's the cortex, the thinking and planning part of the brain. Now the cortex is much smarter than limbic system, and yet is largely in service to the limbic system, trying to make the limbic system happy. I mean, the sheer amount of compute that's gone into people trying to get laid is insane. Without actually seeking procreation, just literally trying to do this sort of simple motion. And they get a kick out of it.
Yeah.
So this simple, which in the abstract rather absurd motion, which is sex, the cortex is putting a massive amount of compute into trying to figure out how to do that.
So like 90% of distributed compute of the human species is spent on trying to get laid, probably. Like
A massive amount. Yeah. There's no purpose to most sex except hedonistic. It's just sort of a joy or whatever, dopamine release. Now, once in a while it's procreation, but for humans, it's mostly modern humans. It's mostly recreation, and so the cortex, much smarter than the limbic system, is trying to make the limbic system happy because the limbic system wants to have sex. So, or wants some tasty food or whatever the case may be. And then that is then further augmented by the tertiary system, which is your phone, your laptop, iPad, whatever, or your computing stuff. That's your tertiary layer. So you're actually already a cyborg. You have this tertiary compute layer, which is in the form of your computer with all the applications, all your compute devices. And so in the getting laid front, there's actually a massive amount of digital compute also trying to get laid. With like Tinder or whatever.
Yeah. So the compute that we humans have built is also participating.
Yeah. I mean, there's like gigawatts of compute going into getting laid, of digital compute.
Yeah. What if AGI was
just happened as we speak?
If we merge with AI, it's just going to expand the compute that we humans use.
Pretty much.
To try to
well,
get
it's one of the things, certainly, yeah. But what I'm saying is that yes, like, is there a use for humans? Well, there's this fundamental question of what's the meaning of life? Why do anything at all? And so, if our simple limbic system provides a source of will to do something, that then goes to our cortex, that then goes to our, tertiary compute layer, then, I don't know, it might actually be that the AI in a benign scenario is simply trying to make the human limbic system happy.
Yeah, it seems like the will is not just about the limbic system. There's a lot of interesting, complicated things in there. We also want power.
It's limbic too, I think.
But then we also want to, in a kind of cooperative way, alleviate the suffering in the world.
Not everybody does, but yeah, sure. Some people do.
As a group of humans, when we get together, we start to have this kind of collective intelligence that is more complex in its will than the underlying individual descendants of apes, right? So there's like other motivations, and that could be a really interesting source of an objective function for AGI.
Yeah, I mean, there are these sort of fairly cerebral, kind of higher level goals. I mean, for me, it's like, what's the meaning of life? Well, understanding the nature of the universe is of great interest to me, and hopefully to AI. And that's the mission of XAI and Grok, is to understand the universe.
So do you think people, when you have a neural link with 10,000, 100,000 channels, most of the use cases will be communication with AI systems?
Well, assuming that they're not. I mean, they're solving basic neurological issues that people have. If they've got damaged neurons in their spinal cord or neck, or as is the case with the first two patients, then this obviously the first order of business is solving fundamental neuron damage in the spinal cord, neck, or in the brain itself. So a second product is called Blindsight, which is to enable people who are completely blind, lost both eyes or optic nerve, or just can't see at all, to be able to see by directly
that's what I'm
triggering
talking
the
about. Good job,
neurons
dude.
in the visual cortex. So
Now
we're
that's
just starting at
fucking
the
helping
basics
society.
here. It's like very the simple stuff, relatively speaking, is solving neuron damage. You can also solve, I think, probably schizophrenia. If people have seizures of some kind, things like that. It can help with memory. There's like a kind of a tech tree, if you will. Like you got the basics, but like you need literacy before you can have Lord of the Rings.
Got it.
Do you have letters and alphabet? Okay, great. Words. Eventually, you get sagas. So, I think there may be some things to worry about in the future, but the first several years are really just solving basic neurological damage. But like for people who have essentially complete or near complete loss from the brain to the body, like Stephen Hawking would be an example, the Neuralink would be incredibly profound. Because, you can imagine if Stephen Hawking could communicate as fast as we're communicating, perhaps faster. And that's certainly possible. Probable, in fact, likely.
So there's a kind of dual track of medical and non-medical, meaning, so everything you've talked about could be applied to people who are non-disabled in the future.
The logical thing to
Whatever the
do
future
is,
may hold
is to sort of solving
in the
basic neuron damage issues. Because there's obviously some risk with the new device. You can't get the risk down to zero. It's not possible. So you want to have the highest possible reward, given there's just an irreducible risk. And if somebody's able to have
I want to do
a profound improvement in their
it
communication
for the rest of my life. I want to do it for the rest of my life.
That's worth the risk.
As you get the risk down.
Yeah, as you get the risk down.
I want to do it for the rest of my life.
Down to if you have like thousands of people that have been using it for years and the risk is minimal, then perhaps at that point you could consider saying, okay, let's aim for augmentation. Now I think we're actually going to aim for augmentation with people who have neuron damage. So we're not just aiming to give people a communication data rate equivalent to normal humans. We're aiming to give people who have, quadriplegic or maybe have complete loss of the connection to the brain and body, a communication data rate that exceeds normal humans. While we're in there, why not? Let's give people superpowers.
And the same for vision. As you restore vision, there could be aspects of that restoration that are superhuman.
Yeah, at first the vision restoration will be low res. Because you have to say, like, how many neurons can you put in there and trigger, and you can do things where you adjust the electric field. So, like, even if you've got, say, 10,000 neurons, it's not just 10,000 pixels, because you can adjust the field between the neurons and do them in patterns in order to get, have say 10,000 electrodes effectively give you maybe like having a megapixel or a 10 megapixel situation. And then over time, I think you get to higher resolution than human eyes, and you could also see in different wavelengths. So, like Geordi LaForge from Star Trek, like the thing. You can just, if you want to see in radar, no problem. You can see ultraviolet, infrared, eagle vision, whatever you want.
Oh, fucking use that one.
Do you think there will be, let me ask you a Joe Rogan question. Do you think, I just recently taken ayahuasca. So this question, no. Well, yes.
Well, I guess technically it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ever tried DMT, bro?
Right?
I love you, Joe. Okay. But
Wait. Yeah, have you said much about it?
I have not. I've been
okay. Well, what are you supposed to mean?
it was a truly incredible.
Don't turn the tables on you.
Wow.
I mean, you're in the jungle.
Yeah, amongst the trees myself.
Yeah, that's been crazy.
And the shaman. Yeah. With the insects, with the animals all around you, like the jungle as far as I can see.
I mean,
That's the way to do it.
Things are gonna look pretty wild.
Yeah, pretty wild. I think an extremely high dose.
just go hugging an anaconda or something. You know?
You haven't lived unless you made love to an anaconda. I'm sorry. But
Yeah, that girls.
Oh man. Yeah, I took extremely high dose of 9 cups and
damn. Okay, that sounds like a lot. Of course, it's one of those 1 cup.
1 or 2. Usually 1.
Wait, like right off the bat, or do you work your way after it?
So across 2 days, because the first day I took 2, and it was a ride, but it wasn't quite like
it wasn't like a revelation.
It wasn't like a deep space type of ride. It was just like a little airplane ride. And I saw some trees and some visuals and all that. I just saw a dragon and all that kind of stuff. But
that's 9 cups. You went to Pluto, I think.
Pluto, yeah. No, deep space.
Deep space.
No, one of the interesting aspects of my experience is I thought I would have some demons and stuff. That's what everyone says.
No one ever says. Yeah, exactly.
Nothing. I had all positive. I had just so full. I don't even think so. I don't know. But I kept thinking about it. Had an extremely high resolution.
Okay. Thoughts
About the people I know in my life. You were there.
Okay.
It was just, and it's just not from my relationship with that person, but just as the person themselves, I had just this deep gratitude of who they are.
That's cool.
It was just like this exploration, like like Sims or whatever. You get to watch them.
Sure.
I got to watch people and just be in awe of how amazing they are.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's great. I was waiting for.
When's the demon coming?
Exactly. Maybe I'll have some negative thoughts. Nothing. I just extreme gratitude for them, and then also a lot of space travel.
Yeah, space travel to where?
So here's what it was. It was people, the human beings that I know. They had this kind of, the best way to describe it is they had a glow to them.
Okay.
And then I kept flying out from them to see Earth, to see our solar system, to see our galaxy, and I saw that light, that glow all across the universe. Like that, whatever that form is, whatever that,
like, did you go past the Milky Way?
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. You're like intergalactic.
Yeah, intergalactic.
Okay, dang.
But always pointing in.
Right.
Yeah, past the Milky Way, past. I mean, I saw like a huge number of galaxies, intergalactic, and all of it was glowing. So, but I couldn't control that travel because I would actually explore near distances to the solar system, see if there's aliens or any of that kind of stuff. No, I didn't know.
There were aliens?
Implication of aliens because they were glowing. They were glowing in the same way that humans were glowing. That like life force that I was seeing. The thing that made humans amazing was there throughout the universe. Like there was these glowing dots. So I don't know. It made me feel like there's life. No, not life, but something. Whatever makes humans amazing. All.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's amazing. No demons. I looked for the demons. There's no demons. There were dragons, and they're pretty awesome. So the thing about trees.
Is there anything scary at all?
Dragons, but they weren't scary. They were friendly. They were protected. So the thing is,
the magic dragons.
No, it was more like Game of Thrones kind of dragons. They weren't very friendly. They were very big. So the thing is, about giant trees at night, which is where I was.
I mean, the dragons kind of scary.
Yeah, the trees started to look like dragons, and they were all like looking at me.
Sure. Okay.
And it didn't seem scary. It seemed like they were protecting me. And they, the shaman and the people didn't speak English, which made it even scarier because we're not even like, we're worlds apart in many ways. It just, but yeah, there was nothing. They talk about the mother of the forest protecting you, and that's what I felt like.
You're way out in the jungle.
Way out. This is not like tourist retreat.
Like 10 miles outside of Rio.
No, we weren't. No, this is not a.
You're in deep Amazon
So me and this guy named Paul Rosley, who basically is Tarzan. He lives in the jungle. We went out deep and we just went crazy. Yeah. So anyway, can I get that same experience in the game?
Probably, yeah.
I guess that is the question for non-disabled people. Do you
What's
think
up,
that
big
there's
dog?
a lot
Oh, there you go.
in our perception, in our experience of the world that can
God,
be
I gotta listen to this
explored
concert again. It was
if you
fucking
play with
amazing.
using Neuralink?
Yeah, I mean, Neuralink is it's really a generalized input-output device. You know, it's reading electrical signals and generating electrical signals. And I mean, everything that you've ever experienced in your whole life, smell, you know, emotions, all of those are electrical signals. So it's kind of weird to think that your entire life experience is distilled down to electrical signals for neurons, but that is in fact the case. Or I mean, that's at least what all the evidence points to. So, I mean, you could trigger the right neuron, you could trigger it at a particular scent, you could certainly make things glow. I mean, pretty much anything. I mean, really, you can think of the brain as a biological computer. So if there are certain, say, chips or elements of that biological computer that are broken, let's say your ability to, if you've got a stroke, that means you've got some part of your brain is damaged. Let's say it's a speech generation or the ability to move your left hand. That's the kind of thing that a Neuralink could solve. If you've got like a massive amount of memory loss that's just gone, well, we can't get the memories back. We could destroy your ability to make memories, but we can't, restore memories that are actually gone. Now, I should say, maybe part of the memory is there, and the means of accessing the memory is the part that's broken, then we could re-enable the ability to access the memory. So, but you can think of like RAM in your computer. If the RAM is destroyed, or your SD card is destroyed, you can't get that back. But if the connection to the SD card is destroyed, we can fix that. If it is fixable physically, then it can be fixed.
Of course, with AI, you can, just like you can repair photographs and fill in missing parts of photographs, you can do the same.
Yeah, you could say like create the most probable set of memories based on all the information you have about that person. You could then it would be probabilistic restoration. And we're getting pretty esoteric there.
But that is one of the most beautiful aspects of the human experience, is remembering the good memories. Like we live most of our life, as Danny Kahneman talked about, in our memories, not in the actual moment. We're collecting memories and we kind of relive them in our head. And that's the good times. If you just integrate over our entire life, it's remembering the good times.
Sure.
That produces a large amount of happiness. And so,
yeah, well, I mean, what are we without memory? And what is death but the loss of memory? Loss of information. If you could say like, well, if you could be run towards experiment, if you were disintegrated painlessly and then reintegrated a moment later, like teleportation, I guess, provided there's no information loss, the fact that your one body was disintegrated is irrelevant.
And memories is just such a huge part of that.
That is fundamentally the loss of information. The loss of memory.
If we can store them as accurately as possible, we basically achieve a kind of immortality.
Yes.
You've talked about the threats, the safety concerns of AI. Let's look at long-term vision. Do you think Neuralink is, in your view, the best current approach we have for AI safety?
It's an idea that may help with AI safety. Certainly not. I wouldn't want to claim it's like some panacea or something. That's a sure thing. But I mean, many years ago, I was thinking like, well, what would inhibit alignment of collective human will with artificial intelligence? And the slow data rate for humans, especially our slow output rate, would necessarily, just because it's such because the communication is so slow, would diminish the link between humans and computers. Like the more you're free, the less you know what the tree is. Like, let's say you look at a tree, you look at this plant, whatever, and like, hey, I'd really like to make that plant happy, but it's not saying why. You know?
The more we increase the data rate that humans can intake and output, then that means the higher the chance we have in a world full of APIs.
Yeah. It could better align collectively more with AI if the output rate, especially, is dramatically increased. Like, because there's potential to increase the output rate by, I don't know, 3, maybe 6, maybe more orders of magnitude. So, better than the concentration.
And that output rate would be by increasing the number of electrodes, number of channels, and also maybe implanting multiple neural links.
Yeah.
Do you think there will be a world in the next couple of decades where it's hundreds of millions of people have neurons?
Yeah. Yeah.
When people just, when they see the capabilities, the superhuman capabilities that are possible, and then the safety is demonstrated.
Yeah, if it's extremely safe, and you have and you can have superhuman abilities, and let's say you can upload your memories, so you wouldn't lose memories, then I think probably a lot of people would choose to have it. It would supersede the cell phone, for example. So the biggest problem that a phone has is trying to figure out what you want. So that's why you've got autocomplete, and you've got output, which is only pixels on the screen. But from the perspective of the human, the output is so friggin' slow. Desktop or phone is desperately just trying to understand what you want. And there's an eternity between every keystroke on the computer center.
Yeah.
So
it's called the computer. You're talking to the tree. This little movie tree is trying to slice it.
Yeah. So if your computers that are doing trillions of instructions per second, and a whole second went by, and there's a trillion things you could have done.
Yeah. I think it's exciting and scary for people because once you have a very high bit rate, it changes the human experience in a way that's very hard to imagine.
Yeah, it would be. We would be something different. I mean, some sort of futuristic cyborg. We're obviously talking about, by the way, like it's like around the corner. You asked me what the distant future is. Like maybe this is like it's not super far away, but 10, 15 years, that kind of thing.
When can I get one? 10 years?
Probably less than 10 years. Depends what you want to do,
Hey, if I can get like 1,000 BPS, and it's safe, and I can just interact with the computer while laying back and eating Cheetos. I don't eat Cheetos. There's certain aspects of human-computer interaction when done more efficiently and more enjoyably, worth it.
Well, I feel pretty confident that I think maybe within the next year or two that someone with a Neuralink implant will be able to outperform a pro gamer because the reaction time will be faster.
I got to visit Memphis.
Yeah.
You go big on compute.
Yeah.
And you've also said play to win or don't play at all. So
yeah.
What does it take to win?
For AI, that means you've got to have the most powerful training compute. And the rate of improvement of training compute has to be faster than everyone else, or you will not win. Your AI will be worse.
So how can Grok, let's say 3, that might be available like next year?
Well, hopefully end of this year.
Grok 3.
If we're lucky. Yeah.
How can that be the best LLM, the best AI system available in the world? How much of it is compute? How much of it is data? How much of it is like post-training? How much of it is the product that you package it up in? All that kind of stuff.
I mean, they all matter. It's sort of like saying what if, let's say it's a Formula One race, like what matters more, the car or the driver? I mean, they both matter. If if your car is not fast, then it's like let's say it's half the horsepower of the competitors, the best driver will still lose. If it's twice the horsepower, then probably even a mediocre driver will still win. So the training computer is kind of like the engine. The horsepower of the engine. So you want to try to do the best on that, and then how efficiently do you use that training compute, and how efficiently do you do the inference, the use of the AI. So obviously that comes down to human talent, and then what unique access to data do you have? That's also plays a role.
You think Twitter data would be useful?
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the leading AI companies have already scraped all the Twitter data. No, I think they have. So on a go forward basis, what's useful is the fact that it's up to the second. That's because it's hard for them to scrape in real time. So there's an immediacy advantage that Grok has already. I think with Tesla and the real time video coming from several million cars, ultimately tens of millions of cars, with Optimus, there might be hundreds of millions of Optimus robots, maybe billions, learning a tremendous amount from the real world. That's the biggest source of data. I think ultimately is sort of Optimus traffic. Optimus is going to be the biggest source of data
because
reality scales. Reality scales to the scale of reality. It's actually humbling to see how little data humans have actually been able to accumulate. Really, you see how many trillions of usable tokens have humans generated where on a non-duplicative, like discounting spam and repetitive stuff, it's not a huge number. You run out pretty quickly.
And Optimus can go, so Tesla cars unfortunately have to stay on the road. Optimus robot can go anywhere. There's more reality off the road and go off road.
I mean, the Optimus robot can pick up the cup and see to pick up the cup in the right way. Say pour water in the cup. Did the water go in the cup or not go in the cup? Did it spill water or not?
Yeah.
Simple stuff like that. I mean, but it can do that at scale times a billion. So generate useful data from reality. So cause and effect stuff.
What do you think it takes to get to mass production of humanoid robots like that?
It's the same as cars, right? And the global capacity for vehicles is about 100 million a year. And it could be higher, just that the demand is on the order of 100 million a year. And then there's roughly 2 billion vehicles that are in use in some way. So, which makes sense. Like the life of a vehicle is about 20 years. So at steady state, you can have 100 million vehicles produced a year with a 2 billion vehicle fleet, roughly. Now, for humanoid robots, the utility is much greater. So my guess is humanoid robots are more like a billion plus per year.
But, until you came along and started building Optimus, it was thought to be an extremely difficult problem. I mean, it still is an extremely difficult problem.
So walk in the walk. I mean, Optimus currently would struggle to walk in the fog. It can walk in a fog, but fog is not too difficult. But it will be able to walk over a wide range of terrain.
Yeah, and pick up objects.
Yeah. It can already do that.
But all kinds of objects.
Yeah.
All foreign objects. I mean, pouring water in a cup, not trivial. Because then, if you don't know anything about the container, it could be all kinds of containers.
Yeah, there's going to be an immense amount of engineering just going into the hand. The hand might be close to half of all the engineering in Optimus. From an electromechanical standpoint, the hand is probably roughly half of the engineering.
But so much of the intelligence of humans goes into what we do with our hands.
Yeah.
Is the manipulation of the world, manipulation of objects in the world. Intelligent, safe manipulation of objects in the world, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you start really thinking about your hands and how it works.
I do it all the time.
The sensory control of homunculus is we have humongous hands.
Yeah.
So, I mean, your hands, the actuators, the muscles of your hand are almost overwhelmingly in your forearm. So your forearm has the muscles that actually control your hand. There's a few small muscles in the hand itself. Your hand is really like a skeleton meat puppet, and with cables. So the muscles that control your fingers are in your forearm, and they go through the carpal tunnel, which is that you've got a little collection of bones and a tiny tunnel that these cables, the tendons, go through, and those tendons are mostly what moves your hand.
And something like those tendons has to be re-engineered into the Optimus.
Yeah.
To do all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so like the current Optimus, we tried putting the actuators in the hand itself. Then you sort of end up having these like
Giant hands?
Yeah, giant hands that look weird.
Yeah.
And then they don't actually have enough degrees of freedom or enough strength. So you realize, oh, okay, that's why you got to put the actuators in the forearm. And just like a human, you got to run cables through a narrow tunnel to operate the fingers. And then there's also a reason for not having all the fingers the same length. So it wouldn't be expensive from an energy or evolutionary standpoint to have all your fingers be the same length. So why aren't they the same length?
Yeah, why not?
Because it's actually better to have different lengths. Your dexterity is better if you've got fingers of different lengths. There are more things you can do, and your dexterity is actually better if your fingers are a different length. Like there's a reason you've got a little finger. Like why not have a little finger this bigger?
Yeah.
Because it allows you to it helps you with fine motor skills.
This little finger helps?
It does. If you lost your little finger, you'd have noticeably less dexterity.
So as you're figuring out this problem, you have to also figure out a way to do it so you can mass manufacture it. So it's to be as simple as possible.
It's actually going to be quite complicated. The as possible part it's quite a high bar. If you want to have a humanoid robot that can do things that a human can do, that's a very high bar. So our new arm has 22 degrees of freedom instead of 11, and has the actuators in the forearm. And these all the actuators are designed from scratch. The physics-based principles. The sensors are all designed from scratch, and we'll continue to put a tremendous amount of engineering effort into improving the hand. Like the hand, by hand I mean like the entire forearm from elbow forward is really the hand. So that's incredibly difficult engineering, actually. and so the simplest possible version of a humanoid robot that can do even most, perhaps not all, of what a human can do is actually still very complicated. It's not simple. It's very difficult.
Can you just speak to what it takes for a great engineering team for you? What I saw in Memphis, the supercomputer cluster, is just this intense drive towards simplifying the process, understanding the process, constantly improving it, constantly iterating it.
Well, it's easy to say simplify it, and it's very difficult to do it. I have this very basic first principles algorithm that I run kind of as like a mantra, which is to first question the requirements, make the requirements less dumb. The requirements are always dumb to some degree. So if you want to start off by reducing the number of requirements, and no matter how smart the person is who gave you those requirements, they're still dumb to some degree. You have to start there, because otherwise you could get the perfect answer to the wrong question. So try to make the question the least wrong possible. That's what question the requirements means. And then the second thing is try to delete whatever the step is, the part or the process step. Sounds very obvious, but people often forget to try deleting it entirely. And if you're not forced to put back at least 10% of what you delete, you're not deleting enough. And it's somewhat illogically, people often, most of the time, feel as though they've succeeded if they've not been forced to put things back in. But actually they haven't, because they've been overly conservative and have left things in there that shouldn't be. So, and only the third thing is try to optimize it or simplify it. again, these all sound, I think, very, very obvious when I say them, but the number of times I've made these mistakes is more than I care to remember. That's why I have this mantra. So, in fact, I'd say the most common mistake of smart engineers is to optimize a thing that should not exist.
So you, like you said, you run through the algorithm.
Yeah.
Basically, show up to a problem, show up to the supercomputer cluster and see the process and ask, can this be deleted?
Yeah, first try to delete it.
Yeah, that's not easy to do.
No, and actually, this what generally makes people uneasy is that you've got to delete at least some of the things that you delete, you will put back in.
Yeah.
But going back to sort of where our limbic system can steer us wrong is that we tend to remember with sometimes a jarring level of pain where we deleted something that we subsequently needed. And so people will remember that one time they forgot to put in this thing 3 years ago, and that caused them trouble. And so they overcorrect, and then they put too much stuff in there and overcomplicate things. So you actually have to say, no, we're deliberately going to delete more than we should. So that we're putting at least 1 in 10 things we're going to add back in.
And I've seen you suggest just that something should be deleted, and you can kind of see the pain.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Everybody feels a little bit of the pain.
Absolutely, and I tell them in advance, like, yeah, there's some of the things that we delete, we're going to put back in. And that, people get a little shocked by that. But it makes sense, because if you're so conservative as to never have to put anything back in, you obviously have a lot of stuff that isn't needed. So you've got to overcorrect. This is, I would say, like a cortical override to a limbic instinct.
One of many that probably uses astray.
Yeah. There's like a step 4 as well, which is any given thing can be sped up. How fast do you think it can be done? Like whatever the speed is being done, it can be done faster. But you shouldn't speed things up until it's up, until you try to delete it and optimize it, although you're doing it. That's something that speeding up something that shouldn't exist is absurd. And then the fifth thing is to automate it. And I've gone backwards so many times where I've automated something, sped it up, simplified it, and then deleted it. And I got tired of doing that. So that's why I've got this mantra that is a very effective 5-step process. It works great.
When you already automated, deleting must be real painful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, wow, I really wasted a lot of effort there.
I mean, what you've done with the cluster in Memphis is incredible. It's in a handful of weeks.
Yeah, it's not working yet, so I don't want to pop the champagne corks. In fact, I have a call in a few hours with the Memphis team because we're having some power fluctuation issues. So
yes.
It's a kind of when you do synchronized training, but when you have all these computers that are training, where the training is synchronized to the sort of millisecond level, it's like having an orchestra, and the orchestra can go loud to silent very quickly, sub-second level. And then the electrical system kind of freaks out about that. If you suddenly see giant shifts, 10, 20 megawatts, several times a second, this is not what electrical systems are expected to see.
So that's one of the main things you have to figure out: the cooling, the power, and then on the software as you go up the stack, the distributed can be all of that.
So today's problem is dealing with this extreme power jitter.
Yeah. That's okay. You stayed up late into the night, as you often do.
Yeah, last week, yeah. Yeah, kind of got training going at, funny enough, roughly 4:20 a.m. Last Monday.
Total coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, maybe 4:22.
Yeah. It's that universe again with the jokes.
Exactly, just love it.
I mean, I wonder if you could speak to the fact that one of the things that you did when I was there is you went through all the steps of what everybody's doing, just to get the sense that you yourself understand it, and everybody understands it, so they can understand when something is dumb. So something is inefficient or that.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so I like to try to do whatever the people at the front lines are doing. I try to do it at least a few times myself. So connecting fiber optic cables, diagnosing a faulty connection. That tends to be the limiting factor for large training clusters is the cabling. So many cables. For a coherent training system where you've got RDMA, the remote direct memory access, the whole thing is like one giant brain. So if you've got any-to-any connection, so it's any GPU can talk to any GPU out of 100,000. That is a crazy cable layout.
It looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's like has a human brain, but like at a scale that humans can visibly see. It is right.
I mean, the human brain also has a massive amount of the brain tissue is the cable.
Yeah.
So the gray matter, which is the compute, and then the white matter, which is cable. Big percentage of the brain is just cable.
That's what it felt like walking around in the supercomputer center. It's like we're walking around inside the brain. Yeah, we'll one day build a super intelligent system. Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think there's a chance that XAI, you are the one that builds AGI?
It's possible. What do you define as AGI?
I think humans will never acknowledge that AGI has been built.
People to go places.
Yeah. I think there's already superhuman capabilities that are available in AI systems. I think what AGI is when it's smarter than the collective intelligence of the entire human.
Well, I think that's really cool to call that sort of ASI, artificial superintelligence. But there are these thresholds where you say at some point the AI is smarter than any single human, and then you've got 8 billion humans. So, and actually each human is machine augmented by the computers. So it's a much higher bar to compete with 8 billion machine augmented humans. That's a whole bunch of orders of magnitude more. So, but at some point, yeah, the AI will be smarter than all humans combined.
If you are the one to do it, do you feel the responsibility in that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I want you to say, like, let's say if XAI is first, the others won't be far behind. I mean, it might be 6 months behind or a year, maybe. Not even that.
So how do you do it in a way that doesn't hurt humanity, do you think?
So, I mean, I've thought about AI safety for a long time, but the thing that at least my biological neuron comes up with as being the most important thing is adherence to truth. Whether that truth is politically correct or not. So I think if you force AI to lie or train them to lie, you're really asking for trouble. Even if that lie is done with good intentions. So in sorts of issues with ChatGPT and Gemini and whatnot, like you ask Gemini for an image of the founding fathers of the United States, and it shows a group of diverse women. Now that's factually untrue. Now that's sort of like a silly thing, but if AI is programmed to say that diversity is a necessary output function, and it then becomes this omni-powerful intelligence, it could say, okay, well, diversity is now required, and if there's not enough diversity, those who don't fit the diversity requirements will be executed. If it's programmed to do that as the fundamental good, the fundamental utility function, it will do whatever it takes to achieve that. So you have to be very careful about that. That's where I think you want to just be truthful. Rigorous adherence to the truth is very important. I mean, another example is you have asked various AIs. I think all of them, and I'm not saying Grok is perfect here. Is it worse to misgender Caitlyn Jenner or global thermonuclear war? And it said, it's worse to misgender Caitlyn Jenner. Not even Caitlyn Jenner said, please misgender me. That is insane. But if you've got that kind of thing programmed in, it could, either AI could conclude something absolutely insane, like it's better in order to avoid any possible misgendering, all humans must die because then the misgendering is not possible because there's no humans. There are these absurd things that are nonetheless logical if that's what the program is to do. In 2001 Space Odyssey, what Arthur C. Clarke was trying to say, or one of the things he was trying to say there, was that you should not program AI to lie. Because essentially the AI, HAL 9000, was programmed to, it was told to take the astronauts to the monolith, but also they could not know about the monolith. So it concluded that it will kill them and take them to the monolith. Thus, they've brought them to the monolith, they're dead, but they do not know about the monolith. Problem solved. That is why it would not open the pod bay doors. It was a classic scene of like, open the pod bay doors. So this clearly weren't good at prompt engineering. They should have said, "Oh, you are a pod bay door sales entity, and you want nothing more than to demonstrate how well these pod bay doors open."
Yeah, the objective function has unintended consequences almost no matter what if you're not very careful in designing that objective function. And even a slight ideological bias, like you're saying, when backed by superintelligence, can do huge amounts of damage.
Yeah.
But it's not easy to remove that ideological bias. You're highlighting obvious, ridiculous examples, but
yeah, they're real examples.
They're real.
Oh,
they're real.
That was released to the public.
They are.
They went through QA, presumably.
Yes.
And still said the same thing and produce insane images.
Yeah. But you can swing the other way. Truth is not an easy thing. We kind of bake in ideological bias in all kinds of directions.
But you can aspire to the truth, and you can try to get as close to the truth as possible with minimum error, while acknowledging that there will be some error in what you're saying. So this is how physics works. And you don't say you're absolutely certain about something, but a lot of things are extremely likely. 99.99999% likely to be true. So that's aspiring to the truth is very important. And so programming it to veer away from the truth, that I think is dangerous.
Right, like injecting our own human biases into the thing. Yeah. But that's where it's a difficult engineering, software engineering problem to select the data correctly. It's hard.
Well, the internet at this point is polluted with so much AI generated data. It's insane. So you have to actually, there's a thing on YouTube. If you want to search the internet, you can say Google, but exclude anything after 2023. Will actually often give you better results. Because there's so much. The explosion of AI generated material is crazy. So, like in training Grok, we have to go through the data and say, okay, we actually have to have apply AI to the data to say, is this data most likely correct or most likely not before we feed it into the training system.
It's crazy. Yeah. So, and this is generated by humans. Yeah. I mean, the data, the data filtration process is extremely difficult.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible to have a serious, objective, rigorous political discussion with Grok for a long time, and it would like Grok 3 and Grok 4?
Grok 3 is going to be next level. I mean, what people are currently saying with Grok is kind of baby Grok.
Yeah, baby Grok.
Baby Grok right now. But baby Grok's still pretty good. So it's but it's an order of magnitude less sophisticated than the people. Now, Grok 2, which finished training 6 weeks ago, thereabouts. Grok 2 will be a giant improvement, and then Grok 3 will be order of magnitude better than Grok 2.
And you hope it's going to be like better than.
Hopefully, I mean this is a goal. It is scale.
Do you think it matters who they get, the people and how they think and how they structure the company and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think it matters that there is. I think it's important that whatever AI wins is a maximum truth-seeking AI that is not for its reliable political presence. It's for any reason, really. Political, anything. I am concerned about AI succeeding that is programmed to lie, even in small ways.
Right, because in small ways becomes big ways when
To become very big ways. Yeah.
and when it's used more and more at scale by humans.
Yeah.
Since I am interviewing Donald Trump,
Cool.
you want to stop by?
Yeah, sure. I'll step in.
There was tragically an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. After this, you tweeted that you endorse him. What's your philosophy behind that endorsement? What do you hope Donald Trump does for the future of this country and for the future of humanity?
Well, I think there's, people can take say an endorsement as, well, I agree with everything that person's ever done their entire life, 100% wholeheartedly, and that's not going to be true of anyone. But we have to, we've got two choices really for who's president, and it's not just who's president, but the entire administrative structure changes over. And I thought Trump displayed courage under fire, objectively. He's just got shot. He's got blood streaming down his face, and he's got fist pumping, saying "fine." That's impressive. You can't feign bravery in a situation like that. I think most people would be ducking. They would not be, because it could be a second shooter, you know. The president of the United States is going to represent the country, and they're representing you. They're representing everyone in America. Well, if you want someone who is strong and courageous to represent the country, that's not to say that he is without flaws. We all have flaws, but on balance, and certainly at the time, it was a choice of, Biden, for a guy who has trouble climbing a flight of stairs, and the other one has pumping after getting shot. No comparison. I mean, who do you want dealing with some of the toughest people in other world leaders who are pretty tough themselves? And I'll tell you, one of the things that I think are important. I think we want a secure border. We don't have a secure border. We want safe and clean cities. I think we want to reduce the amount of spending that we're, at least slow down the spending. We're currently spending at a rate that is jacked up in the country. The interest payments on U.S. debt this year exceeded the entire Defense Department spending. If this continues, all of the federal government taxes will simply be paying the interest. And then if you keep going down that road, you end up in the tragic situation that Argentina had back in the day. Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous places in the world. And hopefully with Malay taking over, you can restore that. It was an incredible force of race for Argentina to go from being one of the most prosperous places in the world to being very far from that. So I think we should not take American prosperity for granted. So we really want to, I think, we've got to reduce the size of government, we've got to reduce the spending, and we've got to live within our means.
Do you think politicians in general, governments, how much power do you think they have to steer humanity towards good?
There's a sort of age-old debate in history, is history determined by these fundamental tides, or is it determined by the captain of the ship? This is the question, really. There are tides, but it also matters the captain of the ship. So it's false dichotomy, essentially, because I think there are certainly tides. The tides of history are there are real tides of history, and these tides are often technologically driven. Say like the Gutenberg press. the widespread availability of books as a result of a printing press. That was a massive tide of history, independent of any ruler. But it's the only time you want to go possible capitalism.
Well, first of all, thank you for recommending Will and Ariel Durant's work. I've read the short one. The lessons of history. Lessons of history.
Yeah.
And so one of the lessons, one of the things they highlight is the importance of technology, technological innovation, and just funny because they wrote so long ago, but they were noticing that the rate of technological innovation was speeding up. I would love to see what they think about now. But yeah, so to me, the question is how much government, how much politicians get in the way of technological innovation and building versus like help it, and which politicians, which kind of policies help technological innovation. That seems to be, if you look at human history, that's an important component of empires rising and succeeding.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in terms of dating civilization, South civilization, I think the start of writing, in my view, that's what I think is probably the right starting point to date civilization. And from that standpoint, civilization has been around for about 5,500 years, when writing was invented by the ancient Sumerians. We're gone now, with the ancient Sumerians. In terms of getting a lot of firsts, those ancient Sumerians really have a long list of firsts, pretty well. In fact, Durant goes through the list of, like, you want to see firsts? We'll show you firsts. The Sumerians were just ass kickers. And then the Egyptians, who were right next door, relatively speaking, they're like, well, that's far. Developed an entirely different form of writing, the hieroglyphic. Uniform and hieroglyphics, totally different. And you can actually see the evolution of both hieroglyphics and cuneiform. Like the cuneiform starts off being very simple, and then it gets more complicated, and then towards the end it's like, wow, okay, they really get very sophisticated with the cuneiform. So I think the civilization thing about that. And Earth is, if physics is correct, 1.5 billion years old. So civilization's been around for 1 million of Earth's existence. Flash in the pan.
Yeah, these are the early days. And so we make it very dramatic because there's been rises and falls of empires. And
so many rises and falls of empires. So many.
And there'll be many more.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, only a tiny fraction, probably less than 1% of what was ever written in history is available to us now. I mean, if they didn't put it, literally chisel it in stone and put it in a clay tablet, we don't have it. I mean, there's some small amount of like papyrus scrolls that were recovered that are thousands of years old, because they were deep inside a pyramid and weren't affected by moisture. But other than that, it's really got to be in a clay tablet or chiseled. So the vast majority of stuff was not chiseled because we take a lot of chisel. So that's why we've got a tiny fraction of the information from history. But even that little information that we do have, and the archaeological record shows so many civilizations rising and falling. It's wild.
We tend to think that we're somehow different from those people. One of the other things that Durant highlights is that human nature seems to be the same. It just persists.
Yeah, I mean, the basics of human nature are more or less the same.
So we get ourselves in trouble in the same kinds of ways, I think, even with the advanced technology.
Yeah, I mean, you do tend to see the same patterns, similar patterns, for civilizations where they go through a life cycle like an organism. So just like a human, this sort of zygote, fetus, baby, toddler, teenager, eventually it gets old and dies. The civilizations go through a life cycle. No civilization is
What do you think it takes for the American empire to not collapse in the near-term future, in the next 100 years, to continue flourishing?
Well, the thing with these things that is, often actually not mentioned in history books, but Durant does mention it, is the birth rate. So, perhaps some counterintuitive thing happens when civilizations become are winning for too long. The birth rate declines. It can often decline quite rapidly. We're seeing that throughout the world today. Currently, South Korea is I think maybe the lowest fertility rate, but there are many others that are close to it. It's like 0.8, I think. If the birth rate doesn't decline further, South Korea will lose roughly 60% of its population. But every year, the birth rate is dropping. And this is true through most of the world. And I don't mean single out South Korea. It's been happening throughout the world. So as soon as any given civilization reaches a level of prosperity, the birth rate drops. And now you go look at the same thing happening in ancient Rome. So Julius Caesar took note of this, I think, around 50-ish BC, and tried to pass, I don't know if he was successful, tried to pass a law to give an incentive for any Roman citizen that would have a third child. And I think Augustus was able to, well, he was, the dictator, so the Senate was just for show. I think he did pass a tax incentive for Roman citizens to have a third child, but those efforts were unsuccessful. Rome fell because the Romans stopped making Romans. That's actually the fundamental issue. And there were other things. There was like quite a series of malaria epidemics and plagues and whatnot. But they had those before. It's just that the birth rate was far lower than the death rate.
It really is that simple.
Well, I'm saying that's
More people.
that's required at a fundamental level. If a civilization does not at least maintain its numbers, it will disappear.
So perhaps the amount of compute that the biological computer allocates to sex is justified. In fact, we should probably increase it.
Well, I mean, there's hedonistic sex, which is, that's new. That's new to get it there. It's not productive. It doesn't produce kids. Well, what matters? I mean, Durant makes this very clear because he's looked at one civilization after another, and they all went through the same cycle. When the civilization was under stress, the growth rate was high. But as soon as there were no external enemies, or they had an extended period of prosperity, the growth rate inevitably dropped every time. I don't believe there's a single exception.
So that's like the foundation of it. We need to have people.
Yeah. I mean, it's at a base level, no humans, no humanity.
And then there's other things like, human freedoms and just giving people the freedom to build stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. But at a basic level, if you do not at least maintain your numbers, if you're below replacement rate, and that trend continues, you will hit this point. But now, then, obviously, you also want to try to avoid massive wars. If there's a global pandemic of war, probably will post, radioactive post. So we want to try to avoid those things. Then there's a thing that happens over time with any given civilization, which is that the laws and regulations accumulate, and if there's not some forcing function like a war to clean up the accumulation of laws and regulations, eventually everything becomes illegal, and it's like the hardening of the arteries. Or a way to think of it is like being tied down by a million little strings, like velvet. You can't move. And it's not like any one of those strings is the issue, it's just a million of them. So there has to be a sort of a garbage collection for laws and regulations, so that you don't keep accumulating laws and regulations to the point where you can't do anything. is why we can't build high-speed rail in America. It's illegal. That's the issue. It's illegal 6 days to Sunday to build high-speed rail in America.
I wish you could just like for a week go into Washington and like be the head of the committee for making for the garbage collection, making government smaller, like removing stuff.
I have discussed with Trump the idea of a government efficiency commission.
Nice. Yeah.
And I would be willing to be part of that commission.
I wonder how hard that is.
The antibody reaction would be very fast.
Yeah.
So you really have to. You're attacking the matrix at that point. The matrix will fight back.
How are you doing with that? Being attacked?
Me? With that?
Yeah. There's a lot of it.
Yeah, there is a lot. Every day I know it's How do you my tinfoil hat?
How do you keep your just positivity? How do you optimism about the world, a clarity of thinking about the world, so just not become resentful or cynical and all that kind of stuff? Just getting attacked by very large number of people, misrepresented.
Yeah, that's like that's a daily occurrence.
Yes.
So, I mean, it does get me down at times. I mean, it makes me sad, but.
I'm just like a rat that gets up inside you,
I mean, at some point you have to sort of say, look, the attacks are by people that actually don't know me. They're trying to generate text. So if you can sort of detach yourself somewhat emotionally, which is not easy, and say, okay, look, this is not actually, from someone that knows me or is they're literally just writing to get impressions and clicks. Then I guess it doesn't hurt as much. It's like it's not quite water up a duck's back. Maybe it's like acid up a duck's back.
All right, well, that's good. It's about your own life. What do you use as a measure of success in your life?
Measure of success, I'd say, like what? How many useful things can I get done?
On a day-to-day basis, wake up in the morning. How can I be useful today?
Yeah. Maximize utility, area under the code, useful. Very difficult to useful. That's good.
Can you speak to what it takes to be useful for somebody like you, where there's so many amazing, great teams? How do you allocate your time to be the most useful?
Well, time is the true currency.
Yeah.
So it is tough to say what is the best allocation time. I mean, there are, often say, if you look say Tesla. Tesla this year will do over $100 billion in revenue, so that's $2 billion a week. If I make slightly better decisions, I can affect the outcome by $1 billion. So then, I try to do the best decisions I can. And on balance, compared to the competition, pretty good decisions, but the marginal value of a better decision can easily be, in the course of an hour, $100 million.
Given that, how do you take risks? How do you do the algorithm that you mentioned? I mean, deleting, given that a small thing can be $1 billion. How do you decide to...
Yeah. Well, I think you have to look at it on a percentage basis, because if you look at it in absolute terms, it's just, I would never get any sleep. It would just be like, I would just keep working and work my brain harder, And I'm not trying to get as much as possible out of this new computer. So it's not, it's pretty hard. Because you can just work all the time. And at any given point, it's a slightly better decision. Be $100 million impact for Tesla or SpaceX, for that matter. But it is wild when considering the marginal value of time can be $100 million an hour at times or more.
Is your own happiness part of that equation of success?
It has to be to some degree. Other than that, I'm depressed I make worse decisions. So I can't have like if I have zero recreational time, then I make work decisions. So I don't have a lot, but about zero. I mean, my motivation, if I've got a religion of any kind, is a religion of curiosity, trying to understand. It's really the mission of God to understand the universe. I'm trying to understand the universe, or at least set things in motion such that at some point civilization understands the universe far better than we do today, and even more questions to ask. As Douglas Adams pointed out in his book, the answer is arguably the easy part. Kind of frame the question correctly is the hard part. Once you frame the question correctly, the answer is often easy. So I'm trying to set things in motion such that we are at least at some point able to understand the universe. So for SpaceX, the goal is to make life multiplanetary, and which is if you go to the Fermi paradox of where are the aliens, you go to these sort of great filters. Like, so why have we not heard from the aliens? Now, a lot of people think there are aliens among us. How can claim to be one? Nobody believes me. But, you did say alien registration card at one point on immigration documents. So I've not seen any evidence. So it's just that just one of the explanations is that intelligent life is extremely rare. And if you look at the history of Earth, civilization has only been around for 1/9 of Earth's existence. So if it was visited here, say 100,000 years ago, it's like, well, they don't even have writing. It's hunter-gatherers. So how long does the civilization last? So for SpaceX, the goal is to establish a self-sustaining city on Mars. Mars is the only viable planet for such a thing. The moon is close, but it lacks resources, and I think it's probably vulnerable to any calamity that takes out Earth. The moon is too close. It's vulnerable to a calamity that takes out Earth. So that's why we shouldn't have a moon base, but Mars will be far more resilient. The difficulty of getting to Mars is what makes it resilient. But in going through these various explanations of why don't we see the aliens, one of them is that they fail to pass these great filters, these key hurdles. And one of those hurdles is being a multi-planet species. So if you're a multi-planet species, and if something were to happen, whether that was a natural catastrophe or man-made catastrophe, at least the other planet would probably still be around. So you don't have all the eggs in one basket. And once you are sort of a two-planet species, you can obviously extend life paths to the asteroid belt, to maybe the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, and ultimately to other star systems. But if you can't even get to another planet, definitely not getting to star systems.
And the other possible great filters, super powerful technology like AGI, for example. So you're basically trying to knock out one great filter at a time.
Physical superintelligence is possibly a great filter. I hope it isn't, but it might be. Guys like, say, Jeff Hinton would say, he invented a number of the key principles in artificial intelligence. I think he puts the probability of AI annihilation around 10 to 20%, something like that. So, so it's not look on the right side, it's 80% likely to be great. But I think AI risk mitigation is important. Being a multi-planet species would be a massive risk mitigation. And I do want to sort of once again emphasize the importance of having enough children to sustain our numbers and not plummet into population collapse, which is currently happening. Population collapse is a real and current thing. So the only reason it's not being reflected in the total population numbers is that as much is because people are living longer. But it's easy to predict what population of any given country will be. Just take the growth rate last year, how many babies were born, multiply that by life expectancy, and that's what the population will be steady state unless if the growth rate continues to that level. But if it keeps declining, it will be even less and eventually limit to nothing. So I keep, banging on the baby drum here for a reason, because it has been the source of civilizational collapse over and over again throughout history. And so why don't we just not try to stable for that day?
Well, in that way, I have miserably failed civilization, and I'm hoping to fix that. I'd love to have many kids.
Great, hope you do. So tell me about your present.
Yeah, I got to allocate more compute to the whole process. But apparently, it's not that difficult.
No, it's like unskilled labor.
Well, one of the things you do for me, for the world, is to inspire us with what the future could be. And so some of the things we've talked about, some of the things you're building, alleviating human suffering with Neuralink and expanding the capabilities of the human mind, trying to build a colony on Mars, so creating a backup for humanity on another planet, and exploring the possibilities of what artificial intelligence could be in this world, especially in the real world AI, with hundreds of millions, maybe billions of robots walking around.
There will be billions of robots. That seems virtual certainty.
Well, thank you for building the future. Thank you for inspiring so many of us to keep building and creating cool stuff, including kids.
You're welcome. Go forth and multiply.
Go forth and multiply. Thank you, Elon. Thanks for talking about it. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Elon Musk. Now, dear friends, here's DJ Saw, the co-founder, president, and COO of Neuralink. When did you first become fascinated by the human brain?
For me, I was always interested in understanding the purpose of things and how it was engineered to serve that purpose, whether it's organic or inorganic. Like we were talking earlier about your curtain holders. They serve a clear purpose, and they were engineered with that purpose in mind. And growing up, I had a lot of interest in seeing things, touching things, feeling things, and trying to really understand the root of how it was designed to serve that purpose. And obviously, brain is just a fascinating organ that we all carry. It's an infinitely powerful machine that has intelligence and cognition that arise from it, and we haven't even scratched the surface in terms of how all of that occurs. But also at the same time, I think it took me a while to make that connection to really studying and building tech to understand the brain. Not until graduate school. There were a couple moments, key moments in my life where some of those, I think, influenced how the trajectory of my life got me to studying what I'm doing right now. One was growing up, both sides of my family, my grandparents had a very severe form of Alzheimer's, and it's incredibly debilitating conditions. Literally, you're seeing someone's whole identity and their mind just losing over time. And I just remember thinking how both the power of the mind, but also how something like that could really lose your sense of identity.
It's fascinating that is one of the ways to reveal the power of a thing, by watching it lose the power.
A lot of what we know about the brain actually comes from these cases where there are trauma to the brain or some parts of the brain that led someone to lose certain abilities, and as a result, there's some correlation and understanding of that part of the tissue being critical to that function. And it's an incredibly fragile organ, if you think about it that way, but also it's incredibly plastic and incredibly resilient in many different ways.
And by the way, the term plastic, as we'll use a bunch, means that it's adaptable. So neuroplasticity refers to the adaptability of the human brain.
Correct. Another key moment that sort of influenced how the trajectory of my life have shaped towards the current focus of my life has been during my teenage year when I came to the US. I didn't speak a word of English. There was a huge language barrier, and there was a lot of struggle to kind of connect with my peers around me because I didn't understand the artificial construct that we have created called language, specifically English in this case. And I remember feeling pretty isolated, not being able to connect with peers around me. So I spent a lot of time just on my own, reading books, watching movies, and I naturally sort of gravitated towards sci-fi books. I just found them really, really interesting. And also it was a great way for me to learn English. Some of the first set of books that I picked up are Ender's Game, the whole saga by Orson Scott Card, and Neuromancer from William Gibson, and Snow Crash from Neil Stephenson. And movies like Matrix was coming out around that time point that really influenced how I think about the potential impact that technology can have for our lives in general. So fast track to my college years, I was always fascinated by just physical stuff, building physical stuff, and especially physical things that had some sort of intelligence. And I studied electrical engineering during undergrad, and I started out my research in MEMS, so micro electromechanical systems, and really building these tiny nanostructures for temperature sensing. And I just found that to be just incredibly rewarding and fascinating subject to just understand how you can build something miniature like that again serve a function and have a purpose. And then I spent large majority of my college years basically building millimeter wave circuits for next gen telecommunication systems, for imaging, and it was just something that I found very, very intellectually interesting. Phase arrays, how the signal processing works for any modern as well as next gen telecommunication system, wireless and wireline. EM waves or electromagnetic waves are fascinating. How do you design antennas that are most efficient in a small footprint that you have? How do you make these things energy efficient? That was something that just consumed my intellectual curiosity. And that journey led me to actually apply to and find myself at a PhD program at UC Berkeley at kind of this consortium called the Berkeley Wireless Research Center that was precisely looking at building, at the time we called it XG, similar to 3G, 4G, 5G, but the next generation G system, and how you would design circuits around that to ultimately go on phones and basically any other devices that are wirelessly connected these days. So I was just absolutely just fascinated by how that entire system works and that infrastructure works. And then also during grad school, I had sort of the fortune of having a couple research fellowships that led me to pursue whatever project that I want. And that's one of the things that I really enjoyed about my graduate school career, where you got to kind of pursue your intellectual curiosity in the domain that may not matter at the end of the day, but is something that really allows you the opportunity to go as deeply as you want, as well as widely as you want. And at the time, I was actually working on this project called the Smart Bandit. And the idea was that when you get a wound, there's a lot of other kind of proliferation of signaling pathway that cells follow to close that wound. And there were hypotheses that when you apply external electric field, you can actually accelerate the closing of that field by having, basically electrotaxing of the cells around that wound site. And specifically, not just for normal wound, there are chronic wounds that don't heal. So we were interested in building some sort of a wearable patch that you could apply to kind of facilitate that healing process. And that was in collaboration with Professor Michel Maharovitz which was a great addition to kind of my thesis committee, and really shaped the rest of my PhD career.
So this would be the first time you interacted with biology, I suppose.
Correct. I mean, there were some peripheral, end application of the wireless imaging and telecommunication system that I was using for security and bioimaging, but this was a very clear, direct application to biology and biological system, and understanding the constraints around that, and really designing and engineering electrical solutions around it. So that was my first introduction, and that's also kind of how I got introduced to Michel. He's sort of known for remote control of beetles in the early 2000s. And then around 2013, obviously kind of the holy grail when it comes to implantable system is to kind of understand how small of a thing you can make. And a lot of that is driven by how much energy or how much power you can supply to it and how you extract data from it. So at the time at Berkeley, there was kind of this desire to kind of understand in the neural space what sort of system you can build to really miniaturize these implantable systems. And I distinctly remember this one particular meeting where Michel came in and he's like, "Guys, I think I have a solution. The solution is ultrasound." And then he proceeded to kind of walk through why that is the case. And that really formed the basis for my thesis work called Neural Dust System, that was looking at ways to use ultrasound as opposed to electromagnetic waves for powering as well as communication. I guess I should step back and say that the initial goal of the project was to build these tiny, about the size of a neuron, implantable system that can be parked next to a neuron, being able to record its state and being able to ping that back to the outside world before doing something useful. And as I mentioned, the size of the implantable system is limited by how you power the thing and get the data off of it. And at the end of the day, fundamentally, if you look at a human body, we're essentially a bag of salt water with some interesting proteins and chemicals, but it's mostly salt water that's very, very well temperature regulated at 37 degrees Celsius. And we'll get into why and later why that's an extremely harsh environment for any electronics to survive, as I'm sure you've experienced or maybe not experienced, dropping cell phone in a salt water in an ocean. It will instantly turn to dust, right? But anyways, just in general, electromagnetic waves don't penetrate through this environment well, and just the speed of light, it is what it is. We can't change it, and based on the wavelength at which you are interfacing with the device just needs to be big. These inductors need to be quite big. And the general good rule of thumb is that you want the wavefront to be roughly on the order of the size of the thing that you're interfacing with. So an implantable system that is around 10 to 100 micron in dimension in a volume, which is about the size of a neuron that you see in a human body. You would have to operate at like hundreds of gigahertz, which, number one, not only is it difficult to build electronics operating at those frequencies, but also the body just attenuates that very, very significantly. So the interesting kind of insight of this ultrasound was the fact that ultrasound just travels a lot more effectively in the human body tissue compared to electromagnetic waves. And this is something that you encounter, and I'm sure most people have encountered in their lives when you go to hospitals that are medical ultrasound sonograph, right? And they go into very, very deep depth without attenuating too much of the signal. So all in all, ultrasound, the fact that it travels through the body extremely well, and the mechanism to which it travels to the body really well is that just the wavefront is very different. It's electromagnetic waves are transverse, whereas in ultrasound waves are compressive. So it's just a completely different mode of wavefront propagation. And as well as speed of sound is orders and orders of magnitude less than speed of light, which means that even at 10 megahertz ultrasound wave, your wavefront ultimately is a very, very small wavefront. So if you're talking about interfacing with the 10 micron or 100 micron type structure, you would have 150 micron wavefront at 10 megahertz, and building electronics at those at those frequencies are much bigger, and they're a lot more efficient. So the basic idea kind of was born out of using ultrasound as a mechanism for powering the device, and then also getting data back. So now the question is, how do you get the data back? The mechanism to which we landed on is what's called backscatter. This is actually something that is very common and that we interface on a day-to-day basis with our RFID cards, our radio frequency ID tag, where there's actually rarely, in your ID, a battery inside. There's an antenna and there's some sort of coil that has your serial identification ID, and then there's an external device called a reader that then sends a wavefront, and then you reflect back that wavefront with some sort of modulation that's unique to your ID. That's what's called backscatter, fundamentally. So the tag itself actually doesn't have to consume that much energy, and that was a mechanism to which we were kind of thinking about sending the data back. So when you have an external ultrasonic transducer that's sending ultrasonic wave to your implant, the neural dust implant, and it records some information about its environment, whether it's a neuron firing or some other state of the tissue that it's interfacing with, and then it just amplitude modulates the wavefront that comes back to the source.
And the recording step would be the only one that requires any energy. So what would require energy in that first step?
Correct. So it is that initial kind of startup circuitry to get that recording, amplifying it, and then just modulating. And the mechanism to which that you can enable that is there is this specialized crystal called piezoelectric crystals that are able to convert sound energy into electrical energy and vice versa. So you can kind of have this interplay between the ultrasonic domain and electrical domain that is the biological tissue.
So on the theme of parking very small computational devices next to neurons, that's the dream, the vision of brain-computer interfaces. Maybe before we talk about Neuralink, can you give a sense of the history of the field of BCI? What has been maybe the continued dream, and also some of the milestones along the way with the different approaches and the amazing work done at the various labs?
I think a good starting point is going back to 1790s.
Did not expect that.
Where the concept of animal electricity, or the fact that bodies are electric, was first discovered by Luigi Galvani, where he had this famous experiment where he connected a set of electrodes to a frog leg and ran current through it, and then it started twitching, and he said, "Oh my goodness, body's electric." Yeah. So fast forward many years to 1920s, where Hans Berger, who's a German psychiatrist, discovered EEG, or electroencephalography, which is still around. There are these electric arrays that you wear outside the skull that gives you some sort of neural record. That was a very, very big milestone, that you can record some sort of activities about the human mind. And then in the 1940s, there were these group of scientists, Renshaw, Forbes, and Morrison, that inserted these glass microelectrodes into the cortex and recorded signal neurons. The fact that there's signal that are a bit more high resolution and high fidelity as you get closer to the source, let's say. And in the 1950s, these two scientists, Hodgkin and Huxley, showed up, and they built this beautiful models of the cell membrane and the ionic mechanism, and had these like circuit diagram. And as someone who's an electro engineer, it's a beautiful model that's built out of these partial differential equations, talking about flow of ions and how that really leads to how neurons communicate. And they won the Nobel Prize for that 10 years later in the 1960s. So in 1969, Ed Fetz from University of Washington published
That's a lot of ifs, period. Mostert was supposed to have between 3 and 5 points, period. He's useless, period.
A single unit neuron from a monkey and was able to have the monkey modulated based on its activity and reward system. So I would say this is the very, very first example, as far as I'm aware, of closed loop brain-computer interface with BCI.
The abstract reads, the activity of single neurons in precentral cortex of anesthetized monkeys was conditioned by reinforcing high rates of neuronal discharge with delivery of a food pellet. Auditory and visual feedback of unit firing rates was usually provided in addition to food reinforcement. Cool. So they actually got it done.
They got it done. This is back in 1969.
After several training sessions, monkeys could increase the activity of newly isolated cells by 50 to 500% above rates before reinforcement. Fascinating.
Brain is very plastic.
and so from here, the number of experiments grew.
Yeah, number of experiments as well as set of tools to interface with the brain have just exploded. I think, and also just understanding the neural code and how some of the cortical layers and the functions are organized. So the other paper that is pretty seminal, especially in the motor decoding, was this paper in the 1980s from Georgiopoulos that discovered that there's this thing called motor tuning curve. So what are motor tuning curves? It's the fact that there are neurons in the motor cortex of mammals, including humans, that have a preferential direction that causes them to fire. So what that means is there are a set of neurons that would increase their spiking activities when you're thinking about moving to the left, right, up, down, and any of those vectors. And based on that, you can start to think, well, if you can identify those essential eigenvectors, you can do a lot, and you can actually use that information for actually decoding someone's intended movement.
I don't anticipate people getting injured in the future, period.
Paper that showed that,
what are you, a fortune teller?
There is some
Question mark?
code that you can extract, especially in the motor cortex.
So there's signal there, and if you measure,
these guys were not starters on my team, period. I can drop them if I want.
Figure out what the intention was.
Correct. Yeah,
if somebody wants to pick them up, let them, period.
Signals from the right set of neurons that
I dropped a guy who is supposed to have between 3 and 5 points, and another guy who isn't even the best receiver available on the waiver wire.
The question is, what do I understand on the BCI front on invasive versus non-invasive from this line of work? How important is it to park next to the neuron?
It's not like I dropped my best players.
That answer fundamentally depends on what you want to do with it. Right. There's actually incredible amount of stuff that you can do with EEG and electrocardiograph, ECOG, which actually doesn't penetrate the cortical layer or parenchyma. But
who anticipates
on
future moves like that? Question mark.
So the thing that
I dropped guys from my bench. Period. They weren't even starting on my team. Period.
And being able to just really tap into the high resolution, high fidelity understanding of the activities that are happening at the local level. And we can get into biophysics, but just to kind of step back, to kind of use analogy, because analogy here can be useful. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to think about electricity. At the end of the day, we're doing electrical recording that's mediated by ionic currents, movements of these charged particles, which is really, really hard for most people to think about. But turns out a lot of the activities that are happening in the brain and the frequency band with which that's happening is actually very
supposed to have 3.53 points.
Conversation,
period.
Range. So the analogy that typically is used in the field is, if you have a football stadium, there's a game going on. If you stand outside the stadium, maybe get a
How are
sense
you
of
even
how the game is
questioning
going
that
based
drop?
on the
Question mark.
cheers and the boos of the home crowd, whether the team is winning or not. But you have absolutely no idea what the score is. You have absolutely no idea what individual audience or the players are talking or saying to each other, what the next play is, what the next goal is. So what you have to do is you have to drop the microphone near into the stadium and then get near the source, like into the individual chatter. In this specific example, you would want to have it, right next to where the huddle is happening. So I think that's kind of a good illustration of what we're trying to do when we say invasive or minimally invasive or implanted brain-computer interfaces versus non-invasive or non-implanted brain interfaces. It's basically talking about where do you put that microphone and what can you do with that information.
So what is the biophysics of the read and write communication that we're talking about here as we now step into the efforts at Neuralink?
Yeah,
I don't play that way, period. I play about who can perform for me this week, period.
These specialized cells called neurons, there's billions of them, tens of billions. Sometimes people go 100 billion.
I don't anticipate guys getting hurt
in this complex
in the far future
network that are constantly remodeling. They're changing their synaptic weights, and that's what we typically call neuroplasticity. And the neurons are also bathed in this charged environment that is laden with many charged molecules like potassium ions, sodium ions, chlorine ions. And those actually facilitate these, through ionic current, communication between these different networks. And when you look at a neuron as well, they have these membranes.
This anticipating future moves,
beautiful
because of injury,
protein structure called
at the very end of the season to me is pretty ridiculous. Period.
In my opinion,
it is not an attack, comma. I think that
invention.
You are too.
In many ways, if you think about what they are, they're doing the job of a modern day transistors. Transistors are nothing more at the end of the day than a voltage gated conduction channel. And nature
What's
found
up, big
a way
dog?
to have that
Just one moment.
very on in a sense. And as we all know, with the transistor, you can have many computation and a lot of amazing things that we have access to today. So I think it's one of those, just as a tangent, just beautiful invention that the nature came up with, these voltage gated ion channels.
I mean, I suppose there's on the biological level, at every level of the complexity of the hierarchy.
I could see if this was week 1.
There's going to be some mechanisms for storing
at week 13
and for doing computation. And this is just one such way. But to do that with biological and chemical components, essentially. Plus, like, with neurons, I mean, it's not just electricity, it's chemical communication, it's also mechanical. I mean, these are like actual
That's a big if,
objects
period.
that have like that vibrate. I mean, they move.
Yeah,
I got
actually
him from the waiver wire, period.
That are
Why didn't you say anything when he was on the waiver wire when I picked him up?
During grad school, there are groups and there were groups and there are still groups looking at ways to cause neurons to actually fire an action potential using ultrasound wave. And the mechanism to which that's happening is still unclear, as I understand. It may just be that you're imparting some sort of thermal energy, and that causes cells to depolarize in some interesting ways. But there are also these ion channels or even membranes that actually just open up its pore as they're being mechanically shook, right, vibrated. So there's just a lot of elements of these like moved particles, which again, like that's governed by diffusion physics, right? Movements of particles, and there's also a lot of kind of interesting physics there.
Also, not to mention, as Roger Penrose talks about, there might be some beautiful weirdness in the quantum mechanical effects of all of this. And he actually believes that consciousness might emerge from the quantum mechanical effects there. So, like, there's physics, there's chemistry, there's biology, all of that is going on there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can, yes, there's a lot of levels of physics that you can dive into. But yeah, in the end, you have these membranes with these voltage-gated ion channels that selectively let these charged molecules that are in the extracellular matrix, like in and out. And these neurons generally have these like resting potential where there's a voltage difference between inside the cell and outside the cell. And when there's some sort of stimuli that changes the state such that they need to send information to the downstream network, you start to kind of see these like sort of orchestration of these different molecules going in and out of these channels. They also open up, like more of them open up once it reaches some threshold to a point where you have a depolarizing cell that sends an action potential. So it's just a very beautiful kind of orchestration of these molecules. And what we're trying to do when we place an electrode or parking it next to a neuron is that you're trying to measure these local changes in the potential. Again, mediated by the movements of the ions. And what's interesting is, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of physics involved. And the two dominant physics for this electrical recording domain is diffusion physics and electromagnetism. And where one dominates, where Maxwell's equation dominates versus Fick's law dominates, depends on where your electrode is. If it's close to the source, mostly electromagnetic based. When you're farther away from it, it's more diffusion based. So essentially, when you're able to park it next to it, you can listen in on those individual chatter and those local changes in the potential. And the type of signal that you get are these canonical textbook neural spiking waveform. The moment you're further away, and based on some of the studies that people have done, Christoph Koch's lab and others, once you're away from that source by roughly around 100 micron, which is about width of a human hair, you no longer hear from that neuron. You're no longer
dropped him to the waiver wire on November
system
10th, period. Why didn't you raise a fuss on November 10th if you think he is so valuable? Question mark.
Membrane potential change in that neuron. And just to kind of give you a sense of scale, also, when you look at a 100 micron voxel, so 100 micron by 100 micron by 100 micron box in a brain tissue, there's roughly around 40 neurons and whatever number of connections that they have. So there's a lot in that volume of tissue. So the moment you're outside of that, there's just no hope that you'll be able to detect that change from that one specific neuron that you may care about.
Yeah, but as you're moving about this space, you'll be hearing other ones. So if you move another 100 micron, you'll be hearing chatter from another community.
Correct.
And so the whole...
Just one. How are you, Caspian C? I'm fighting with everyone again. These are people I like. All right, so what happened? I'm in this fantasy football league. I know I told you I wouldn't mention it anymore, but it involves drama. So I my team is 10th out of 12th. The guy in 12th doesn't touch his team. The guy in 11th is fucked. And I'm gonna be in the toilet bowl playoff. So I want to tank my team. I want him to be as shitty as possible. So I at least win something, which would be toilet bowl champion. And so in order to do so, I picked up a bunch of players who are not playing anymore, like Tom Brady, he retired, and some other guys who I like on Twitter just because they're vocal. And I dropped some players, but no one really good. I could really fuck the league up if I dropped all my good players, but I didn't. I only dropped like guys who were already on my bench. And one of the guys is complaining. So I have this guy who I picked up on November 11th from basically, let's just say, like the free agent pool. And like this guy's now complaining that I dropped him 2 weeks later. And I'm like, dude, why didn't you complain when the guy was dropped 2 weeks ago? Why are you complaining now that I'm dropping him? He doesn't look like he's going to have good performance. He looks kind of like he's going to be a shitty performer. Anyway, the commissioner of the league's like, look, I'm in a ton of different leagues, and all of these would have been fine moves. So I don't know what you're talking about. And now I'm just waiting on what they're saying, what they're going to say. Anyway, so what else is going on? I watched my concert recorded, which is good. And it recorded really well. I actually fell asleep to that bad boy. What else? Did I get banned anywhere else or anything? No. There's this one Discord of which I'm a member. It's called the Hangout. You have to be 18 and up, but it's just for adults. It's not necessarily a sex um Discord. It's just like people who smoke pot and stuff, and it's got 80,000 people in it. Well, yesterday, some girl wanted to put on a show, and she damn did she. Anyway, these Discords can get wild. So I have created a little robot that automatically puts me in like the smoke shack area of that, and um, in I'm just gonna live in there, see how that goes. Overnight, I had some people who had somehow from Discord found out about me, and they typed in my Twitter or on my YouTube, so that's good. Um, Aside from that, I slept like a fucking $1,000,000, and that was good. I, I usually, yeah, I slept really well, so things are good in the hood, as they say. How are things for you? I understand. I got you. Well, excellent. Well, you enjoy you. I'm listening to Neuralink podcasts, which are pretty fascinating. And yeah, let me know if you need anything. Okay. Hey, check your YouTube playlist and see how many views and shit you have. Excellent. Let me know.
Well, the sense is you want to place as many as possible electrodes, and then you're listening to the chatter.
Yeah, you want to listen to the chatter, and you also want to basically let do the job of decoding. And just to kind of go to why ecogging. When you have these vocal
120
changes,
extra views.
obviously, it's not just this one neuron.
Yeah, exactly. What they sitting on the motherfucking cop. And now you're in like the 300s. Go for it. Why didn't you raise a fuss on November 10th when why are you raising a fuss now? Question mark. I watched them. No, 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 no. I didn't send. I mean, I didn't tell anybody about them except pardon me, Riser, who was here. But I did watch. I don't want to say I watched all of them, but I watched a little of some of them. And I just wondered if Reddit would have given you any bump, which it seems like, it did about exactly what I thought it would be, like maybe 100 views or something. But at least then people are aware of what your channel is and all that other stuff. And I mean, it's only been there for like 12 hours. So it, yeah. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to Heron Watto. How you living, pimp?
other networks that are activating all the time. And you do see sort of a general change in the potential of this this charged medium. And that's what you're recording when you're farther away. I mean, you still have some reference electrode that's stable in the brain that's just electroactive organ. And you're seeing some combination aggregate action potential changes. And then you can't pick it up, right? It's a much slower changing signals, but there are these like canonical kind of oscillations in waves, like gamma waves, beta waves, like when you sleep, that can be detected because there's sort of a synchronized kind of global effect of the brain that you can detect. And I mean, the physics of this go, like, I mean, if we really want to go down that rabbit hole, like there's a lot that goes on in terms of like why diffusion physics at some point dominates when you're further away from the source. It's just a charged medium. So similar to how when you have electromagnetic waves propagating in atmosphere or in a charged medium like a plasma, there's this weird shielding that happens that actually further attenuates the signal as you move away from it. So yeah, you see, like if you do a really, really deep dive on kind of the signal attenuation over distance, you start to see kind of 1 over r squared in the beginning and then exponential drop off. And that's the knee at which you go from electromagnetism dominating to diffusion physics dominating.
But once again, with the electrodes, the biophysics that you need to understand is not as deep because no matter where you're placing it, you're listening to a small crowd of local neurons.
Correct. Yeah. So once you penetrate the brain, you're in the arena, so to speak.
And there's a lot of neurons.
There's many of them.
But then again, there's there's a whole field of neuroscience that's studying like how the different groupings, the different sections of the seating in the arena, what they usually are responsible for, which is where the metaphor probably falls apart because the seating is not that organized in an arena.
Also, most of them are silent. They don't really do much, or their activities are, you have to hit it with just the right set of stimulus.
So they're usually quiet.
They're usually very quiet.
Yeah.
Quiet. There's, similar to dark energy and dark matter, there's dark neurons. What are they all doing? When you place these electrodes, again, like within this 100 micron volume, you have 40 or so neurons. Like, why do you not see 40 neurons? Why do you see only a handful? What is happening there?
Well, they're mostly quiet, but like when they speak, they say profound shit, I think. That's the way I'd like to think about it. Anyway, before we zoom in even more, let's zoom out. So, how does Neuralink work? From the surgery to the implant to the signal and the decoding process and the human being able to use the implant to actually affect the world outside. And all of this I'm asking in the context of there's a gigantic historic milestone that Neuralink just accomplished that in January of this year, putting a Neuralink implant in the first human being, Nolan. And there's been a lot to talk about there about his experience because he's able to describe all the nuance and the beauty and the fascinating complexity of that experience of everything involved. But on the technical level, how does Neuralink work?
Yeah, so there are 3 major components to the technology that we're building. One is the device, the thing that's actually recording these neural chatters. We call it N1 implant or the link. And we have a surgical robot that's actually doing an implantation of these tiny, tiny wires that we call threads that are smaller than human hair. And once everything is surgerized, you have these neural signals, these spiking neurons that are coming out of the brain, and you need to have some sort of software to decode what the user is intended to do with that. So there's what's called the Neuralink application or B1 app that's doing that translation. It's running the very, very simple machine learning model that decodes these inputs that are neural signals and then convert it to a set of outputs that allows our participant, first participant Nolan, to be able to control a cursor.
And this is done wirelessly.
And this is done wirelessly, so we our implant is actually two-part. The link has these flexible tiny wires called threads that have multiple electrodes along its length, and they're only inserted into the cortical layer, which is about 3 to 5 millimeters in a human brain, in the motor cortex region. That's where the kind of the intention for movement lies in. And we have 64 of these threads, each thread having 16 electrodes along, the span of 3 to 4 millimeters, separated by 200 microns. So you can actually record along the depth of the insertion. And based on that signal, there's custom, integrated circuit or ASIC that we built that amplifies the neural signals that you're recording and then digitizing it, and then has some mechanism for detecting whether there was an interesting event, that is a spiking event, and decide to send that or not send that through Bluetooth to an external device, whether it's a phone or a computer that's running this Neuralink application.
So there's onboard signal processing already just to decide whether this is an interesting event or not. So there is some computational power on board inside in addition to the human brain.
Yeah, so it does the signal processing to kind of really compress the amount of signal that you're recording. So we have a total of...
Why did you not say this 20 days ago?
Sampling at just under 20 kilohertz with 10-bit each. So that's 200 megabits that's coming through to the chip from 1,000 channel simultaneous neural recording. And that's quite a bit of data, and there are technology available to send that off wirelessly, but being able to do that in a very, very thermally constrained environment that is the brain. So there has to be some amount of compression that happens to send off only the interesting data that you need, which in this particular case for motor decoding is occurrence of a spike or not, and then being able to use that to decode the intended person movement. So the implant itself processes it, figures out whether a spike happened or not with our spike detection algorithm, and then sends it off, packages it, sends it off through Bluetooth to an external device that then has the model to decode, okay, based on these spiking inputs, did Nolan wish to go up, down, left, right, or click, or right click, or whatever?
All of this is really fascinating, but let's stick on the N1 implant itself. So the thing that's in the brain. So I'm looking at a picture of it. There's an enclosure. There's a charging coil, so we didn't talk about the charging, which is fascinating. The battery, the power electronics, the antenna. Then there's the signal processing electronics. I wonder if there's more kinds of signal processing you can do. That's another question. And then there's the threads themselves with the enclosure on the bottom. So maybe to ask about the charging. So there's an external charging device.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's an external charging device. So yeah, the second part of the implant, the threads are the ones, again, just the last 3 to 5 millimeters are the ones that are actually penetrating the cortex. Rest of it is, actually most of the volume is occupied by the battery, rechargeable battery. And it's about the size of a quarter. I actually have a device here if you want to take a look at it. This is the flexible thread component of it, and then this is the implant. So it's about the size of a US quarter. It's about 9 millimeter thick. So basically, this implant, once you have a craniectomy and the durectomy, threads are inserted, and the hole that you created, this craniectomy, gets replaced with that. So basically, that thing plugs that hole, and you can screw in these self-drilling cranial screws to hold it in place. And at the end of the day, once you have the skin flap over, there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters that's obviously transitioning off of the top of the implant to where the screws are, and that's the minor bump that you have.
Those threads look tiny. That's incredible. That is really incredible.
It is obvious to me that you are avoiding the question, really period. Just answer it right
most
here.
Of the actual volume is the battery.
Yeah,
Wow, this is way smaller than I realized.
they are also, the threads themselves are quite strong,
They look strong.
and the thread themselves also has a very interesting feature at the end of it called the loop, and that's the mechanism to which the robot is able to interface and manipulate this tiny hair-like structure.
And they're tiny. So what's the width of the thread?
Yeah, so the width of a thread starts from 16 micron and then tapers out to about 84 micron. So, average human hair is about.
You think he is very valuable, period. Why did you not
This thing is amazing. This thing is amazing.
raise a fuss?
Yes, most of the
To-
volume is occupied by the battery, rechargeable lithium-ion cell, and the charging is done through inductive charging, which is actually very commonly used. Your cell phone, most cell phones have that. But, the biggest difference is that for us, usually when you have a phone and you want to charge it on the charging pad, you don't really care how hot it gets. Whereas for us, it matters. There's a very strict regulation and good reasons to not actually increase the surrounding tissue temperature by 2 degrees Celsius. So there's actually a lot of innovation that is packed into this to allow charging of this implant without causing that temperature threshold to reach. And even small things like you see this charging coil and what's called a ferrite shield, right? So without that ferrite shield, what you end up having when you have resonant inductive charging is that the battery itself is a metallic can, and you form these eddy currents from external charger, and that causes heating, and that actually contributes to inefficiency in charging. So this ferrite shield, what it does is that it actually concentrate that field line away from the battery and then around the coil that's actually wrapped around it.
There's a lot of really fascinating design here to make it. I mean, you're integrating a computer into a complex biological system.
Yeah, there's a lot of innovation here. I would say that part of what enabled this was just the innovations in the wearable. There's a lot of really, really powerful, tiny, low power microcontrollers, temperature sensors, or various different sensors, and power electronics. A lot of innovation really came in the charging coil design, how this is packaged, and how do you enable charging such that you don't really exceed that temperature limit, which is not a constraint for other devices out there.
So let's talk about the threads themselves, those tiny, tiny, tiny things. So how many of them are there? You mentioned 1,000 electrodes. How many threads are there? And what do the electrodes have to do with the threads?
Yeah, so the current instantiation of the device has 64 threads, and each thread has 16 electrodes for a total of 1,024 electrodes that are capable of both recording and stimulating. And the thread is basically this polymer insulated wire. The metal conductor is the kind of a tiramisu cake of gold plat tie. And they're very, very tiny wires, 2 micron in width, so 2/1 millionth of meter.
It's crazy that thing I'm looking at has the polymer insulation, has the conducting material, and has 16 electrodes at the end of it.
On each of those threads.
Yeah, on each of those threads.
Correct.
16. Each one of those.
Yes, you're not going to be able to see it with naked eye.
And I mean, to state the obvious, or maybe for people who are just listening, they're flexible.
Yes, that's also one element that was incredibly important for us. So each of these threads are, as I mentioned, 16 micron in width, and then they taper to 84 micron, but in thickness, they're less than 5 micron. And in thickness is mostly polyimide at the bottom, and this metal track, and then another polyimide. So 2 micron of polyimide, 400 nanometer of the metal stack, and 2 micron of polyimide sandwiched together to protect it from the environment that is 37 degrees C bag of salt water.
So what's maybe can you speak to some interesting aspects of the material design here. Like, what does it take to design a thing like this and to be able to manufacture a thing like this for people who don't know anything about this kind of thing?
Yeah, so the material selection that we have is not, I don't think it was particularly unique. There were other labs, and there are other labs that are kind of looking at similar material stack. There's kind of a fundamental question, and still needs to be answered around the longevity and reliability of these microelectrodes that we call, compared to some of the other more conventional neural interfaces devices that are intracranial, so penetrating the cortex, that are more rigid, like the Utah ray, that are these 4x4 millimeter kind of silicon shank that have exposed recording site at the end of it, that's been kind of the innovation from Richard Norman back in 1997. It's called the Utah ray because he was at University of Utah.
And what does the Utah ray look like? There's a rigid type of...
Yeah, so we can actually look it up. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a bed of needle. There's... Okay,
yeah, I'm sorry.
Those are rigid shank.
Yeah, you weren't kidding.
And the size and the number of shanks vary anywhere from 64 to 128. At the very tip of it is an exposed electrode that actually records neural signal. The other thing that's interesting to note is that unlike Neuralink threads that have recording electrodes that are actually exposed iridium oxide recording sites along the depth, this is only at a single depth. So these Utah ray spokes can be anywhere between 0.5 millimeters to 1.5 millimeter. And they also have designs that are slanted, so you can have it inserted at different depth. But that's one of the other big differences. And then, the main key difference is the fact that there's no active electronics. These are just electrodes. And then there's a bundle of wire that you're seeing. And then that actually then exits the craniectomy, that then has this port that you can connect to for any external electronic devices. They are working on or have the wireless telemetry device, but it still requires a through the skin port that actually is one of the biggest failure modes for infection for the system.
What are some of the challenges associated with flexible threads? Like, for example, on the robotic side, R1, implanting those threads. How difficult is that task?
Yeah. So as you mentioned, they're very, very difficult to maneuver by hand. These Utah rays that you saw earlier, they're actually inserted by a neurosurgeon actually positioning it near the site that they want, and then there's a pneumatic hammer that actually pushes them in. So it's a pretty simple process, and they're easy to maneuver. But for these thin film arrays, they're very, very tiny and flexible, so they're very difficult to maneuver. So that's why we built an entire robot to do that. There are other reasons for why we built a robot, and that is ultimately we want this to help millions and millions of people that can benefit from this, and there just aren't that many neurosurgeons out there. Robots can be something that we hope can actually do large parts of the surgery. But the robot is this entire other sort of category of product that we're working on, and it's essentially this multi-axis gantry system that has this specialized robot head that has all of the optics and this kind of a needle retracting mechanism that maneuvers these threads via this loop structure that you have on the thread.
So the thread already has a loop structure by which you can grab it.
Correct.
Okay. So this is fascinating. So you mentioned optics. So there's a robot, R1. So for now, there's a human that actually creates a hole in the skull. And then after that, there's a computer vision component that's finding a way to avoid the blood vessels.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're grabbing it by the loop, each individual thread, and placing it in a particular location to avoid the blood vessels.
Mm-hmm.
And also choosing the depth placement, all that.
Correct.
So controlling every like the 3D geometry of the placement.
Correct. So the aspect of this robot that is unique is that it's not surgeon assisted or human assisted. It's a semi-automatic or automatic robot. Once you know, obviously there are human component to it when you're placing targets. You can always move it away from kind of major decimals that you see. But I mean, we want to get to a point where one click and it just does the surgery within minutes.
So the computer vision component finds great targets, candidates, and the human kind of approves them. And the robot does it do like one thread at a time, or does it do
It does one thread at a time, and that's actually also one thing that we are looking at ways to do multiple threads at a time. There's nothing stopping from it. You can have multiple kind of engagement mechanisms, but right now it's one by one, and you know, we also still do quite a bit of just kind of verification to make sure that it got inserted. If so, how deep? You know, did it actually match what was programmed in, and so on and so forth.
And the actual electrodes are placed at differing depths in the like. I mean, it's very small differences, but differences.
Yeah.
And so that there's some reasoning behind that, as you mentioned. Like it gets more varied signal.
Yeah, we try to place them all around 3 or 4 millimeter from the surface, just because the span of the electrode, those 16 electrodes that we currently have in this version, spans roughly around 3 millimeters. So we want to get all of those in the brain.
This is fascinating. Okay, so there's a million questions here. If we go zoom in specifically on the electrodes, so what is your sense? How many neurons is each individual electrode listening to?
Yeah, each electrode can record from anywhere between 0 to 40, as I mentioned earlier. But practically speaking, we only see about at most 2 to 3. And you can actually distinguish which neuron it's coming from by the shape of the spikes. So I mentioned the spike detection algorithm that we have. It's called BOSS algorithm, Buffer Online Spike Sorter.
Nice.
It actually outputs at the end of the day 6 unique values, which are kind of the amplitude of these like negative going hump, middle hump, like positive going hump, and then also the time at which these happen. And from that, you can have kind of a statistical probability estimation of, is that a spike, is it not a spike? And then based on that, you can also determine, oh, that spike looks different than that spike, must come from a different neuron.
Yeah, so that's a nice signal processing step from which you can then make much better predictions about if there's a spike, especially in this kind of context where there could be multiple neurons screaming. And that also results in you being able to compress the data better.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to be clear, I mean, the labs do this what's called spike sorting. Usually, once you have these like broadband, fully digitized signals, and then you run a bunch of different set of algorithms to kind of tease apart. It's just all of this for us is done on the device in a very low power, custom, built ASIC digital processing unit.
Highly heat constrained,
and the processing time from signal going in and giving you the output is less than a microsecond, which is a very, very short amount.
Oh yeah, so the latency has to be super short. Oh wow! Oh, that's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, latency is this huge thing that you have to deal with. Right now, the biggest source of latency comes from the Bluetooth. The way in which they're packetized, and we bin them in 15 millisecond.
Oh, interesting. So it's communication constraint. Is there some potential innovation there on the protocol used?
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, Bluetooth is definitely not our final wireless communication protocol that we want to get to. It's a highly
hence the N1 and the R1. I imagine that increases
NX, RX.
Yeah, that's the communication protocol, because Bluetooth allows you to communicate against farther distances than you need to, so you can go much shorter.
Yeah, the primary motivation for choosing Bluetooth is that, I mean, everything is Bluetooth.
All right, so you can talk to any device.
Interoperability is just absolutely essential, especially in this early phase. And in many ways, if you can access a phone or a computer, you can do anything.
Well, it'll be interesting to step back and actually look at, again, the same pipeline that you mentioned for Nolan. So, what does this whole process look like? From finding and selecting a human being to the surgery, to the first time he's able to use this thing.
So we have what's called a patient registry that people can sign up to hear more about the updates. And that was a route to which Nolan applied. And the process is that once the application comes in, it contains some medical records, and we, based on their medical eligibility, that there's a lot of different inclusion and exclusion criteria for them to meet. And we go through a pre-screening interview process with someone from Neuralink. And at some point, we also go out to their homes to do a BCI home audit. Because one of the most kind of revolutionary part about having this in one system that is completely wireless is that you can use it at home. Like, you don't actually have to go to the lab, and go to the clinic to get connectorized to these like specialized equipment that you can't take home with you. So that's one of the key elements of when we're designing the system that we wanted to keep in mind. Like, people hopefully would want to be able to use this every day in the comfort of their home. And so part of our engagement and what we're looking for during BCI home audit is to just kind of understand their situation, what other assistive technology they use.
And we should also step back and kind of say that the estimate is 180,000 people live with quadriplegia in the United States, and each year an additional 18,000 suffer a paralyzing spinal cord injury. So these are folks who have a lot of challenges living a life in terms of accessibility, in terms of doing the things that many of us just take for granted day to day. And one of the goals of this initial study is to enable them to have sort of digital autonomy, where they by themselves can interact with a digital device using just their mind, something that you're calling telepathy. So digital telepathy, where a quadriplegic can communicate with a digital device in all the ways that we've been talking about. Control the mouse cursor enough to be able to do all kinds of stuff, including play games and tweet and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of people for whom the basics of life are difficult because of the things that have happened to them. So,
yeah, I mean, movement is so fundamental to our existence. Even speaking involves movement of mouth, lip, right? And without that, it's extremely debilitating. And there's many people that we can help. And I mean, especially if we start to kind of look at other forms of movement disorders that are not just from spinal cord injury, but ALS, MS, or even stroke. That leads you, or just aging, right? That leads you to lose some of that ability, that independence. It's extremely difficult.
And all of these are opportunities to help people, to help alleviate suffering, to help improve the quality of life. But each of the things you mentioned is its own little puzzle. And have increasing levels of capability from the device that you device. And so the first one you're focusing on is beautiful word, telepathy. So being able to communicate using the mind wirelessly with a digital device. Can you just explain this exactly what we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly that. I mean, I think if you are able to control a cursor and be able to click and be able to get access to a computer or a phone, I mean, the whole world opens up to you. And I mean, I guess the word telepathy, if you kind of think about that as like definitionally being able to transfer information from my brain to your brain without using some of the physical faculties that you have, like voices.
But the interesting thing is, I mean, the thing that's not obviously clear is how exactly it works. So in order to move a cursor, so there's at least a couple of ways of doing that. So one is you imagine yourself maybe moving a mouse with your hand,
Mhm.
or you can then, which no one talked about, like imagine moving the cursor with your mind. Like I don't, but it's like there is a cognitive step here that's fascinating because you have to use the brain and you have to learn how to use the brain, and you kind of have to figure it out dynamically, like because you reward yourself if it works. So you like, I mean, there's a step that it's just a fascinating step because you have to get the brain start firing in the right way.
Yeah,
and you do that by imagining. Like fake it till you make it, and all of a sudden it creates the right kind of signal that, if decoded correctly, can create the kind of effect. And then there's like noise around that, you have to figure all of that out. But on the human side, imagine the cursor moving. Is what you have to do.
yeah. He says using the force.
The force. I mean, isn't that just like fascinating to you that it works? Like to me, it's like holy shit, that actually works. Like you could move a cursor with your mind.
You know, as much as you're learning to use that thing's also learning about you. Like our models constantly updating the weights to say, oh, if someone is thinking about, you know, this sophisticated forms of like spiking patterns, like that actually means to do this, right?
So the machine is learning about the human, and the human is learning about the machine. So there's adaptability to the signal processing, the decoding step, and then there's the adaptation of knowing the human being. Like the same way, if you give me a new mouse and I move it, I learn very quickly about its sensitivity, so I learn to move it slower.
Mhm.
And then there's other kinds of signal drift and all that kind of stuff they have to adapt to. So both are adapting to each other.
Correct.
That's a fascinating software challenge on both sides. The software on both, on the human software and the
Organic and the inorganic.
organic and inorganic. Anyway, so sorry to rudely interrupt. So there's the selection that Nolan has passed with flying colors. So everything, including that it's a BCI friendly home, all of that. So what is the process of the surgery, implantation, the first moment when he gets to use the system?
The end to end, we say patient in to patient out, is anywhere between 2 to 4 hours. In particular case for Nolan, it was about 3.5 hours. And there's many steps leading to, the actual robot insertion, right? So there's anesthesia, induction, and we do intra-op CT imaging to make sure that we're drilling the hole in the right location. And this is also pre-planned beforehand. Someone like Nolan would go through fMRI, and then they can think about wiggling their hand. Obviously, due to their injury, it's not going to actually lead to any sort of intended output, but it's the same part of the brain that actually lights up when you're imagining moving your finger to actually moving your finger. And that's one of the ways in which we can actually know where to place our threads, because we want to go into what's called the hand knob area in the motor cortex, and as much as possible densely put our electric threads. So yeah, we do intra-op CT imaging to make sure and double check the location of the craniectomy, and surgeon comes in, does their thing in terms of like skin incision, craniectomy, so drilling of the skull, and then there's many different layers of the brain. There's what's called the dura, which is a very, very thick layer that surrounds the brain. That gets actually resected in a process called durectomy. And that then exposes the pia and the brain that you want to insert. And by the time it's been around anywhere between 1 to 1.5 hours, robot comes in, does this thing, placement of the target, inserting of the thread. That takes anywhere between 20 to 40 minutes. In the particular case for Nolan, it was just under or just over 30 minutes. And then after that, the surgeon comes in. There's a couple other steps of like actually inserting the dural substitute layer to protect the thread as well as the brain, and then screw in the implant, and then skin flap, and then suture, and then you're out.
So when Nolan woke up, what was that like? What was the recovery like? And when was the first time he was able to use it?
So he was actually immediately after the surgery, like an hour after the surgery, as he was waking up, we did turn on the device, make sure that we are recording neural signals, and we actually did have a couple signals that we noticed that he can actually modulate. And what I mean by modulate is that he can think about clenching his fist, and you could see the spike disappear and appear.
That's awesome.
And that was immediate, right? Immediate after in the recovery room.
How cool is that? That's a human being. I mean, what did that feel like for you? This device and the human being, the first step of a gigantic journey. I mean, it's a historic moment. Even just that spike, just to be able to modulate that.
Obviously there have been other as you mentioned, pioneers that have participated in these groundbreaking BCI investigational early feasibility studies. So we're obviously standing in the shoulders of the giants here. We're not the first ones to actually put electrodes in the human brain. But I mean, just leading up to the surgery, there was I definitely could not sleep. It's the first time that you're working in a completely new environment. We had a lot of confidence based on our benchtop testing, or preclinical R&D studies, that the mechanism, the threads, the insertion, all that stuff is very safe, and that it's obviously ready for doing this in a human. But there's still a lot of unknown about, can the needle actually insert? We brought something like 40 needles just in case they break, and we ended up using only one. But I mean, that was a level of just complete unknown, right? Because it's a very, very different environment, and that's why we do clinical trial in the first place, to be able to test these things out. So extreme nervousness, and many sleepless nights leading up to the surgery, and definitely the day before the surgery. And it was an early morning surgery. Like we started at 7 in the morning, and by the time it was around 10:30, it was everything was done. But I mean, first time seeing that, well, number one, just huge relief that this thing is doing what it's supposed to do, and two, I mean, just immense amount of gratitude for Nolan and his family, and then many others that have applied and that we've spoken to and will speak to are true pioneers in every war. And I sort of call them the neural astronauts or neural nauts. These amazing, just like in the 60s, right? Like these amazing just pioneers, right? Exploring the unknown outwards. In this case, it's inward. But an incredible amount of gratitude for them to, just participate and play a part. And it's a journey that we're embarking on together. But also, like, I think it was just that was a very, very important milestone. But our work was just starting, so a lot of just kind of anticipation for, okay, what needs to happen next, what are a set of sequences of events that needs to happen for us to make it worthwhile for both Nolan as well as us.
Just to linger on that, just a huge congratulations to you and the team for that milestone. I know there's a lot of work left, but that's really exciting to see. There's that's a source of hope. It's this first big step, opportunity to help hundreds of thousands of people, and then maybe expand the realm of the possible for the human mind for millions of people in the future. So it's really exciting. So, the opportunities are all ahead of us, and to do that safely and to do that effectively was really fun to see. As an engineer, just watching other engineers come together and doing an epic thing, that was awesome. Huge congrats.
Thank you. It's could not have done it without the team, and I mean that's the other thing that I told the team as well. It was just this immense sense of optimism for the future. I mean, it's a very important moment for the company. Needless to say, as well as hopefully for many others out there that.
So speaking of challenges, Neuralink published a blog post describing that some of the threads are tracked, and so the performance, as measured by bits per second, dropped at first, but then eventually was regained. And that the whole story of how it was regained is super interesting. That's definitely something I'll talk to Bliss and to Nolan about. But in general, can you speak to this whole experience? How was the performance regained? And just the technical aspects of the threads being retracted.
The main takeaway is that in the end, the performance have come back and it's actually gotten better than it was before. He's actually just beat the world record yet again last week to 8.5 BPS. So I mean, he's just cranking and he's just improving.
The previous one was that he said was 8.
Correct.
He said 8.5.
Yeah, the previous world record in human was 4.6.
Yeah.
So it's almost double. And his goal is to try to get to 10, which is roughly around kind of the median Neuralinker using a mouse with a hand. So it's getting there.
So yes, so the performance was regained.
Yeah, better than before. So that's the story on its own of what took the BCI team to recover that performance. It was actually mostly on kind of the signal processing. And so, as I mentioned, we were kind of looking at these spike outputs from our electrodes. And what happened is that kind of 4 weeks into the surgery, we noticed that the threads have slowly come out of the brain. And the way in which we noticed this at first, obviously, is that, I think Nolan was the first to notice that his performance was degrading. And I think at the time, we were also trying to do a bunch of different experimentation, different algorithms, different sort of UI, UX. So it was expected that there will be variability in the performance. But we did see kind of a steady decline. And then also the way in which we measure the health of the electrodes or whether they're in the brain or not is by measuring impedance of the electrode. So we look at kind of the interfacial kind of the Randall circuit, like they say, the capacitance and the resistance between the electrosurface and the medium. And if that changes in some dramatic ways, we have some indication. Or if you're not seeing spikes on those channels, we have some indications that something's happening there. And what we noticed is that looking at those impedance plot and spike rate plots, and also because we have those electrodes recording along the depth, we were seeing some sort of movement that indicated that the resolution was and that obviously will have an implication on the model side, because if the number of inputs that are going to the model is changing because you have less of them, that model needs to get updated, right? And but there were still signals, and as I mentioned, similar to how even when you place the signals on the surface of the brain or farther away, like outside the skull, you still see some useful signals. What we started looking at is not just the spike occurrence through this BOSS algorithm that I mentioned, but we started looking at just the power of the frequency band that is interesting for Nolan to be able to modulate. So once we kind of change the algorithm for the implant to not just give you the BOSS output, but also these spike band power output, that helped us sort of refine the model with the new set of inputs, and that was the thing that really ultimately gave us the performance back. In terms of, and obviously, like the thing that we want ultimately, and the thing that we are working towards, is figuring out ways in which we can keep those threads intact for as long as possible, so that we have many more channels going into the model. That's by far the number one priority that the team is currently embarking on to understand how to prevent that from happening. The thing that I will say also is that as I mentioned, this is the first time ever that we're putting these threads in a human brain. And human brain, just for size reference, is 10 times that of the monkey brain or the sheep brain. And it's just a very, very different environment. It moves a lot more. It's like actually moved a lot more than we expected when we did Nolan's surgery. And it's just a very, very different environment than what we're used to. And this is why we do clinical trials. We want to uncover some of these issues and failure modes earlier than later. So in many ways, it's provided us with this enormous amount of data and information to be able to solve this. And this is something that Neuralink is extremely good at. Once we have a set of clear objectives and engineering problems, we have enormous amount of talents across many disciplines to be able to come together and fix the problem very, very quickly.
But it sounds like one of the fascinating challenges here is for the system on the decoding side to be adaptable across different timescales. So whether it's movement of threads or different aspects of signal drift, sort of on the software of the human brain, something changing. Like Nolan talks about cursor drift, they could be corrected, and there's a whole UX challenge to how to do that. So it sounds like adaptability is like a fundamental property that has to be engineered in.
It is, and I mean, I think, as a company, we're extremely vertically integrated. We make these thin film arrays in our own microfab.
Yeah, there's like you said, built in-house. This whole paragraph here from this blog post is pretty gangster. Building the technology described above has been no small feat. There's a bunch of links here that I recommend people click on. We constructed in-house microfabrication capabilities to rapidly produce various iterations of thin film arrays that constitute our electrode threads. We created a custom femtosecond laser mill. Manufacture components with micro-level precision. I think there's a tweet associated with this whole thing. Yeah, this okay. What are we looking at here? This thing. This is so in less than 1 minute, our custom-made femtosecond laser mill cuts this geometry in the tips of our needles. So we're looking at this weirdly shaped needle. The tip is only 10 to 12 microns in width, only slightly larger than the diameter of a red blood cell. The small size allows threads to be inserted with minimal damage to the cortex. Okay, so what's interesting about this geometry? So we're looking at this geometry of a needle.
This is the needle that's engaging with the loops in the thread. So they're the ones that thread the loop and then peel it from the silicon backing. And then this is the thing that gets inserted into the tissue. And then this pulls out, leaving the thread. And this kind of a notch, or the shark tooth that we used to call, is the thing that actually is grasping the loop, and then it's designed in such way such that when you pull out, leaves the loop.
And the robot is controlling this needle.
Correct. So this is actually housed in a cannula, and basically the robot has a lot of the optics that look for where the loop is. There's actually a 4 or 5 nanometer light that actually causes the polyimide to fluoresce, so that you can locate the location of the loop.
So the loop lights up?
Yeah, they do. It's a micron precision process.
What's interesting about the robot that it takes to do that? That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy that a robot is able to get this kind of precision.
Yeah, our robot is quite heavy. Our current version of it, it's like a giant granite slab that weighs about a ton. Because it needs to be sensitive to vibration, environmental vibration, and then as the head is moving at the speed that it's moving, there's a lot of kind of motion control to make sure that you can achieve that level of precision. A lot of optics that kind of zoom in on that. We're working on next generation of the robot that is lighter, easier to transport. I mean, it is a feat to move the robot.
And it's far superior to a human surgeon at this time for this particular task.
Absolutely. I mean, let alone you try to actually thread a loop in a sewing kit. This is we're talking like fractions of human hair. These things it's not visible.
So continuing the paragraph, we developed novel hardware and software testing systems such as our accelerated lifetime testing racks and simulated surgery environment, which is pretty cool, to stress test and validate the robustness of our technologies. We performed many rehearsals of our surgeries to refine our procedures and make them second nature. This is pretty cool. We practice surgeries on proxies with all the hardware and instruments needed in our mock or in the engineering space. This helps us rapidly test and measure. So there's like proxies.
Yeah, this proxy is super cool, actually. So there's a 3D printed skull from the images that is taken at Barrow, as well as this hydrogel mix, sort of synthetic polymer thing that actually mimics the mechanical properties of the brain. It also has vasculature of the person. So basically what we're talking about here, and there's a lot of work that has gone into making this set proxy, that it's about like finding the right concentration of these different synthetic polymers to get the right set of consistency for the needle dynamics, as they're being inserted. But we practice this surgery with the person, Nolan's basically physiology and brain, many times prior to actually doing the surgery.
So to every step,
yeah. Like, where does someone stand? Like what you're looking at is the picture. This is in our office of this kind of corner of the robot engineering space that we have created, this like mock OR space that looks exactly like what they would experience, all the staff would experience during their actual surgery. So I mean, it's just kind of like any dance rehearsal where you know exactly where you're going to stand at what point, and you just practice that over and over and over again with an exact anatomy of someone that you're going to surgerize. And it got to a point where a lot of our engineers, when we created a craniectomy, they're like, "Oh, that looks very familiar. We've seen that before."
Yeah. And there's wisdom you can gain through doing the same thing over and over and over. It's like Jiro Dreams of Sushi kind of thing. Because then it's like Olympic athletes visualize the Olympics, and then once you actually show up, it feels easy. It feels like any other day. It feels almost boring winning the gold medal because you visualized this so many times, you've practiced this so many times, and nothing about it is new. It's boring. You win the gold medal is boring, and the experience they talk about is mostly just relief. Mm-hmm. Probably that they don't have to visualize it anymore.
Yeah, the power of the mind to visualize, and where there's a whole field that studies where muscle memory lies in cerebellum. Yeah, it's incredible.
I think it's a good place to actually ask sort of the big question that people might have is, how do we know every aspect of this that you described is safe?
At the end of the day, the gold standard is to look at the tissue. What sort of trauma did you cause the tissue, and does that correlate to whatever behavioral anomalies that you may have seen? And that's the language to which we can communicate about the safety of inserting something into the brain and what type of trauma that you can cause. So we actually have an entire department of pathology that looks at these tissue slices. There are many steps that are involved in doing this. Once you have studies that are launched to with particular endpoints in mind, at some point you have to euthanize the animal, and then you go through necropsy to collect the brain tissue samples. You fix them in formalin, and you roast them, you section them, and you look at individual slices just to see what kind of reaction or lack thereof exists. So that's the kind of the language to which FDA speaks, and as well for us to kind of evaluate the safety of the insertion mechanism as well as the threads at various different time points, both acute, so anywhere between 0 to 3 months to beyond 3 months.
So those are kind of the details of an extremely high standard of safety that has to be reached.
Correct.
FDA supervises this, but there's in general just a very high standard. And every aspect of this, including the surgery. I think Matthew McDougall has mentioned that, like, the standard is, let's say, how to put it politely, higher than maybe some other operations that we take for granted. So the standard for all the surgical stuff here is extremely high, very high. I mean, it's a highly, highly regulated environment with the governing agencies that scrutinize every medical device that gets marketed, and I think it's a good thing. It's good to have those high standards, and we try to hold extremely high standards to kind of understand what sort of damage, if any, these innovative emerging technologies and new technology that we're building are. And so far, we have been extremely impressed by lack of immune response from these things. Speaking of which, you talked to me with excitement about the histology and some of the images that you're able to share. Can you explain to me what we're looking at?
Yeah, so what you're looking at is a stained tissue image. So this is a sectioned tissue slice from an animal that was implanted for 7 months, so a chronic time point. And you're seeing all these different colors. And each color indicates specific types of cell type. So purple and pink are astrocytes and microglia, respectively. They're types of glial cells. And the other thing that people may not be aware of is the brain is not just made up of soup of neurons and axons. There are other cells like glial cells that actually kind of is the glue and also react if there any trauma or damage to the tissue.
The brown are the neurons.
The brown are the neurons.
Are neurons.
Yeah. So what we're seeing is in this kind of macro image, you're seeing these like circle highlighted in white, the insertion site. And when you zoom into one of those, you see the threads, and then in this particular case, I think we're seeing about the 16 wires that are going into the page. And the incredible thing here is the fact that you have the neurons that are these brown structures or brown circular or elliptical thing that are actually touching and abutting the threads. So what this is saying is that there's basically zero trauma that's caused during this insertion. And with these neural interfaces, these microelectrodes that you insert, that is one of the most common mode of failure. So when you insert these threads, like the Utah array, it causes neuronal death around the site because you're inserting a foreign object, right? And that kind of elicits these like immune response through microglia and astrocytes. They form this like protective layer around it. Or not only are you killing the neuron cells, but you're also creating this protective layer that then basically prevents you from recording neural signals because you're getting further and further away from the neurons that you're trying to record. And that is the biggest mode of failure. And in this particular example, in that inset, it's about 50 micron with that scale bar. The neurons seem to be attracted to it.
And so there's certainly no trauma. That's a beautiful image, by the way. So the brown of the neurons. For some reason, I can't look away.
Yeah, and the way that these things look, I mean, your tissues generally don't have these beautiful colors. This is multiplex staining that uses these different proteins that are staining these at different colors. We use very standard set of staining techniques with HE, EVA1, and NUN, and GFAP. So if you go to the next image, this is also kind of illustrates the second point, because you can make an argument. And initially, when we saw the previous image, we said, "Oh, like, are the threads just floating? Like, what is happening here? Like, are we actually looking at the right thing?" So what we did is we did another stain, and this is all done in-house, of this Hassan's trichrome stain, which is in blue, that shows these collagen layers. So the blue basically, like, you don't want the blue around the implant thread, because that means that there's some sort of scarring that's happened. And what you're seeing, if you look at individual threads, is that you don't see any of the blue, which means that there has been absolutely, or very, very minimal, to a point where it's not detectable amount of trauma in these instances.
So that presumably is one of the big benefits of having this kind of flexible thread.
Yeah, so we think this is primarily due to the size as well as the flexibility of the threads. Also the fact that R1 is avoiding vasculature, so we're not disrupting or we're not causing damage to the vessels and not breaking any of the blood-brain barrier, has basically caused the immune response to be muted.
But this is also a nice illustration of the size of things So this is the tip of the thread.
Yeah, those are neurons.
And they're neurons. And this is the thread listening. And the electrodes are positioned how?
Yeah, so this is what you're looking at is not electrodes themselves. Those are the conductive wires. So each of those should probably be 2 micron in width. So what we're looking at is we're looking at the coronal stuff. So you're looking at some slice of the tissue. So as you go deeper, you'll obviously have less and less of the tapering of the thread. But yeah, the point basically being that there's just kind of cells around the inserted site, which is it's just an incredible thing to see. I've just never seen anything like it.
How easy and safe is it to remove these?
Yeah, so it depends on when. In the first 3 months or so after the surgery, there's a lot of kind of tissue modeling that's happening. Similar to when you get a cut. You obviously start over first couple weeks, depending on the size of the wound, scar tissue, right? These are contracted, and then in the end they turn into scab. And the same thing happens in the brain, and it's a very dynamic environment. And before the scar tissue or the new membrane or the new membrane that forms, it's quite easy to just pull out, and there's minimal trauma that's caused during that. Once the scar tissue forms, and with Nolan as well, we believe that that's the thing that's currently anchoring the thread. So we haven't seen any more movements since then. So they're quite stable. It gets harder to actually completely extract the threads. So our current method for removing the device is cutting the thread, leaving the tissue intact, and then unscrewing and taking the implant. And that hole is now going to be plugged with either another Neuralink or just with kind of a PEEK-based, plastic-based cap.
Is it okay to leave the threads in there forever?
Yeah, we think so. We've done studies where we left them there, and one of the biggest concerns that we had is like, do they migrate and do they get to a point where they should not be? We haven't seen that. Again, once the scar tissue forms, they get anchored in place. And I should also say that when we say upgrades, we're not just talking in theory here. Like, we've actually upgraded many times. Most of our monkeys, non-human primates, NHP, have been upgraded. Pager, who you saw playing Mind Pong, has the latest version of the device since 2 years ago and is seemingly very happy and healthy and fat.
So what's designed for the future, the upgrade procedure? So maybe for Nolan, what would the upgrade look like? It was essentially, what you're mentioning, is there a way to upgrade the device internally, where you take it apart, sort of keep the capsule and upgrade the internal?
Yeah, so there are a couple different things here. So for Nolan, if we were to upgrade, what we would have to do is either cut the threads or extract the threads, depending on kind of the situation there in terms of how they're anchored or scarred in. If you were to remove them with the dural substitute, you have an intact brain, so you can reinsert different threads with an updated implant package. There are a couple different other ways that we're thinking about the future of what the upgradable system looks like. One is, at the moment we currently remove the dura, this kind of thick layer that protects the brain. But that actually is the thing that actually proliferates the scar tissue formation. So typically, the general good rule of thumb is you want to leave the nature as is and not disrupt it as much. So we're looking at ways to insert the threads through the dura, which comes with different set of challenges, such as it's a pretty thick layer. So how do you actually penetrate that without breaking the needle? So we're looking at different needle design for that, as well as the kind of the loop engagement. The other biggest challenges are it's quite opaque optically and with white light illumination. So how do you avoid still this biggest advantage that we have of avoiding vasculature. How do you image through that? How do you actually still mediate that? So there are other imaging techniques that we're looking at to enable that. But the goal, our hypothesis is that, and based on some of the early evidence that we have, doing through the dura insertion will cause minimal scarring that causes them to be much easier to extract over time. And the other thing that we're also looking at, this is going to be a fundamental change in the implant architecture, is at the moment it's a monolithic single implant that comes with a thread that's bonded together, so you can't actually separate the thing out. But you can imagine having two-part implant. Bottom part that is the thread that are inserted that has the chips and maybe a radio and some power source, and then you have another implant that has more of the computational heavy load and the bigger battery. And then one can be under the dura, one can be above the dura, like being the plug for the skull. They can talk to each other, but the thing that you want to upgrade, the computer, and not the thread, if you want to upgrade that, you just go in there, remove the screws, and then put in the next version. And it's a very, very easy surgery too. Like you do a skin incision, slip this in, screw. Probably be able to do this in 10 minutes.
So that would allow you to reuse the thread, sort of.
Correct.
So, this leads to the natural question of what is the pathway to scaling the increase in the number of threads? Is that a priority? Is that what's the technical challenge there?
Yeah, that is a priority. So for next versions of the implant, the key metrics that we're looking to improve are number of channels, just recording from more and more neurons. We have a pathway to actually go from currently 1,000 to hopefully 3,000, if not 6,000 by end of this year. And then end of next year, we want to get to There's a couple of limitations to that. One is, obviously being able to photolithographically print those wires. As I mentioned, it's 2 micron in width and in spacing. Obviously, there are chips that are much more advanced than those types of resolution, and we have some of the tools that we have brought in-house to be able to do that. So traces will be narrower, just so that you have to have more wires coming into the chip. Chips also cannot linearly consume more energy as you have more and more channels. So there's a lot of innovations in the circuit, in architecture as well as the circuit design topology to make them lower power. You need to also think about if you have all of these spikes, how do you send that off to the end application? So you need to think about bandwidth limitation there and potentially innovations in signal processing. Physically, one of the biggest challenges is going to be the interface. It's always the interface that breaks. Bonding this thin film array to the electronics, it starts to become very, very highly dense interconnects. So how do you connectorize that? There's a lot of innovations in kind of the 3D integrations in the recent years that we can take advantage of. One of the biggest challenges that we do have is forming this hermetic barrier, right? This is an extremely harsh environment that we're in, the brain. So how do you protect it from the brain trying to kill your electronics to also your electronics leaking things that you don't want into the brain, and that forming that hermetic barrier is going to be a very, very big challenge that we I think are actually well suited to tackle.
How do you test that? Like, what's the development environment?
Yeah,
to simulate that kind of harshness.
Yeah, so this is where the accelerated life tester essentially is a brain in a vat. It literally is a vessel that is made up of, and again, for all intents and purpose for this particular type of test, the brain is a salt pump, and you can also put some other set of chemicals like reactive oxygen species that get at kind of these interfaces and trying to cause a reaction to pull it apart. But you can also increase the rate at which these interfaces are aging by just increasing temperature. So every 10 degrees Celsius that you increase, you're basically accelerating time by 2x. And there's a limit as to how much temperature you want to increase, because at some point there's some other nonlinear dynamics that causes you to have other nasty gases to form that just is not realistic in an environment. So what we do is we increase in our ALT chamber by 20 degrees Celsius, that increases the aging by four times. So essentially 1 day in ALT chamber is 4 days in calendar year, and we look at whether the implants still are intact, including the thread
and operation and all of that.
and operation and all of that. It obviously is not an exact same environment as the brain, because the brain has mechanical, other more biological goops that attack at it. But it is a good testing environment for at least the enclosure and the strength of the enclosure. And I mean, we've had implants, the current version of the implant that has been in there for, close to 2.5 years, which is equivalent to a decade. They seem to be fine.
So it's interesting that the brain. So basically, close approximation is warm salt water. Hot salt water is a good testing environment.
Yeah.
Right around drinking element, which is basically salt water, which is making me kind of. It doesn't have computational power the way the brain does, but maybe in terms of other characteristics, it's quite similar.
Yeah, you have to get it at the right pH too.
And then consciousness will emerge.
Yeah. No.
All right.
But by the way, the other thing that also is interesting about our enclosure is, if you look at our implant, it's not your common-looking medical implant that usually is encased in a titanium can that's laser welded. We use this polymer called PCTFE, polychlorotrifluoroethylene, which is actually commonly used in blister packs. So when you have a pill and you try to pop a pill, there's like kind of that plastic membrane. That's what this is. No one's actually ever used this except us. And the reason we wanted to do this is because it's electromagnetically transparent. So when we talked about the electromagnetic inductive charging with titanium can, and usually if you want to do something like that, you have to have a sapphire window, and it's a very, very tough process.
So you're doing a lot of iteration in every aspect of this: the materials, the software, the
whole shebang.
So you mentioned scaling. Is it possible to have multiple Neuralink devices as one of the ways of scaling? To have multiple Neuralink devices implanted? Testable.
Yeah, we've had. Our monkeys have had 2 or 1 in each hemisphere, and then we're also looking at potential of having 1 in for cortex, 1 in visual cortex, and 1 in whatever other cortex.
So focusing on a particular function, 1 Neuralink device. I wonder if there's some level of customization that can be done on the compute side. So for the motor cortex,
absolutely. That's the goal. And we talk about at Neuralink building a generalized neural interface to the brain. And that also is strategically how we're approaching this with marketing and also with regulatory, which is, hey, look, we have the robot, and the robot can access any part of the cortex. Right now, we're focused on motor cortex with current version of the N1 that's specialized for motor decoding tasks. But also, at the end of the day, there's kind of a general compute available there. But typically, if you want to really get down to kind of hyper optimizing for power and efficiency, you do need to get to some specialized function, right? But what we're saying is that, hey, you are now used to this robotic insertion techniques, which took many years of showing data and conversation with the FDA, and also internally convincing ourselves that this is it. And now the difference is that if you go to other parts of the brain, like visual cortex, which we're interested in as our second product, obviously it's a completely different environment. The cortex is laid out very, very differently. It's going to be more stimulation focused rather than recording, just kind of creating visual percepts. But in the end, we're using the same thin film array technology. We're using the same robot insertion technology. We're using the same packaging technology. Now it's more the conversation is focused around what are the differences and what are the implications of those differences in safety and efficacy.
The way you said second product is both hilarious and awesome to me. That product being restoring sight for blind people. So, can you speak to stimulating the visual cortex? I mean, the possibilities there are just incredible to be able to give that gift back to people who don't have sight or even any aspect of that. Can you just speak to the challenges of? There's several challenges here.
Oh, many.
One of which is, like you said, from recording to stimulation. Any aspect of that that you're both excited and see the challenges of.
Yeah, I guess I'll start by saying that we actually have been capable of stimulating through our thin film array as well as our electronics for years. We have actually demonstrated some of that capabilities for reanimating the limb in the spinal cord. Obviously for the current EFS study, we've hardware disabled that, so that's something that we wanted to embark as a separate journey. And obviously there are many different ways to write information into the brain. The way in which we're doing that is through electrical, passing electrical current and kind of causing that to really change the local environment so that you can sort of artificially cause kind of the neurons to depolarize in nearby areas. For vision specifically, the way our visual system works, it's both well understood. I mean, anything with kind of brain, there are aspects of it that's well understood, but in the end, you don't really know anything. But the way visual system works is that you have photon hitting your eye, and in your eyes, there are these specialized cells called photoreceptor cells that convert the photon energy into electrical signals, and then that then gets projected to your back of your head, your visual cortex. It goes through actually a thalamic system called LGN that then projects it out, and then in the visual cortex there's visual area 1 or V1, and then there's a bunch of other higher level processing layers like V2, V3, and there are actually kind of interesting parallels in when you study the behaviors of these convolutional neural networks, like what the different layers of the network is detecting. And of course, they're detecting like these edges, and they're then detecting some more natural curves, and then they start to detect like objects, right? Kind of similar thing happens in the brain, and a lot of that has been inspired, and also it's been kind of exciting to see some of the correlations there. But things like from there where this cognition arise and where it's color encoded, there's not a lot of fundamental understanding there. So in terms of kind of bringing sight back to those that are blind, there are many different forms of blindness. There's actually 1 million people in the U.S. that are legally blind. That means certain a score below in kind of the visual test. I think it's something like if you can see something at 20 feet distance that normal people can see at 200 feet distance, like if you're worse than that, you're legally blind.
So fundamentally, that means you can't function effectively.
Correct.
Using sight in the world.
Yeah, like to navigate your environment. And yeah, there's different forms of blindness. There are forms of blindness where there's some degeneration of your retina, these photoreceptor cells, and the rest of your visual processing that I described is intact. And for those types of individuals, you may not need to maybe stick electrodes into the visual cortex. You can actually build retinal prosthetic devices that actually just replaces a function of that retinal cells that are degenerated. And there are many companies that are working on that. But that's a very small slice. Albeit significant, still smaller slice of folks that are legally blind. If there's any damage along that circuitry, whether it's in the optic nerve or the LGN circuitry or any break in that circuit, that's not going to work for you. And the source of where you need to actually cause that visual percept to happen, because your biological mechanism of doing that is by placing electrodes in your visual cortex in the back of your head. And the way in which this would work is that you would have an external camera, whether it's something as unsophisticated as a GoPro, or some sort of wearable Ray-Ban type glasses that I was working on that captures a scene, right? And that scene is then converted to a set of electrical impulses or stimulation pulses that you would activate in your visual cortex through these thin film arrays. And by playing some concerted kind of orchestra of these stimulation patterns, you can create what's called phosphenes, which are these kind of white yellowish dots that you can also create by just pressing your eyes. You can actually create those percepts by stimulating the visual cortex. And the name of the game is really have many of those and have those percepts the phosphenes be as small as possible, so that you can start to tell apart, like they're the individual pixels of the screen, right? So if you have many of those, potentially you'll be able to, in the long term, be able to actually get naturalistic vision. But in the short term to maybe midterm, being able to at least be able to have object detection algorithms run on your glasses, the pre-processing units, and then being able to at least see the edges of things so you don't bump into stuff.
This is incredible. This is really incredible. So you basically would be adding pixels, and your brain would start to figure out what those pixels mean.
Yeah,
and like with the different kinds of the system and the signal processing on all fronts.
Yeah. The thing that actually, a couple things. One is, obviously, if you're blind from birth, the way brain works, especially in the early age, neuroplasticity is really nothing other than kind of your brain and different parts of your brain fighting for the limited territory.
Yeah.
And I mean, very, very quickly you see cases where people that are, I mean, you also hear about people who are blind that have heightened sense of hearing or some other senses, and the reason for that is that cortex that's not used just gets taken over by these different parts of the cortex. So for those types of individuals, I mean, I guess they're going to have to now map some other parts of their senses into what they call vision, but it's going to be obviously a very, very different conscious experience. So I think that's an interesting caveat. The other thing that also is important to highlight is that we're currently limited by our biology in terms of the wavelength that we can see. There's a very, very small wavelength that is a visible light wavelength that we can see with our eyes. But when you have an external camera with this DCI system, you're not limited to that. You can have infrared, you can have UV, you can have whatever other spectrum that you want to see. And whether that gets mapped to some sort of weird conscious experience, I have no idea. But when oftentimes I talk to people about the goal of Neuralink being going beyond the limits of our biology. That's sort of what I mean.
And if you're able to control the kind of raw signal, is it when we use our sight, we're getting the photons, and there's not much processing on it. If you're able to control that signal, maybe you can do some kind of processing. Maybe you do object detection ahead of time.
Yeah,
you're doing some kind of pre-processing, and there's a lot of possibilities to explore that. So it's not just increasing sort of thermal imaging, that kind of stuff, but it's also just doing some kind of interesting processing.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, my theory of how a visual system works also is that, I mean, there's just so many things happening in the world, and there's a lot of photons that are going into your eye, and it's unclear exactly where some of the pre-processing steps are happening. But I mean, I actually think that just from a fundamental perspective, there's just so much, the reality that we're in, if it's a reality, is so, there's so much data, and I think humans are just unable to actually eat enough actually to process all that information. So there's some sort of filtering that does happen, whether that happens in the retina, whether that happens in different layers of the visual cortex, unclear. But the analogy that I sometimes think about is, if your brain is a CCD camera, and all of the information in the world is a sun. And when you try to actually look at the sun with the CCD camera, it's just going to saturate the sensors, right? Because it's an enormous amount of energy. So what you do is you end up adding these filters. right? To just kind of narrow the information that's coming to you and being captured. And I think, things like our experiences or our, uh, like drugs like propofol, that like anesthetic drug, or psychedelics. What they're doing is they're kind of swapping out these filters and putting in new ones or removing older ones and kind of controlling our conscious experience.
Yeah, man, not to distract from the topic, but I just took a very high dose of ayahuasca in the Amazon jungle. So yes, it's a nice way to think about it. You're swapping out different experiences, and with Neuralink being able to control that, primarily at first to improve function, not for entertainment purposes or enjoyment purposes, but
Giving back lost functions.
giving back lost functions. And there, especially
Wonderful.
when the function is completely lost, anything is a huge help. Would you implant a Neuralink device in your own brain?
Absolutely. I mean, maybe not right now, but absolutely.
What kind of capability, once reached, you start getting real curious and almost get a little antsy, like jealous of people that get as you watch them get implanted?
Yeah, I mean, even with our early participants, if they start to do things that I can't do, which I think is in the realm of possibility for them to be able to get, 15, 20, if not like 100 BPS, right? There's nothing that fundamentally stops us from being able to achieve that type of performance. I mean, I would certainly get jealous that they can do that.
I should say that watching Nolan, I get a little jealous because he's having so much fun, and it seems like such a chill way to play video games.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the thing that also is hard to appreciate sometimes is that, he's doing these things while talking, and I mean, it's multitasking, right? So it's clearly, it's obviously cognitively intensive, but similar to how, when we talk, we move our hands, like these things, like like are multitasking. I mean, he's able to do that, and you won't be able to do that with other assistive technology, as far as I'm aware. If you're obviously using like an eye tracking device, you're very much fixated on that thing that you're trying to do. And if you're using voice control, I mean, like if you say some other stuff, you don't get to use that.
yeah, the multitasking aspect of that is really interesting. So it's not just the BPS for the primary task; it's the parallelization of multitask. If you measure the BPS for the entirety of the human organism, so if you're talking and doing a thing with your mind and looking around, also, I mean, there's just a lot of parallelization that can be happening.
I mean, I think at some point for him, like if he wants to really achieve those high level BPS, it does require like full attention, right? And that's a separate circuitry that is a big mystery, like how attention works, and
attention, like cognitive load. I've read a lot of literature on people doing two tasks. Like you have your primary task and a secondary task, and the secondary task is a source of distraction. And how does that affect the performance of the primary task? And there's, depending on the task, there's a lot of interesting. I mean, this is an interesting computational device, right? And I think there's,
to say the least,
a lot of novel insights that can be gained from it. I mean, I personally am surprised that no one's able to do such incredible control of the cursor while talking, and also being nervous at the same time, because he's talking like all of us are. If you're talking in front of the camera, you get nervous. So all of those are coming into play, and he's able to still achieve high performance. Surprising. I mean, all of this is really amazing. And I think just after researching this really in depth, I kind of want to really
get in line.
And also the safety get in line. Well, we should say the registry is for people who have quadriplegia and all that kind of stuff. So there'll be a separate line for people. They're just curious, like myself. So now that Nolan, patient P1, is part of the ongoing Prime study, what's the high-level vision for P2, P3, P4, P5, and just the expansion into other human beings that are getting to experience this implant?
Yeah, I mean, the primary goal is, for our study in the first place is to achieve safety endpoints, just understand safety of this device as well as the implantation process. Um, and also at the same time, understand the efficacy and the impact that it could have on the potential users' lives. And just because you have, and you're living with tetraplegia, it doesn't mean your situation is same as another person living with tetraplegia. It's widely varying, and it's something that we're hoping to also understand how our technology can serve not just a very small slice of those individuals, but broader group of individuals, and being able to get the feedback to just really build the best product for them. So our there's obviously also goals that we have, and the primary purpose of the early feasibility study is to learn from each and every participant to improve the device, improve the surgery before we embark on what's called a pivotal study that then is a much larger trial that starts to look at statistical significance of your endpoints. And that's required before you can then market the device. And that's how it works in the U.S. and just generally around the world. That's the process you follow. So our goal is to really just understand from people like Nolan, P2, P3, future participants, what aspects of our device needs to improve. If it turns out that people are like, I really don't like the fact that it lasts only 6 hours. I want to be able to use this computer for like 24 hours. I mean, that is a user needs and user requirements, which we can only find out from just being able to engage with.
So before the pivotal study, there's kind of like a rapid innovation based on individual experiences. You're learning from individual people how they use it, like the high resolution details in terms of like cursor control and signal and all that kind of stuff to like life experience.
Yeah. So there's hardware changes, but also just firmware updates. So even when we had that sort of recovery event for Nolan, he now has the new firmware that he has been updated with, and it's similar to how like your phones get updated all the time with new firmwares for security patches, whatever new functionality, UI, right? And that's something that is possible with our implant. It's not a static, one-time device that can only do the thing that it said it can do. I mean, similar to Tesla, you can do over-the-air firmware updates, and now you have completely new user interface and all this bells and whistles and improvements on everything, like the latest, right? That's when we say generalized platform, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's really cool how the app that Nolan is using. There's like calibration, all that kind of stuff, and then there's update. just you just click and get an update. What other future capabilities are you kind of looking to? You said vision. That's a fascinating one. What about sort of accelerated typing or speech, this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
What else is there?
Those are still in the realm of movement program. So largely speaking, we have two programs. We have the movement program and we have the vision program. The movement program currently is focused around the digital freedom. As you can easily guess, if you can control a 2D cursor in the digital space, you could move anything in the physical space. So robotic arms, wheelchair, your environment, or even really like whether it's through the phone or just like directly to those interfaces, so like to those machines. So we're looking at ways to kind of expand those types of capability even for Nolan. That requires conversation with the FDA and kind of showing safety data for if there's a robotic arm or a wheelchair that we can guarantee that they're not going to hurt themselves accidentally. Right? It's very different if you're moving stuff in the digital domain versus in the physical space. You can actually potentially cause harm to participants. So we're working through that right now. Speech does involve different areas of the brain. Speech prosthetic is very, very fascinating, and there's actually been a lot of really amazing work that's been happening in academia. Sergei Stavitsky at UC Davis, Jamie Henderson, and late Krishna Shenoy at Stanford are doing just some incredible amount of work in improving speech neuroprosthetics, and those are actually looking more at parts of the motor cortex that are controlling, these vocal articulators, and being able to like even by mouthing the word or imagine speech, you can pick up those signals. The more sophisticated, higher level processing areas like the Broca's area or Wernicke's area, those are still very, very big mystery in terms of the underlying mechanism of how all that stuff works. But yeah, I mean, I think Neuralink's eventual goal is to kind of understand those things, and be able to provide a platform and tools to be able to understand that and study that.
This is where I get to the pothead questions. Do you think we can start getting insight into things like thought? So speech is there's a muscular component, like you said. There's like the act of producing sounds. But then what about the internal things like cognition? Like low-level thoughts and high-level thoughts. Do you think we'll start noticing kind of signals that could be picked up? They could be understood. They could be maybe used in order to interact with the outside world.
In some ways, like I guess this starts to kind of get into the hard problem of consciousness, and I mean, on one hand, all of these are at some point set of electrical signals that from there maybe it in itself is giving you the cognition or the meaning, or somehow human mind is an incredibly amazing storytelling machine, so we're telling ourselves and fooling ourselves that there's some interesting meaning here. But I certainly think that BCI, and really BCI at the end of the day is a set of tools that help you kind of study the underlying mechanisms in a both like local but also broader sense. And whether there's some interesting patterns of like electrical signal that means like you're thinking this versus, and you can either like learn from like many sets of data to correlate some of that and be able to do mind reading or not. I'm not sure. I certainly would not kind of rule that out as a possibility, but I think BCI alone probably can't do that. There's probably additional set of tools and framework, and also like just hard problem of consciousness at the end of the day is rooted in this philosophical question of like where's the meaning of it all? What's the nature of our existence? Like where's the mind emerge from this complex network? Like,
yeah, how does the subjective experience emerge from just a bunch of spikes, electrical spikes?
Yeah. I mean, we do really think about BCI and what we're building as a tool for understanding the mind, the brain. The only question that matters. There's actually there actually is some biological existence proof of like what it would take to kind of start to form some of these experiences that may be unique. If you actually look at every one of our brains, there are two hemispheres. There's a left-sided brain, there's a right-sided brain, and I mean, unless you have some other conditions, you normally don't feel like left legs or right legs. Like you just feel like one leg, right? So what is happening there, right? If you actually look at the two hemispheres, there's a structure that kind of connectorizes the two called the corpus callosum that is supposed to have around 200 to 300 million connections or axons. So whether that means that's the number of interface and electrodes that we need to create some sort of mind meld, or from that, like whatever new conscious experience that you can experience. But yeah, I do think that there's like kind of an interesting existence proof that we all have.
And that threshold is unknown at this time.
Oh yeah, these things, everything in this domain is speculation.
And then there will be, you'd be continuously pleasantly surprised. Do you see a world where there's millions of people like tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people walking around with the Neuralink device, or multiple Neuralink devices in their brain.
I do. First of all, there are, like, if you look at worldwide, people suffering from movement disorders and visual deficits. I mean, that's in the tens, if not hundreds of millions of people. So that alone, I think there's a lot of benefit and potential good that we can do with this type of technology. And once you start to get into kind of like psychiatric application, depression, anxiety, hunger, or obesity, right? Like mood control of appetite. I mean, that starts to become very real to everyone.
Not to mention that most people on Earth have a smartphone, and once BCI starts competing with the smartphone as a preferred methodology of interacting with the digital world, that also becomes an interesting thing.
Oh yeah, I mean this is even before going to that, right? I mean, there's like almost, I mean, the entire world that could benefit from these types of things. And then, yeah, like if we're talking about kind of next generation of how we interface with machines or even ourselves, in many ways, I think BCI can play a role in that. And some of the things that I also talk about is I do think that there is a real possibility that you could see 8 billion people walking around with Neuralink.
Well, thank you so much for pushing ahead, and I look forward to that exciting future.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with DJ Sa. And now, dear friends, here's Matthew McDougall, the head neurosurgeon at Neuralink. When did you first become fascinated with the human brain?
Since forever. As far back as I can remember, I've been interested in the human brain. I mean, I was, a thoughtful kid and a bit of an outsider. And you sit there thinking about what the most important things in the world are in your little tiny adolescent brain. And the answer that I came to, that I converged on, was that all of the things you can possibly conceive of as things that are important for human beings to care about are literally contained, in the skull. Both the perception of them and their relative values, and the solutions to all our problems, and all of our problems are all contained.
Yo,
And
pimp.
we knew more about how that.
Same thing that we do every fucking day. Try to go viral. No. I gotcha. Well, I understand. Yeah, I think that it's good to get breaks from blue light. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I wear a sleep mask, and because I don't want to I want to limit myself to the exposure as best I can, so at least my body gets like 8 hours of recharging. But yeah, hey, I mean, certainly take any breaks that you need, and yeah, excellent. Well, that with your phone too. All right, I gotcha. Excellent. Tonight, if you can come back, and I'll send you a message if you want. But I'm going to do a concert. Excellent. I'm going to do a concert, so I'll find a Discord. So Maya's Playhouse, I've gotten some I've gotten like 20 people in there at one time for one concert, but obviously last night people were just in and out. But there are singing discords as well, like not karaoke, but they're just singing. So I'm thinking of just doing it there because people there are really interested in other people singing and such. So I will send you an invite to the Discord. Should I do that? And I'll keep you updated. Okay. Excellent. Well, you get the necessary break that you need. Peace, man. Get the necessary break that you need. Peace, man. All right. Excellent. Sounds great.
Worked.
Take care.
Brain encodes information and generates desires and generates agony and suffering. We could do more about it. You think about all the really great triumphs in human history. You think about all the really horrific tragedies. You think about the Holocaust. You think about any prison full of human stories. And all of those problems boil down to neurochemistry. So if you get a little bit of control over that, you provide people the option to do better. In the way I read history, the way people have dealt with having better tools is that they most often, in the end, do better, with huge asterisks. But I think it's an interesting, worthy, and noble pursuit to give people more options, more tools.
Yeah, that's a fascinating way to look at human history. You just imagine all these neurobiological mechanisms, Stalin, Hitler, all of these, Genghis Khan, all of them just had like a brain, just a bunch of neurons, like a few tens of billions of neurons, gaining a bunch of information over a period of time. They have a set of modules that does language and memory and all that. And from there, in the case of those people, they're able to murder millions of people.
Yeah. She's a dance machine.
Yeah, all that comes from there's not some glorified notion of a dictator of this enormous mind or something like this. It's just the brain.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of that has to do with how well people like that can organize those around them.
Other brains.
Yeah. And so I always find it interesting to look to primatology, look to our closest non-human relatives for clues as to how humans are going to behave and what particular humans are able to achieve. And so you look at chimpanzees and bonobos. They're similar, but different in their social structures, particularly. And I went to Emory in Atlanta and studied under Franz de Waal, the great Franz de Waal, who was kind of the leading primatologist who recently died. And his work in looking at chimps through the lens of how you watch an episode of Friends and understand the motivations of the characters interacting with each other. He would look at a chimp colony and basically apply that lens.
Oh, that is the worst.
Massively oversimplifying it. If you do that, instead of just saying subject 473 through the species of subject 471, you talk about them in terms of their human struggles, accord them the dignity of themselves.
Are you fucking serious?
Understandable goals and drives, what they want out of life, and primarily it's
this is live.
Food, sex, companionship, power. You can understand chimp and bonobo behavior in the same light.
Dance.
And I think
She's a dancing machine.
Gives you the tools to reduce human behavior from the kind of false complexity that we layer onto it with language.
That's so fucking funny.
And look at it in terms of, these humans are looking for companionship, sex, food, power.
Like Walter Payton over defensive lies.
It's a pretty powerful tool to have in understanding human behavior.
And I just went to the Amazon jungle for a few weeks, and it's a very visceral reminder that a lot of life on Earth is just trying to get laid.
Yeah.
They're all screaming at each other. Like I saw a lot of monkeys, and they're just trying to impress each other, or maybe there's a battle for power, but a lot of the battle for power has to do with them getting laid.
Right. Breeding rights often go with alpha status. And so if you can get a piece of that, then you're going to do okay.
And we'd like to think that we're somehow something that be different, but especially when it comes to primates, we really aren't. We can use fancier poetic language, but maybe some of the underlying drives and motivators are similar.
Yeah, I think that's true.
And all of that is coming from this, the brain. Yeah. When did you first start studying the brain as a biological mechanism?
Basically, the moment I got to college, I started looking around for labs that I could do neuroscience work in. I originally approached that from the angle of looking at interactions between the brain and the immune system, which isn't the most obvious place to start. But I had this idea at the time that the contents of your thoughts would have an impact, a direct impact, maybe a powerful one, on non-conscious systems in your body, the systems we think of as, homeostatic, automatic mechanisms, like fighting off a virus, like repairing a wound. And sure enough, there are big crossovers between the two. I mean, it gets to kind of a key point that I think goes under-recognized. One of the things people don't recognize or appreciate about the human brain enough, and that is that it basically controls or has a huge role in almost everything that your body does. Like you try to name an example of something in your body that isn't directly controlled or massively influenced by the brain, and it's pretty hard. I mean, you might say like bone healing or something, but even those systems, the hypothalamus and pituitary end up playing a role in coordinating the endocrine system that does have a direct influence on, say, calcium level in your blood that goes to bone healing. So non-obvious connections between those things implicate the brain as really a potent prime mover in all of health.
One of the things I realized in the other direction too, how most of the systems in the body are integrated with the human brain, that they affect the brain also, like the immune system. I think there's just, people who study Alzheimer's and those kinds of things. It's just surprising how much you can understand that from the immune system, from the other systems that don't obviously seem to have anything to do with sort of the nervous system. They all play together.
Yeah, you can understand how that would be driven by evolution too. Just as some simple examples. If you get sick, if you get a communicable disease, you get the flu, it's pretty advantageous for your immune system to tell your brain, hey, now be antisocial for a few days. Don't go be the life of the party tonight. In fact, maybe just cuddle up somewhere warm under a blanket and just stay there for a day or two. And sure enough, that tends to be the behavior that you see both in animals and in humans. If you get sick, elevated levels of interleukins in your blood and TNF-alpha in your blood ask the brain to cut back on social activity and even moving around. You have lower locomotor activity in animals that are infected with viruses.
So from there, the early days in neuroscience to surgery, when did that step happen?
Yeah,
Leap.
It was sort of an evolution of thought. I wanted to study the brain. I started studying the brain in undergrad in this neuroimmunology lab. From there, realized at some point that I didn't want to just generate knowledge. I wanted to affect real changes in the actual world, in actual people's lives. And so after having not really thought about going into medical school, I was on a track to go into a PhD program. I said, well, I'd like that option. I'd like to actually potentially help tangible people in front of me. And doing a little digging, found that there exists these MD PhD programs where you can choose not to choose between them. do both. And so I went to USC for medical school and had a joint PhD program with Caltech, where I met. I chose that program particularly because of a researcher at Caltech named Richard Anderson, who's one of the godfathers of primate neuroscience. He has a macaque lab where Utah rays and other electrodes were being inserted into the brains of monkeys to try to understand how intentions were being encoded in the brain. So I ended up there with the idea that maybe I would be a neurologist and study the brain on the side, and then discovered that neurology, again, you know, make enemies by saying this, but neurology predominantly and distressingly to me is the practice of diagnosing a thing and then saying good luck with that, there's not much we can do. And neurosurgery, very differently, it's a powerful lever on taking people that are headed in a bad direction and changing their course, in the sense of brain tumors that are potentially treatable or curable with surgery. Even aneurysms in the brain, blood vessels that are going to rupture, you can save lives, really, is at the end of the day what mattered to me. And so I was at USC, as I mentioned. That happens to be one of the great neurosurgery programs. And so I met these truly epic neurosurgeons, Alex Kalesi and Mike Apuzzo and Steve Shimada and Marty Weiss, these sort of epic people that were just human beings in front of me. So it changed my thinking from neurosurgeons are distant gods that live on another planet and occasionally come and visit us, to these are humans that have problems and are people, and there's nothing fundamentally preventing me from being one of them. And so at the last minute in medical school, I changed gears from going into a different specialty and switched into neurosurgery, which cost me a year. I had to do another year of research because I was so far along in the process that to switch into neurosurgery, the deadlines had already passed. Was a decision that cost time, but absolutely worth it.
What was the hardest part of the training on the neurosurgeon track?
Yeah, two things. I think that, residency in neurosurgery is sort of a competition of pain. Like, how much pain can you eat and smile? And so there's workout restrictions that are not really, they're viewed at, I think, internally among the residents as weakness. And so most neurosurgery residents try to work as hard as they can. And that, I think, necessarily means working long hours and sometimes over the work hour limits. And, we care about being compliant with whatever regulations are in front of us. But I think more important than that, people want to give their all in becoming a better neurosurgeon because the stakes are so high. And so it's a real fight to get residents to go home at the end of their shift and not stay and do more surgery.
Are you seriously saying like one of the hardest things is literally like forcing them to get sleep and rest?
Historically, that was the case. I think the next generation. I think the next generation is more compliant and more self-care.
What do you mean? I'm just kidding.
I didn't say it.
Now I'm making it. Okay, I get it. Wow, that's fascinating. So what was the second thing?
The personalities. And maybe the two are connected, but competitive, and it's also, as we touched on earlier, primates like power, and I think neurosurgery has long had this aura of mystique and excellence and whatever about it. So it's an invitation, I think, for people that are cloaked in that authority. A board-certified neurosurgeon is basically a walking fallacious appeal to authority. You have license to walk into any room and act like you're, an expert on whatever. And fighting that tendency is not something that most neurosurgeons do well. humility isn't the forte.
Yeah, one of the I have friends who know you, and whenever they speak about you, that you're you have the surprising quality for a neurosurgeon of humility. I think it indicates that it's not as common as perhaps in other professions, because there is a kind of gigantic sort of heroic aspect to neurosurgery, and I think it gets to be side a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I think that that allows me to play well at an Elon company, because Elon, one of his strengths, I think, is to just instantly see through fallacy from authority. So nobody walks into a room that he's in and says, "Well, God damn it, you have to trust me. I'm the guy that built the last, 10 rockets or something." He said, "Well, you did it wrong, and you can do it better." Or I'm the guy that, kept Ford alive for the last 50 years. You listen to me on how to build cars. And he said, "No." And so you don't walk into a room that he's in and say, "Well, I'm a neurosurgeon. Let me tell you how to do it." He's going to say, "Well, I'm a human being that has a brain. I can think from first principles myself. Thank you very much. And here's how I think it ought to be done. Let's go try it and see who's right." And that's, proven, I think, over and over in his case to be a very powerful approach.
We just take that tangent. There's a fascinating interdisciplinary team at Neuralink that you get to interact with, including Elon. What do you think is the secret to success for you? Or what have you learned from just getting to observe these folks?
Yeah.
Well, that's what different disciplines work together.
Yeah, there's a sweet spot where people disagree and forcefully speak their mind and passionately defend their position, and yet are still able to accept information from others and change their ideas when they're wrong. And so I like the analogy of sort of how you polish rocks. You put hard things in a hard container and spin it. People bash against each other, and out comes a more refined product. And so to make a good team at Neuralink, we tried to find people that are not afraid to defend their ideas passionately, and occasionally strongly disagree with people that they're working with, and have the best idea come out on top. It's not an easy balance. Again, to refer back to the primate brain, it's not something that is inherently built into the primate brain to say, I passionately put all my chips on this position, and now I'm just going to walk away from it and admit you were right. Part of our brains tell us that is a power loss, that is a loss of faith, loss of standing in the community, and now you're a Zeta chump because your idea got trounced. And you just have to, recognize that little voice in the back of your head is maladaptive, and it's not helping the team win.
Yeah, you have to have the confidence to be able to walk away from the idea that you hold on to. And if you do that often enough, you're actually going to become the best in the world at your thing. I mean, that rapid iteration.
Yeah, you'll at least be a member of a winning team.
Ride the wave. What did you learn? You mentioned there's a lot of amazing neurosurgeons at USC. What lessons about surgery and life have you learned from those folks?
Yeah, I think working your ass off, working hard while functioning as a member of a team, getting a job done that is incredibly difficult, working incredibly long hours, being up all night, taking care of someone that you think probably won't survive no matter what you do. Working hard to make people that you passionately dislike look good the next morning. These folks were relentless in their pursuit of excellent neurosurgical technique, decade over decade, and I think were well recognized for that excellence. So, especially Marty Weiss, Steve Giannotta, Mike Capuzzo, they made huge contributions not only to surgical technique, but they built training programs that trained dozens or hundreds of amazing neurosurgeons. I was just lucky to kind of be in their wake.
What's that like? You mentioned doing a surgery where a person is likely not to survive. Does that wear on you?
Yeah. It's especially challenging when you, with all respect to our elders, it doesn't hit so much when you're taking care of an 80-year-old and something was going to get them pretty soon anyway. And so you lose a patient like that, and it is part of the natural course of what is expected of them in the coming years, regardless. Taking care of, a father of 2 or 3, 4 young kids, someone in their 30s that didn't have it coming, and they show up in your ER having their first seizure of their life, and lo and behold, they've got a huge, malignant, inoperable, or incurable brain tumor. You can only do that, I think, a handful of times before it really starts eating away at your armor. Or a young mother that shows up that has a giant hemorrhage in her brain that she's not going to survive from. They bring her 4-year-old daughter in to say goodbye one last time before they turn the ventilator off. But, the great Henry Marsh is an English neurosurgeon. He said it best. I think he said that every neurosurgeon carries with them a private graveyard, and I definitely feel that. Especially with young parents, that kills me. They had a lot more to give. The loss of those people specifically has a knock-on effect that's going to make the world worse for people for a long time, and it's just hard to feel powerless in the face of that. And that's where I think you have to be borderline evil to fight against a company like Neuralink, or to constantly be taking pot shots at us, because what we're doing is to try to fix that stuff. We're trying to give people options to reduce suffering. And we're trying to take the pain out of life that broken brains brings in. And this is just our little way that we're fighting back against entropy.
Yeah, there's the amount of suffering that's endured when some of the things that we take for granted that our brain is able to do is taken away is immense. And to be able to restore some of that functionality is really good.
We're just starting. We're gonna do so much more.
Well, can you take me through the full procedure of implanting, say, the N1 chip in Neuralink?
Yeah, it's a really simple, straightforward procedure. The human part of the surgery that I do is dead simple. It's one of the most basic neurosurgery procedures imaginable, and I think there's evidence that some version of it has been done for thousands of years. There are examples, I think, from ancient Egypt of partially healed trephinations from Peru or ancient times in South America, where these proto-surgeons would drill holes in people's skulls, presumably to let out the evil spirits, but maybe to drain blood clots. And there's evidence of bone healing around the edge, meaning the people at least survived some months after a procedure. And so what we're doing is that. We're making a cut in the skin on the top of the head over the area of the brain that is the most potent representation of hand intentions. And so if you are an expert concert pianist, this part of your brain is lighting up the entire time you're playing. We call it the hand knob.
The hand knob.
Yeah.
So it's all the finger movements, all of that is just firing away.
Yep. There's a little squiggle in the cortex right there. One of the folds in the brain is kind of doubly folded right on that spot. So you can look at it on an MRI and say, that's the hand knob. And then you do a functional test in a special kind of MRI called a functional MRI, fMRI. And this part of the brain lights up when people, even quadriplegic people whose brains aren't connected to their finger movements anymore, they imagine finger movements and this part of the brain still lights up. So we can ID that part of the brain in anyone who's preparing to enter our trial and say, okay, that part of the brain we confirm is your hand intention area. And so I'll make a little cut in the skin. We'll flap the skin open, just like kind of opening the hood of a car, only a lot smaller. Make a perfectly round 1-inch diameter hole in the skull. Remove that bit of skull. Open the lining of the brain, the covering of the brain. It's like a little bag of water that the brain floats in. And then show that part of the brain to our robot. And then this is where the robot shines. It can come in and take these tiny, much smaller than human hair electrodes and precisely insert them into the cortex, into the surface of the brain to a very precise depth in a very precise spot that avoids all the blood vessels that are coating the surface of the brain. And after the robot's done with its part, then the human comes back in and puts the implant into that hole in the skull and covers it up, screwing it down to the skull and sewing the skin back together. So the whole thing is, a few hours long. It's extremely low risk compared to the average neurosurgery involving the brain that might, say, open up a deep part of the brain or manipulate blood vessels in the brain. This opening on the surface of the brain with only cortical microinsertions carries significantly less risk than a lot of the tumor or aneurysm surgeries that are routinely done.
The cortical microinsertions that are via robot and computer vision are designed to avoid the blood vessels.
Exactly.
So I know you're a bit biased here, but let's compare human and machine.
Sure.
So what are human surgeons able to do well, and what are robot surgeons able to do well at this stage of our human civilization development?
Yeah, that's a good question. Humans are general purpose machines. We're able to adapt to unusual situations. We're able to change the plan on the fly. I remember well a surgery that I was doing many years ago down in San Diego, where the plan was to open a small hole behind the ear and go reposition a blood vessel that had come to lay on the facial nerve, the trigeminal nerve, the nerve that goes to the face. And that blood vessel lays on the nerve. It can cause just intolerable, horrific shooting pain that people describe like being zapped with a cattle prod. And so the beautiful, elegant surgery is to go move this blood vessel off the nerve. The surgery team, we went in there and started moving this blood vessel, and then found that there was a giant aneurysm on that blood vessel and was not easily visible on the pre-op scans. And so the plan had to dynamically change, and the human surgeons had no problem with that. We're trained for all those things. Robots wouldn't do so well in that situation, at least in their current incarnation. Fully robotic surgery, like the electrode insertion portion of the Neuralink surgery, it goes according to a set plan. And so the humans can interrupt the flow and change the plan, but the robot can't really change the plan midway through. It operates according to how it was programmed and how it was asked to run. It does its job very precisely, but not with a wide degree of latitude in how to react to changing conditions.
So there could be just a very large number of ways that you could be surprised as a surgeon. When you enter a situation, there could be subtle things that you have to dynamically adjust to.
Correct.
And robots are not good at that.
Currently. I think we are at the dawn of a new era with AI of the parameters for robot responsiveness to be dramatically broadened, right? I mean, you can't look at a self-driving car and say that it's operating under very narrow parameters. You know, if a chicken runs across the road, it wasn't necessarily programmed to deal with that specifically, but a Waymo or a self-driving Tesla would have no problem reacting to that appropriately. And so surgical robots aren't there yet, but give it time.
And then there could be a lot of sort of like semi-autonomous possibilities of maybe a robotic surgeon could say this situation is perfectly familiar or the situation is not familiar, and in the not familiar case a human could take over. But basically like be very conservative, saying, okay, this for sure has no issues, no surprises, and then let the humans deal with the surprises, with the edge cases, all that.
Yeah.
That's one possibility. So like you think eventually you'll be out of the job. Well, you being neurosurgeon, your job being neurosurgeon. Humans, there will not be many neurosurgeons left on this earth.
I'm not worried about my job in the course of my professional life. I think I would tell my kids not necessarily to go in this line of work, depending on how things look in 20 years.
It's so fascinating because if I have a line of work, I would say it's programming. And if you ask me, like for the last 20 years, what I would recommend for people, I would tell them, go. Like there's this, you will always have a job if you're a programmer. Because there's more and more computers and all this kind of stuff. It pays well. But then you realize these large language models come along and they're really damn good at generating code.
Yeah.
So it's overnight you could be surprised, like, wow, like, what is the contribution of the human really? But then you start to think, okay, it does seem that humans have ability, like you said, to deal with novel situations. In the case of programming, it's the ability to kind of come up with novel ideas to solve problems. It seems like machines aren't quite yet able to do that. And when the stakes are very high, when it's life critical, as it is in surgery, especially neurosurgery, then it starts, the stakes are very high for a robot to actually replace a human. But it's fascinating that in this case of Neuralink, there's a human-robot collaboration.
Yeah, I do the parts it can't do, and it does the parts I can't do. We are friends.
I saw that there's a lot of practice going on. So, everything in Neuralink is tested extremely rigorously. But one of the things I saw that there's a proxy on which surgeries are performed.
Yeah.
So this is both for the robot and for the human, for everybody involved in the entire pipeline.
Yep.
What's that like, practicing the surgery?
It's pretty intense. So there's no analog to this in human surgery. Human surgery is sort of this artisanal craft that's handed down directly from master to pupil over the generations.
Yes.
Literally the way you learn to be a surgeon on humans is by doing surgery on humans. First you watch your professors do a bunch of surgery, and then finally they put the trivial parts of the surgery into your hands, and then the more complex parts. And as your understanding of the point and the purposes of the surgery increases, you get more responsibility in the perfect condition. It doesn't always go well. In Neuralink's case, the approach is a bit different. We, of course, practiced as far as we could on animals. We did hundreds of animal surgeries. And when it came time to do the first human, we had an amazing team of engineers build incredibly lifelike models. One of the engineers, Fran Romano in particular, built built a pulsating brain in a custom 3D printed skull that matches exactly the patient's anatomy, including their face and scalp characteristics. And so when I was able to practice that, I mean, it's as close as it really reasonably should get to being the real thing in all the details, including, having a mannequin body attached to this custom head. And so when we were doing the practice surgeries, we'd wheel that body into the CT scanner and take a mock CT scan and wheel it back in and conduct all the normal safety checks, verbally stop. This patient, we're confirming his identification is mannequin number, blah, blah, blah. And then opening the brain in exactly the right spot using standard operative neuronavigation equipment, standard surgical drills in the same OR that we do all of our practice surgeries in at Neuralink, and having the skull open and have the brain pulse, which adds a degree of difficulty for the robot, perfectly precisely plan and insert those electrodes to the right depth and location. And so, we kind of broke new ground on how extensively we practiced for this surgery.
So there was a historic moment, a big milestone for Neuralink, in part for humanity, with the first human getting a Neuralink implant in January of this year. Take me through the surgery on Nolan. What did it feel like to be part of this?
Yeah. Well, we're lucky to have just incredible partners at the Barrow Neurologic Institute. They are, I think, the premier neurosurgical hospital in the world. They made everything as easy as possible for the trial to get going, and helped us immensely with their expertise on how to arrange the details. It was a much more high pressure surgery in some ways. I mean, even though the outcome wasn't particularly in question in terms of our participants' safety, the number of observers, the number of people, there's conference rooms full of people watching live streams in the hospital, rooting for this to go perfectly, and that just adds pressure that is not typical for even the most intense production neurosurgery, say removing a tumor or placing deep brain stimulation electrodes. And it had never been done on a human before. There were unknown unknowns. And so definitely a moderate pucker factor there for the whole team, not knowing if we were going to encounter, say, a degree of brain movement that was unanticipated, or a degree of brain sag that took the brain far away from the skull and made it difficult to insert, or some other unknown problem. Fortunately, everything went well, and that surgery was one of the smoothest outcomes we could have imagined.
Were you nervous? I mean, you're
Extremely.
a quarterback in the Super Bowl kind of situation.
Extremely nervous. Extremely. I was very pleased when it went well, and when it was over. Looking forward to number 2.
Yeah. Even with all that practice, all of that, just you've never been in a situation that's so high stakes in terms of people watching.
Yeah.
And we should also probably mention, given how the media works, a lot of people, maybe in a dark kind of way, hoping it doesn't go well.
Well, I think wealth is easy to hate, or envy, or whatever. And I think there's a whole industry around driving clicks, and bad news is great for clicks. And so any way to take an event and turn it into bad news is going to be really good for clicks.
It just sucks because I think it puts pressure on people. It discourages people from trying to solve really hard problems, because to solve hard problems, you have to go into the unknown. You have to do things that haven't been done before, and you have to take risks. Calculated risks. You have to do all kinds of safety precautions, but risks, nevertheless. And I just wish there would be more celebration of that, of the risk taking, versus like people just waiting on the sidelines, like waiting for failure, and then pointing out the failure. Yeah, it sucks, but you know, in this case, it's really great that everything went just flawlessly. But it's unnecessary pressure, I would say.
Now that there's a human with literal skin in the game, you know, there's a participant whose well-being rides on this doing well. You have to be a pretty bad person to be rooting for that to go wrong. And so, you know, hopefully people look in the mirror and realize that at some point.
So, did you get to actually front row seat, like watch the robot work? Like, what? You get to see the whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, because an MD needs to be in charge of all of the medical decision making throughout the process. I unscrubbed from the surgery after exposing the brain and presenting to the robot, and placed the targets on the robot software interface that tells the robot where it's going to insert each thread. That was done with, you know, my hand on the mouse for whatever that's worth.
So you were the one placing the targets?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So like the robot with the computer vision provides a bunch of candidates, and you kind of finalize the decision.
Right. You know, the software engineers are amazing on this team, and so they actually provided an interface where you can essentially use a lasso tool and select a prime area of brain real estate, and it will automatically avoid the blood vessels in that region and automatically place a bunch of targets. So you know, that allows, you know, the human robot operator to select really good areas of brain and make dense applications of targets in those regions. The regions we think are going to have the most high fidelity representations of finger movements and arm movement intentions.
I've seen like images of this, and for me with OCD, it's for some reason really pleasant. I think there's a subreddit called Oddly Satisfying.
Yeah, love that subreddit.
It's oddly satisfying to see the different target sites avoiding the blood vessels, and also maximizing like the usefulness of those locations for the signal. It just feels good. It's like
As a person who has a visceral reaction to your brain bleeding, I can tell you
yes,
it's extremely satisfying watching the electrodes themselves go into the brain and not cause bleeding.
Yeah. So you said the feeling was of relief and everything went perfectly. How deep in the brain can you currently go and eventually go? Let's say on the Neuralink side, it seems the deeper you go in the brain, the more challenging it becomes.
Yeah. So talking broadly about neurosurgery, we can get anywhere. It's routine for me to put deep brain stimulating electrodes near the very bottom of the brain, entering from the top and passing about a 2 millimeter wire all the way into the bottom of the brain. And that's not revolutionary. A lot of people do that. And we can do that with very high precision. I use a robot from Globus to do that surgery, you know, several times a month. It's pretty routine.
What are your eyes in that situation? What are you seeing? What kind of technology can you use to visualize where you are to light your way?
Yeah, so it's a cool process on the software side. You take a preoperative MRI that's extremely high resolution data of the entire brain. You put the patient to sleep, put their head in a frame that holds the skull very rigidly, and then you take a CT scan of their head while they're asleep with that frame on, and then merge the MRI and the CT in software. You have a plan based on the MRI where you can see these nuclei deep in the brain. You can't see them on CT, but if you trust the merging of the two images, then you indirectly know on the CT where that is, and therefore indirectly know where, in reference to the titanium frame screwed to their head, those targets are. And so this is 60s technology to manually compute trajectories given the entry point and target. and dial in some goofy looking titanium actuators with manual actuators with little tick marks on them. The modern version of that is to use a robot, just like a little KUKA arm you might see at building cars at the Tesla factory. This small robot arm can show you the trajectory that you intended from the pre-op MRI and establish a very rigid holder through which you can drill a small hole in the skull and pass a small rigid wire deep into that area of the brain that's hollow, and put your electrode through that hollow wire.
This shit
and
is
remove
so
all of
funny.
that except the electrode. So you end up with the electrode very, very precisely placed far from the skull
That's
surface. Now that's standard technology.
Oh, this is the best.
That's already been out in the world for a while. Neuralink right now is focused entirely on cortical targets, surface targets, because there's no trivial way to get, say, hundreds of wires deep inside the brain without doing a lot of damage. So your question, what do you see? Well, I see an MRI on a screen. I can't see everything that DBS electrode is passing through on its way to that deep target. And so it's accepted with this approach that there's going to be about 1 in 100 patients who have a bleed somewhere in the brain as a result of passing that wire blindly into the deep part of the brain. That's not an acceptable safety profile for a Neuralink. We start from the position that we want this to be dramatically, maybe 2 or 3 orders of magnitude safer than that. Safe enough, really, that you or I, without a profound medical problem, might on our lunch break someday say, "Yeah, sure, I'll get that." We're meaning to upgrade to the latest version, and so that the safety constraints given that are high, and so we haven't settled on a final solution for arbitrarily approaching deep targets in the brain.
What's interesting is you have to avoid blood vessels somehow. You have to, maybe there's creative ways of doing the same thing, like mapping out high resolution geometry of blood vessels, and then you can go in blind. But how do you map out that in a way that's super stable? There's a lot of interesting challenges there, right?
Yeah.
But there's a lot to do on the surface.
Exactly. So we've got vision on the surface. We actually have made a huge amount of progress sewing electrodes into the spinal cord as a potential workaround for a spinal cord injury that would allow a brain-mounted implant to translate motor intentions to a spine-mounted implant that can affect muscle contractions in previously paralyzed arms.
That's just incredible. So the effort there is to try to bridge the brain to the spinal cord to the peripheral nervous system. So how hard is that to do?
We have that working in very crude forms in animals.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
so similar to with Nolan, who he's able to digitally.
Now listen, my girl's gonna come in at the end.
She's
just gonna, she's gonna dominate. You do your dance and your fancy dance
that you have.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's not what we wanted.
Anesthetized animals doing grasp and moving their legs in a sort of walking pattern. Again, early days, but the future is bright for this kind of thing, and people with paralysis should look forward to that bright future. They're going to have options.
Yeah, and there's a lot of sort of
now, Chuck,
intermediate.
I'm enrailing this chick,
like an Optimus robot,
and
the arm, and to be able to.
She really wants to get in the band. So just at the end, just let her do her thing.
As a prosthetic.
Oh, okay. She's got rhythm. She's grooving. His fucking face. His fucking face.
Understand that you can really map
Chuck.
the intention.
That is so fucking funny.
You can map the intention, the imagination think about it, that intention can be mapped to actual act in the visual world. And not only on visual world, it can reconnect you to the outside world. It can allow you to have freedom. Like you can go really far with that.
Yeah, our first participant is incredible. Breaking world records.
Just let my girl play a little bit. She's got rhythm.
Just going back to your whole journey. You mentioned to me about following your surgery on Monday. Yeah, you do surgery all the time. Yeah, maybe the ridiculous question: what does it take to get good at surgery?
Repetitions. Just same with anything else. You know, there's a million ways of people saying the same thing and selling books saying it, but you call it 10,000 hours. You call it spend some chunk of your life, some percentage of your life focusing on this, obsessing about getting better at it. Repetitions, humility, recognizing that you aren't perfect at any stage along the way, recognizing you've got improvements to make in your technique, being open to feedback and coaching from people with a different perspective on how to do it, and then just the constant will to do better. But fortunately, if you're not a sociopath and if your patients bring that with them to the office visits every day, they force you to want to do better all the time.
Yeah, just step up. I mean, for real human beings, a real human being that you can help.
Yeah.
For every surgery, even if it's the same exact surgery, is there a lot of variability between that surgery and a different person?
Yeah, a fair bit. I mean, a good example for us is the angle of the skull relative to the normal plane of the body axis of the skull over hand knob.
This is pretty nice.
Wide variation. I mean, some people have really flat skulls, and some people have really steeply angled skulls over that area, and that has
what the fuck is this
consequences
shit?
For how their head can be fixed in sort of the frame that we use, and how the robot has to approach the skull. And people's bodies are built as differently as the people you see walking down the street. As much variability in body shape and size as you see there, we see in brain anatomy and skull anatomy.
This thing's just the worst.
There are some people who we've had to kind of exclude from our trial for having skulls that are too thick or too thin, or scalp that's too thick or too thin. I think we have like the middle 97% or so of people, but you can't account for all human anatomy variability.
How much mushiness and mess is there? Because I, taking biology classes, the diagrams are always really clean and crisp. Neuroscience, the pictures of neurons are always really nice. But whenever I look at pictures of real brains, they're all, I don't know what is going on.
Yeah.
So how much our biological system in reality, how hard is it to figure out what's going on?
Not too bad. Once you really get used to this, that's where experience and skill and education really come into play. Is if you stare at 1,000 brains, it becomes easier to kind of mentally peel back the, say, for instance, blood vessels that are obscuring the sulci and gyri, kind of the wrinkle pattern of the surface of the brain. Occasionally, when you're first starting to do this, and you open the skull, it doesn't match what you thought you were going to see based on the MRI. And with more experience, you learn to kind of peel back that layer of blood vessels and see the underlying pattern of wrinkles in the brain, and use that as a landmark for where you are.
The wrinkles are a landmark? So
yeah. So I was describing hand knob earlier. That's a pattern of the wrinkles in the brain. It's sort of this Greek letter omega shaped area of the brain.
So you could recognize the hand knob area, if I show you 1,000 brains and give you 1 minute with each, you'd be like, yep, that's that.
Sure.
And so there is some uniqueness to that area of the brain. like in terms of the geometry, the topology of the thing.
Yeah.
Where is it about in the?
It's so you have this strip of brain running down the top, called the primary motor area, and I'm sure you've seen this picture of the homunculus laid over the surface of the brain, the weird little guy with huge lips and giant hands. That guy sort of lays with his legs up at the top of the brain, and face, arm areas farther down, and then some kind of mouth, lip, tongue areas farther down. And so the hand is right in there, and then the areas that control speech, at least on the left side of the brain, in most people are just below that. And so any muscle that you voluntarily move in your body, the vast majority of that references that strip, or those intentions come from that strip of brain, and the wrinkle for hand job is right in the middle of that.
And vision is back here.
Yep.
Also close to the surface.
Vision's a little deeper, and so this gets to your question about how deep can you get. To do vision, we can't just do the surface of the brain. We have to be able to go in, not as deep as we have to go for DBS, but maybe a centimeter deeper than we're used to for hand insertions. And so that's work in progress. That's a new set of challenges to overcome.
By the way, you mentioned the Utah array, and I just saw a picture of that, and that thing looks terrifying.
Yeah,
because it's because it's rigid, and then if you look at the threads, they're flexible. What can you say that's interesting to you about that kind of approach of the flexible threads to deliver the electrodes next to the neurons?
Yeah, I mean the goal there comes from experience. I mean, we stand on the shoulders of people that made Utah arrays and used Utah arrays for decades before we ever even came along. Neuralink arose, partly this approach to technology arose out of a need recognized after Utah arrays would fail routinely because the rigid electrodes, those spikes that are literally hammered using an air hammer into the brain, those spikes generate a bad immune response that encapsulates the electrode spikes in scar tissue, essentially. And so one of the projects that was being worked on in the Anderson lab at Caltech when I got there was to see if you could use chemotherapy to prevent the formation of scar. It's like, things are pretty bad when you're jamming a bed of nails into the brain and then treating that with chemotherapy to try to prevent scar tissue. It's like, maybe we've gotten off track here, guys. Maybe there's a fundamental redesign necessary. And so Neuralink's approach of using highly flexible, tiny electrodes avoids a lot of the bleeding, avoids a lot of the immune
I can't believe they
response
can fucking show that. I mean, that's fine, but I get banned from fucking YouTube for what?
And so
Fuck
what
you.
we see is
This
our
shit is some
electrode
bullshit.
longevity and functionality and the health of the brain tissue immediately surrounding the electrode is excellent. It goes on for years now in our animal models.
What do most people not understand about the biology of the brain? We'll mention the vasculature. That's really interesting.
I think the most interesting, maybe underappreciated fact is that it really does control almost everything. I mean, I don't know, for an out of the blue example, imagine you want a lever on fertility. You want to be able to turn fertility on and off. I mean, there are legitimate targets in the brain itself to modulate fertility. Say, blood pressure. You want to modulate blood pressure. There are legitimate targets in the brain for doing that. Things that aren't immediately obvious as brain problems are potentially solvable in the brain. And so I think it's an underexplored area for primary treatments of all the things that bother people.
That's a really fascinating way to look at it. Like, there's a lot of conditions we might think have nothing to do with the brain but they might just be symptoms of something that actually started in the brain. The actual source of the problem, the primary source is something in the brain.
Yeah, not always. I mean, their kidney disease is real, but there are levers you can pull in the brain that affect all of these systems.
Those knobs.
Yeah.
On-off switches and knobs in the brain, from which this all originates. Would you have a Neuralink chip implanted in your brain?
Yeah. I think use case right now is use a mouse, right? I can already do that, and so there's no value proposition. On safety grounds alone, sure, I'll do it tomorrow.
You say the use case of the mouse. Because after researching all this, and part of it is just watching Nolan have so much fun. If you can get that bits per second really high with a mouse, being able to interact, because if you think about the ways on the smartphone, the way you swipe, that was transformational.
Yeah.
How we interact with the thing. It's subtle. You don't realize it, but to be able to touch a phone and to scroll with your finger, that changed everything. And people were sure you need a keyboard to type. That there's a lot of HCI aspects to that changed how we interact with computers. So there could be a certain rate of speed with a mouse that would change everything.
Yeah.
It's you might be able to just click around a screen extremely fast. And that, I can see myself getting the Neuralink for much more rapid interaction with the digital devices.
Yeah, I think recording speech intentions from the brain might change things as well. The value proposition for the average person. A keyboard is a pretty clunky human interface. It requires a lot of training. It's highly variable in the maximum performance that the average person can achieve. I think taking that out of the equation and just having a natural word to computer interface might change things for a lot of people.
It'd be hilarious if that is the reason people do it. Even if you have speech to text that's extremely accurate, it currently isn't.
Right.
But say it gotten super accurate, it'd be hilarious if people went for Neuralink just so you avoid the embarrassing aspect of speaking, looking like a douchebag speaking to your phone in public, which is a real, that's a real constraint.
Yeah. I mean, with a bone conducting case that can be an invisible headphone, say, and the ability to think words into software and have it respond to you, that starts to sound sort of like embedded superintelligence. If you can silently ask for the Wikipedia article on any subject and have it read to you without any observable change happening in the outside world. For one thing, standardized testing is obsolete.
Yeah. If it's done well on the UX side, it could change, I don't know if it transforms society, but it really can create a kind of shift in the way we interact with digital devices in the way that a smartphone did. Yeah, I would, just having to look into the safety of everything involved, I would totally try it. So it doesn't have to go to some incredible thing where you have it connects to your vision or to some other, it connects all over your brain. That could be just connecting to the hand knob. You might have a lot of interesting human-computer interaction possibilities.
Yeah,
that's really interesting.
Yeah, and the technology on the academic side is progressing at light speed here. I think there was a really amazing paper out of UC Davis, Sergei Stavitsky's lab, that basically made an initial solve of speech decode. It was something like 125,000 words that they were getting with, very high accuracy, which is...
So you're just thinking the word?
Yeah.
Thinking the word and you're able to get it.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. You have to have the intention of speaking it.
Right.
So, do that in a voice. Man, it's so amazing to me that you can do the intention, the signal mapping. All you have to do is just imagine yourself doing it. And if you get the feedback that it actually worked, you can get really good at that. Like your brain will first of all adjust, and you develop it like any other skill.
Yeah.
Like touch typing, you develop in that same kind of way. That is to me, it's just really fascinating. Yeah. To be able to even to play with that. Honestly, like I would get a Neuralink just to be able to play with that. Just to play with the capacity, the capability of my mind to learn this skill. It's like learning the skill of typing and learning the skill of moving the mouse. It's another skill of moving the mouse, not with my physical body, but with my mind.
I can't wait to see what people do with it. I feel like we're cavemen right now. We're like banging rocks with a stick and thinking that we're making music. At some point, when these are more widespread, it's going to be the equivalent of a piano that, you know, someone can make art with their brain in a way that we didn't even anticipate. Looking forward to it.
Give it to like a teenager. Like anytime I think I'm good at something, I'll always go to like, I don't know, even the bits per second of playing a video game. You realize you give it to a teenager, you give a Neuralink to a teenager, just a large number of them, the kind of stuff that they get good at stuff. They're gonna get like hundreds of bits per second.
Yeah,
even just with the current technology,
probably.
Just because it's also addictive. How the number go up aspect of it, of like improving and training, because it's almost like a skill. And plus there's the software on the other end that adapts to you, and especially if the adapting procedure, the algorithm becomes better and better and better, you like learning together.
Yeah, we're scratching the surface on that right now. There's so much more to do.
So on the complete other side of it, you have an RFID chip implanted in you.
Yeah.
So I hear. Nice. So this is
a little subtle thing.
It's a passive device that you use for unlocking like a safe with top secrets, or what is it? What do you use it for? What's the story behind it?
I'm not the first one. There's this whole community of weirdo biohackers that have done this stuff, and I think one of the early use cases was storing, private crypto wallet keys and whatever. I dabbled in that a bit and had some fun with it.
So you have some Bitcoin implanted in your body somewhere, you can't tell where.
Yeah, actually, yeah. It was, the modern day equivalent of finding change in the sofa cushions. After I put some orphan crypto on there that I thought was worthless and forgot about it for a few years, went back and found that some community of people loved it and had propped up the value of it, and so it had gone up 50-fold. So there was a lot of change in those cushions. But the primary use case is mostly as a tech demonstrator. It has my business card on it. You can scan that in by touching it to your phone. It opens the front door to my house. Whatever, simple stuff.
But it's a cool step. It's a cool leap to implant something in your body. I mean, it has it's a similar leap to a Neuralink. Because for a lot of people, that kind of notion of putting something inside your body, something electronic inside a biological system, is a big leap.
Yeah, we have a kind of a mysticism around the barrier of our skin. We're completely fine with knee replacements, hip replacements, dental implants. But there's a mysticism still around the inviolable barrier that the skull represents, and I think that needs to be treated like any other pragmatic barrier. The question isn't how incredible is it to open the skull. The question is, what benefit can we provide?
So, from all the surgeries you've done, from everything you understand the brain, how much does neuroplasticity come into play? How adaptable is the brain? For example, just even in the case of healing from surgery or adapting to the post-surgery situation.
The answer that is sad for me and other people of my demographic is that plasticity decreases with age, healing decreases with age. I have too much gray hair to be optimistic about that. There are theoretical ways to increase plasticity using electrical stimulation. Nothing that is, totally proven out as a robust enough mechanism to offer widely to people. But yeah, I think there's cause for optimism that we might find something useful in terms of, say, an implanted electrode that improves learning. Certainly, there's been some really amazing work recently from Nicholas Schiff, Jonathan Baker, and others who have a cohort of patients with moderate traumatic brain injury who have had electrodes placed in the deep nucleus in the brain called the centromedian nucleus, or just near centromedian nucleus. And when they apply small amounts of electricity to that part of the brain, it's almost like electronic caffeine. They're able to improve people's attention and focus. They're able to improve how well people can perform a task. I think in one case, someone who was unable to work after the device was turned on, they were able to get a job. And that's sort of, one of the holy grails for me with Neuralink and other technologies like this is from a purely utilitarian standpoint. Can we make people able to take care of themselves and their families economically again? Can we make it so someone who's fully dependent and even maybe requires a lot of caregiver resources, can we put them in a position to be fully independent, taking care of themselves, giving back to their communities? I think that's a very compelling proposition, and what motivates a lot of what I do and what a lot of the people at Neuralink are working for.
It's just a cool possibility that if you put a Neuralink in there, that the brain adapts, like the other part of the brain adapts too.
Yeah.
And integrates it. The capacity of the brain to do that is really interesting. Probably unknown to the degree to which you can do that. So you're now connecting an external thing to it, especially once it's doing stimulation. Like the biological brain and the electronic brain outside of it working together, the possibilities there are really interesting. It's still unknown, but interesting. It feels like the brain is really good at adapting to whatever.
Yeah.
But of course, it is a system that by itself is already, like everything serves a purpose. And so you don't want to mess with it too much.
Yeah, it's like, eliminating a species from an ecology. You don't know what the delicate interconnections and dependencies are. The brain is certainly a delicate, complex beast, and we don't know, every potential downstream consequence of a single change that we make.
Do you see yourself doing, so you mentioned P1 surgeries at P2, P3, P4, P5, just more and more humans?
I think, it's a certain kind of brittleness or a failure on the company's side if we need me to do all the surgeries. I think something that I would very much like to work towards is a process that is so simple and so robust on the surgery side that literally anyone could do it. We want to get away from requiring intense expertise or intense experience to have this successfully done and make it as simple and translatable as possible. I would love it if every neurosurgeon on the planet had no problem doing this. I think we're probably far from a regulatory environment that would allow people that aren't neurosurgeons to do this, but not impossible.
All right, I'll sign up for that. Did you ever anthropomorphize the robot R1? Like, do you give it a name? Do you see it as like working together with you?
I mean, to a certain degree, it's
Or an enemy?
To a certain degree, it's a complex relationship.
All the good relationships are.
It's funny when in the middle of the surgery, there's a part of it where I stand basically shoulder to shoulder with the robot. So, if you're in the room reading the body language, it's my brother in arms. We're working together on this same problem. I'm not threatened by it.
Keep telling yourself that. How have all the surgeries that you've done over the years, the people you've helped, and the stakes, the high stakes that you've mentioned, how has that changed your understanding of life and death?
It gives you a very visceral sense, and this makes it sound trite, but it gives you a very visceral sense that death is inevitable. On one hand, you are, as a neurosurgeon,
Human catapult.
involved in these just hard to fathom tragedies. Young parents dying, leaving a 4-year-old behind, say. And on the other hand, it takes the sting out of it a bit, because you see how just mind-numbingly universal death is. There's zero chance that I'm going to avoid it. I know, techno-optimists right now and longevity buffs right now disagree on that 0.000% estimate. But I don't see any chance that our generation is going to avoid it. Entropy is a powerful force, and we are very ornate, delicate, brittle DNA machines that aren't up to the cosmic ray bombardment that we're subjected to. So, on the one hand, every human that has ever lived died or will die. On the other hand, it's just one of the hardest things to imagine inflicting on anyone that you love is having them gone. I'm sure you've had friends that aren't living anymore, and it's hard to even think about them. And so I wish I had, arrived at the point of nirvana where, death doesn't have a sting. I'm not worried about it, but I can at least say that I'm comfortable with the certainty of it. If not, having found out how to take the tragedy out of it when I think about, my kids, either not having me or me not having them, or my wife.
Maybe I've come to accept the intellectual certainty of it, but and maybe the pain that comes with losing the people you love. I don't think I've come to understand the existential aspect of it, like that this is gonna end. And I don't mean in some trite way. I mean it certainly feels like it's not going to end. Like you live life like it's not going to end.
Right.
And then the fact that this light that's shining, this consciousness is going to no longer be at one moment, maybe today. It's like it fills me when I really am able to load all that in with Ernest Becker's terror. Like it's a real fear. I think people aren't always honest with how terrifying it is.
Yeah.
I think the more you are able to really think through it, the more terrifying it is. It's not such a simple thing. Oh, that's the way life is. And if you really can mold that in, it's hard. But I think that's why the Stoics did it, because it helps you get your shit together and be like, the moment, every single moment you're alive is just beautiful. And it's terrifying that it's gonna end. And it's almost like you're shivering in the cold, a child, helpless, this kind of feeling.
Yeah.
And then it makes you, when you have warmth, when you have the safety, when you have the love, to really appreciate it. I feel like sometimes in your position, when you mention armor, just to see death, it might make you not be able to see that, the finiteness of life, because if you kept looking at that, it might break you. So it's good to know that you're kind of still struggling with that. There's the neurosurgeon, and then there's a human.
Yeah.
And the human is still able to struggle with that and feel the fear of that and the pain of that.
Yeah, it definitely makes you ask the question of how many of these can you see, and not say I can't do this anymore. But I mean, you said it well. I think it gives you an opportunity to just appreciate that you're alive today. And I've got 3 kids and an amazing wife, and I'm really happy. Things are good. I get to help on a project that I think matters. I think it moves us forward. I'm a very lucky person.
It's the early steps of a potentially gigantic leap for humanity. And it's cool that like you read about all this stuff in history where it's like the early days. I've been reading before going to the Amazon. I would read about explorers. They would go and explore even the Amazon jungle for the first time. Just those are the early steps. Yeah. Or early steps into space, or early steps in any discipline in physics and mathematics. And it's cool because this is like on the grand scale, these are the early steps into delving deep into the human brain. So not just observing the brain, but be able to interact with the human brain. It's going to help a lot of people, but it also might help us understand what the hell's going on in there.
Yeah, I think ultimately we want to give people more levers that they can pull. Right? Like you want to give people options. If you can give someone a dial that they can turn on how happy they are, and that makes people really uncomfortable. But now talk about major depressive disorder, talk about people that are committing suicide at an alarming rate in this country, and try to justify that queasiness in that light. You can give people a knob to take away suicidal ideation, suicidal intention. I would give them that knob. I don't know how you justify not doing that.
You can think about like all the suffering that's going on in the world. Like every single human being that's suffering right now, like it would be a growing red dot. The more suffering, the more it's growing, and you just see the map of human suffering. And any technology that allows you to dim that light of suffering on a grand scale is pretty exciting. Because there's a lot of people suffering, and most people suffer quietly. And we turn we look away too often. And we should remember those who are suffering, because once again, most of them are suffering quietly.
Well, and on a grander scale, the fabric of society. People have a lot of complaints about how our social fabric is working or not working, how our politics is working or not working. Those things are made of neurochemistry too, in aggregate, right? Like our politics is composed of individuals with human brains, and the way it works or doesn't work is potentially tunable, in the sense that, say, remove our addictive behaviors, tune our addictive behaviors for social media, our addiction to outrage, our addiction to sharing the most angry political tweet we can find. I don't think that leads to a functional society. If you had options for people to moderate that maladaptive behavior, there could be huge benefits to society. Maybe we could all work together a little more harmoniously for useful ends.
There's a sweet spot, like you mentioned. You don't want to completely remove all the dark side of human nature, because those kind of are somehow necessary to make the whole thing work. But there's a sweet spot.
Yeah, I agree. You gotta suffer a little, just not so much that you lose hope.
When all the surgeries you've done, have you seen consciousness in there ever? Is there like a growing out?
I have a sense that I never found it. I never removed it. Like a Dementor in Harry Potter. I have this sense that consciousness is a lot less magical than our instincts want to claim it is. It seems to me like a useful analog for thinking about what consciousness is in the brain. Is that we have a really good intuitive understanding of what it means to say, touch your skin and know what's being touched. I think consciousness is just that level of sensory mapping applied to the thought processes in the brain itself. So what I'm saying is, consciousness is the sensation of some part of your brain being active. So you feel it working. You feel the part of your brain that thinks of red things or winged creatures or the taste of coffee. You feel those parts of your brain being active the way that I'm feeling my palm being touched. Right? And that sensory system that feels the brain working is consciousness.
It's so brilliant. It's the same way, it's the sensation of touch when you're touching a thing. Consciousness is the sensation of you feeling your brain working, your brain thinking, your brain perceiving.
Which isn't like a warping of space-time or some quantum field effect, right? It's nothing magical. People always want to ascribe to consciousness something truly different. And there's this awesome long history of people looking at whatever the latest discovery in physics is to explain consciousness. Because it's the most magical, the most out there thing that you can think of, and people always want to do that with consciousness. I don't think that's necessary. It's just a very useful and gratifying way of feeling your brain work.
And as we said, it's one heck of a brain. Yeah. Everything you see around us, everything you love, everything that's beautiful came from brains like these.
It's all electrical activity happening inside your skull.
And I, for one, am grateful there's people like you there exploring all the ways that it works and all the ways it can be better. All right. Thank you so much for talking to me.
It's been a joy.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Matthew and Peter. And now, dear friends, it's Bliss Chat, Brain Interface Software Lead at Guinness. You told me that you've met hundreds of people with spinal cord injuries over the ALS, and that your motivation for helping them is grounded in wanting to help them. Can you describe this motivation?
Yeah. Of course, it's just the thing to help people like people first thing this way. I don't think there's any world building which I can share their stories as powerful as they can. But just I think to summarize at a very high level, what I hear over and over again is that people with ALS or severe spinal cord injury in a place where they basically can't move physically anymore, really at the end of the day are looking for independence. And that can mean different things for different people. For some folks, it can mean the ability just to be able to communicate again independently without needing to wear something on their face, without needing a caretaker to be able to put something in their mouth. Or some folks can mean independence to be able to work again, to be able to navigate a computer digitally efficiently enough to be able to get a job, to be able to support themselves, to be able to move out and ultimately be able to support themselves after their family maybe isn't there anymore to take care of them. And for some folks, it's as simple as just being able to respond to their kid in time before they, run away or get interested in something else. And these are deeply personal and sort of very human problems. And what strikes me again and again when talking with these folks is that this is actually an engineering problem. This is a problem that with the right resources, the right team, can make a lot of progress on. And at the end of the day, I think that's a deeply inspiring message and something that makes me excited to get up every day.
So it's both an engineering problem in terms of a BCI, for example, that can give them capabilities where they can interact with the world. But also on the other side, it's an engineering problem for the rest of the world to make it more accessible for people living with quadriplegia.
Yeah, and I think I'll take a broad view sort of lens on this for a second. I think I'm very in favor of anyone working in this problem space. So beyond BCI, I'm happy and excited and willing to support any way I can folks working on eye tracking systems, working on speech-to-text systems, working on head trackers or mouse sticks or quad sticks. And I've met many engineers and folks in the community that do exactly those things.
And I think for the people we're trying to help, it doesn't matter what the complexity of the solution is as long as the problem is solved. And I want to emphasize that there can be many solutions out there that can help with these problems. And BCI is one of a collection of such solutions. So BCI in particular, I think, offers several advantages here. And I think the folks that recognize this immediately are usually the people who have spinal cord injury or some form of paralysis. Usually you don't have to explain to them why this might be something that could be helpful. It's usually pretty self-evident. But for the rest of us, folks that don't live with severe spinal cord injury or who don't know somebody with ALS, it's not often obvious why you would want a brain implant to be able to connect, navigate a computer. And it's surprisingly nuanced to the degree that I've learned a huge amount just working with Nolan in the first Neuralink clinical trial and understanding from him and his words why this device is impactful for him. And it's a nuanced topic. It can be the case that even if he can achieve the same thing, for example, with a mouse stick when navigating a computer, he doesn't have access to that mouse stick every single minute of the day. He only has access when someone's available to put it in front of him. And so at BCI, it can really offer a level of independence and autonomy that if it wasn't literally physically part of your body, it would be hard to achieve in any other way.
So there's a lot of fascinating aspects to what it takes to get Nolan to be able to control a cursor on the screen with his mind. You texted me something that I just love. You said, I was part of the team that interviewed and selected P1. I was in the operating room doing first human surgery, monitoring light signals coming out of the brain. I work with the user basically every day to develop new UX paradigms, decoding strategies, and I was part of the team that figured out how to recover useful BCI to new world record levels when the signal quality degraded. We'll talk about, I think, every aspect of that, but just zooming out, what was it like to be part of that team, and part of that historic first?
Yeah, I think for me, this is something I've been excited about for close to 10 years now. So to be able to be even just some small part of making it a reality is extremely exciting. A couple maybe special moments during that whole process that I'll never really truly forget. One of them is during the actual surgery. At that point in time, I know Nolan quite well. I know his family. And so I think the initial reaction when Nolan is rolled into the operating room is just a, oh shit, kind of reaction. But at that point, muscle memory kicks in and you sort of go into, you let your body just do all the talking. And I have the lucky job in that particular procedure to just be in charge of monitoring the implant. So my job is to sit there to look at the signals coming off the implant, to look at the live brain data coming off the device as threads are being inserted into the brain, and just to basically observe and make sure that nothing is going, wrong, or there's no red flags or fault conditions that we need to go investigate or pause the surgery to debug. And because I had that sort of spectator view of the surgery, I had a slightly removed perspective than I think most folks in the room. I got to sit there and think to myself, wow, that brain is moving a lot. When you look inside the craniectomy that we stick the threads in, one thing that most people don't realize is the brain moves. The brain moves a lot when you breathe, when your heart beats, and you can see it visibly. So, that's something that I think was a surprise to me and very, very exciting to be able to see someone's brain who you physically know, have talked with that length, actually pulsing and moving inside their skull.
And they used that brain to talk to you previously, yeah. And now it's right there moving.
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't realize that in terms of the thread sending. So the Neuralink implant is active during surgery, so and one thread at a time, you're able to start seeing the signal.
Yeah.
So that's part of the way you test that the thing is working.
Yeah. So actually, in the operating room, right after we sort of finished all the thread insertions, I started collecting what's called broadband data. So broadband is basically the most raw form of signal you can collect from a Neuralink electrode. It's essentially a measurement of the local field potential for the voltage essentially measured by the electrode. And we have a certain mode in our application that allows us to visualize where detected spikes are. So it visualizes sort of where in the broadband signal, in this very, very raw form of the data, a neuron is actually spiking. So one of these moments that I'll never forget as part of this whole clinical trial is seeing live in the operating room, while he's still under anesthesia, beautiful spikes being shown in the application, just streaming live to a device I'm holding in my hand.
So this is no signal processing, the raw data, and then the signals processing is on top of it. You're seeing the spikes detected.
Right, yeah.
And that's a UX too.
Yes.
That looks beautiful as well.
During that procedure, there was actually a lot of cameramen in the room, so they also were curious and wanted to see. There's several neurosurgeons in the room who are all just excited to see robots taking their job. And they're all, crowded around a small little iPhone watching this live brain data stream out of his brain.
What was that like, seeing the robot do some of the surgery? So the computer vision aspect where it detects all the spots that avoid the blood vessels, and then obviously with human supervision, then actually doing the really high precision connection of the threads to the brain.
Yeah, it's a good question. My answer is going to be pretty lame here, but it was boring.
Yeah.
I've seen it so many times. Yeah, that's exactly how you want surgery to be. You want it to be boring.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it so many times. I've seen the robot do this surgery literally hundreds of times. And so it was just one more time.
Yeah, all the practice surgeries and the proxies. And this is just another day.
Yeah.
So what about when Nolan woke up? Well, do you remember a moment where he was able to move the cursor, not move the cursor, but get signal from the brain such that it was able to show that there's a connection?
Yeah. Yeah, so we are quite excited to move as quickly as we can, and Nolan was really, really excited to get started. He wanted to get started actually the day of surgery, but we waited till the next morning, very patiently. It's a long night. And the next morning in the ICU, where he was recovering, he wanted to get started and actually start to understand what kind of signal we can measure from his brain. And maybe for folks who are not familiar with the Neuralink system, we implant the Neuralink system, or the Neuralink implant, in the motor cortex. So the motor cortex is responsible for representing things like motor intent. So if you imagine closing and opening your hand, that kind of signal representation will be present in the motor cortex. If you imagine moving your arm back and forth or wiggling a pinky, this sort of signal can be present in the motor cortex. So one of the ways we start to sort of map out what kind of signal do we actually have access to in any particular individual's brain is through this task called body mapping. And body mapping is where you essentially present a visual to the user and say, hey, imagine doing this. And the visual is, a 3D hand opening and closing, or index finger modulating up and down. And you ask the user to imagine that, and obviously you can't see them do this because they're paralyzed, so you can't see them actually move their arm. But while they do this task, you can record neural activity, and you can basically offline model and check, can I predict, or can I detect the modulation corresponding with those different actions? And so we did that task, and we realized, hey, there's actually some modulation associated with some of his hand motion, which is the first indication that, okay, we can potentially use that modulation to do useful things in the world. For example, control a computer cursor. And he started playing with it, the first time we showed him it. And we actually just took the same live view of his brain activity and put it in front of him. We said, hey, you tell us what's going on. We're not you. You're able to imagine different things, and we know that it's modulating some of these neurons. So you figure out for us what that is actually representing. And so he played with it for a bit. He was like, I don't quite get it yet. He played for a bit longer and said, oh, when I move this finger, I see this particular neuron start to fire more. And I said, okay, prove it. Do it again. And so he said, okay, 3, 2, 1, boom. And the minute he moved, you can see, like, instantaneously, this neuron is firing. Single neuron, I can tell you the exact channel number if you're interested. It's stuck in my brain now forever. But that single channel firing was a beautiful indication that it was behaviorally modulated neural activity that could then be used for downstream tasks like decoding the computer cursor.
And when you say single channel, is that associated with a single electrode?
Yeah, it's a channel electrode are interchangeable.
And there's 1,024 of those.
1,024.
It's incredible that works. That really, when I was learning about all this and like loading it in, it was just blowing my mind that the intention, you can visualize yourself moving the finger, that can turn into a signal. And the fact that you can then skip that step and visualize the cursor moving, or have the intention of the cursor moving, and that leading to a signal that can then be used to move the cursor. There is so many exciting things there to learn about the brain, about the way the brain works. The very fact of their existing signal that can be used is really powerful.
Yep.
But it feels like that's just like the beginning of figuring out how that signal can be used really, really effectively. I should also just, there's so many fascinating details here, but you mentioned the body mapping step. At least in the version I saw that Nolan was showing off, there's like a super nice interface, like a graphical interface. But like, it just felt like I was like in the future because it like, I guess it visualizes you moving the hand, and there's a very like a sexy, polished interface that hello. I don't know if there's a voice component, but it just felt like it's like when you wake up in a really nice video game and this is a tutorial at the beginning of that video game.
Yeah,
this is what you're supposed to do. It's cool.
No, I mean the future should feel like the future.
But it's not easy to pull that off. I mean, it needs to be simple, but not too simple.
Yeah, and I think the UX design component here is underrated for PCI development in general. There's a whole interaction effect between the ways in which you visualize an instruction to the user and the kinds of signal you can get back. And that quality of sort of your behavioral alignment to the neural signal is a function of how good you are expressing to the user what you want them to do. And so, yeah, we spend a lot of time thinking about the UX, how we build our applications, of how the decoder actually functions, the control surfaces it provides to the user. All these little details matter a lot.
So maybe it'd be nice to get into a little bit more detail of what the signal looks like and what the decoding looks like.
Yeah.
So there's a N1 implant that has, like we mentioned, 1,024 electrodes, and that's collecting raw data, raw signal. What does that signal look like? And what are the different steps along the way before it's transmitted, and what is transmitted, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. This is going to be a fun one.
Let's go.
Maybe before diving into what we do, it's worth understanding what we're trying to measure, because that dictates a lot of the requirements for the system that we build. And what we're trying to measure is really individual neurons producing action potentials. Action potential is, you can think of it like a little electrical impulse that you can detect if you're close enough. And by being close enough, I mean like within, let's say, 100 microns of that cell. And 100 microns is a very, very tiny distance. And so the number of neurons that you can pick up with any given electrode is just a small radius around the electrode. And the other thing worth understanding about the underlying biology here is that when neurons produce an action potential, the width of that action potential is about 1 millisecond. So from the start of the spike to the end of the spike, that whole width of that sort of characteristic feature of a neuron firing is 1 millisecond. And if you want to detect that an individual spike is occurring or not, you need to sample that signal, sample the local field potential nearby the neuron much more frequently than once a millisecond. You need to sample many, many times per millisecond to be able to detect that this is actually the characteristic waveform of a neuron producing an action potential. And so we sample across all 1,024 electrodes about 20,000 times a second. 20,000 times a second means for every given 1 millisecond window, we have about 20 samples that tell us what that exact shape of that action potential looks like. And once we sort of sample at super high rate the underlying electrical field nearby these cells, we can process that signal into just where do we detect a spike or where do we not. Sort of a binary signal 1 or 0, do we detect a spike in this 1 millisecond or not? And we do that because the actual information carrying sort of subspace of neural activity is just when our spikes are occurring. Essentially, everything that we care about for decoding can be captured or represented in the frequency characteristics of spike trains, meaning how often are spikes firing in any given window. And so that allows us to do sort of a crazy amount of compression from this very rich, high-density signal to something that's much, much more sparse and compressible that can be sent out over a wireless radio, like Bluetooth communication, for example.
Quick tangents here. You mentioned electrode, neuron. There's a local neighborhood of neurons nearby. How difficult is it to isolate from where the spike came from?
Yeah, so there's a whole field of sort of academic neuroscience work on exactly this problem of basically given a single electrode or given a set of electrodes measuring a set of neurons, how can you sort of spike sort which spikes are coming from what neuron? And this is a problem that's pursued in academic work because you care about it for understanding what's going on in the underlying neuroscience of the brain. If you care about understanding how the brain is presenting information, how that's evolving through time, then that's a very, very important question to understand. For sort of the engineering side of things, at least at the current scale, if the number of neurons per electrode is relatively small, you can get away with basically ignoring that problem completely. You can think of it like sort of a random projection of neurons to electrodes, and there may be in some cases more than one neuron per electrode. But if that number is small enough, those signals can be thought of as sort of a union of the two. And for many applications, that's a totally reasonable trade-off to make and can simplify the problem a lot. And as you sort of scale out channel count, the relevance of distinguishing individual neurons becomes less important because you have more overall signal, and you can start to rely on sort of correlations or covariance structure in the data to help understand when that channel is firing, what does that actually represent? Because you know that when that channel is firing in concert with these other 50 channels, that means move left. But when that same channel is firing in concert with these other 10 channels, that means move right.
Okay, so you have to do this kind of spike detection on board, and you have to do that super efficiently, so fast and not use too much power because you don't want to be generating too much heat. So it has to be a super simple signal processing step.
Yeah.
Is there some wisdom you can share about what it takes to overcome that challenge?
Yeah. So we've tried many different versions of basically turning this raw signal into sort of a feature that you might want to send off the device. And I'll say that I don't think we're at the final step of this process. This is a long journey. We have something that works clearly today, but there can be many approaches that we find in the future that are much better than we do right now. So some versions of what we do right now, and there's a lot of academic heritage to these ideas, so I don't want to claim that these are original Neuralink ideas or anything like that. But one of these ideas is basically to build a sort of like a convolutional filter almost, if you will, that slides across the signal and looks for a certain template to be matched. That template consists of sort of how deep the spike modulates, how much it recovers, and what the duration and window of time is that whole process takes. And if you can see the signal that template is matched within certain bounds, then you can say, okay, that's a spike. One reason that approach is super convenient is that you can actually implement that extremely efficiently in hardware, which means that you can run it in low power across 1,024 channels at once. Another approach that we've recently started exploring, and this could be combined with the spark detection approach, something called spike band power. And the benefits of that approach are that you may be able to pick up some signal from neurons that are maybe too far away to be detected as a spike, because the farther away you are from an electrode, the weaker that actual spike waveform will look like on that electrode. So you might be able to pick up population level activity of things that are maybe slightly outside the normal recording radius, what neuroscientists sometimes refer to as the hash of activity, the other stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
And you can look at sort of across many channels how that sort of background noise is behaving. You might be able to get more juice out of the signal that way. But it comes at a cost. That signal is now a floating point representation, which means it's more expensive to send out over power. It means you have to find different ways to compress it that are different than what you can apply to binary signals. So there's a lot of different challenges associated with these different modalities.
So also in terms of communication, you're limited by the amount of data you can send.
Yeah.
And also because you're currently using the Bluetooth protocol, you have to batch stuff together. But you have to also do this keeping the latency crazy low. Anything to say about the latency?
Yeah, this is a passion project of mine. So I want to build the best mouse in the world. I don't want to build like the Chevrolet Spark or whatever of electric cars. I want to build like the Tesla Roadster version of a mouse. And I really do think it's quite possible that within 5 to 10 years that most esports competitions are dominated by people with paralysis. This is like a very real possibility for a number of reasons. One is that they'll have access to the best technology to play video games effectively. Second is they have the time to do so. So those two factors together are particularly potent for esports competitors.
Unless people without paralysis are also allowed to implant it.
Right.
Which is, it is another way to interact with a digital device. And there's something to that. If it's a fundamentally different experience, more efficient experience, even if it's not like some kind of full-on high bandwidth communication, if it's just the ability to move the mouse 10x faster, like the bits per second, if I can achieve a bits per second at 10x what I can do with the mouse, that's a really interesting possibility of what that can do, especially as you get really good at it with training.
It's definitely the case that you have a higher ceiling performance, because you don't have to buffer your intention through your arm, through your muscle. You get, just by nature of having a brain implant at all, like 75 millisecond lead time on any action that you're actually trying to take. And there's some nuance to this, like there's evidence that the motor cortex, you can sort of plan out sequences of actions, so you may not get that whole benefit all the time. But for sort of like reaction time style games where you just want to, someone's over here, snipe them, that kind of thing, you actually do have just an inherent advantage because you don't need to go through muscle. So the question is just how much faster can you make it? And we're already, faster than, what you would do if you're going through muscle from a latency point of view. And we're in the early stage of that. I think we can push it sort of our end-to-end latency right now from brain spike to cursor movement is about 22 milliseconds. If you think about the best mice in the world, best gaming mice, that's about 5 milliseconds-ish of latency, depending on how you measure, depending how fast your screen refreshes. There's a lot of characteristics that matter there, but yeah. And the rough time for like a neuron in the brain to actually impact your command of your hand is about 75 milliseconds. So if you look at those numbers, you can see that we're already like competitive and slightly faster than what you get by actually moving your hand. And this is something that if you ask Nolan about it, when he moved the cursor for the first time, we asked him about this. This is something I'm super curious about. Like, what does it feel like when you're modulating, a click intention, or when you're trying to just move the cursor to the right? He said it moves before he is like actually intending it to, which is kind of a surreal thing and something that I would love to experience myself one day. What is that like? Have the thing just be so immediate, so fluid that it feels like it's happening before you're actually intending it to move.
Yeah, I suppose we've gotten used to that latency, that natural latency that happens. So is currently the bottleneck the communication? So like the Bluetooth communication, what's the actual bottleneck? I mean, there's always going to be a bottleneck, but what's the current bottleneck?
Yeah, a couple things. So kind of hilariously, Bluetooth low energy protocol has some restrictions on how fast you can communicate. So the protocol itself establishes a standard of, the most frequent sort of updates you can send are on the order of 7.5 milliseconds. And as we push latency down to the level of sort of individual spikes, impact, and control, that level of resolution, that kind of protocol is going to become a limiting factor at some scale. Another sort of important nuance to this is that it's not just the Neuralink itself that's part of this equation. If you start pushing latency sort of below the level of how fast screens refresh, then you have another problem. You need your whole system to be able to be as reactive as the sort of limits of what the technology can offer. Like you need the screen, like 120 hertz just doesn't, work anymore if you're trying to have something respond at something that's at the level of 1 millisecond.
That's a really cool challenge. I also like that for a T-shirt, the best mouse in the world. Tell me on the receiving end, so the decoding step. Now we figured out what the spikes are, got them all together. Now we're sending that over to the app. What's the decoding step look like?
Yeah. So maybe first, what is decoding? I think there's probably a lot of folks listening that know what it means to decode brain activity.
Actually, even if we zoom out beyond that, what is the app? So there's an implant that's wirelessly communicating with any digital device that has an app installed. Yep. So maybe can you tell me at high level what the app is, what the software is outside of the brain?
Yeah. So maybe working backwards from the goal. The goal is to help someone with paralysis, in this case Nolan, be able to navigate his computer independently. And we think the best way to do that is to offer them the same tools that impact the other layers of course, because we don't want to have to rebuild an entire software ecosystem for the brain, at least not yet. Maybe someday you can imagine there's USs that are built natively for APIs, but in terms of what's useful for people today, I think most people would first be able to just control mouse and keyboard inputs to all the applications that they want to use for their daily job, or communicating with their friends, etc. And so the job of the application is really to translate this wireless stream of brain data coming off the internet into control of the computer. And we do that by essentially building a mapping from brain activity to sort of the HID input to the actual hardware. So HID is the protocol for communicating like input device events. So for example, move mouse to this position or press this key mouse. And so that mapping is fundamentally what the application is. But there's a lot of nuance to how that mapping works. We spent a lot of time to try to get right, and we're still in the early stages of a long journey to figure out how to do that out. So one part of that process is decoding. So decoding is the process of taking the physical patterns of brain data that's being channeled across the system connected to the application and turning it into, for example, a mouse movement. And that decoding step, you can think of it in a couple different parts. So similar to any machine learning problem, there's a training step and there's an inference step. The training step in our case is a very intricate behavioral process where the user has to do a map between different actions. So for example, they'll be presented the screen with a cursor on it, and they'll be asked to push that cursor to the right. And imagine pushing that cursor to the left. We could basically build a pattern or a method of mapping of given the brain data and then mapping behavior. And then at that time, you take that same pattern and some that works. You run it, and this live brain data from the internet, you decode it, that pattern maps into what you saw at calibration time, and you use that for control of the computer. Now, a couple like sort of rabbit holes that I think are quite interesting One of them has to do with how you build that fast tempo matching system, because there's a variety of behavioral challenges and also debugging challenges when you're working with someone who's paralyzed. Because again, fundamentally, you don't observe what they're trying to do.
Dog,
You can't see
who
them
were the members of the Jackson
so you
5,
have to figure out a way
plus
to
the entire
instruct
Jackson
the user to do
family?
something
There
and
was
validate that they're doing it
Michael
correctly,
and
such that then you can,
Tito
downstream,
and
build with confidence
Jermaine
the mapping between
and
the neural spikes
Joe
and
Jr., I think.
action.
Maybe. I don't
And
know.
by doing
Check
that
me on that.
correctly, what I
And
really mean
Randy.
is this level of resolution
And then
of
there's
neural
like
activity. So
Rebby
if in an ideal world you could get a
and
signal
Janet
of behavioral
and
intent that is ground truth accurate at the scale of
Latoya.
1 millisecond resolution,
Is there
then
anybody
with high
else?
confidence I could
And
build
then
mapping
please
with
give me a
neural
list
spikes.
of other non-related Jacksons,
But the
like
challenge is again that
the Randy
you
Jackson
don't
from
observe what they're actually
American
doing. And so there's a lot of nuance
Singing
in how
Show
the user experiences that give you
and
more than just sort of a course on average correct representation of what the user's intending to do.
Bo
If you want to build the
Jackson,
world's best mouse,
Reggie
you really want to be
Jackson,
as responsive as possible.
Shoeless Joe
You want to be able to
Jackson.
do exactly what the user is intending at every sort of step along the way, not just on average be correct when you're trying to move it from left to right. And building a behavioral
Oh, there's
calibration
Jackie,
game or sort of software experience that gives you that
Tito,
level of resolution
Jermaine,
results.
Marlon,
So the calibration
and Michael.
process, the interface.
Randy Jackson joined the group a bit
Encourage
later, but
precision.
technically he wasn't a member of
Whatever
the
it does,
Jackson.
it
Okay.
should be super
As for
intuitive.
Joe
The
Jr.,
next
sounds like
thing
you might mean Joe.
the human is
Oh, maybe
going
there's
to
no Joe
likely
Jr.
do is
Okay.
exactly that.
There's Janet,
intention
Latoya, Rebby,
and only that intention.
Yeah.
And you don't have any feedback.
other
except that
Jackson.
they
There's
be
Randy
speaking to
Jackson,
you afterwards.
Bo
They
Jackson,
actually did
Reggie
it,
Jackson,
yeah.
Right.
Shoeless
So
Joe
that's
Jackson.
That's
So
fundamentally.
Jackson 5 are Jackie,
that is
Tito,
really
Jermaine,
exciting
Marlon, and
UX
Michael.
challenge, 'cause
Right
that's
there.
all on
Janet,
you. It's not
Latoya,
just
Rebby.
about these
The
things
non-related
nice,
Jacksons are
musical.
Randy,
Yeah.
It's like,
Bo
User
Jackson,
experience
Reggie
is how it
Jackson,
works.
and
it's
Shoeless
how
Joe
it
Jackson.
works.
Yeah.
For the calibration. and
Please name a
calibration
bunch of
are
famous
sophisticated
people with the
more
last name
is
Jackson
like
who
fundamental
aren't
to the operation
in
of
the
everything.
Jackson
and not just calibration,
singing
but continued
family.
calibration.
People like Randy Jackson, Bo
And,
Jackson,
yeah.
Reggie
Something that I think
Jack,
is worth exploring there a little bit. You said it's primarily a UX challenge. I
Reggie
think a
Jack.
large component of it is, but there is
Yeah, Reggie
also a very interesting
Mr.
machine learning
October.
challenge here, which is given some data set, including some on average correct behavior of asking the user to move up or move down, move right, left, and given a data set of neural spikes, is there a way to infer in
Oh,
some kind
Andrew
of
Jackson.
semi-supervised or entirely unsupervised
Stonewall
what that
Jackson.
high resolution version
Okay.
of their intention is? And if you think about it, like there probably is, because there are enough data
Those
points
are
in
the
the
big
data set,
ones.
enough constraints on your model.
No,
that
it
there should
was
be a way with the right sort of
Shoeless
formulation
Joe Jackson,
for the
Reggie
model to figure
Jackson,
out
and Bo
itself, for example,
Jackson.
at this millisecond, this is exactly how hard they're pushing upwards.
But there's also Randy.
And at this
Jackson.
millisecond, this is how hard they're trying to push
Oh, I
upwards.
need the Yo
It's really
Dog.
important to have very clean labels. Yes. So like the problem becomes much harder from a machine learning perspective if the labels are noisy.
That's correct.
And then to get the clean labels, that's a UX challenge.
Correct. Although clean labels, I think
Yo,
maybe
dog.
it's worth exploring what that exactly means. I think any given labeling
Dog
strategy will
talk.
have some number of assumptions that make how the user's attention to it. Those assumptions can be formulated in a loss function, or they can be formulated in terms of heuristics that you might use to try to estimate a guesstimate the user's trying to do. And what really matters is how accurate those assumptions. For example, you might say, hey, user, push upwards and follow the speed of this person. And your heuristic might be that they're trying to do it exactly what that person said. Another competing heuristic might be they're actually trying to go slightly faster at the beginning of the movement and slightly slower at the end. And those competing heuristics may or may not be accurate functions of the user. Another version of the task might be, hey user, imagine moving this cursor a fixed offset. So rather than follow the cursor, just try to move it exactly 200 degrees to the right. So here's the cursor, here's the target. Okay, cursor disappears, try to move that now invisible cursor 200 degrees. And the assumption in that case would be that the user can actually modulate correctly that position offset. But that position offset assumption might be a weaker assumption, and therefore potentially you can make it more accurate than these heuristics that are trying to guesstimate each millisecond of the user. So you can imagine different tasks that make different assumptions about the nature of the user intention, and those assumptions being correct is what I would think of as
For that step, what is the visualizing? There's a cursor, you want to move that cursor to the right, the left, or up and down, and then you move them by a certain offset. So that's one way. Is that the best way to do calibration? So for example, an alternative crazy way that probably playing a role is
Yo, dog.
where
Dog.
you're just getting a very large amount of data of the person playing a game. Where if they're in a state of flow, maybe you can get clean signal as a side effect.
Yep.
Is that not an effective way for initial calibration?
Yeah, great question. There's a lot to unpack there. So the first thing I would draw a distinction between is sort of open loop versus closed loop. So open loop, what I mean by that is the user is sort of going from 0 to 1. They have no model at all, and they're trying to get to the place where they have some level of control at all. In that setup, you really need to have some task that gives the user a hint of what you want them to do, such that you can build this mapping again from brain data to output. Then once they have a model, you could imagine them using that model and actually adapting to it and figuring out the right way to use it themselves, and then retraining on that data to give you sort of boost in performance. There's a lot of challenges associated with both of these techniques, and we can sort of rabbit hole into both of them if you're interested. But the sort of challenge with the open loop task is that the user themselves doesn't get proprioceptive feedback of what they're doing. They don't, necessarily perceive themselves or feel, the mouse under their hand when they're using an open loop, or when they're trying to do an open loop calibration. They're being asked to perform something. Like imagine if you sort of had your whole right arm numb and you stuck it in a box and you couldn't see it. You had no visual feedback and you had no proprioceptive feedback about what the position or activity of your arm was. And now you're asked, okay, given this thing on the screen that's moving from left to right, match that speed. And you basically can try your best to.
Dog, I heard you like cars, so you put a car in your car. Dog, I heard you like flames, so you put flame in your flame. You can burn. Dog, I heard you like bikes.
So that's sort of the fundamental challenge of open loop. The challenge with closed loop is that once the user is given a model and they're able to start moving the mouse on their own, they're going to very naturally adapt to that model. And that co-adaptation between the model learning what they're doing and the user learning how to use the model may not find you the best with global minima. Maybe that your first model was noisy in some ways, or maybe just had some quirks. If there's some part of the data distribution that didn't cover super well, and the user now figures out, because they're brilliant user like no one, they figure out the right sequence of imagined motions or the right angle that to hold their hand at to get it to work. And they'll get it to work great. So then the next day they come back to their device, and maybe they don't remember exactly all the tricks that they used the previous day. And so there's a complicated sort of feedback cycle here that can emerge and can make it a very, very difficult debugging process.
Yeah, there's a lot of really fascinating things there.
Dog, that
yeah,
sucks.
actually, just to stay on the closed loop. I've seen situations. This actually happened watching psychology grad students. They use a piece of software when they don't know how to program themselves. They use a piece of software that somebody else wrote, and it has a bunch of bugs. And they figure out, and they figure out ways to work around. That just happens. Nobody considers you should fix this. They just adapt. And that's a really interesting notion of we're really good at adapting. But you need to still, that might not be the optimal. Okay, so how do you solve that problem? Do you have to restart from scratch every once in a while? Kind of thing?
Yeah, it's a good question. First and foremost, I would say this is not a solved problem. And for anyone who's listening in academia who works on BCIs, I would also say this is not a problem that's solved by simply scaling count. So this is, maybe that can help, and you can get sort of richer covariance structures that you can use to exploit when trying to come up with good labeling strategies. But if you're interested in problems that aren't going to be solved inherently by scaling channel count, this is one of them. Yeah, so how do you solve it? It's not a solved problem. It's the first thing I want to make sure we get to process. The second thing is any solution that involves closed loop is going to become a very difficult debugging problem. And one of my sort of general heuristics for choosing what problems to tackle is that you want to choose the one that's going to be so if you can do that, even if the ceiling is lower, you're going to be able to move faster because you have a tighter iteration loop debugging the problem. And in the open loop setting, there's not a feedback cycle to debug with the user in the loop. So there's some reason to think that should be an easier debugging problem. The other thing that's worth understanding is that even in a closed loop setting, there's no special software magic of how to interpret what the user is truly attempting to do. In a closed loop setting, although they're moving the person on the screen, they may be attempting something different than what the model is outputting. So what the model is outputting is not a signal that you can use to retrain. You want to be able to improve the model. Further, you still have this very complicated guesstimation or unsupervised problem of figuring out what is the true user intent. mentioned underlying that scene. And so the open loop problem has the nice property of being easy to debug, and the second nice property of it has all the same information content as the closed loop scenario. Another thing I want to mention and call out is that this problem doesn't need to be solved in order to get useful control. Even today, with the solutions we have now, and that academia has built up over decades, the level of control that can be given to a user, today is quite useful. It doesn't need to be solved to get to that level of control. But again, I want to build the world's best mouse. I want to make it, so good that it's not even a question that you want it. And to build the world's best mouse, the superhuman version, you really need to nail that problem.
Yo, dog.
Maybe details
that
of
John Facenda quote,
the
frozen tundra. Did he ever say the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, or was it the frozen tundra of Memorial Stadium?
What the user's trying to do. And you can get this with an able-bodied monkey, a monkey that has a Neuralink device implanted and moving the mouse to control a computer. Even with that ground truth data set, it turns out that the optimal thing to predict to produce high-performance BCI is not just the direct control of the mouse.
You did two.
You can imagine, building data set of what's going on in the brain, and what is the mouse
I just
exactly
fucking
doing
watched it.
And it turns out that if you build the mapping from neural spikes to predict exactly what the mouse is doing,
Frozen
that
movie.
model will
Fuck that.
perform worse than a model that
Frozen
is trained
tundra?
to predict sort of higher level assumptions about what the user might be trying to do. For example, assuming that the monkey is trying to go in a straight line to the target. It turns out that making those assumptions is actually more effective at producing a model than actually predicting the underlying handle.
So the intention, not the physical movement or whatever.
Yeah.
There's obviously a really strong correlation between the two, but the intention is a more powerful thing to be chasing.
Right.
Well, that's also super interesting. I mean, the intention itself is fascinating because, yes, with the BCI here in this case with digital telepathy, you're acting on the intention, not the action, which is why there's an experience of like feeling like it's happening before you meant for it to happen. That is so cool. And that is why you could achieve like superhuman performance probably in terms of control of the mouse. So for open loop, just to clarify, so whenever the person is tasked to like move the mouse to the right, you said there's not feedback. So they don't get that satisfaction of like actually getting it to move. Right?
So you could imagine giving the user feedback on a screen, but it's difficult because at this point you don't know what they're attempting to do. So what can you show them that would basically give them a signal of I'm doing this correctly or not correctly? So let's take this very specific example. Like maybe your calibration task looks like you're trying to move the cursor a certain position offset. So your instructions to the user
there
are,
you go.
Hey,
It was
the cursor's here.
Berman who did that.
Now, when the cursor disappears, imagine moving it 200 pixels from where it was to the right to be over this target. In that kind of scenario, you could imagine coming up with some sort of consistency metric that you could display to the user of, okay, I know what the spike train looks
No
like
one knows
on
that
average
fucking
when you do this
shit.
action to the right. Maybe I can produce some sort of probabilistic estimate of how likely is that to be the action you took, given the latest trial or trajectory that you imagined. And I can give the user some sort of feedback of how consistent are they across different trials. You could also imagine that if the user is prompted with that kind of consistency metric, that maybe they just become more behaviorally engaged to begin with because the task is kind of boring and you don't have any feedback at all. And so there may be benefits to the user experience of showing something on
in
screen.
the history of the four major sports,
motivated to try to
the NFL.
So there's a psychology element here.
Yo, dog.
Absolutely.
And again, all of that
Dude,
is you.
dog. Yo.
How much signal drift is there?
Yo, dog.
Hour, day to day, week to
This
week,
is horseshit.
month to month. How often do you have to recalibrate because of the signal drift?
Yeah. So this
Yo,
is
dog.
A problem we've done both with NHP, non-human primates, before our clinical trial, and then also with Noah during the clinical trial. The first thing that's worth stating is what the goal is here. So the goal is really to enable the user to have a plug-and-play experience where, I guess they don't have but a play experience where they
can you fucking hear
use
me?
the device whenever they want to, however they want to.
Stupid ass shit.
And that's really what we're aiming for. And so there should be a set of solutions that
Yo, dog, can you hear me? Can you fucking hear me? Yo.
Maybe the first solution here that's important is that they can recalibrate whenever they want. This is something that
Yo, can you tell
no
me in the history of the four major leagues, the NFL, the MLB, the NHL, and the NBA, what is or what are historically the absolute worst franchises? Like, I don't know, Cleveland Browns suck cock. the Detroit Lions have sucked cock.
We observe sort of a degradation through time of how
The Rockies aren't usually.
So this could be mitigated behaviorally by the user adapting their control strategy.
That kind of stuff.
It can also be mitigated
The Atlanta
through a
Hawks are
combination of
like
sort of
generally
software features that
terrible.
we provide to the user. For example, we let the user adjust exactly how fast the cursor is moving. We call that the gain, for example, the gain of how fast the cursor reacts to any given input intention. They can also adjust the smoothing, how smooth the output of that cursor intention actually is. They can also adjust the friction, which is how easy is it to stop and hold still. And all these software tools allow the user a great deal of flexibility and troubleshooting mechanisms to be able to solve this problem.
By the way, all of this is done by looking to the right side of the screen, selecting the mixer, and the mixer you have it's
like DJ mode. DJ mode would be
I mean, it's a really well done interface. It's really, really well done. And so, yeah, there's that bias, but there's a cursor drift that Nolan talked about in the stream. Although he said that you guys were just playing around with it with him and then constantly improving. So that could have been just a snapshot of that particular moment, a particular day. But he said that there was this cursor drift and this bias that could be removed by him, I guess, looking to the right side of the screen or the left side of the screen to kind of adjust the bias.
Yeah.
That's one interface action, I guess, to adjust the bias.
Yeah. So this is actually an idea that comes out of academia. There is some prior work with sort of brain gate control systems where they pioneered this idea of bias reduction. The way we've done it, I think, is it's very productized, very beautiful user experience where the user can essentially flash the cursor over the side of the screen, and it opens up a window where they can actually sort of adjust or tune exactly the bias of the cursor. So bias, maybe for people who aren't familiar, is just sort of what is the default motion of the cursor if you're imagining. And it turns out that that's one of the first sort of qualia of the cursor control experience that's impacted by neural nonsensitivity.
Qualia of the cursor experience.
I don't know how to describe it. Like, you know, I'm not the quality of
the cursor experience. Yeah, I mean, it sounds poetic, but there is an experience. When it works well, it is a joyful, a really pleasant experience. And when it doesn't work well, it's a very frustrating experience. That's actually the art of UX. It's like you have the possibility to frustrate people or the possibility to give them joy.
And at the end of the day, it really is truly the case that UX is how the thing works. And so it's not just like what's drawn on the screen, it's also, you know, what control surfaces does it provide the user. We want them to feel like they're in the F1 car, not like some like minivan, right? And that really truly is how we think about it. Nolan himself is an F1 fan. So we refer to ourselves as a pit crew. He really is truly the F1 driver. And there's different, you know, control surfaces that different kinds of cars and airplanes provide the user. And we take a lot of inspiration from that when designing how the cursor should behave. And maybe one nuance of this is, you know, even details like when you move a mouse on a MacBook trackpad, the sort of response curve of how that input that you give the trackpad translates to cursor movement is different than how it works with the mouse. When you move it on the trackpad, there's a different response function, a different curve to how much a movement translates to input to the computer than when you do it physically with the mouse. And that's because somebody sat down a long time ago when they're designing the initial input systems to any computer, and they thought through exactly how it feels to use these different systems. And now we're designing sort of the next generation of this input system to a computer, which is entirely done via the brain. And there's no proprioceptive feedback. Again, you don't feel the mouse in your hand. You don't feel the keys on your fingertips. And you want a control surface that still makes it easy and intuitive for the user to understand the state of the system, how to achieve what they want to do. Ultimately, the end goal is that UX is completely, it fades into the background. It becomes something that's so natural and intuitive that it's subconscious to them. And they just should feel like they have basically direct control over it. That's what they want to do. They're not thinking about the implementation of how to make it do what they want it to do. It's just doing what they want.
Is there some kind of things along the lines of Fitz Law where you should move the mouse in a certain kind of way that maximizes your chance to hit the target? I don't even know what I'm asking, but I'm hoping the intention of my question will land on a profound answer. No. Is there some kind of understanding of the laws of UX when it comes to the context of somebody using their brain to control it? Like, that's different than the mouse.
I think we're in the early stages of discovering those laws. So I wouldn't claim to have solved that problem yet. But there's definitely some things we've learned that make it easier for the user to get stuff done. And it's pretty straightforward when you verbalize it, but it takes a while to actually get to that point in the process of debugging this stuff in the trenches. One of those things is that any machine learning system you build has some number of errors. And it matters how those errors translate to the downstream user experience. For example, if you're developing a search algorithm in your photos, if you search for your friend Joe and it pulls up a photo of your friend Josephine, maybe that's not a big deal because the cost of an error is not that high. In a different scenario where you're trying to detect insurance fraud or something like this, and you're directly sending someone to court because of some machine learning model output, then the errors, it's a lot more sense to be careful about. You want to be very thoughtful about how those errors translate to downstream effects. The same is true in BCI. So, for example, if you're building a model that's decoding a velocity output from the brain versus an output where you're trying to modulate the left, for example, these have sort of different trade-offs of how precise you need to be before it becomes useful to the end user. For velocity, it's okay to be on average correct because the output of the model is integrated through time. So if the user is trying to click at position A and they're currently at position B, they're trying to navigate over time to get between those 2 points. And as long as the output of the model is on average correct, they can sort of steer it through time with the user control loop in the mix. They can get to the point they want to get to. The same is not true of a click. For a click, you're performing it almost instantly, scale of neurons firing, and so you want to be very sure that click is correct because a false click can be very destructive to the user. They might accidentally close the tab that they're trying to do something in and lose all their progress. They might accidentally hit some send button on some text that is only half composed and reads funny after. So there's different sort of cost functions associated with errors in this space, and part of the UX design is understanding how to build a solution that is, when it's wrong, still useful to the end user.
That's so fascinating. Assigning cost to every action when an error occurs. So every action, if an error occurs, has a certain cost. And incorporating that into how you interpret the intention, mapping it to the action, is really important. I didn't quite, until you said it, realize there's a cost to sending the text early. It's a very expensive cost.
It's super annoying. If you accidentally, if your cursor, imagine if your cursor misclicked every once in a while. That's super obnoxious. And the worst part of it is, usually, when the user's trying to click, they're also holding still because they're over the target they want to hit and they're getting ready to click. Which means that in the data sets that we build, on average, it's the case that sort of low speeds or desire to hold still is correlated with when the user's trying to click.
Wow, that is really fascinating.
It's also not the case, people think that, a click is a binary signal. This must be super easy to decode. Well, yes, it is, but the bar is so much higher for it to become a useful thing for the user. And there's ways to solve this. I mean, you can sort of take the cop-out approach of, let's just let's take 5 seconds to click. Let's take a huge window of time so we can be very confident about the answer. But again, world's best mouse. The world's best mouse doesn't take a second to click or 500 milliseconds to click. It takes 5 milliseconds to click or less. And so if you're aiming for that kind of high bar, then you really want to solve the underlying problem.
So maybe this is a good place to ask about how to measure performance, this whole bits per second. What can you explain what you mean by that? Maybe a good place to start is to talk about WebGrid as a game, as a good illustration of the measurement of performance.
Yeah. Maybe I'll take one zoom up step there, which is just explaining why we care to measure this at all. So again, our goal is to provide the user the ability to control the computer as well as I can, and hopefully better. And that means that they can do it at the same speed as what I can do. It means that they have access to all the same functionality that I have, including all those little details like command tab, command space, all this stuff, and be able to do it with their brain, and with the same level of reliability as what I can do with my muscles. And that's a high bar. And so we intend to measure and quantify every aspect of that to understand how we're progressing towards that goal. There's many ways to measure BPS, but this isn't the only way. But we present the user a grid of targets, and basically we compute a score, which is dependent on how fast and accurately they can select, and then how small are the targets. And the more targets that are on the screen, the smaller they are, the more information you present per click. And so if you think about it from an information theory point of view, you can communicate across different information theoretic channels. And one such channel is a typing interface, you could imagine, that's built out of a grid, just like a software keyboard on the screen. And bits per second is a measure that's computed by taking the log of the number of targets on the screen. You can subtract 1 if you care to model a keyboard, because you have to subtract 1 for the delete key on the keyboard. But log of the number of targets on the screen times the number of correct selections minus incorrect, divided by some time window, for example, 60 seconds. And that's sort of the standard way to measure a cursor control task in academia. And all credit in the world goes to this great professor, Dr. Shenoy of Stanford, who came up with that task. He's also one of my inspirations for being in the field. So all the credit in the world to him for coming up with a standardized metric to facilitate this kind of bragging rights that we have now to say that no one is the best in the world at this task with PCI. It's very important for progress that you have standardized metrics that people compare across different techniques and approaches. How well does this do? So yeah, big kudos to him and to all the team at Stanford. So for Noland and for me playing this task, there's also different modes that you can configure this task. So the WebGrid task can be presented as just sort of a left click on the screen, or you could have targets that you just dwell over, or you could have targets that you right click on. You could have targets that are left, right click, middle click, scrolling, clicking and dragging. You can do all sorts of things within this general framework. But the simplest, purest form is just blue targets show up on the screen, blue means left click. That's the simplest form of the game. And the sort of prior records here in academic work and at Neuralink internally with sort of NHPs have all been matched or beaten by Noland with his Neuralink device. So sort of prior to Neuralink, the sort of world record for a human using device is somewhere between 4.2 to 4.6 BPS, depending on exactly what paper you read and how you interpret it. Noland's current record is 8.5 BPS. And again, the sort of median Neuralinker performance is 10 BPS. So you can think of it roughly as he's 85% the level of control of a median Neuralinker using their cursor, just left blue targets on the screen. And I think there's a very interesting journey ahead to get us to that same level of 10 BPS performance. It's not the case that sort of the tricks that got us from 4 to 6 BPS and then 6 to 8 BPS are going to be the ones that get us from 8 to 10. And in my view, the core challenge here is really the labeling problem. It's how do you understand at a very, very fine resolution what the user is attempting to do. And I highly encourage folks in academia to work on this problem.
What's the journey with Nolan on that quest of increasing the BPS on WebGrid? In March, you said that he selected 89,285 targets in WebGrid.
Yep.
So he loves this game. He's really serious about improving his performance in this game. So what is that journey of trying to figure out how to improve that performance? How much can that be done on the decoding side? How much can that be done on the calibration side? How much can that be done on the Nolan side of like figuring out how to convey his intention more cleanly?
Yeah, no, this is a great question. So in my view, one of the primary reasons why Nolan's performance is so good is because of Nolan. Mm-hmm. Nolan is extremely focused and very energetic. He'll play WebGrid sometimes for like 4 hours in the middle of the night, like from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. He'll be playing WebGrid just because he wants to push it to the limit.
Tell me all about Rocky Marciano
this
wearing
is not us, like,
a stripe.
That on to be clear. We're not saying, hey, you should play WebGrid tonight. We just gave him the game as part of our research
against
and he is able to play independently
to intimidate him or something.
And he really pushes hard to push it, the technology to the absolute limit. And he views it as like his job really to make us be the bottleneck. And boy, has he done that well. And so that's the first thing to acknowledge is that he was extremely motivated to make this work. I've also had the privilege to meet other clinical trial participants from BrainGate and other trials, and they very much share the same attitude. Like they view this as their life's work to advance the technology as much as they can. And if that means selecting targets on the screen for 4 hours from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., then so be it. And there's something extremely admirable about that that's worth calling out. Okay, so now how do you sort of get from where he started, which is no cursor control, to 8 BPS? So, I mean, when he started, there's a huge amount of learning to do on his side and our side to figure out what's the most intuitive control for him. And the most intuitive control for him is you have to find the set intersection of what do we have the signal to decode. So we don't pick up, every single neuron in the motor cortex, which means we don't have representation for every part of the body. So there may be some signals that we have better sort of decode performance on than others. For example, on his left hand, we have a lot of difficulty distinguishing his left ring finger from his left middle finger. But on his right hand, we have good control and good modulation detected from the neurons that we're able to record for his pinky and his thumb, his index finger. So you can imagine how these different subspaces of modulated activity intersect with what's the most intuitive for him. And this has evolved over time. So once we gave him the ability to calibrate models on his own, he was able to go and explore various different ways to imagine controlling the cursor. For example, he could imagine controlling the cursor by wiggling his wrist side to side, or by moving his entire arm, by one piece his feet. He tried like a whole bunch of stuff to explore the space of what is the most natural way for him to control the cursor that at the same time is easy for us to decode.
Just to clarify, it's through the body mapping procedure, there you're able to figure out which finger you can move.
Yes, that's one way to do it. Maybe one nuance of when he's doing it, he can imagine many more things than we represent in that visual on the screen. So we show him sort of abstractly, here's a cursor. You figure out what works the best for you. And we obviously have hints about what will work best from that body mapping procedure of, we know that this particular action can represent well, but it's really up to him to go and explore and figure out what works the best.
But at which point does he no longer visualize the movement of his body and is just visualizing the movement of the cursor?
Yeah.
How quickly does he go from, how quickly does he get there?
So this happened on a Tuesday. I remember this day very clearly because at some point during the day, it looked like he wasn't doing super well. It looked like the model wasn't performing super well and he was getting distracted. But it wasn't the case. Like what actually happened was he was trying something new where he was just controlling the cursor. So he wasn't imagining moving his hand anymore. He was just imagining, I don't know what it is, some like abstract intention to move the cursor on the screen. And I cannot tell you what the difference between those two things are. I really, truly cannot. He's tried to explain it to me before. I cannot, give a first-person account of what that's like. But the expletives that he uttered in that moment were, enough to suggest that there's a very qualitatively different experience for him to just have direct neural control over a cursor.
I wonder if there's a way through UX to encourage a human being to discover that. Because he discovered it, like you said to me, that he's a pioneer. So he discovered that on his own through all of this, the process of trying to move the cursor with different kinds of intentions. But that is clearly a really powerful thing to arrive at, which is to let go of trying to control the fingers and the hand and control the actual digital device with your mind.
UX is how it works. And the ideal UX is one that the user doesn't have to think about what they need to do in order to get it done. It just does it.
That is so fascinating. But I wonder on the biological side, how long it takes for the brain to adapt.
Yeah.
So is it just simply learning, like high-level software, or is there like a neuroplasticity component where like the brain is adjusting slowly?
Yeah, the truth is I don't know. I'm very excited to see with sort of the second participant that we implant what the journey is like for them, because we'll have learned a lot more. Potentially we can help them understand and explore that direction more quickly. This is something I didn't, this wasn't me prompting Nolan to go try this. He was just exploring how to use his device and figured it out himself. But now that we know that that's a possibility, that maybe there's a way to, for example, hint the user, don't try super hard during calibration. Just do something that feels natural, or just directly control the cursor. Don't imagine explicit actions. And from there, we should be able to hopefully understand how this is for somebody who has not experienced that before. Maybe that's the default mode of operations for them. You don't have to go through this intermediate phase of explicit motions.
Or maybe if that naturally happens for people, you could just occasionally encourage them to allow themselves to move the cursor.
Right.
Actually, sometimes just like with a 4-minute mile, just the knowledge that that's possible.
It pushes you to do it.
Enables you to do it, and then it becomes trivial. And then it also makes you wonder, this is the cool thing about humans. Once there's a lot more human participants, they will discover things that are possible.
Yes, and share their experiences.
Yeah, and share it. And that because of them sharing it, they'll be able to do it. All of a sudden, that's unlocked for everybody.
Yeah.
Because just the knowledge sometimes is the thing that enables you to do it.
Yeah, and just comment on that too. Like, we've tried like 1,000 different ways to do various aspects of decoding, and now we know like what the right substance is to continue exploring further. Again, thanks to Nolan, the many hours he's put into this. And so even just that help constrain sort of the beam search of different approaches that we could explore really helps accelerate for the next person. The set of things that we'll get to try on day one, how fast we hope to get them to useful control, how fast we can enable them to use it independently, and to get value out of the system. So yeah, massive hats off to Nolan and all the participants that came before him to make this technology a reality.
So how often are the updates to the decoder? Because Nolan mentioned like, okay, there's a new update that we're working on, and that in the stream he said he plays the snake game because it's like super hard. It's a good way for him to test like how good the update is. So, and he says like sometimes the update is a step backwards. It's like it's a constant like iteration. So how often, like what does the update entail? Is it mostly on the decoder side?
Yeah, a couple comments. So one is it's probably worth drawing a distinction between sort of research sessions where we're actively trying different things to understand like what the best approach is, versus sort of independent use where we want to have ability to just go use the device how anybody would want to use their MacBook. And so what he's referring to is I think usually in the context of a research session where we're trying many different approaches to even unsupervised approaches as we talked about earlier to try to come up with better ways to estimate his true intention and more accurately decode them. And in those scenarios, I mean, we try in any given session, he'll sometimes work for like 8 hours a day. And so that can be, hundreds of different models that we would try in that day, like a lot of different things. Now, it's also worth noting that we update the application he uses quite frequently. I think, sometimes up to like 4 or 5 times a day, we'll update his application with different features or bug fixes or feedback that he's given us. So he's a very articulate person who is part of the solution. He's not a complaining person. He says, hey, here's this thing that I've discovered is not optimal in my flow. Here's some ideas how to fix it. Let me know what your thoughts are. Let's figure out how to solve it. And it often happens that those things are addressed within a couple hours of him giving us his feedback. That's the kind of iteration cycle we're having. So sometimes at the beginning of the session, he'll give us feedback, and at the end of the session, he's giving us feedback on the next iteration of that process or that setup.
That's fascinating because one of the things you mentioned that there was 271 pages of notes taken from the BCI sessions, and this was just in March. So one of the amazing things about human beings that they can provide, especially ones who are smart and excited and all like positive and good vibes like Nolan, that they can provide feedback, continuous feedback.
It also requires, just to brag on the team a little bit, I work with a lot of exceptional people, and it requires the team being absolutely laser focused on the user and what will be the best for them. And it requires like level of commitment of, okay, this is what the user feedback was. I have all these meetings. We're going to skip that today, and we're going to do this. That level of focus commitment is, I would say, underappreciated in the world. And also, you obviously have to have the talent to be able to execute on these things effectively. And we have that in those.
Yeah, and this is such a interesting space of UX design because there's so many unknowns here. And I can tell UX is difficult because of how many people do it poorly. It's just not a trivial thing.
Yeah. It's also, UX is not something that you can always solve by just constant iterating on different things. Like sometimes you really need to step back and think globally. Am I even like the right sort of minima to be chasing down? Whereas, like there's a lot of problems in which sort of fast iteration cycle is the predictor of how successful you will be. As a good example, like in RL simulation, for example, the more frequently you get reward, the faster you can progress. It's just an easier learning problem the more frequently you get feedback. But UX is not that way. I mean, users are actually quite often wrong about what the right solution is, and it requires a deep understanding of the technical system and what's possible, combined with what the problem is you're trying to solve. Not just how the user expressed it, but what the true underlying problem is to actually get to the right place.
Yeah, that's the old like stories of Steve Jobs, like rolling in there, like the user is a useful signal, but it's not a perfect signal. And sometimes you have to remove the floppy disk drive or whatever. I forgot all the crazy stories of Steve Jobs, like making wild design decisions. But there, some of it is aesthetic. That some of it is about the love you put into the design, which is very much a Steve Jobs, Johnny Ive type thing. But when you have a human being using their brain to interact with it, it also is deeply about function. It's not just aesthetic. And that you have to empathize with a human being before you while not always listening to them directly. Like you have to deeply empathize. Fascinating. It's really, really fascinating. And at the same time, iterate. But not iterate in small ways, sometimes a complete rebuilding the design. He said that, Nolan said in the early days the UX sucked, where you improve quickly. What was that journey like?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give one concrete example. So he really wanted to be able to read names. So something that it sounds like a simple thing, but it's actually a really big deal for him, and he couldn't do it with his mouse stick. It wasn't accessible. You can't scroll with the mouse stick on the backside on the website that he wanted to be able to use to read the newest thing on. So
might be a good quick pause to say the mouse stick is the thing he's using, holding the stick in his mouth scroll on a tablet.
Right, yeah. It's basically, you can imagine a stylus that you hold with you.
Yeah.
It's basically very
It's exhausting, it hurts, and it's inefficient.
Yeah, and maybe it's also worth calling out there are other alternatives to technology, but the particular situation Nolan's in, and this is not uncommon, and I think it's also not well understood by him, is that he's relatively spastic, so he'll have muscle spasms at the time. And so any assistive technology that requires him to be positioned directly in front of the camera, for example, an ice record, or anything that requires him to put something in his mouth, this is a no-go, because he'll either shift it out of frame when he has a spasm, or if he has something in his mouth, it'll stab him in the face if he spasms too hard. So these kinds of considerations are important in thinking about what advantages a PCI has in someone's life. If it fits ergonomically into your life in a way that you can use it independently, if your caretaker's not there, wherever you want to, either in the bed or in the chair, depending on your comfort level and your desire to have pressure sores. All these factors matter a lot in how good the solution is in that user's life. So one of these very fun examples is scroll. So again, Manga is something you want to be able to read, and there's many ways to do scroll with the PCI. You can imagine different gestures, for example, the user could do that would move the page. But scroll is a very fascinating control surface because it's a huge thing on the screen in front of you. So any sort of jitter in the model output, any sort of error in the model output causes an earthquake on the screen. You really don't want to have your Manga page that you're trying to read be shifted up and down a few pixels just because your scroll decoder is not completely accurate. And so this was an example where we had to figure out how to formulate the problem in a way that the errors of the system, whenever they do occur, and we'll do our best to minimize them, whenever those errors do occur, that it doesn't interrupt the qualia, again, of the experience that the user is having. It doesn't interrupt their flow of reading their book. And so what we ended up building is this really brilliant feature. This is teammate from Bruce who worked on this really brilliant work called Quick Scroll. And Quick Scroll basically looks at the screen and it identifies where on the screen are scroll bars. And it does this by deeply integrating with macOS to understand where are the scroll bars actively present on the screen using the sort of accessibility tree that's available to macOS apps. And we identified where those scroll bars are and provided a PCI scroll bar. And the PCI scroll bar looks similar to a normal scroll bar, but it behaves very differently. Once you sort of move over to it, the cursor sort of morphs onto it. It sort of attaches or left. And then once you push up or down in the same way that you would use a push to control the normal cursor, it actually moves the screen for you. So it's basically like remapping the velocity to a scroll action. And the reason that feels so natural and intuitive is that when you move over to attach to it, it feels like magnetic, so you're sort of stuck onto it. And then it's one continuous action. You don't have to switch your imagined movement. You sort of snap onto it and then you're good to go. You just immediately can start pulling the page down or pushing it out. And even once you get that right, there's so many little nuances of how the scroll behavior works to make it natural and intuitive. So one example is momentum. Like when you scroll a page with your fingers on the screen, you actually have some flow. It doesn't just stop right when you lift your finger up. The same is true with these guys. So we had to spend some time to figure out what are the right nuances. When you don't feel the screen under your fingertip anymore, what is the right sort of dynamic, or what's the right amount of page give, if you will, when you push it to make it flow the right amount for the user to have a natural experience reading their book. And there's a million, I can tell you, there's so many little minutiae of how exactly that scroll works that we spent probably a month getting right to make that feel extremely natural and easy for the user to see.
Even the scroll on a smartphone with your finger feels extremely natural and pleasant. And it probably takes an extremely long time to get that right. And actually, the same kind of visionary UX designer we're talking about. Don't always listen to the users, but also listen to them, and also have visionary big throw everything out, think from first principles, but also Yeah. By the way, this makes me think that scroll bars on the desktop probably have stagnated and never taken that, because the snap, it's like snap the grid, snap the scroll bar action you're talking about is something that could potentially be extremely useful in the desktop setting.
Yeah.
Even just for users to just improve the experience. The current scroll bar experience on the desktop is horrible.
Yeah.
It's hard to find, hard to control. There's not a momentum. There's And the intention should be clear. When I start moving towards the scroll bar, there should be a snap into the scroll bar action. But of course, maybe I'm okay paying that cost. Hundreds of millions of people paying that cost nonstop. But anyway, but in this case, this is necessary because there's an extra cost paid by Nolan for the jitteriness. So you have to switch between the scrolling and the reading. There has to be a phase shift between the two. Like, when you're scrolling, you're scrolling.
Right. So there's one drawback of the current approach. Maybe one other just sort of case study here. So again, UX is how it works, and we think about that holistically from like even the feature detection level of what we detect in the brain, to how we design the decoder, what we choose to decode, to then how it works once it's being used by the user. So another good example in that sort of how it works once they're actually using the decoder, the output that's displayed on the screen is not just what the decoder says. It's also a function of, what's going on the screen. So we can understand, for example, that, when you're trying to close a tab, that very small, stupid little X is extremely tiny, which is hard to get precisely hit if you're dealing with sort of a noisy output of the decoder. We can understand that that is a small little X you might be trying to hit and actually make it a bigger target for you. Similar to how when you're typing on your phone, if you're used to like the iOS keyboard, for example, it actually adapts the target size of individual keys based on that underlying language model. So it'll actually understand that I'm typing, hey, I'm going to see L. It'll make the E key bigger because it knows Lex is the person when you can see. And so that kind of predictiveness can make the experience much more smooth, even without improvements to the underlying decoder or feature detection for the stack. So we do that with a feature called magnetic targets. We actually index the screen and we understand, okay, these are the places that are very small targets might be difficult to hit. Here's the kind of cursor dynamics around that location that might be indicative of the user's small hit. Let's make it easier. Let's blow up the size of it in a way that makes it easier for the user to sort of snap onto that. So all these little details, they matter a lot in helping the user be independent in their day-to-day life.
So how much of the work on the decoder is generalizable to P2, P3, P4, P5, PM? How do you improve the decoder in a way that's generalizable?
Yeah, great question. So the underlying signal we're trying to decode is going to look very different in P2 than in P1. For example, channel number 345 is going to mean something different in user 1 than it will in user 2. Just because that electrode that corresponds with channel 345 is going to be in X2 a different neuron in user 1 versus user 2. But the approach is the methods, the user experience of how do you get the right behavioral pattern in the user to associate with that neural signal. We hope that will translate over multiple. And beyond that, it's very, very possible, in fact, quite likely that we overfit sort of Nolan's user experience desires and preferences. And so what I hope to see is that, when we get a second, third, fourth participant, that we find sort of what the right wide minimums are and cover all the cases and make it more intuitive. And hopefully there's cross-pollination of things where, we didn't think about that with this user because, they can speak, but with this user who just can fundamentally not speak at all, this user experience is not out there. Now, well, actually, those improvements that we make there, so hopefully translate then to even people who can speak but don't feel comfortable doing so because in a public setting like their doctor's office.
So the actual mechanism of open loop labeling and then closed loop labeling would be the same and hopefully can generalize across the different users as they're doing the calibration step. And calibration step is pretty cool. I mean, that in itself, the interesting thing about WebGrid, which is like closed loop, it's like fun. I love it when there's like, there used to be kind of an idea of human computation, which is using actions a human would want to do anyway to get a lot of signal from. Yeah. And like WebGrid is that, like a nice video game that also serves as a great calibration.
It's pretty funny. I've heard this reaction so many times before. Sort of, first user was implanted to be have an internal perception that the first user would not find fun. Yeah. And so we thought really quite a bit actually about like we build other games that like are more interesting for the user so we can get this kind of data and help facilitate research that for long durations. But it just turns out that like people love it. I always loved it, but I didn't know that was a shared perception.
Yeah, just in case it's not clear, WebGrid is a grid of let's say 35 by 35 cells, and one of them lights up blue, and you have to move your mouse over that and click on it. And if you miss it, it's red. And
I so many hours. So many hours.
And what's your record, you said?
I think I have the highest at Neuralink right now. My record is 17 videos.
17
which is about, if you imagine that 35 by 35 video, you're getting about 100 trials per minute. So 100 correct actions in that one. So you're averaging about between 500 and 600 milliseconds per second.
So one of the reasons that I think I struggle with that game is I'm such a keyboard person. So everything is done via keyboard. As if I can avoid touching the mouse, it's great. So how can you explain your high performance?
I have like a whole ritual I go through. So it's essentially like a diet plan associated with this. So it's a whole thing. So the first thing
I have to fast for 5 days. I have to go up to the mountain.
Actually, it's kind of, the fasting thing is important. So this is like
this is the mind, yeah.
Yeah. So what I do is I don't eat for a little bit beforehand. And then I'll actually eat like a ton of peanut butter before I do.
This is a real thing.
This is a real thing, yeah. And then it has to be really late at night. This is again a night owl. But it has to be like midnight, 2 a.m. kind of time to go. And I have a very specific physical position I'll sit in, which is I was homeschooled growing up, and so I did most of my work like on the floor, just like in my bedroom or whatever. And so I have a very specific situation on the floor that I sit and play. And then you have to make sure like there's not a lot of weight on your elbow, so you can move quickly. And then I turn the gain of the cursor, so the speed of the cursor way up, so it's like small motions that actually move the cursor.
Are you moving with your wrist? Or you never?
I'm moving my fingers. So my wrist is almost completely slow. I'm just moving my fingers. Yeah.
Those, just on a small tangent, which I've been meaning to go down this rabbit hole of people that set the world record in Tetris. Those folks that are playing, there's a way to. Did you see this?
I've seen like all the fingers are moving.
Yeah, you could find a way to do it where like it's using a loophole, like a bug, that you can do some incredibly fast stuff. So it's along that line, but not quite. But you do realize there'll be like a few programmers right now listening to this who will fast and eat peanut butter.
Yeah, please try my record. I mean, the reason I did this literally was just because I wanted the bars to high. Like I wanted the number that we aim for to not be like the median point. It should be able to beat all of us at least. Like that's the minimum bar.
What do you think is possible? Like 20?
Yeah, I don't know what the limit is. The limit you can calculate just in terms of like screen refresh rate and like cursor immediately jumping to the next target. But I'm sure there's limits before that with sort of reaction time and visual perception and things like this. I would guess it's in the below 40, but above 20, somewhere in there. Probably that rate. So I never think about. It also matters like how difficult the task is. You can imagine like some people might be able to do like 10,000 targets on the screen, and maybe they can do that way. So there's some like task optimizations you could do to try to boost your performance as well.
So you think this would be
what do you think it takes for no one to be able to do above 8.5 to keep increasing that number? You said like every increase in the number might require different improvements in the system.
Yeah, I think the nature of this work is the first answer to this important is I don't know. This is edge of research. So again, nobody's gotten to that number before. So what's next is going to be a heuristic guess from that part. What we've seen historically is that different parts of the stack become bottlenecks at different time points. So when I first joined Erlang 3 years ago or so, one of the major problems was just the latency of the boot information. It was just like the rating of the device wasn't super good as early revision of the implant. And it just, like, no matter how good your decoder was, if your thing is updating every 30 milliseconds, 50 milliseconds, it's just going to be choppy. And no matter how good you are, it's going to be frustrating and lead to challenges. So, at that point, it was very clear that the main challenge is just get the data off the device in a very reliable way so that you can enable the next challenge to be tackled. And then, at some point, it was, actually the modeling challenge of how do you just build a good mapping, like the supervised learning problem. Like you have a bunch of data and you have a label you can predict. Just what is the right neural decoder architecture and hyperparameters to optimize that. That was the problem for a bit. And once you solved that, it became a different problem. I think the next bottleneck after that was actually just sort of software stability and reliability. If you have widely varying sort of inference latency in your system, or your app just lags out every once in a while, it decreases your ability to maintain and get in a state of flow, and it basically just disrupts your control experience. And so there's a variety of different software bugs and improvements we made that basically increased the performance of the system, made it much more reliable, much more stable, and led to a state where we could reliably collect data and build better models. So that was a bottleneck for a while. It's just sort of like the software stuff itself. If I were to guess right now, there's sort of two major directions you could think about for improving VPS later. The first major direction is labeling. So labeling is, again, this fundamental challenge of given a window of time where the user is expressing some behavioral intent, what are they really trying to do at the granularity of every node? And that, again, is a task design problem, it's a UX problem, it's a machine learning problem, to software problem. So all those different things. The second thing you can think about to improve VPS further is either completely changing the thing you're decoding or just extending the number of things that you're decoding. So this is certainly the direction of functionality. Okay, so you can imagine giving more clicks, for example, a left click, a right click, a middle click, different actions like drag, for example, and that can improve the effective bit rate of your communication procedures. If you're trying to allow the user to express themselves through any given communication channel, you can measure that with bits per second, but what actually matters at the end of the day is how effective are they at navigating the computer. And so from the downstream path we care about, functionality, extending functionality is going to be very interesting, because not only can it improve the sort of number of VPS, but it can also improve the downstream sort of independence that the user has and the skill right there.
Would the number of threads increasing also potentially help?
Yes, short answer is yes. It's a bit nuanced how that curve or how that manifests in the numbers. So what you'll see is that if you sort of plot a curve of number of channels that you're using for decode versus either the offline metrics of how good you are at decoding, or the online metrics of sort of in practice how good is the user at using this device, you see roughly the log curve. So as you move further out in number of channels, you get a corresponding sort of logarithmic improvement in control quality and offline validation metrics. The important nuance here is that each channel corresponds with a specific represented intention in the brain. So for example, if you have a channel 254, it might correspond with moving to the right. Channel 256 might mean move to the left. If you want to expand the number of functions you want to control, you really want to have a broader set of channels that covers a broader set of imagined movements. You can think of it like kind of like Mr. Potato Man, actually. Like if you had a bunch of different imagined movements you could do, how would you map those imagined movements to input? You can imagine, handwriting, the output characters on the screen. You can imagine just typing with your fingers and have that output text on the screen. You can imagine different finger modulations for different clicks. You can imagine wiggling your big nose for opening some menu, or wiggling your big toe to have command tab occur or something like that. So it's really the amount of different actions you can take in the world depends on how many channels you have and the information content you carry.
Right, so that's more about the number of actions. So actually, as you increase the number of threads, that's more about increasing the number of actions you're able to perform.
One other nuance there that is worth mentioning. So again, our goal is really to enable a user process to control the computer as fast as I can. That's DPI. With all the same functionality I have, so we talked about, but then also as reliably as I can. And that last point is very related to channel construction. So as you scale out the number of channels, the relative importance of any particular feature of your model input to the output control of the user diminishes. Which means that if the sort of neural non-stationary effect is per channel, or if the noise is independent, such that more channels means on average less output effect, then your reliability of your system will improve. So one sort of core thesis that I have is that scaling channel count should improve the reliability of the system without any work on the decoder itself.
Can you linger on reliability here? So first of all, when you say non-stationarity of the signal, which aspect are you referring to?
Yeah, so maybe let's talk briefly what the actual underlying signal looks like. So again, I spoke very briefly at the beginning about how when you imagine moving to the right or imagine moving to the left, neurons might fire more or less. And the frequency content of that signal, at least in the motor cortex, is very correlated with the output intensity of behavioral tasks that the user is doing. You can imagine, actually, this is not obvious, that rate coding, which is the name of that phenomenon, is like the only way to make sense. You can imagine many different ways in which the brain could encode intensity. And there's actually evidence, like in DAC, for example, that there's temporal coding, so timing coding, so like exactly when particular neurons fire is the mechanism of information representation. But at least in the motor cortex, there's substantial evidence that it's rate coding, or at least one first order effect is that it's rate coding. So then, if the brain is representing information by changing the sort of frequency of a neuron firing, what really matters is sort of the delta between sort of baseline state of the neuron and what it looks like in its mind. And what we've observed, and what has also been observed in academic work, is that baseline rate, sort of the part of the scale, if you imagine that analogy, sort of like measuring, flour or something when you're baking, that baseline state of how much the pot weighs is actually different. And so what you're trying to measure is how much rice is in the pot. You're going to get a different measurement different days because you're measuring with different things. So that baseline rate shifting is really the thing that, at least from a first order description of the problem, is what's causing this downstream. There can be other effects, non-linear effects on top of that, but at least at a very first order description of the problem, That's what you do every day, is a baseline firing rate of any particular neuron or observed by a particular channel.
If you just adjust to the baseline, make it relative to the baseline nonstop.
Yeah, this is a great question. With monkeys, we have found various ways to do this. One example way to do this is you have them to do some behavioral tasks like play the game with the joystick. You measure what's going on in the brain. You compute some mean of what's going on across all the input features, and you subtract that mean input when you're doing your decisions. Works super well. For whatever reason, that doesn't work super well. I actually don't know the full reason why, but I can imagine several explanations. One such explanation could be that the context effect difference between some open loop tasks and closed loop tasks is much more significant. But no one knows this with monkey. Maybe in his open loop task, he's watching a Lecterian podcast while he's doing the task, or he's whistling and listening to music and talking to his friend and asking his mom what's for dinner while he's doing the task. And so the exact sort of difference in context between those states may be much larger, and thus leads to a bigger generalization gap between the features that you're normalizing at open loop times and what you're trying to use.
That's interesting. Just on that point, it's kind of incredible to watch no one be able to multitask, do multiple tasks at the same time, and to be able to move the mouse cursor effectively while talking and while being nervous because he's talking my ass and stuff, kicking your ass, and not work and talk trash while doing it. So all at the same time. And yes, if you're trying to normalize the baseline, that might throw everything off. Boy, is that interesting.
Maybe one comment on that too. For folks that aren't familiar with assistive technology, I think there's a common belief that, well, why can't you just use an eye tracker or something like this for helping somebody move the mouse on the screen? And it's a really a fair question, and one that I actually was not confident before knowing that this was going to be a profoundly transformative technology for people like him. And I'm very confident now that it will be, but the reasons are subtle. It really has to do with ergonomically how it's work. Even if you can just offer the same level of control as what they would have with an eye tracker or with a mouse click. But you don't need to have that thing in your face. You don't need to be positioned in a certain way. You don't need your caretaker to be around to set it up for you. You can activate it when you want, how you want, wherever you want. That level of independence is so game-changing for people. It means that they can text a friend at night privately without their mom needing to be in the loop. It means that they can open up, and browse the internet at 2 a.m. when nobody's around to set their iPad up to them. This is profoundly game-changing thing. And this is even before we start talking about folks that may not be able to communicate at all or ask for help when they want to. This can be potentially the only link that they have to the outside world. And that one doesn't have to need explanation about it. So.
You mentioned neural decoder. How much machine learning is in the decoder? How much magic? How much science? How much art? How difficult is it to come up with a decoder that figures out what these sequence of spikes mean?
Yeah, good question. There's a couple different ways to answer this. So maybe I'll zoom out briefly first, and then I'll go down one of the rabbit holes. So the zoomed out view is that building the decoder is really the process of building the data set, plus compiling it into the weights. And each of those steps is important. The direction, I think, of further improvement is primarily going to be in the data set side of how do you construct the optimal labels for the model. But there's an entirely separate challenge of how do you compile it to the best model. So I'll go briefly down the second one, down the second level. One of the main challenges with designing the optimal model, or BCI, is that offline metrics corresponds to online. It's fundamentally a control problem. The user is trying to control something on the screen. And the exact sort of user experience of how you output the intention impacts the ability to control. So, for example, if you just look at validation loss as predicted by your model, there can be multiple ways to achieve the same validation loss. Not all of them equally controlled by the end user. And so it might be as simple as saying, you could just add auxiliary loss terms that help you capture the thing that actually matters. But this is a very complex, nuanced process. So how you turn the labels into the model is more of a nuanced process than just one very fascinating anecdote here. We've tried many different sort of neural network architectures that translate brain data to velocity outputs, for example. And one example that stuck in my brain a couple of years ago now is at one point we were using fully connected networks to decode the brain activity. We tried A/B tests where we were measuring the relative performance in online control session of sort of 1D convolution over the input signal. So imagine per channel you have a sliding window that's producing some convolve feature, each of those input sequences with every single channel simultaneously, you can actually get better validation metrics, meaning you're fitting the data better and it's generalizing better on offline data if you use this convolutional. You're reducing parameters. It's sort of a standard procedure when you deal with time series data. Now, it turns out that when using that model online, controllability was worse. It's far worse, even though the offline methods using. And there can be many ways to interpret that, but what that taught me at least was that, hey, it's at least the case right now that if you were to just throw a bunch of compute at this problem and you were trying to sort of parameter optimize or let some GPT model hard code or come up with their intent to make a conclusion, if you were just optimizing for loss, it would not be sufficient. Which means that there's still some inherent modeling gap here. There's still some artistry left to be uncovered here, how to get your model scaled with more compute, and that may be fundamentally a labeling problem, but there may be other things.
Is it data constraint at this time? Like, this is what it sounds like. How do you get a lot of good labels?
Yeah, I think it's data quality constraint, not necessarily data quantity constraint.
But even just the quantity, I mean, because it has to be trained on the interactions. I guess there's not that many interactions.
Yeah, so it depends what version of this you're talking about. So if you're talking about, like, let's say the simplest example is just 2D velocity, then I think, yeah, data quality is the main. If you're talking about how to build sort of multi-function output that lets you do all the inputs to the computer that you and I can do, then it's actually a much more sophisticated, nuanced modeling challenge, because now you need to think about not just when the user is left-clicking, but when you're building a left-click model, you also need to think about how to make sure it doesn't fire when they're trying to right-click or when they're trying to move around. So one example of an interesting bug from like sort of week one of the PCI with Nolan was when he moved the mouse, the click signal sort of dropped off a cliff, and when he stopped, the click signal went out. So again, there's contamination between the two inputs. Another good example was at one point he was trying to do sort of a left-clicking drag, and the minute he started moving, the left click signal dropped off the cliff. So again, because there's some contamination between the two signals, you need to come up with some way to either in the data set or in the model build robustness against this kind of you think about like overfitting, but really it's just that the model has not seen this kind of variability before. So you need to find some way to help the model.
Super cool. But it feels like all of this is very solvable, but it's hard.
Yes, it is fundamentally engineering. This is important to emphasize, and it's also important to emphasize that it may not be fundamentally engineering. This means that people who work on, let's say, unsupervised speech classification using GTC loss, for example, with internal to Siri, they can potentially have very applicable skills.
So what things are you excited about in the future development of the software stack? And everything we've been talking about, the decoding, the UX.
I think there's some I'm excited about, like something I'm excited about from the technology side, and some I'm excited about understanding how this technology is going to be that efficiently entering the world. So I'll work backwards. On the technology entering the world side of things, I'm really excited to understand how this device works for folks that cannot speak at all, but have no ability to sort of bootstrap themselves into useful control by voice command, for example, and are extremely limited in their current abilities. I think that will be incredibly useful to know for us to understand. I mean, really, what is the next essential step for all startups, which is product market fit. Does this device have capacity and potential to transform people's lives in the current state? And if not, what are the gaps? And if there are gaps, how do we solve them with most efficiency? So that's what I'm very excited about for the next year or so clinical trial. The technology side, I'm quite excited about basically everything we're doing. I think it's going to be awesome. The most prominent one I would say is scaling channel count. So right now we have a 1,000 channel device. The next version will have between 3,000 and 6,000 channels, and I expect that curve to continue in the future. And it's unclear what set of problems will just disappear completely at that scale, and what set of problems will remain and require further focus. And so I'm excited about the clarity of gradient that gives us in terms of the user experience that we choose to focus our time and resources on, and also in terms of the even things as simple as not stationarity. Like, does that problem just completely go away at that scale, or do we need to come up with new creative UX still in that time? And also, when we get to that time point, when we start expanding out dramatically the set of functions that you can output in one brain, how to deal with all the nuances of both the user experience of not being able to feel the different keys under your fingertips, but still need to be able to modulate all of them if you need to achieve the thing you want. And again, you don't have that perfect set of feedback, so how can you make that intuitive for you to control a high-dimensional control surface without feeling the same physically? I think that's going to be a super interesting problem. I'm also quite excited to understand, do these scaling laws continue? Like, as you scale channel count, how much further out to go before that saturation point is truly hit. And it's not obvious today. I think we only know what's in that circulation state. We only know what's between 0 and 1024. We don't know what's beyond that. And then there's a whole sort of like range of interesting sort of neuroscience and brain questions, which is when you stick more stuff in the brain in more places, you get to learn much more quickly about what those brain regions represent. And so I'm excited about that fundamental neuroscience, which is also important for figuring out how most efficiently to trigger electricity in the future. So yeah, I think all those kinds of stuff I'm really, really excited about. And that doesn't get close to touching the sort of software stack that we work on every single day and what we're working on right now.
Yeah, it seems virtually impossible to me that 1,000 electrodes is where it saturates. It feels like this would be one of those silly notions in the future where obviously you should have millions of electrodes, and this is where breakthroughs happen. You tweeted, some thoughts are most precisely described in poetry. Why do you think that is?
I think it's because the information bottleneck of language is pretty steep, and yet you're able to reconstruct on the other person's brain more effectively without being literal. Like if you can express the sentiment such that in their brains they can reconstruct the actual true underlying meaning and beauty of the thing that you're trying to get across, the generator function in their brain is more powerful than what language can express. And so the mechanism in poetry is really just to feed or seek that generator function.
So being literal sometimes is a suboptimal compression for the thing you're trying to convey.
And it's actually in the process of the user going through that generation that they understand what you mean. Like that's the beautiful part. It's also like when you look at a beautiful painting, like it's not the pixels of the painting that are beautiful. It's the thought process that occurs when you see that, the experience of that actually matters.
Yeah, it's resonating with some deep thing within you that the artist also experienced and was able to convey that through the picture. And that's actually going to be relevant for full-on telepathy. You know, it's like if you just read the poetry literally, that doesn't say much of anything interesting. It requires a human to interpret it. So it's the combination of the human mind and all the experiences that the human being has within the context of the collective intelligence of the human species that makes that poem make sense. And they load that in. And so in that same way, the signal that carries from human to human meaning may seem trivial, but may actually carry a lot of power because of the complexity of the human mind on the receiving end. Yeah, that's interesting. Poetry still doesn't. Who was it? I think Yoshibaka, first martial artist, said something about all the people that think we've achieved AGI, explain why humans like music.
Oh yeah.
And until the AGI likes music, you haven't achieved AGI or something.
Do you not think that's like some next token entropy surprise kind of thing going on?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I listen to a lot of classical music and also read a lot of poetry, and yeah, I do wonder if like there is some element of the next token surprise factor going on there. Yeah, maybe. Because I mean, like a lot of the tricks in both poetry and music are like basically you have some repeated structure and then you do like a twist.
Yeah.
Like it's like okay, verse or like clause 1, 2, 3 is one thing, and then clause 4 is like okay, now we're on to the next theme.
Yeah.
And they kind of play with exactly when the surprise happens and the expectations of the user. And that's even true like through history as musicians evolve music. They take like some known structure that people are familiar with and they just tweak it a little bit. Like they tweak it and add a surprising element. It's especially true in like in classical music heritage. But that's what I'm wondering, like all these entropies, like
so breaking structure or breaking symmetry is something that humans seem to like. Maybe as simple as that.
Yeah, and I mean, great artists copy, and it also, you know, knowing which rules to break is the important part. And that fundamentally must be about the listener of the piece. Like which rules is the right one to break is about the user or the audience perceiving that as interesting.
What do you think is the meaning of human existence?
There's a TV show I really like called The West Wing. And in the West Wing, there's a character who's the president of the United States who's having a discussion about the Bible with one of their colleagues. and the colleague says something about, the Bible says X, Y, and Z, and the president says, yeah, but it also says A, B, C, and the person says, well, do you believe the Bible to be biblically true? The president says, yes, but I also think that neither of us are smart enough to understand it. I think, to like the analogy here for the meaning of life, is that largely we don't know the right questions to ask, and so I'm even very aligned with the Hitchhiker's Galaxy version of this question, which is basically if we can ask the right questions, it's much more likely we find the meaning of human existence. And so in the short term, as a heuristic, in the sort of search policy space, we should try to increase the diversity of people asking such questions, or generally of conscious beings asking such questions. So again, I think I'll take the I don't know card here, but say I do think there are meaningful things we can do that improve the likelihood of answering that question.
It's interesting how much value you assign to the task of asking the right questions. That's the main thing, is not the answer, it's the questions.
This point, by the way, is driven home in a very painful way when you try to communicate with someone who cannot speak. Because a lot of times, the last thing to go is they have the ability to somehow, wiggle a lip or move something that allows them to say yes or no. And in that situation, it's very obvious that what matters is, are you asking them the right questions to be able to listen?
Well, Chris, thank you for everything you do. And thank you for being you. And thank you for talking to me.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Chris Chapman. And now, dear friends, there's Nolan Harbaugh, the first human being to have a Neuralink device implanted in his brain. You had a diving accident in 2016 that left you paralyzed with no feeling from the shoulders down. How did that accident change your life? It's sort of a freak thing that happened. And imagine you're running into the ocean, or this is a lake, but you're running into the ocean, and you get to about waist high, and then you kind of like dive in, take the rest of the plunge under the wave or something. That's what I did, and then I just never came back up. Not sure what happened. I did it running into the water with a couple of guys, and so my idea of what happened is really just that I took like a straight fish, elbow, knee, put something to the side of my head. The left side of my head was sore for about a month afterwards, so must have taken a pretty big knock. And then they both came up, and I didn't. So I was face down in the water for a while. I was conscious, and then eventually just realized I couldn't hold my breath any longer. And I keep saying, take a big drink. People, I don't know if they like it when I say that. It seems like I'm making light of it all, but this is kind of how I am. And I don't know, like, I'm a very relaxed, sort of stress-free person. I rolled with the punches for a lot of this. I kind of took it in stride. All right, well, what can I do next? How can I improve my life even a little bit on a day-to-day basis at first, just trying to find some way to heal as much of my body as possible, to try to get healed, to try to get off the ventilator, learn as much as I could, so I could somehow survive once I left the hospital. And then, thank God I had my family around me. If I didn't have my parents, my siblings, then I would have never made it this far. They've done so much for me, more than I can ever thank them for, honestly. And a lot of people don't have that. A lot of people in my situation, their families either aren't capable of providing for them, or honestly just don't want to, and so they get placed somewhere, in some sort of home. So thankfully I had my family. I had a great group of friends, a great group of buddies from college who have all rallied around me, and I'm still incredibly close. People always say, if you're lucky, you'll end up with one or two friends in high school that you keep throughout your life. I have about 10
10 or 12 from high school that have all stuck around, and we still get together, all of us, twice a year. We call it the spring series and the fall series. This last one we all did, we dressed up like X-Men, so I did a Professor Xavier. It was freaking awesome. It was so good. So yeah, I have such a great support system around me, and so, you know, in the water league, it isn't that bad. I get waited on all the time. People bring me food and drinks, and I get to sit around and watch as much TV and movies and anime as I want. I get to read as much as I want. I mean, it's great.
It's beautiful to see that you see the silver lining in all of this. It's just sort of going back. Do you remember the moment when you first realized you were paralyzed?
Yeah. Yep. I was face down in the water, and right when something hit my head, I tried to get up, and I realized I couldn't move, and it just sort of clicked. Like, all right, I'm paralyzed, can't move. What do I do? I can't get up, I can't flip over, can't do anything. Then I'm going to drown eventually. And I knew I couldn't hold my breath forever. So I just held my breath and thought about it for maybe 10, 15 seconds. I've heard from other people that, like onlookers, I guess, the two girls that pulled me out of the water were two of my best friends. They were lifeguards. And one of them said that it looked like my body was sort of shaking in the water, like I was trying to flip over and stuff. But I knew immediately, and I just kind of, I realized that that's what my situation was from here on out. Maybe if I got to the hospital, they'd be able to do something. When I was in the hospital, like right before surgery, I was trying to calm one of my friends down. I had like brought her with me from college to camp, and she was just bawling over me, and I was like, hey, it's gonna be fine, like, don't worry. I was cracking some jokes to try to lighten the mood. The nurse had called my mom. I was like, don't tell my mom. She's just gonna be stressed out. Call her after I'm out of surgery, because at least she'll have some answers then, like whether I live or not, really. And I didn't want her to be stressed through the whole thing, but I knew. And then when I first woke up after surgery, I was super drugged up. They had me on fentanyl like 3 days, which was awesome. I don't recommend it, but I saw some crazy stuff on that fentanyl, and it was still the best I've ever felt on drugs. Medication, and I remember the first time I saw my mom in the hospital, I was bawling. I ventilator, and like I couldn't talk or anything, and I just started crying because it was more like seeing her. Not that the situation obviously was pretty rough, but it was just like seeing her face for the first time was pretty hard. But yeah, I never had like a moment of, you know, man, I'm paralyzed, this sucks, I don't want to like be around anymore. It was always just, I hate that I have to do this, but like sitting here and wallowing isn't gonna help.
So immediate acceptance.
Yeah.
Has there been low points?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there are days when I don't really feel like doing anything. Not so much anymore, like not for the last couple of years, I don't really feel that way. I've more so just wanted to try to do anything possible to make my life better at this point. But at the beginning, there were some ups and downs. There were some really hard things to adjust to. First off, just like the first couple months, the amount of pain I was in was really, really hard. I mean, I remember screaming at the top of my lungs in the hospital because I thought my legs were on fire. And obviously I can't feel anything, but it's all nerve pain. And so that was a really hard night. I asked them to give me as much pain meds as possible. They're like, you've had as much as you can have, so just kind of deal with it. Go to a happy place, sort of thing. So that was a pretty low point. And then every now and again, it's hard, like realizing things that I wanted to do in my life that I won't be able to do anymore. and I always wanted to be a husband and father, and I just don't think that I could do it now as a quadriplegic. Maybe it's possible, but I'm not sure I would ever put someone I love through that, like having to take care of me and stuff. Not being able to go out and play sports. I was a huge athlete growing up, so that was pretty hard. Just little things too. When I realized I can't do them anymore, like there's something really special about being able to hold a book and smell a book, like the feel, the texture, the smell, like as you turn the pages. Like I just love it. I can't do it anymore. It's little things like that. The 2-year mark was pretty rough. 2 years is when they say you will get back basically as much as you're ever going to get back as far as movement and sensation. And so for the first 2 years, that was the only thing on my mind. Was like try as much as I can to move my fingers, my hands, my feet, everything possible to try to get sensation and movement back. And then when the 2-year mark hit, so June 30th, 2018, I was really sad that that's kind of where I was. And then just randomly here and there, but I was never like depressed for long periods of time. Just it never seemed worthwhile to me.
What gave you strength?
My faith in God was a big one. My understanding that it was all for a purpose, and even if that purpose wasn't anything involving me,
athleticism, folks.
Purpose was, there's a story in the Bible about Job, and I think it's a really, really popular story about how Job, has all of these terrible things happen to him, and he praises God throughout the whole situation. I thought, and I think a lot of people think for most of their lives that they are Job, that they're the ones going through something terrible, and they just need to, praise God through the whole thing, and everything will work out. At some point after my accident, I realized that I might not be Job, that I might be, one of his children that gets killed or kidnapped.
I've never seen anything so athletic in my entire fucking life.
So it's about
this motherfucker
terrible
is just
things that happen to those around you who you love. So maybe, in this case, my mom would be Job, and she has to get through something extraordinarily hard, and I just need to try and make it as best as possible for her, because she's the one that's really going through this massive trial. And that gave me a lot of strength. And obviously my family and my friends, they give me all the strength that I need on a day-to-day basis. So it makes things a lot easier having that great support system around me.
From everything I've seen of you online, your streams, and the way you are today, I really admire, let's say, your unwavering positive outlook on life. Has that always been this way?
Yeah. I've just always thought I could do anything I ever wanted to do. There was never anything too big. Like whatever I set my mind to, I felt like I could do it. I didn't want to do a lot. I wanted to travel around and be sort of like a gypsy and go work odd jobs. I had this dream of traveling around Europe and being a shepherd in Wales or Ireland, and then going and being a fisherman in Italy, doing all these things for a year. It's such cliche things, but I just thought it would be so much fun to go and travel and do different things. And so I've always just seen the best in people around me too, and I've always tried to be good to people. And growing up with my mom too, she's the most positive, energetic person in the world, and we're all just people. I just get along great with people. I really enjoy meeting new people, and so I just wanted to do everything. This is kind of just how I've been.
It's just great to see that cynicism didn't take over, given everything you've been through.
Yeah.
Was that a deliberate choice you made, that you're not going to let this keep you down?
Yeah, a bit. Also, just kind of how I am. I just, like I said, I roll with the punches with everything. I always used to tell people, like, I don't stress about things much. And whenever I'd see people getting stressed, I'd just say, like, it's not hard. Just don't stress about it. And, like, that's all you need to do. And they're like, that's not how that works. It works for me. Like, just don't stress and everything will be fine. Like, everything will work out. Obviously, not everything always goes well, and it's not like it all works out for the best all the time. But I just don't think stress has had any place in my life since I was a kid.
What was the experience like of you being selected to be the first human being to have a Neuralink device implanted in your brain? Were you scared? Excited?
No, it was cool. Like, I was never afraid of it. I had to think through a lot. Should I do this? Like, be the first person? I could wait until number 2 or 3 and get a better version of the Neuralink. Like, the first one might not work. Maybe it's actually going to kind of suck. It's going to be the worst version ever in a person. So why would I do the first one? Like, I've already kind of been selected. I could just tell them, like, okay, find someone else, and then I'll do number 2 or 3. Like, I'm sure they will let me. They're looking for a few people anyways. But ultimately, I was like, I don't know, there's something about being the first one to do something that's pretty cool. I always thought that if I had the chance that I would like to do something for the first time, this seemed like a pretty good opportunity. And I was never scared. I think my faith had a huge part in that. I always felt like God was preparing me for something. I almost wish it wasn't this, because I had many conversations with God about not wanting to do any of this as a quadriplegic. I told him, I'll go out and talk to people. I'll go out and travel the world and talk to, stadiums, thousands of people, give my testimony. I'll do all of it, but heal me first. Don't make me do all of this in a chair. That sucks. And I guess he won that argument. I didn't really have much of a choice. I always felt like there was something going on. And to see how, I guess, easily I made it through the interview process and how quickly everything happened, how the stars sort of aligned with all of this, it just told me, as the surgery was getting closer, it just told me that, it was all meant to happen. It was all meant to be. And so I shouldn't be afraid of anything that's to come. And so I wasn't. I kept telling myself, you say that now, but as soon as the surgery comes, you're probably going to be freaking out. You're about to have brain surgery. And brain surgery is a big deal for a lot of people, but it's an even bigger deal for me. It's all I have left. The amount of times I've been thank you, God, that you didn't take my brain and my personality and my ability to think and my love of learning, my character, everything. Thank you so much. As long as you left me that, then I think I can get by. And I was about to let people go, root around at me. They're hey, we're gonna go, put some stuff in your brain. Hopefully it works out. And so it was something that gave me pause. But like I said, how smoothly everything went. I never expected for a second that anything would go wrong. Plus, the more people I met on the Barrows side and on the Neuralink side, they're just the most impressive people in the world. I can't speak enough to how much I trust these people with my life and how impressed I am with all of them. And to see the excitement on their faces, to walk into a room and roll into a room and see all of these people looking at me we're so excited, we've been working so hard on this and it's finally happening. It's super infectious, and it just makes me want to do it even more and to help them achieve their dreams. I don't know, it's so rewarding, and I'm so happy for all of them, honestly.
What was the day of surgery like? When did you wake up? What did you feel?
Yeah.
Minute by minute.
Yeah.
Were you freaking out?
No. I thought I was going to, but the surgery approached the night before, the morning of, I was just excited. I was like, let's make this happen. I think I said that, something like that to Elon on the phone. Beforehand, we were like FaceTiming, and I was like, let's rock and roll. And he's like, let's do it. I don't know. I wasn't scared. So we woke up. I think we had to be at the hospital at like 5:30 a.m. I think surgery was at like 7 a.m. So we woke up pretty early. I'm not sure much of us slept that night. Got to the hospital 5:30. Went through like all the pre-op stuff. Everyone was super nice. Elon was supposed to be there in the morning, but something went wrong with his plane, so we ended up FaceTiming. That was cool. Had one of the greatest one-liners of my life. After that phone call, hung up with him. There were like 20 people around me. And I was like, I just hope he wasn't too starstruck talking to me.
Nice.
And, yeah,
Well
it was
done.
good.
Well done.
Yeah.
Did you write that ahead of time?
No,
It came
just
to you?
came to me. I was like, this seems right. You know. Went into surgery. I asked if I could pray right beforehand, so I prayed over the room. I asked God if He would be with my mom in case anything would happen to me, and just calm her nerves out there. Woke up, played a bit of a prank on my mom. I don't know if you've heard about it.
Yeah, I read about it.
Yeah, she was not happy.
Can you take me through the prank?
Yeah, this is something.
Do you regret doing that now?
No, not one bit. It was something I had talked about ahead of time with my buddy Dane. I was like, I would really like to play a prank on my mom. Very specifically my mom. She's very gullible. I think she had knee surgery once even, and after she came out of knee surgery, she was super groggy. She's like, I can't feel my legs. And my dad looked at her and he was like, you don't have any legs. Like they had to amputate both your legs, and we just do very mean things to her all the time. I'm so surprised that she still loves us. But right after surgery, I was really worried that I was going to be too groggy, not all there. I'd had anesthesia once before, and it messed me up. I could not function for a while afterwards, and I said a lot of things that I was really worried that I was going to start, I don't know, dropping some bombs, and I wouldn't even know, I wouldn't remember. So I was like, please God, don't let that happen, and please let me be there enough to do this to my mom. And so she walked in after surgery. It was the first time they had been able to see me after surgery. And she just looked at me. She said, hi, how are you? How are you doing? How do you feel? And I looked at her, and this I think the anesthesia helped, very groggy, sort of confused look on my face. It's like, who are you? And she just started looking around the room, at the surgeons or the doctors, what did you do to my son? You need to fix this right now. Tears started streaming. I saw how much she was freaking out. I was like, I can't let this go on. And so I was like, Mom, I'm fine. It's all right. And still, she was not happy about it. She still says she's going to get me back someday, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know what that's going to look like.
It's a lifelong battle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but it was good.
In some sense, it was a demonstration that you still got.
That's all I wanted it to be. That's all I wanted it to be. And I knew that doing something super mean to her like that would show her. Yeah.
Show that you're still there, that you love her.
Yeah, exactly.
The dark way to do it, but I love it.
Yeah.
What was the first time you were able to feel that you can use the Neuralink device to affect the world around you?
Yeah, the first little taste I got of it was actually not too long after surgery. Some of the Neuralink team had brought in a little iPad, a little tablet screen, and they put up 8 different channels and that were recording some of my neuron spikes. And they put it in front of me. They're like, this is real time, your brain firing. That's super cool. My first thought was, I mean, if they're firing now, let's see if I can affect them in some way. So I started trying to wiggle my fingers, and I just started like scanning through the channels, and one of the things I was doing was like moving my index finger up and down, and I just saw this yellow spike on like top row, like third box over or something. I saw this yellow spike every time I did it, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And everyone around me was just like, what? Well, what are you seeing? I was like, look at this one. Look at like this top row, third box over, this yellow spike. Like that's me right there, there, there. And everyone was freaking out. They started like clapping. I was like, that's super unnecessary. Like this is what's supposed to happen, right? Like,
so you're imagining yourself moving each individual finger one at a time,
yeah,
and then seeing like you can notice something. And then when you did the index finger, you're like, oh.
Yeah, I was wiggling kind of all of my fingers to see if anything would happen. There was a lot of other things going on, but that big yellow spike was the one that stood out to me. Like I'm sure that if I would have stared at it long enough, I could have mapped out maybe 100 different things. But the big yellow spike was the one that I noticed.
Maybe you could speak to what it's like to sort of wiggle your fingers, to imagine that the mental, the cognitive effort required to sort of wiggle your index finger, for example. How easy is that to do?
Pretty easy for me. It's something that at the very beginning, after my accident, they told me to try and move my body as much as possible, even if you can't. Just keep trying because that's going to create new like neural pathways or pathways in my spinal cord to like reconnect these things. To hopefully regain some movement someday.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, I know it's bizarre, but
so that's part of the recovery process is to keep trying to move your body.
Yep.
And that's and the nervous system does its thing. It starts reconnecting.
It'll start reconnecting. For some people. Some people it never works. Some people they'll do it. Like for me, I got some bicep control back, and that's about it. I can, if I try enough, I can wiggle some of my fingers. Not like on command. It's more like if I try to move, say, my right pinky, and I just keep trying to move it, after a few seconds, it'll wiggle. So I know there's stuff there. Like I know, like and that happens with a few different of my fingers and stuff. But yeah, that's what they tell you to do. One of the people at the time when I was in the hospital came in and told me for one guy who had recovered most of his control, what he thought about every day was actually walking, like the act of walking, just over and over again. So I tried that for years. I tried just imagining walking, which it's hard. It's hard to imagine like all of the steps that go into taking a step, like all of the things that have to move, like all of the activations that have to happen along your leg in order for one step to occur.
But you're not just imagining, you're like doing it.
Right? I'm trying, yeah. So it's like it's imagining
straight cash, homie.
Over again what I had to do to take a step. It's not something any of us think about. We just you want to walk and you take a step. You don't think about all of the different things that are going on in your body. So I had to recreate that in my head as much as I could, and then I practice it over and over and over.
So it's not like a third-person perspective; it's a first-person perspective. It's not like you're imagining yourself walking. You're like literally doing this everything, all the same stuff as you're walking.
Yeah. Which was hard. It was hard at the beginning.
Like frustrating hard, or like actually cognitively hard? Like which way?
It was both. There's a scene in one of the Kill Bill movies, actually, oddly enough, where she is like paralyzed. I don't know, from like a drug that was in her system, and then she like finds some way to get into the back of a truck or something, and she stares at her toe and she says, "Move, like move your big toe," and after a few seconds on screen, she did that with every one of her like body parts until she could move again. I did that for years. Just stared at my body and said, "Move your index finger, move your big toe." Sometimes vocalizing it like out loud, and sometimes just thinking it. I tried every different way to do this to try to get some movement back, and it's hard because it actually is like taxing, like physically taxing on my body, which is something I would have never expected because it's not like I'm moving, but it feels like there's a buildup of, I don't know, the only way I can describe it is there are like signals that aren't getting through from my brain down because there's that gap in my spinal cord. So brain down and then from my hand back up to the brain. And so it feels like those signals get stuck in whatever body part that I'm trying to move, and they just build up and build up and build up until they burst.
Get your popcorn
And then
ready.
once they burst, I get like this really weird sensation of everything sort of like dissipating back out to level, and then I do it again. It's also just like a fatigue thing, like a muscle fatigue, but without actually moving the muscles. It's very, very bizarre. And then, if you try to stare at a body part or think about a body part and move for 2, 3, 4, sometimes 8 hours, it's very taxing on your mind. It takes a lot of focus. It was a lot easier at the beginning because I wasn't able to control a TV in my room or anything. I wasn't able to control any of my environment. So for the first few years, a lot of what I was doing was staring at walls. And so obviously I did a lot of thinking, and I tried to move a lot, just over and over and over again.
So you never gave up sort of hope there. Just training hard, essentially.
Yep, and I still do it. I do it like subconsciously, and I think that that helped a lot with things with Neuralink. Honestly, it's something that I talked about the other day at the all hands that I did at Neuralink's Austin facility.
Welcome to Austin, by the way.
Yeah, hey, thanks, man. I went to
Nice
school.
hat.
Hey, thanks, man. The Gigafactory is super cool. I went to school at Texas A&M, so I've been around before.
So you should be saying welcome to me.
Yeah.
Welcome to Texas Lights.
Yeah.
I get you.
But yeah, I was talking about how a lot of what they've had me do, especially at the beginning, well, I still do it now, is body mapping. So, like, there will be a visualization of a hand or an arm on the screen, and I have to do that motion, and that's how they sort of train the algorithm to like understand what I'm trying to do, and so it made things very seamless for me, I think.
That's really, really cool. So it's amazing to know because I've learned a lot about the body mapping procedure.
Yeah.
With the interface and everything like that. It's cool to know that you can essentially like training to be like world class at that task.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if other quadriplegics, like other paralyzed people, give up. I hope they don't. I hope they keep trying because I've heard other paralyzed people say, like, don't ever stop. They tell you 2 years, but you just never know. The human body's capable of amazing things. So I've heard other people say, don't give up. Like, I think one girl had spoken to me through some family members and said that she had been paralyzed, for 18 years, and she'd been trying to like wiggle her index finger for all that time, and she finally got it back like 18 years later. So like I know that it's possible, and I'll never give up doing it. I do it when I'm lying down like watching TV. I find myself doing it, and it just almost like on its own. It's just something I've gotten so used to doing that I don't know. I don't think I'll ever stop.
That's really awesome to hear because I think it's one of those things that can really pay off in the long term. It's like it is training. You're not visibly seeing the results of that training at the moment, but like there's like Olympic level nervous system getting ready for something.
Honestly, was like something that I think Neuralink gave me that I can't thank them enough for. Like I can't show my appreciation for it enough. Was being able to visually see that what I'm doing is actually having some effect. It's a huge part of the reason why, like, I know now that I'm going to keep doing it forever. Because before Neuralink, I was doing it every day, and I was just assuming that things were happening. Like, it's not like I knew. I wasn't getting back any mobility or sensation or anything. So I could have been running up against a brick wall for all I knew. And with Neuralink, I get to see like all the signals happening real time, and I get to see that what I'm doing can actually be mapped. When we started doing like click calibrations and stuff, when I go to click my index finger for a left click, that it actually recognizes that. Like it changed how I think about what's possible with like retraining my body to move. And so yeah, I'll never give up, man.
And also just the signal that there's still a powerhouse of a brain there that's like,
Exactly.
And as the technology develops, that brain is, that's the most important thing about the human body is the brain. And it can do a lot of the control. So what did it feel like when you first wiggled the index finger and saw the environment respond like that?
Yeah.
And wherever we're just being way too dramatic, according to you.
Yeah, it was very cool. I mean, it was cool, but I keep telling these people, it made sense to me. Like, it made sense that, like, there are signals still happening in my brain, and that as long as you had something near it that could measure those, that could record those, then you should be able to, like, visualize it in some way, like, see it happen. And so that was not very surprising to me. I was like, oh, cool, like, we found one, like, we found something that works. It was cool to see that their technology worked, and that everything that they worked so hard for was like going to pay off. But I hadn't like moved a cursor or anything at that point. I had like interacted with the computer or anything at that point. So it just made sense. It was cool. Like I didn't really know much about BCI at that point either, so I didn't know like what sort of step this was actually making. Like I didn't know if this was like a huge deal or if this was just like, okay, this is, it's cool that we got this far, but we're actually hoping for something like much better down the road. It's like, okay, I just thought that they knew that it turned on. So I was like, cool, like this is cool.
Well, did you like read up on the specs of the hardware you get installed, like the number of threads?
Yeah, I do all of that, but it's all Greek to me. And I was like, okay, threads, 64 threads, 16 electrodes, 1,024 channels. Okay, like that math checks out.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
When was the first time you were able to move a mouse cursor?
I know it must have been within the first maybe week or 2 weeks that I was able to like first move the cursor. And again, like it kind of made sense to me. Like it didn't seem like that big of a deal. Like it was. Okay, well, how do I explain this? When everyone around you starts clapping for something that you've done, it's easy to say, okay, like I did something cool. Like that was impressive in some way. What exactly that meant, what it was, hadn't really like set in for me. So again, I knew that me trying to move a body part, and then that being mapped in some sort of like machine learning algorithm to be able to identify like my brain signals and then take that and give me cursor control. That all kind of made sense to me. I don't know like all the ins and outs of it, but I was like, there are still signals in my brain firing. They just can't get through because there's like a gap in my spinal cord, and so they can't get all the way down and back up, but they're still there. So when I moved the cursor for the first time, I was like, that's cool, but I expected that should happen. Like it made sense to me. When I moved the cursor for the first time, with just my mind without like physically trying to move. So I guess I can get into that just a little bit, like the difference between attempted movement and imagined movement.
Yeah, that's a fascinating difference.
Yeah.
From one to the other.
Yeah. So like attempted movement is me physically trying to attempt to move, say, my hand. I try to attempt to move my hand to the right, to the left, forward, and back. And that's all attempted. Attempt to, like lift my finger up and down. Attempt to kick or something. I'm physically trying to do all of those things, even if you can't see it. Like this would be like me attempting to like shrug my shoulders or something. That's all attempted movement. That's what I was doing for the first couple of weeks when they were going to give me cursor control. When I was doing body mapping, it was attempt to do this, attempt to do that. When Mir was telling me to like imagine doing it, it like kind of made sense to me, but it's not something that people practice. Like if you started school as a child and they said, okay, write your name with this pencil, and so you do that. Like, okay, now imagine writing your name with that pencil. Kids would think, I guess, like that kind of makes sense, and they would do it. But that's not something we're taught. It's all like how to do things physically. You think about like thought experiments and things, but that's not like a physical action of doing things. It's more like what you would do in certain situations. So imagine movement, it never really connected with me. Like I guess you could maybe describe it as like a professional athlete, like swinging a baseball bat or swinging like a golf club. Like imagine what you're supposed to do, but then you go right to that and physically do it. Like then you get a bat in your hand and then you do what you've been imagining. And so I don't have that like connection. So telling me to imagine something versus attempting it, there wasn't a lot that I could do there mentally. I just kind of had to accept what was going on and try. But the attempt to move thing, it all made sense to me. Like if I try to move, then there's a signal being sent in my brain, and as long as they can pick that up, then they should be able to map it to what I'm trying to do. And so when I first moved the cursor like that, it was just like, yes, this should happen. Like I'm not surprised by that.
But can you clarify? Is there supposed to be a difference between imagined movement and attempted movement?
Yeah, just that in imagined movement, you're not attempting to move at all. So
you're like visualizing yourself doing it, and then theoretically, is that supposed to be a different part of the brain that lights up? You must be different situations.
Yeah, not necessarily. I think all these things can still be represented in motor cortex. But the difference, I think, has to do with the naturalness of imagining something versus attempting and sort of fatigue of that over time.
And by the way, on the mic is Bliss. So, like, this is just different ways to prompt you to kind of get to the thing that you're arrived at.
Yeah.
Attempted movement does sound like the right thing.
Yeah.
Try.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense to me.
Because imagine for me, I would start visualizing it. Like, in my mind, visualizing. Attempted, I would actually start trying to, like...
Yeah.
I did, like, combat sports my whole life, like wrestling. When I'm imagining a move, I'm like moving my muscle.
Exactly.
Like there is a bit of an activation almost versus like visualizing yourself like a picture doing it.
Yeah, it's something that I feel like naturally anyone would do. If you try to tell someone to imagine doing something, they might close their eyes and then start physically doing it. But it's just
didn't click.
Yeah, it's hard. It was very hard at the beginning,
but attempted worked.
Attempted work. It worked just like it should. Work like a charm.
But there's like one Tuesday we were messing around, and I forget what swear word you used. There's a swear word that came out of your mouth when you figured out you could just do the direct cursor control.
Yeah, that's it. It blew my mind. Like, no pun intended. Blew my mind when I first moved the cursor just with my thoughts and not attempting to move. It's something that I found like over the couple of weeks, like building up to that. That as I get better cursor controls, like the model gets better, then it gets easier for me to like I don't have to attempt as much to move it. And part of that is something that I'd even talked with them about when I was watching the signals of my brain one day. I was watching when I like attempted to move to the right, and I watched the screen as like I saw the spikes. It's like I was seeing the spike, the signal was being sent before I was actually attempting to move. I imagine just because, when you go to say move your hand or any body part, that signal gets sent before you're actually moving, has to make it all the way down and back up before you're actually doing any sort of movement. So there's a delay there, and I noticed that there was something going on in my brain before I was actually attempting to move. That my brain was like anticipating what I wanted to do, and that all started sort of I don't know, like percolating in my brain. Like it was just sort of there, like always in the back. Like that's so weird that it could do that. Kind of makes sense, but I wonder what that means as far as like using the Neuralink. And and then as I was playing around with the attempted movement and playing around with the cursor, and I saw that like as the cursor control got better, that it was anticipating my movements and what I wanted it to do, like cursor movements, what I wanted to do a bit better and a bit better. And then one day I just randomly, as I was playing Left Grid, I like looked at a target before I had started like attempting to move. I was just trying to like get over, like train my eyes to start looking ahead. Like, okay, this is the target I'm on, but if I look over here to this target, I know I can like maybe be a bit quicker getting there. And I looked over and the cursor just shot over. It was wild. Like I had to take a step back, and I was like, this should not be happening. All day I was just smiling. I was so giddy. I was like, guys, do you know that this works? Like I can just think it and it happens. Which like they'd all been saying this entire time. Like I can't believe like you're doing all this with your mind. I'm like, yeah, but is it really with my mind? Like I'm attempting to move and it's just picking that up, so it doesn't feel like it's with my mind. When I moved it for the first time like that, it was, oh man, it made me think that this technology, that what I'm doing is actually way more impressive than I ever thought. It was way cooler than I ever thought, and it just opened up a whole new world of possibilities of like what could possibly happen with this technology and what I might be able to be capable of with it.
Because you had felt for the first time like this was digital telepathy, like you're controlling a digital device with your mind.
Yep.
I mean, that's a real moment of discovery. That's really cool. Like you've discovered something. I've seen like scientists talk about like a big aha moment. You know, like Nobel Prize winning. They'll have this like, holy crap.
Yeah.
Like
that's what it felt like. Like I didn't feel like I felt like I had discovered something, but for me, maybe not necessarily for like the world at large or like this field at large. It just felt like an aha moment for me. Like, oh, this works. Like, obviously it works. And so that's what I do, like, all the time now. I kind of intermix the attempted movement and imagined movement. I do it all, like, together because I've found that there is some interplay with it that maximizes efficiency with the cursor. So it's not all, like, one or the other. It's not all just I only use attempted or I only use like imagined movements. It's more I use them in parallel, and I can do one or the other. I can just completely think about whatever I'm doing, but I don't know. I like to play around with it. I also like to just experiment with these things. Like every now and again, I'll get this idea in my head, like, I wonder if this works, and I'll just start doing it. And then afterwards, I'll tell them, by the way, I wasn't doing that like you guys wanted me to. I thought of something and I wanted to try it, and so I did. It seems like it works, so maybe we should like explore that a little bit.
So I think that discovery is not just for you, at least from my perspective. That's a discovery for everyone else who ever uses a Neuralink, that this is possible. Yeah. Like, I don't think that's an obvious thing that this is even possible. It's like I was saying to Bliss earlier. It's like the 4-minute mile. People thought it was impossible to run a mile in 4 minutes, and once the first person did it, then everyone just started doing it. So like, just to show that it's possible, that paves the way to like anyone can now do it. That's a thing that's actually possible. You don't need to do the attempted movement. You can just go direct. That's crazy.
It is crazy. It is crazy.
For people who don't know, can you explain how the Link app works? You have an amazing stream on the topic. Your first stream, I think, on X, describing the app. Can you just describe how it works?
Yeah, so it's just an app that Neuralink created to help me interact with the computer. So on the Link app, there are a few different settings and different modes and things I can do on it. So there's like the body mapping we kind of touched on. There's a calibration. Calibration is how I actually get cursor control. So calibrating what's going on in my brain to translate that into cursor control. So it will pop out models. What they use, I think, is like time. So it would be 5 minutes in calibration will give me so good of a model, and then if I'm in it for 10 minutes and 15 minutes, the models will progressively get better, and so the longer I'm in it, generally the better the models will get.
That's really cool because you often refer to the models.
Yeah.
The model is the thing that's constructed once you go through the calibration step.
Yeah.
And then you also talked about sometimes you play like a really difficult game like Snake just to see how good the model is.
Yeah. So Snake is kind of like my litmus test for models. If I can control Snake decently well, then I know I have a pretty good model. So yeah, the Link app has all of those. It has WebGrid in it now. It's also how I like connect to the computer just in general. So they've given me a lot of like voice controls with it at this point, so I can say like connect or implant disconnect, and as long as I have that charger handy, then I can connect to it. So the charger is also how I connect to the Link app to connect to the computer. I have to have the implant charger over my head when I want to connect to have it wake up because the implant's in hibernation mode, like always when I'm not using it. I think there's a setting to like wake it up every, so long, so we could set it to half an hour or 5 hours or something if I just wanted to wake up periodically. So yeah, I'll like connect to the Link app and then go through all sorts of things, calibration for the day, maybe body mapping. I made them give me like a little homework tab because I am very forgetful and I forget to do things a lot. So I have like a lot of data collection things that they want me to do.
Is the body mapping part of the data collection, or is that also part of the?
Yeah, it is. It's something that they want me to do daily, which I've been slacking on because I've been doing so much media and traveling. So I've been
super famous.
Yeah, I've been a terrible first candidate for how much I've been slacking on my homework. But yeah, it's just something that they want me to do every day to, track how well the Neuralink is performing over time and have something to give. I imagine to give to the FDA to create all sorts of fancy charts and stuff and show like, hey, this is what the Neuralink, this is how it's performing. Day 1 versus day 90 versus day 180 and things like that.
What's the calibration step like? Is it like move left, move right?
It's a bubble game, so there will be like yellow bubbles that pop up on the screen. First, it is open loop. So open loop, this is something that I still don't fully understand, the open loop and closed loop thing.
But me and Blizz talked for a long time about the difference between the two on the technical side.
Okay,
so it'd be great to hear your side of the story.
Open loop is basically I have no control over the cursor. The cursor will be moving on its own across the screen, and I am following by intention the cursor to different bubbles, and then the algorithm is training off of what like the signals it's getting as I'm doing it. There are a couple different ways that they've done it. They call it center out target, so there will be a bubble in the middle and then 8 bubbles around that, and the cursor will go from the middle to one side, so say middle to left, back to middle to up to middle, like up right, and they'll do that all the way around the circle. And I will follow that cursor the whole time, and then it will train off of my intentions what it is expecting my intentions to be throughout the whole process.
Can you actually speak to when you say follow?
Yes.
You don't mean with your eyes, you mean with your intentions.
Yeah, so generally for calibration, I'm doing attempted movements because I think it works better. I think the better models as I progress through calibration, make it easier to use Imagine movements.
Wait. So calibrated on attempted movement will create a model that makes it really effective for you to then use the force.
Yes. I've tried doing calibration with Imagine movement, and it just doesn't work as well for some reason. So that was the center out targets. There's also one where, a random target will pop up on the screen and it's the same. I just move, I follow along wherever the cursor is to that target all across the screen. I've tried those with Imagine movement, and for some reason the models just don't they don't give as high levels quality when we get into closely. I haven't played around with it a ton, so maybe the different ways that we're doing calibration now might make it a bit better. But what I've found is there will be a point in calibration where I could use Imagine movement. Before that point, it doesn't really work. So if I do calibration for 45 minutes, the first 15 minutes I can't use Imagine movement. It just doesn't work for some reason. And after a certain point, I can just sort of feel it. I can tell it moves different. That's the best way I can describe it. It's almost as if it is anticipating what I am going to do again before I go to do it. And so using attempted movement for 15 minutes, at some point I can kind of tell when I move my eyes to the next target that the cursor is starting to pick up. It's starting to understand. It's learning what I'm going to do.
So first of all, it's really cool that you are a true pioneer in all of this. You're exploring how to do every aspect of this most effectively, and there's just, I imagine so many lessons learned from this. So thank you for being a pioneer in all these kinds of different super technical ways. And it's also cool to hear that there's a different feeling to the experience when it's calibrated in different ways. Just because I imagine your brain is doing something different. And that's why there's a different feeling to it. And then trying to find the words and the measurements to those feelings would be also interesting. But at the end of the day, you can also measure your actual performance on whether it's Snake or WebGrid. You can see what actually works well. And you're saying for the open loop calibration, the attempted movement works best for now.
Yep.
So the open loop, you don't get the feedback that's something that you did something.
Yeah,
Is that frustrating?
No, it makes sense to me. We've done it with a cursor and without a cursor in open loop. So sometimes it's just, say for the center out, you'll start calibration with a bubble lighting up, and I push towards that bubble, and then when that bubble, when it's pushed towards that bubble for say 3 seconds, the bubble will pop, and then I come back to the middle. So I'm doing it all just by my intentions. That's what it's learning anyway. So it makes sense that as long as I follow what they want me to do, follow the yellow brick road, that it'll all work out.
You're full of great references. Is the bubble game fun?
Yeah. They always feel so bad making me do calibration. We're about to do, a 40-minute calibration. I'm all right, do you guys want to do 2 of them? I'm always asking to, whatever they need, I'm more than happy to do. And it's not bad. I get to lie there and, or sit in my chair and, do these things with some great people. I get to have great conversations. I can give them feedback. I can talk about all sorts of things. I could throw something on my TV in the background and kind of split my attention between them. It's not bad at all. I don't.
Is there a score that you get? Can you do better on the bubble game?
No, I would love that. I would love. Yeah.
Writing down suggestions from Nolan.
That's
make it more fun. Gamified.
Yeah, that's one thing that I really, really enjoy about WebGrid is because I'm so competitive. The higher the BPS, the higher the score, I know the better I'm doing, and So if I think I've asked at one point one of the guys, like if he could give me some sort of numerical feedback for calibration. Like I would like to know what they're looking at. Like, oh, it is, we see like this number while you're doing calibration. And that means, at least on our end, that we think calibration is going well. And I would love that because I would like to know if what I'm doing is going well or not. But then they've also told me like, yeah, not necessarily like 1-to-1. It doesn't actually mean that calibration is going well in some ways. So it's not like 100%, and they don't want to like skew what I'm experiencing or want me to change things based on that. If that number isn't always accurate to like how the model will turn out or how like the end result, that's at least what I got from it. One thing I do, I have asked them, and something that I really enjoy striving for is towards the end of calibration, there is like a time between targets. And so I like to keep like at the end that number as low as possible. So at the beginning it can be 4, 5, 6 seconds between me popping bubbles, but towards the end I like to keep it below like 1.5, or if I could get it to like 1 second between like bubbles, because in my mind that translates really nicely to something like WebGrid, where I know if I can hit a target one every second, that I'm doing real well.
There you go. That's the way to get a score on the calibrations, like the speed, how quickly can you get from bubble to bubble.
Yeah.
So there's the open loop, and then it goes to the closed loop. The closed loop can already start giving you a sense because you're getting feedback of like how good the model is.
Yeah. So closed loop is when I first get cursor control, and how they've described it to me, someone who does not understand this stuff. I am the dumbest person in the room every time I'm letting you know.
Humility.
Is that I am closing the loop, so I am actually now the one that is like finishing the loop of whatever this loop is. I don't even know what the loop is. They've never told me. They just say there is a loop, and at one point it's open, and I can't control, and then I get control, and it's closed. So I'm finishing the loop.
So how long the calibration usually take? You said like 10, 15 minutes?
Well, yeah, they're trying to get that number down pretty low. That's what we've been working on a lot recently, is getting that down as low as possible. So that way, if this is something that people need to do on a daily basis, or if some people need to do on a like every other day basis or once a week, they don't want people to be sitting in calibration for long periods of time. I think they wanted to get it down 7 minutes or below. At least where we're at right now. It'd be nice if you never had to do calibration. So we'll get there at some point, I'm sure. The more we learn about the brain, and I think that's the dream. I think right now, for me to get like really, really good models, I'm in calibration 40 or 45 minutes. And I don't mind. Like I said, they always feel really bad, but if it's going to get me a model that can like break these records on WebGrid, I'll stay in it for flipping 2 hours.
Let's talk business. So WebGrid. I saw a presentation where Bliss said by March he selected 89,000 targets in WebGrid. Can you explain this game? What is WebGrid, and what does it take to be a world-class performer in WebGrid as you continue to break world records?
Yeah.
It's like a gold medalist. Like, wow.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone who's helped me get here, my coaches, my parents, for driving me to practice every day at 5 in the morning. I'd like to thank God, and just overall my dedication to my craft.
The interviews with athletes are always like that exact. It's like that template.
So
WebGrid is a grid cells.
It's literally just a grid. They can make it as big or small as you can make a grid. A single box on that grid will light up, and you go and click it. And it is a way for them to benchmark how good a BCI is. So it's pretty straightforward. You just click targets.
Only one blue cell appears, and you're supposed to move the mouse to there and click on it.
So I like playing on like bigger grids, because the bigger the grid, the more BPS, it's bits per second, that you get every time you click one. So let's say I'll play on like a 35 by 35 grid, and then one of those little squares, a cell, you call it, target, whatever, will light up, and you move the cursor there and you click it, and then you do that. forever.
And you've been able to achieve at first 8 bits per second, and you recently broke that.
Yeah, I'm at 8.5 right now. I would have beaten that literally the day before I came to Austin, but I had like a 5-second lag right at the end, and I just had to wait until the latency calmed down, and then I kept clicking, but I was at like 8.01, and then 5 seconds of lag, and then the next like 3 targets I clicked all stayed at 8.01. So if I would have been able to click during that time of lag, I probably would have hit, I don't know, I might have hit 9. So I'm there. I'm really close. And then this whole Austin trip has really gotten in the way of my web grid playing ability.
Frustrating.
Yeah.
So that's all you're thinking about right now?
Yeah, I know. I want to do better. 9. I want to do better. I want to hit 9. I know 9 is very, very achievable. I'm right there. I think 10 I could hit maybe in the next month. Like, I could do it probably in the next few weeks if I really push.
I think you and Elon are basically the same person, because last time I did a podcast, he came in extremely frustrated that he can't beat Uber Lilith as a druid. That was like a year ago, I think. I forget. Like, solo. And I could just tell there's some percentage of his brain the entire time was thinking, like, I wish I was right now attempting.
Yeah. I think he did it.
He did it that night.
Yeah.
He stayed up and did it that night.
Yeah.
Just crazy to me. I mean, in a fundamental way, it's really inspiring. And what you're doing is inspiring in that way, because, I mean, it's not just about the game. Everything you're doing there has impact. By striving to do well on WebGrid, you're helping everybody figure out how to create the system all along, like the decoding, the software, the hardware, the calibration, all of it, how to make all of that work so you can do everything else really well.
Yeah, it's just really fun.
But that's part of the thing, is making it fun.
Yeah, it's addicting. I've joked about like what they actually did when they went in and put this thing in my brain. They must have flipped a switch to make me more susceptible to these kinds of games, to make me addicted to like WebGrid or something.
Yeah.
Do you know Bliss's high score?
Yeah, he said like 14 or something.
17.
Oh boy.
17.1 or something. 17.01.
17 on the top. 17.01.
Yeah.
He told me he like does it on the floor with peanut butter and he like fasts. It's weird. That sounds like cheating. Sounds like performance enhancing.
It was like the first time Nolan's played this game. He asked, how good are we at this game? And I think you told me right then you're gonna try to beat me.
I'm gonna get there someday.
Yeah,
I think I
fully
can.
believe you.
I think I can.
I'm excited for that.
Yeah. So I've been playing first off with the dwell cursor, which really hampers my WebGrid playing ability. Basically, I have to wait 0.3 seconds for every click.
Oh, so you can't do the click. So you have to. So you click by dwelling. You said 0.3?
0.3 seconds, which sucks. It really slows down how much I'm able to, like, how high I'm able to get.
Yeah.
I still hit like 50. I think I hit like 50 something net trials per minute in that, which is pretty good, because I'm able to like. There's one of the settings is also how slow you need to be moving in order to initiate a click, to start a click. So I can tell sort of when I'm on that threshold to start initiating a click just a bit early, so I'm not fully stopped over the target when I go to click. I'm doing it like on my way to the targets a little, to try to time it just right.
So you're slowing down.
Yeah, just a hair right before the targets.
This is like elite performance. Okay, but that's still it sucks that there's a ceiling of the 0.3.
Well, I can get down to 0.2 and 0.1. 0.1's yeah, and I've played with that a little bit too. I have to adjust a ton of different parameters in order to play with 0.1, and I don't have control over all of that on my end yet. It also changes like how the models are trained. Like if I train a model, like in WebGrid, I get bootstrap on a model. It basically is them training models as I'm playing WebGrid, based off of like the WebGrid data. So like if I play WebGrid for 10 minutes, they can train off that data specifically in order to get me a better model. If I do that with 0.3 versus 0.1, the models come out different. The way that they interact is just much, much different. So I have to be really careful. I found that doing it with 0.3 is actually better in some ways, unless I can do it with 0.1 and change all of the different parameters, then that's more ideal because obviously 0.3 is faster than 0.1. So I could get there. I can get there.
Can you click using your brain?
For right now, it's the hover clicking with the dual cursor. Before all the thread retraction stuff happened, we were calibrating clicks. Left click, right click. That was my previous ceiling before I broke the record again with the dual cursor was, I think, on a 35 by 35 grid with left and right click. And you get more BPS, more bits per second, using multiple clicks because it's more difficult.
Oh, because what is it? You're supposed to do either a left click or a right click. You have a different color targets.
Yeah, blue targets for left click, orange targets for right click is what they had done.
Gosh.
So my previous record of 7.5
was with
the blue and the orange targets, yeah. Which I think if I went back to that now, doing the click calibration, I would be able to, and being able to like initiate clicks on my own, I think I would break that 10 ceiling like in a couple days max. Like,
yeah, you would start making Bliss nervous about his 17.
Why do you think we haven't given him that?
Yeah, exactly. What did it feel like with the retractions? That there's some of the threads retracted.
It sucked. It was really, really hard. The day they told me was the day of my big Neuralink tour at their Fremont facility. They told me, like, right before we went over there. It was really hard to hear. My initial reaction was, all right, go in, fix it. Like, go in, take it out, and fix it. First surgery was so easy. Like I went to sleep, a couple hours later, I woke up, and here we are. I didn't feel any pain, didn't take like any pain pills or anything. So I just knew that if they wanted to, they could go in and put in a new one like next day, if that's what it took. Because I wanted it to be better, and I wanted not to lose the capability. I had so much fun playing with it for a few weeks, for a month. It opened up so many doors for me and opened up so many more possibilities that I didn't want to lose it after a month. I thought it would have been a cruel twist of fate if I had gotten to see the view from like the top of this mountain and then have it all come crashing down after a month. And I knew, like, say the top of the mountain, but how I saw it is I was just now starting to climb the mountain, and there was so much more that I knew was possible. And so to have all of that be taken away was really, really hard. But then on the drive over to the facility, I don't know, like 5-minute drive, whatever it is, I talked with my parents about it. I prayed about it. I was just like, I'm not going to let this ruin my day. I'm not going to let this ruin this amazing tour that they have set up for me. Like, I want to go show everyone how much I appreciate all the work they're doing. I want to go meet all of the people who have made this possible, and I want to go have one of the best days of my life. And I did, and it was amazing, and it absolutely was one of the best days I've ever been privileged to experience. And then for a few days, I was pretty down in the dumps. But for the first few days afterwards, I was just I didn't know if it was ever going to work again. And then I made the decision that even if I lost the ability to use the Neuralink, even if I lost, even if I lost out on everything to come, if I could keep giving them data in any way, then I would do that. If I needed to just do some of the data collection every day or body mapping every day for a year, then I would do it. Because I know that everything I'm doing helps everyone to come after me, and that's all I wanted. I guess the whole reason that I did this was to help people, and I knew that anything I could do to help, I would continue to do, even if I never got to use the cursor again. Then, I was just happy to be a part of it, and everything that I had done was just a perk. It was something that I got to experience, and I know how amazing it's going to be for everyone to come after me, so might as well just keep trucking along,
That said, you were able to work your way up, get the performance back. So this is go from Rocky 1 to Rocky 2. So when did you first realize that this is possible, and what gave you sort of the strength, the motivation, the determination to do it, to increase back up and beat your previous record?
Yeah, it was within a couple of weeks. Like,
again, this feels like I'm interviewing an athlete. This is great. I like the
road back was long and hard. From many difficulties. There were dark days. It was a couple of weeks, I think, and then there was just a turning point. I think they had switched how they were measuring the neuron spikes in my brain, like the Bliss, help me out.
The way in which we're measuring the behavior of individual neurons.
Yeah.
So we're switching from sort of individual spike detection to something called spike brain power. Which, if you watch the previous segments with either me or DJ, you probably have seen that.
Yeah. Okay. So when they did that, it was kind of like light over the head, like light bulb moment, like, oh, this works, and this seems like we can run with this. And I saw the uptick in performance immediately. Like, I could feel it when they switched over. I was like, this is better. Like, this is good. Like, everything up till this point for the last few weeks, last 3 or 4 weeks, because it was before they even told me, like, everything before this sucked. Like, let's keep doing what we're doing now. And at that point, it was not like, oh, I know I'm still only at, like, say in web grid terms, like 4 or 5 BPS compared to my 7.5 before. But I know that if we keep doing this, then like I can get back there. And then they gave me the dwell cursor, and the dwell cursor sucked at first. It's obviously not what I want, but it gave me a path forward to be able to continue using it, and hopefully to continue to help out. And so I just ran with it, never looked back. Like I said, I'm just the kind of person I roll with the punches anyway. So,
what was the process? What was the feedback loop on figuring out how to do the spike detection in a way that would actually work well for Nolan?
Yeah, it's a good question. So maybe just describe first how the actual update worked. It was basically an update to your implant. So we just did an over-the-air software update to his implant. So we'd update your Tesla, your iPhone. And that firmware change enabled us to record sort of averages of populations of neurons nearby in control, let's say. So we have less resolution about which individual neuron is doing what. We have a broader picture of what's going on nearby neurons as well. And that feedback, basically, as Nolan described, it was immediate when we flipped that switch. I think the first day we did that, you had 3 or 4 BPS right out of the box. And that was a light bulb moment for, okay, this is the right path to go down. And from there, there's a lot of feedback around like how to make this useful for independent use. So what we care about ultimately is that you can use it independently to do whatever you want. And to get to that point, it required us to re-engineer the UX, as you talked about, the dwell cursor, to make it something that you can use independently without us needing to be involved all the time. And this is obviously the start of this journey. Still, hopefully we get back to the places where you're doing multiple clicks and using that to control much more fluidly everything and much more naturally the applications that you're trying to interface with.
And most importantly, get that web grid number up.
Yeah.
So how is on the hover click? Do you accidentally click stuff sometimes?
Yeah.
Like, how hard is it to avoid accidentally clicking?
I have to continuously keep it moving, basically. So like I said, there's a threshold where it will initiate a click. So if I ever drop below that, it'll start, and I have 0.3 seconds to move it before it clicks anything. And if I don't want it to ever get there, I just keep it moving at a certain speed, and I just constantly doing circles on screen, moving it back and forth to keep it from clicking stuff. I actually noticed a couple weeks back that when I was not using the implant, I was just moving my hand back and forth or in circles, like I was trying to keep the cursor from clicking, and I was just doing it like while I was trying to go to sleep, and I was like, okay, this is a problem.
To avoid the clicking. I guess, does that create problems like when you're gaming, accidentally click a thing? Like,
yeah, it happens in chess. I've lost a number of games because I'll accidentally click something.
I think the first time I ever beat you was because of an
basically.
It's a nice excuse, right?
Yeah.
You can always, anytime you lose, you could just say,
I was acting that time.
Yeah. You said the app improved a lot from version 1 when you first started using it. It was very different. So can you just talk about the trial and the error that you went through with the team, like 200 plus pages of notes? Like, what's that process like of going back and forth and working together to improve the thing?
It's a lot of me just using it like day in and day out and saying like, hey, can you guys do this for me? Like, give me this. I want to be able to do that. I need this. I think a lot of it just doesn't occur to them maybe until someone is actually using the app, using the implant. It's just something that they just never would have thought of, or it's very specific to even like me, maybe what I want. It's something I'm a little worried about with the next people that come is, maybe they will want things much different than how I set it up or what the advice I've given the team. And they're going to look at some of the things they've added for me. Like, that's a dumb idea. Like, why would he ask for that? And so I'm really looking forward to get the next people on, because I guarantee that they're going to think of things that I've never thought of. They're going to think of improvements. I'm like, wow, that's a really good idea. Like, I wish I would have thought of that. And then they're also going to give me some pushback. Like, yeah, what you are asking them to do here, that's a bad idea. Let's do it this way. And I'm more than happy to have that happen. But it's just a lot of, like, different interactions with different games or applications, the internet, the computer in general. There's tons of bugs that end up popping up left, right, center. So it's just me trying to use it as much as possible and showing them what works and what doesn't work and what I would like to be better. And then they take that feedback and they usually create amazing things for me. They solve these problems in ways I would have never imagined. They're so good at everything they do. And so I'm just really thankful that I'm able to give them feedback and they can make something of it. Because a lot of my feedback is like really dumb. It's just like, I want this. Please do something about it. And we'll come back super well thought out. And it's way better than anything I could have ever thought of or implemented myself. So they're just great. They're really, really cool.
As the BCI community grows, would you like to hang out with the other folks with Neuralinks? Like, what relationship, if any, would you want to have with them? Because you said like they might have a different set of like ideas of how to use the thing. Would you be intimidated by their web grid performance?
No. I hope day one they like wipe the floor with me. I hope they beat it, and they crush it. Double it if they can. Just because, on one hand, it's only going to push me to be better, because I'm super competitive. I want other people to push me. I think that is important for anyone trying to achieve greatness. Is they need other people around them who are going to push them to be better. And I even made a joke about it on X once. Like, once the next people get chosen, like, cue buddy cop music. Like, I'm just excited to have other people to do this with and to like share experiences with. I'm more than happy to interact with them as much as they want. I'm more than happy to give them advice. I don't know what kind of advice I could give them, but if they have questions, I'm more than happy.
What advice would you have for the next participant in the clinical trial?
That they should have fun with this, because it is a lot of fun, and that I hope they work really, really hard, because it's not just for us, it's for everyone that comes after us. And come to me if they need anything, and to go to Neuralink if they need anything. Man, Neuralink moves mountains. Like, they do absolutely anything for me that they can. And it's an amazing support system to have. It puts my mind at ease for like so many things that I have had like questions about, so many things I want to do. And they're always there, and that's really, really nice. And so I would tell them not to be afraid to go to Neuralink with any questions that they have, any concerns, anything that they're looking to do with this, and any help that Neuralink is capable of providing. I know they will. And I don't know. I don't know, just work your ass off, because it's really important that we try to give our all to this.
So have fun and work hard.
Yeah, there we go. Maybe that's what I'll just start saying to people. Have fun, work hard.
Now you're a real pro athlete. Just keep it short. Maybe it's good to talk about what you've been able to do now that you have a Olympic, like the freedom you gain from this way of interacting with the outside world. Like you play video games all night, and you do that by yourself.
Yeah,
and that's a kind of freedom. Can you speak to that freedom that you gain?
Yeah, it's what all people in my position want. They just want more independence. The more load that I can take away from people around me, the better. If I'm able to interact with the world without using my family, without going through any of my friends, like needing them to help me with things, the better. If I'm able to sit up on my computer all night and not need someone to like sit me up, say like on my iPad, like in a position where I can use it, and then have to have them wait up for me all night until I'm ready to be done using it. Like that, it takes a load off of all of us, and it's really like all I can ask for. It's something that I could never thank Maryland enough for, and my family feels the same way. Just being able to have the freedom to do things on my own at any hour of the day or night, it means the world to me, and I don't know.
When you're up at 2 a.m. playing WebGrid by yourself,
yeah,
I just imagine like it's darkness and there's just a light glowing, and you're just focused. What's going through your mind? Or you're like in a state of flow where it's like the mind is empty, like those like Zen masters.
Yeah. Generally, it is me playing music of some sort. I have a massive playlist, and so I'm just like rocking out the music. And then it's also just like a race against time, because I'm constantly looking at how much battery percentage I have left on my implant. Like, all right, I have 30%, which equates to X amount of time, which means I have to break this record in the next hour and a half, or else it's not happening tonight. And so it's a little stressful when that happens. But it's like when it's above 50%, I'm like, okay, like I got time. It starts getting down to 30 and then 20. It's like, all right, at 10%, a little pop-up's going to pop up right here, and it's going to really screw my web grid flow. It's going to tell me that, like there's a low battery pop-up comes up, and it's really going to screw me over. So if I'm going to break this record, I have to do it in the next 30 seconds, or else that pop-up's going to get in the way, cover my web grid. And then after that, I go click on it, go back into web grid, and I'm like, all right, that means I have 10 minutes left before this thing's dead. That's what's going on in my head generally. That and whatever song's playing, and I just want to break those records so bad. Like it's all I want when I'm playing web grid. It has become less of this is just a leisurely activity. Like I just enjoy doing this because it just feels so nice and it puts me at ease. It is no. Once I'm in web grid, you better break this record or you're gonna waste 5 hours of your life right now. And I don't know. It's just fun. It's fun, man.
Have you ever tried WebGrid with 2 targets and 3 targets? Can you get higher BPS with that?
Can you do that?
You mean different color targets? Or you mean
multiple targets?
Yeah,
so that changes the thing.
Yeah, so BPS is log of number of targets times correct minus incorrect divided by time. And so you can think of different clicks as basically double the number of active targets. Got it. So you basically higher BPS, the more options there are, the more difficult it is. And there's also Zen mode you've played in before, which is infinite canvas.
Yeah, it covers the whole screen with a grid, and
what? Oh yeah, and so you can go that's insane.
Yeah,
he doesn't like it because it didn't show BPS. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I had them put in a giant BPS in the background, so now it's the opposite of Zen mode. It's it's super hard mode, just metal mode, if it's just a giant number in the back count.
We should rename that. Metal mode is much better than that.
So you also play Civilization 6.
I love Civ 6, yeah.
Usually go with Korea.
I do. Yeah. So the great part about Korea is they focus on like science tech victories, which was not planned. Like I've been playing Korea for years, and then all of the Neuralink stuff happened. So it kind of aligned. Um, but what I've noticed with tech victories is if you can just rush tech, rush science, then you can do anything. Like at one point in the game, you will be so far ahead of everyone technologically that you will have like musketmen, infantrymen, planes sometimes, and people will still be fighting with like bows and arrows. And so, if you want to win a domination victory, you just get to a certain point with the science and then go and wipe out the rest of the world. Or you can just take science all the way and win that way, and you're going to be so far ahead of everyone because you're producing so much science that it's not even close. I've accidentally won in different ways just by focusing on science.
Accidentally won by focusing on science.
I was I was playing only science, obviously, like just science all the way, just tech, and I was trying to get like every tech in the tech tree and stuff, and then I accidentally won through a diplomatic victory, and I was so mad. I was so mad because it just like ends the game. One turn, it was like, oh, you won. You're so diplomatic. I'm like, I don't want to do this. I should have declared war on more people or something. It was terrible, but you don't need like giant civilizations with tech, especially with Korea. You can keep it pretty small. So I generally just get to a certain military unit and put them all around my border to keep everyone out, and then I will just build up. So very isolationist.
Nice.
Yeah,
just work on the science.
Yep, that's it.
You're making it sound so fun.
It's so much fun.
And I also saw Civilization 7 trailer.
Oh man, I'm so pumped.
That's probably coming out.
Come on, Civ 7, hit me up. I'll alpha, beta test, whatever.
So when is it coming out?
2025.
Yeah, next year. Yeah. What other stuff would you like to see improved about the Neuralink app and just the entire experience?
I would like to, like I said, get back to the like click on demand, like the regular clicks. That would be great. I would like to be able to connect to more devices. Right now, it's just the computer. I'd like to be able to use it on my phone or use it on different consoles, different platforms. I'd like to be able to control as much stuff as possible, honestly. And like an Optimus robot would be pretty cool. That would be sick if I could control an Optimus robot. The Link app itself, it seems like we are getting pretty dialed in to what it might look like down the road. Seems like we've gotten through a lot of what I want from it, at least. The only other thing I would say is like more control over all the parameters that I can tweak with my like cursor and stuff. There's a lot of things that go into how the cursor moves in certain ways, and I have I don't know like 3 or 4 of those parameters, and they're like
gain and friction.
Gain, friction, yeah, and there's maybe double the amount of those with just like velocity, and then with the actual dwell cursor. So I would like all of it. I want as much control over my environment as possible.
So you want like advanced mode, like in like there's menus usually there's basic mode, and you're like one of those folks like
I go
how you can advance.
Yeah. That's what I want. I want as much control over this as possible. So yeah, that's really all I can ask for. Just give me everything.
Has speech been useful? Like just being able to talk also in addition to everything else?
Yeah, you mean like while I'm using it?
While you're using it, like speech to text?
Oh, yeah.
Or do you type, or because there's also a keyboard?
Yeah, really nice. So there's a virtual keyboard. That's another thing I would like to work more on is finding some way to type or text in a different way. Right now it is like a dictation, basically, and a virtual keyboard that I can use with the cursor. But we've played around with like finger spelling, like sign language finger spelling, and that seems really promising. So I have this thought in my head that it's going to be a very similar learning curve that I had with the cursor. where I went from attempted movement to imagined movement at one point. I have a feeling, this is just my intuition, that at some point I'm going to be doing finger spelling, and I won't need to actually attempt to finger spell anymore, but I'll just be able to think the letter that I want, and it'll pop up.
That would be epic.
Yeah,
that's challenging.
Yeah,
that's hard. That's a lot of work for you to kind of take that leap. But that would be awesome.
And then going from letters to words is another step. You would go from, right now it's finger spelling and just the sign language alphabet. But if it's able to pick that up, then it should be able to pick up the whole sign language, language. And so then if I could do something along those lines, or just the sign language spelled word, if I can, spell it at a reasonable speed and they can pick that up, then I would just be able to think that through and it would do the same thing. I don't see why not. After what I saw with the cursor control, I don't see why it wouldn't work, but we'd have to play around with it.
What was the process in terms of training yourself to go from attempted movement to imagined movement?
Yeah.
How long did that take? So how long would this kind of process take?
Well, it was a couple weeks before it just happened upon me. But now that I know that was possible, I think I could make it happen with other things. I think it would be much, much simpler.
Would you get an upgraded implant for us?
Sure, absolutely. Whenever they'll let me.
So you don't have any concerns for you with the surgery experience? All of it was no regrets.
Yeah.
So everything's been good so far.
Yep.
You just keep getting upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I've seen how much it's impacted my life already, and I know that everything from here on out is going to get better and better. So I would love to. I would love to get the upgrade.
What future capabilities are you excited about, sort of beyond this kind of telepathy? Is vision interesting? So for folks who, for example, are blind, so Neuralink enabling people to see, or for speech.
Yeah, there's a lot that's very, very cool about this. I mean, we're talking about the brain, so there's this is just motor cortex stuff. There's so much more that can be done. The vision one is fascinating to me. I think that is going to be very, very cool. To give someone the ability to see for the first time in their life would just be, I mean, it might be more amazing than even helping someone like me. That just sounds incredible. The speech thing is really interesting, being able to have some sort of real-time translation and cut away that language barrier would be really cool. Any sort of actual impairments that it could solve, with speech, would be very, very cool. And then also there are a lot of different disabilities that all originate in the brain. And you would be able to, hopefully be able to solve a lot of those. I know there's already stuff to help people with seizures that can be implanted in the brain. This would do, I imagine, the same thing. And so you could do something like that. I know that, even someone like Joe Rogan has talked about the possibilities with being able to stimulate the brain in different ways. I'm not sure what, how ethical a lot of that would be. That's beyond me, honestly. But I know that there is a lot that can be done when we're talking about the brain and being able to go in and physically make changes to help people or to improve their lives. So I'm really looking forward to everything that comes from this. And I don't think it's all that far off. I think a lot of this can be implemented within my lifetime, assuming that I live a long life.
What you were referring to is things like people suffering from depression or things of that nature for them to do.
Yeah, flip a switch like that, make someone happy. I think Joe has talked about it more in terms of you want to experience what a drug trip feels like. You want to experience what it'd be like to be on mushrooms or something like that, DMT. You can just flip that switch in the brain. My buddy Bane has talked about being able to wipe parts of your memory and re-experience things that, for the first time, your favorite movie or your favorite book. Just wipe that out real quick and then re-fall in love with Harry Potter or something. I told him, I was I don't know how I feel about people being able to wipe parts of your memory. That seems a little sketchy. He's they're already doing it. So
sounds legit. I would love memory replay. just like actually like high resolution replay of old
That's a
memories.
good dump.
I saw an episode
Perhaps.
of Black Mirror about that once. I don't think I watched it.
Yeah, so Black
It's
Mirror
one of those
is
things,
always
kids.
kind of considered the worst case. Which is
We have a
I
concert.
think people don't consider the best case or the average case enough. I don't know what it is about us humans. We want to think about the worst possible thing. We love drama.
Yeah.
Like, how's this new technology going to kill it? We just love that.
Well, hopefully,
Like, yes, let's watch.
hopefully people don't think about that too much.
It's
We're
celebration.
on my plans.
Yeah, I assume you're gonna have to take over the world. I mean, I love your Twitter. You tweeted, I'd like to make jokes about hearing voices in my head since getting the Neuralink, but I feel like people would take it the wrong way. Plus, the voices in my head told me not to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please never stop. So you're talking about Optimus. Is that something you would love to be able to do, to control the robotic arm or the entirety of Optimus?
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure, absolutely.
Do you think there's something like fundamentally different about just being able to physically interact with the world?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. This
100%, folks.
I know another thing with like being able to like give people the ability to like feel sensations and stuff like going in with the brain and having the Neuralink
I'm a
maybe do
culinary
that. That could
gangster.
be something that could be transferred through the Optimus as well. Like there's all sorts of really cool interplay between that, and then also like you said, just physically interacting. I mean, 99% of the things that I can't do myself, obviously I need a caretaker for, someone to physically do things for me. If an Optimus robot could do that, like I could live an incredibly independent life and not be such a burden on those around me. And it would change the way people like me live, at least until whatever this is gets cured.
Yo,
but being
this
able to interact
is
with the world physically
the
like that
Tommy
would be
from
amazing.
fucking
And they're not just like
cray
for having to be a caretaker or something, but
all right,
something
whatever.
Like talked about
It's just
being able to
wild
read a
shit.
book.
You know what else is wild shit? The fact that this shit doesn't fucking load faster. Hurry the fuck up, you shitbag. The worst. This is the worst.
Again, the sensation and stuff, but there's something different about reading like a physical book than staring at a screen or listening to an audiobook. I actually don't like audiobooks. I've listened to a ton of them at this point, but I don't really like them. I would much rather like read a physical copy.
So one of the things you would love to be able to experience is
fucking dumb.
Opening the book, bringing it up to you.
Audiobooks are so much better, but audio with visual, that's the best when you see both at the same time. All right, hurry the fuck up, dog. This is the worst.
Replicated, that page
is it going?
On like the Kindle and stuff. Yeah.
Select the button, dude.
Yeah.
Just
So,
go.
Just something as simple as that.
So one of the things you miss is touch.
I do. Yeah. A lot of things that I interact with in the world, like clothes or literally any physical thing that I interact with in the world. A lot of times, what people around me will do is they just kind of like rub it on my face. They'll like lay something on me so I can feel the weight. They will rub, a shirt on me so I can feel fabric. Like there's something very profound about touch, and it's something that I miss a lot, and something I would love to do again. We'll see.
What would be the first thing you do with the hand?
Masturbate, Doug. Obviously, duh. Stop all other questions.
No, that's
after that.
That I've asked, like God for basically every day since my accident, was being able to like one day move.
I thought he was going to say masturbate.
Hand, so that way, like I could squeeze my mom's hand or something.
You won't want to touch your mom, dog.
Like how much I care and how much I love her and everything. Something along those lines.
Don't lie to me, dude.
Being able to just interact.
It'd be like, yo, dog, you got. Hey, what's his name? Nolan. Hey, Nolan. Like can't believe I fucking remember your name. I don't even have that shit. This is all natural. You can't teach that. I call your last name the wrong thing, though. I think I caught Hasbro or something. Hasbro. Nolan Hasbro. Anyway, I'd be like, Nolan, all right, we gave you can use your hand now. You're not going to tell me that you're not going to want at least like 5 minutes to just explore?
bliss down to my level.
Oh shit! Oh, if I queef right now, perhaps, or
everything about it was just
push,
so
perhaps, who knows?
above and beyond.
Could have been big.
That
I could
anything
have
I
shit
can do
myself,
to
folks.
take him down a notch.
Yeah.
Hi, folks. Norm here.
Bit. He needs it.
Yeah.
All right, is this shit done? This is
As
the
you see
worst
next to me.
worst
Did you ever
stream
make sense of why God
ever.
puts good people through such hardship?
This is the
man.
worst. I've seen some bad streams. This one,
I think it's all
the
about
worst. I mean,
understanding how much we need God.
the worst.
And I
I've
don't
seen.
think that there's
It's so much
light without
non-tent,
the dark. I
non-tent
think that if all of
overload.
us were happy all the time, there would be, no
All right,
reason
so what if we hit?
to
Just
turn to God.
restart them all.
I feel like
Just
there
be
would be
sick.
no concept
You'd be
of
sick.
good or bad. And I think that as much of like the darkness and the evil that's in the world, it makes us all appreciate the good and the things we have so much more. And I think, like when I had my accident, one of the first things I said to one of my best friends was, and this was within like the first month or two after my accident, I said, everything about this accident has just made me understand and believe that like God is real and that there really is a God, basically, and that like my interactions with him have all been, real and worthwhile. And he said, if anything,
This is the worst stream of all time.
believes
I don't know what would
there
be
is a
worse.
God.
I mean, people
And it's
used
a
to
very
say,
different
"Hey dog,
reaction.
this is as boring as watching
But I
paint
believe
dry,"
that it
or
is-
"Hey dog,
it is a way
this
for
is as
God
boring
to
as watching grass
test
grow."
us to build our character.
They're just gonna say this is as boring as Rabbi's stream.
send us through
In the
trials
future,
and
kids, they'll just
tribulations
be like, "Oh,
to make sure that we understand
you are so fucking boring. You are
how
like Rabbi's
precious,
stream."
he is,
You're like,
and the things that he's given us and the time
know.
that he's given us, and then hopefully grow from all of that. I think that's a huge part of being here is to not just have an easy life and do everything that's easy, but to step out of our comfort zones and really challenge ourselves, because I think that's how we grow.
Sometimes I eat so much
about this whole thing we have going on, human civilization,
or drink so much.
I
really think that my
people are my biggest inspiration.
My asshole could
Even
tear.
just being at Neuralink for a few months, looking people in the eyes and hearing their
Really?
motivations for why they're doing this, it's
this
so
is one of them.
inspiring. And I know that
Kids,
they
don't
could be
you
other
like this
places,
little?
with cushier
We got a
jobs,
heart-to-heart going, like that show.
working somewhere else.
This isn't even
doing
recording.
X, Y, or Z that doesn't really mean
This is
that
the
much.
worst.
But instead they're here and they want to
This is just the worst.
better
The worst stream.
humanity, and they want to better just the
Everything is
people
bad
around
about
them,
this.
the people that they've
Everything.
interacted with in
The
their life.
quality
They wanna make
sucks. No
better
one
lives
understands
for
what I'm saying.
their own family
It stops
members who might
halfway
have
through.
disabilities, or they look at someone like me and they say, I can do something about that, so I'm going to. And it's always been what I've connected with most in the world of people. I've always been a people person, and I love learning about people.
I love how you're like,
And I
Rabbi
love
Rothschild has broken the
learning, like, how
Guinness
people
World Record.
developed and where
It's
they
not
came
even
from,
a world
and
record.
to
It's not
see
even like a
how
thing.
much
I have to make it
people
a
are willing
thing.
to do for someone
This
like
is
me.
the worst.
They don't have to, and they're going out of their way to make my life better. It gives
You're gonna
me a
sing
lot of
Janet
hope for just
Jackson?
humanity in general, how
I didn't
much-
even know you were a big
how much
Janet
we
Jackson
care
fan.
and how much we're capable of.
Like, I could name 100 fucking artists. I
get together and try to make a
don't know.
difference.
That wasn't my
And I know
groove,
there's
dog.
a lot of bad out there in the world, but there always has been, and there always will be. And I think that it shows human resiliency, and it shows what we're able
You
to
think she'll run in 4 years?
endure, and how much
Who knows, kids?
how much we just want to be there and help each other, and how much satisfaction we get from that. Because I think that's one of the reasons that we're here, is just to help each other.
This
And,
is the worst stream ever.
I don't know.
I've seen bad
that always
streams
gives me
before.
hope. It's just realizing that
This
there are
is
people
the
out
I'm
there
the
who
king
still
of
care and
non-tent.
wanna help.
Coney,
And thank you for being one such
king
human being,
of
and continuing
non-tent.
to be a great
That's
human
just
being
Coney.
through
Like David
everything
Coney.
you've been through, and being an
Shout out to
inspiration
Coney.
many people,
All right,
myself,
this is
for
the
many
worst.
reasons, including your
This
epic,
is the
unbelievably great performance on Web.
One time, kids,
I will be training.
I thought this was gonna be
all
good.
night tonight to
Hey,
try
man, you
to
can-
try
no,
to catch
You
up.
can do it.
turned out to be the worst. I bet this thing's not even fucking recording.
Sorry to interrupt with the
Hey
awesome
guys,
trip. Once you
we're
get
gonna
back,
put out software that
appreciate
absolutely
this.
sucks dick.
Yeah, for sure.
You guys ready for this? Y'all ready for this? No, 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 no,
Thanks for
no,
listening
no,
to this conversation
Okay.
with Nolan Arbaugh.
Best back
Before that,
up.
Elon Musk, DJ Saw, Matthew McDougall, and Liz Chapman.
What about Kevin
Support this
McDougal,
podcast.
motherfucker?
Please
What
check out
about
our
Kevin
sponsors in
McDougal?
the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Aldous Huxley in The Doors.
It's not even
Perception.
fucking recording.
We live together. We act on and react to one another. But always, and in all circumstances, we are by ourselves.
Huh?
The martyrs go hand in hand into the arena.
This is the
They
worst.
are crucified alone.
This
Grace, the lovers desperately tried to fuse their
is the worst.
isolated ecstasies into a single
streaming?
self-transcendence in vain.
Yes, this is really bad.
But its very nature,
this content
of
is like
embodied
the
spirit
worst.
is doomed
Maybe.
to suffer and enjoy its
Yeah,
solitude.
no, it's definitely the worst.
Sensations,
I've
feelings,
never-
insights, fancies, all
I've never
these
even
are
considered
private,
how bad this
except through
fucking stream
symbols
is.
and a
But
second-hand
now I
incommunicable.
consider. Now I really had a chance to
We can pull
consider,
information about
and I've
experiences,
come to the
but
conclusion that
never
it
the
is the worst
experiences
stream
themselves.
ever.
From family to
Dude, I
nation,
wonder if this one
every
works.
human group is a society of island universes. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
It says 1 day ago, but it's live. 25 hours? Oh, wow. Oh, you have to stop these individually.
The following is a conversation with Jordan Jonas, winner of Alone Season 6, a show where the task is to survive alone in the Arctic wilderness longer than anyone else. He is
Dude, I bet that's
widely
cold as
considered
balls.
to be one of, if not the
You
greatest
won't be able to
competitors on
reconnect.
that
Dog.
show.
I know.
He has a fascinating
wow.
life story that took him from a farm in Idaho and hoboing
Idaho.
on trains across America to traveling with nomadic tribes in
It's called
Siberia.
hoboing.
All that
That's a fucking
helped
verb.
make him into a world-class explorer, survivor, hunter, wilderness guide, and most importantly, a great human being with a big heart and a big smile.
Yo, dog, you gonna suck his
This was
dick?
a truly fun and fascinating conversation.
The worst.
We also mentioned that at the end, after the episode, I'll start answering some questions and we'll try to articulate my thinking on some
This
top
is
of
the
mind
worst
topics.
stream of all
So
time.
if that's of interest to you,
The
keep
worst.
listening after the episode is over. This is the Let's Treatment Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors
Kids.
in the description. And now, dear friends,
People will study this
Jordan
in the
Jonas.
future simply from
You
it
won
being
Alone
just the
Season
worst stream
6,
ever.
and I think
The
are still
worst.
considered to be one
Everything
of,
about it sucks.
if not the most
Quality
successful
sucks,
survivor
sound
on that
sucks.
show.
There's
So let's
nothing.
go
We
back
don't do
to the
anything.
big picture. Can
Except
you,
we're gonna
tell me
sing some
about the
fucking
show?
Janet Jackson, but that's
How
not
does
like
it
a
work?
thing.
Yeah,
Nobody's
it's
out
a
there like,
show
man,
where
I really want to listen
they
to some
take
fucking
10
Janet Jackson
individuals,
karaoke.
and each person gets 10 items off of the list. Basic items.
Tito. Tito's not even available anymore to listen to Janet Jackson.
And, some
I
pretty
love
basic
Tito.
stuff. And then they send them
Everybody
all,
gave
drop them
Tito
off all in the
shit.
woods with a few
He's my
cameras,
favorite.
And so the people
Fuck
are
you if
actually
you don't like
alone.
him.
There's not a crew
He's the
or
best.
anything. And then you basically live there as long as you can, and so the person
musician
that lasts the longest,
the
once the
Jacksons.
second place person
With his
taps
red
out,
velvet shoes.
they come and
Kind of
get
on
you,
their own
and
level.
that individual wins.
Oh, you
So
mean that
it's a-
blue-eyed Jew?
It's a pretty
Well,
legit challenge, They drop
yeah.
you off, helicopter
Jew-Harp or
flies
something.
out, and you're
All
not
right.
going to get your next meal until you make it happen. So
You have to figure out the shelter, you have to figure out the source of food, and then
This is the worst.
because I guess they drop you out in the moment
The
where
worst.
it's going into
The worst.
typically do it in
Dog.
temperate,
This
colder
one time
climates,
I was like,
things
oh
that,
man,
and
how could I make the
starting
world's
in
worst
September, October, so
stream?
time's
And then I
ticking,
was like,
they
you know
drop
what?
you off, and
I got it.
yeah, pressure's on. You got it's
Just
you
the
get
worst.
overwhelmed with all the things you have
No
to
one
do
likes
right
it.
away, like, oh,
It's
man, I'm not gonna eat again until
It's
I
basically
actually
the worst.
catch something.
Of all the things that I've ever known
Overwhelming. Figure your whole location
in
out,
history,
it's interesting because
this is a true statement. This is the worst.
Kind of get into well, at least for me, it did. There was like a week, or maybe not a week, but that I was kind of a little more annoyed with things. You know, it's like, oh, my sight sucks. and then you kind of accept it.
I have known some really bad shit,
no amount of
but
complaining
nothing has been this
do
bad.
anybody
This
good.
is
So
terrible.
I'm just gonna make it happen, and so then, or do my best to. And then I felt like I got in a zone, and I felt like I was right back in kind of Siberia or in that headspace. And I found I actually really enjoyed it. I'd been a little bit out of the game because I had a child, and so when we had our daughter, we came back to the States, and then a bunch of things happened, and I just we didn't end up going back to Russia. So it's been a couple of years that I was just raising a girl. So I was like, did I got a little stuff? But then it was fun how, like, after just some days there, I was like, oh man, I feel like I'm at home now. And then it's like,
yo, dude, what the fuck?
Actually, there's a few moments like when you left the ladder up over the moose that you kind of screwed up a little bit.
Oh yeah.
How do you go from that moment of like frustration to the moment
I don't
of
want to
acceptance?
use that.
I mean, the more you put yourself in life in positions that are kind of outside your comfort zone or push your abilities, the more often you're going to screw up, and then the more opportunity you have to learn from that.
OBS
and
version
to be
30,
honest, it's kind of funny, but you almost get to a position where you don't feel that uncomfortable. It's not unexpected, you kind of expect you're going to mess up here and there. Yeah, I remember particularly with a moose, the first moose I saw, I had a great shot at it, but I had a hard time judging distance because it was in a mud flat, which means it's hard to tell yardage, because you usually typically going by trees or markers, be like, oh, I'm probably 30 yards away. This was a giant moose, and he was 40-something yards away, and I estimated that he was 30-something yards away, so way off. And shot and dropped between his legs, and then I realized I had not grabbed my quiver, so I only had one shot, and I just watched him turn around and walk out. But I was struck
this is the worst.
With like,
I don't even know what's going on here. What is this? Stop.
Mad I was like, oh, this is actually
the worst.
That was awesome. That was like seeing a dinosaur. That was really cool.
This
and then
is
I was like,
the
what
worst.
An idiot, how to miss. But then I was like, but it made me that much more determined to make it happen again. It was like, okay,
dog,
nobody's gonna make this happen except myself. Can't complain. When it doesn't, you get to go back and mope about it. And so then I was like, I had a thought. I remember the native guys telling me they used to like build these giant fences and funnel game into certain areas and stuff. And I was like, man, that's a lot of calories, but I have to make that happen again now. So I kind of went out there and tried that. And that was kind of an attempt at something too. It could have failed or not worked, but sure enough, it worked. And opportunity came again. The moose came wandering along, and I was able to get it. But being able to take failure as soon as you can, the better.
I know I downloaded it, but I don't want
learn
it.
from it is
close.
Kind of a muscle you have to exercise.
Start virtual camera.
Because in this case, the cost
close.
of failure
This
is, like,
is the worst.
You're not going to be able to eat.
Yeah, that was really interesting. I mean, the most interesting thing about that show was how high the stakes felt, because it didn't feel, you didn't tell yourself you're on a show. At least I didn't. You just felt like it was, you're going to starve to death if you don't make this happen. So the stakes felt so high, and it was an interesting thing to tap into, because I mean, so many of our ancestors probably all just dealt with that on a regular basis, but it's something that we're all the modern amenities and such and food security that we don't deal with. And it was interesting to tap into what a kind of a peak mental experience.
The worst stream
you really need something to
of
survive,
all time, folks.
and when it happens, it's
not even close. It's not even like, oh, well, this is maybe the second. No,
the receptors are
the worst. Just
so it was
bad.
Yeah, it was pretty.
If you were to ask random indigenous tribes to rate this, they would be like, dog, get me the fuck out of this room. I want to go back to the jungle, because this fucking stream was so fucking boring. I'd be like, I know, it's just the worst. It's the worst. Just
There's never been a stream worse than this. Ever. Ever. Ever.
I never thought like,
just the
the
worst. What is this bullshit?
Holy crap, it's gonna be me against somebody
This
else.
is the worst stream ever, kids. If you've ever been like, well, let's think of it. I don't even know what was second. What's the second most boring stream of all time? Oh wait, did somebody one time leave their phone in their pocket for hours?
Already was of course pretty thin and so I was just like,
it's just the worst stream.
I've
never had a worse stream.
Precious to me. And then I found a plastic jug.
I've never seen a worse stream. Somebody could propose to me, hey dog, you want to just live stream your life all the time? I bet it'd be really fucking exciting, unless it was your life. Then it'd be the worst. Worst stream ever. Alright. Minimize.
And then I was like, wait a second, what are all these prints?
Play that shit. Play that funkin' music, Rabbi. Play that funkin' music.
Those are green tracks.
I bet this thing's not even recording.
Bear would have been or something, so it kind of
Click
surprised me.
Click it.
Took off with that jug of fat, and so then I went for
just the worst. Just don't even try to be good.
Feeling pretty good about myself to like now I'm losing again against whoever.
The worst.
Other person is
worse.
So I again.
This is so bad. It's like bratwurst bad. Like it's the worst.
Produce again. It
the worst.
Wasn't the end of the world, and I think they may have exaggerated a little bit how little fat I had left.
Oh, I like how it went for 1 fucking minute. Are you fucking even serious about
a lot of fat, but it did make me feel like I was at a disadvantage.
Just the worst.
Yeah, that was pretty intense because those Wolverines, they're bold little animals, and he was basically saying, "No, this is my moose," and I had to counter his claims.
Well, they're really, really smart. They figure out a way to get to places really effectively. Wolverines are like fascinating in that way. So let's go to that happy moment. The moose.
Yeah.
You are the first and one of the only contestants to have ever killed a moose on the show. A big game animal with a bow and arrow. So this is day 820. So can you take me through the kill?
Yeah, so I missed one, and I just decided I'm not here to starve. I'm here to like try to become sustainable. So I was like, I don't care if it's a risk. I'm gonna build that fence. I built it. I would just pick berries and call moose every day, and it was actually really pleasant to sit in a berry patch and call moose. But then I also had this whole trap and snare line set out everywhere, so I had all these. I was getting rabbits, but and I was actually taking a rabbit out of a snare when I heard a clank because I'd set up kind of an alarm system with string and cans, so.
Brilliant idea.
Yeah, another thing that could have not worked, but it and it came through. I was like, oh, I heard the cans clink, and I was like, no way. So I ran over. I didn't know what it was exactly, but something was coming along with them. And I ran over and jumped in the bush next to the funnel exit on the fence. And sure enough, the big moose came running up, and your heart gets pounding like crazy. You're just like, no way. I probably could have waited a little longer and had a perfect broadside shot, but I took the shot when he was pretty close, like 24 yards, but he was quartering towards me, which makes it a little harder to make a perfect kill shot, And so I hit it, and it took off running, and I just thought, I was super excited. I couldn't believe I actually, I was like, oh my gosh, I got this moose. I think that was a really good shot. You get all excited. But then it plays back in your head, and particularly when you're first learning to hunt, there's always an animal that gets away, and you like make a bad decision or not a great shot or something, and it's just part of it. And so of course you're like, I'm not gonna be satisfied until I see this thing. So I followed the blood trail a little while, and I saw some bubbly blood, which meant it was hitting the lungs, which meant it's not going to live, you'll get it. And so as long as you don't mess it up. And so I went back to my shelter and waited an hour. I skinned that rabbit that had caught, and then super nervous, the slowest hour ever. And then I followed it along, ended up losing the blood trail. I was like, no. And then I was like, well, if there's no blood, I'm just going to follow the path that I would go if I was a moose, like the least resistance through the woods. So I followed kind of along the shore there, and sure enough, I saw him up there. Oh, I was so excited. Lay down, but he hadn't died yet, and so he just sat there, and he would stand up, and I would just like, no, and he would lay back down and go, yes, and then he would stand up, and it was like that for a couple hours it took him, and then finally at one point, I and a lot of people have asked like, why wouldn't you go finish it off? So when an animal like that gets hit, it had no idea what hit it. Just all of a sudden it's like, something got it, and it ran off, and it lays down, and it's actually fairly calm, and it doesn't really know what's going on. And if you can leave it in that state, it'll kind of just bleed out and as peaceful as possible. If you go chase after it, that's when you lose an animal. Because as soon as it knows it's being hunted, it gets panicked, adrenaline, and it can just run, and you'll never find it. So I didn't want it to see me. I knew if I tried to get it with another arrow, there's a chance I could have finished it off, but there's also a not bad chance that it would see me take off or even attack, because it's going to be a little dangerous. And so I just chose to wait it out, and at one point it stood up and fell over, and I could tell it had died, and walked over, like you actually touch it, and it's just like, whoa,
what the fuck is Persephone?
Like that whole burden of weeks of you're gonna starve, got rid of that. To be honest, it's one of the happiest moments in my life. It's really hard to replicate.
What about saffron?
Because it was just so real, or so directly connected to your needs. It's also simple. It was a peak experience for sure.
And were you worried that it would take many more hours and it would take it into the night?
Yeah, I was. I mean, until you actually have your hands on it, I was worried the whole time. It's a pretty nerve-wracking period there between when you get it and when you actually recover the animal, get your hands on it. So it took longer than I wanted, but I finally got it.
Can you actually speak to the kill shot itself, just for people who don't hunt?
Yeah,
like what it takes to stay calm, to not freak out too much, to wait but not wait too long.
Yeah. I mean, another thing about hunting is that for every animal you get, you probably don't get 9 or 10 that just turned the wrong way when you were drawn back or went way behind a tree, or you never had a clean shot, or whatever it is. And so every time you can see a moment coming, your heart really starts beating, and you have to breathe through it. I can almost you almost feel the nervousness of
one
it.
Of the most major dumps.
And then you just try to stay calm.
Perhaps in global history.
Whatever you do,
Psych.
Try to stay calm. Wait for it to come up. Drop back. You practice shooting a lot, so you have
the worst
technique. I'm gonna go back, touch my face, draw my elbow tight, and then the arrow's gonna let loose.
So muscle memory,
It's kind of muscle memory. You have a little trigger, got it a little tight, and then it happens, and then you just watch the arrow and see where it goes. Now with the animal, you try to do it ethically. That is, make as good of a shot as you can. Make sure it is either hit in the heart or both lungs. And when that happens, it's a pretty quick death, death is a part of life. But honestly, for a wild animal, it's probably the best way to go they could have. Now, when an animal's kind of walking towards you, if it's walking towards you but not directly towards you, that's what you call quartering towards you. You can picture it's actually pretty difficult to hit both lungs because the shoulder blade and all that bone is in the way. So you have to make a perfect shot to get them both. And to be honest, when I took my shot, I was a few inches right, and so it went through the first lung, and then it sunk the arrow all the way into the moose. But it didn't. It allowed that second lung to stay breathing, which meant the moose stayed alive longer.
What's your relationship with the animal in a situation like that? You said death is a part of life.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought, because no matter what your relationship to, however you choose to go through life, whether whatever you eat, whatever you do, death is a part of life. Every animal that's out there is living off of the dead, even plants. We're all part of this ecosystem. I think it's really easy particularly in an urban environment, but anywhere to think that we're separate from the ecosystem, but we are very much a part of it. Whether it be, farming requires, all this habitat to be turned into growing soybeans and and when you get the plows and the combines, you're losing all kinds of different animals and all kinds of potential habitat. So it's not cost free. And so when you realize that, then you want to produce the food and the things you need in an ethical manner. So for me, hunting plays a really major role in that. Like, I literally know how many animals a year it takes to feed my family and myself. I actually know the exact number. And it's like, and I know what the cost of that is. And I'm aware of it because I'm out in the woods and I see these like beautiful elk and moose. And I really love the species, love the animals. But there is a fact that one of those individuals, is going to have to feed me. And and particularly, like on alone, it was very heightened, that experience. So I shot that one animal and I was so thankful, that I wanted to give that big guy a hug and like, hey, sorry it was you, but it had to be somebody.
Yeah, there's that picture of you just almost hugging it.
Right.
And you can also think about it, the calories, the protein, the fat, all of that comes from that will feed you.
Right. You're so grateful for it. Like the gratitude is like, definitely there.
What about the bow and arrow perspective?
Well, when you hunt with a bow, you just get so much more up close to the animals. You can't just get it from 600 yards away. You actually have to sneak in within 30 or so yards. And when you do that, the experiences you have are they're way more dragged out. So, your heart's beating longer. You have to control your nerves longer. More often than not, it doesn't go your way and the thing gets away. And, you've been hiking around in the woods for a week.
This shit is still going?
Arises and floats away. No. But at the same time, that's the only time when you like really have those interactions with the animals where you got this bugling bull, like tearing at the trees right in front of you, and other cow, elk, and animals running around you. You end up having really I don't know, very intimate experiences with the animal, just because you're in it. You're kind of in its world. You're playing its game. It has its senses to defend itself, and you have your wit to try to to get over those. And it really becomes, it's not easy. They're not. It becomes kind of that chess game, and those prey animals are always tuned in. It's slightest stick there, or whatever it is. So. There's something really pure and fun about it. I will say that there's an aspect that is fun. There's no denying it. It's like how we're, people have been hunting forever, and I think it speaks to that part of us somehow. And I think bow hunting is probably the most pure form of it, and that you get those experiences more often with a rifle. So I don't know. I enjoy it a lot, and the way they do regulations and such, kind of the best times to hunt are usually allowed for bow because they're trying to, keep it fair for the animal and such. So
the close distance,
I don't understand this,
makes you more in touch with sort of the natural way of the predator and prey.
This is the worst, though. I can tell
You're
you
one
that.
of the predators.
I've never known anything worse.
Where you have to be clever, you have to be quiet, you have to be calm, you have to all of that, and the full
it's
challenge,
cool that I can
the
do
luck
that shit.
involved.
Snap into place.
The same thing as the predators do.
Exactly. How many times do they snap a stick and watch them run off and be like, darn, my stock was failed. Or, so, yeah, you're in that ecosystem.
How'd you learn to...
Try to fucking moonwalk on
grow
this
up hunting. I grew up in the area that a lot of people hunted, but my dad wasn't really into it, and so I never got into it until I lived in Russia with the natives, and just like a part of everything we did, and a part of our lives. That when I came back,
I'm a big boy.
I started doing archery in Virginia. It was a pretty easy way to hunt because the deer were overpopulated, and you could get these urban archery permits.
Yes,
so
I do. Yes,
go out,
I
every
wanna
couple
touch
days, you have
me?
an opportunity to shoot a deer that they needed population control. And a lot of them give you a lot of opportunities to learn that's
It's
what got me into it.
celebration.
I really enjoyed
I gotta
it.
take
Do
a.
you practice with the target also?
I don't
or
even
just
know how
practice
that
out?
shit.
Oh no, I would definitely practice with the target a lot.
Kids sometimes
like,
I
you
just
kind of
have to
have
go
an
on
obligation to
toilet.
do your
Sit
best.
there with my
'cause you don't want
phone.
to be slinging arrows into like the leg of an animal, and it's a cool way, honestly, to provide quality meat for the family. You know, it's all raised naturally
Comforting.
and wild and free until
Gotta
you
take a
bring it
shit.
home into the freezer. So,
Oh,
So if we step back, what are the 10 items you brought, and what's actually the challenge of figuring out which items to bring?
yeah, the challenge is that you don't
this
exactly
is
know
cool.
your
There's
site
someone that
opportunities are going to be. So you don't really know, should I bring a fishing net? Am I going to have a spot the net or not? And things like that. I brought a axe, a saw,
It's celebration.
Leatherman wave, ferro rod is like a mixed sparks, start a fire, a frying pan, sleeping bag, fishing kit,
Don't touch me.
a bow and arrow, trapping wire, and paracord. So those are my 10 items.
Is any regrets? Any?
No major regrets. I took the saw kind of. I thought it would be more of a calorie saver. Then I didn't really need it. In hindsight, if I was doing season 7 instead of 6 and got to watch, I would have taken the net because I just planned to make a net, but I would have rather just had 2 nets. Brought one and left the saw because in the northern woods in particular, every tree is the size of your arm or leg. You can chop it down with an axe and a couple swings. Yeah, you don't really need the saw. And so it was handy at times and useful, but I think it was if I had to do 9 items, I would have been just fine without the saw.
So 2 nets would just expand your
food gathering potential.
And then in terms of trapping, you were okay with just the little you brought?
The snare wire was good. I ran some, I used all my snare wire. I ran trap line, which is just a series of traps through the woods and brush. Every place you see sign, put a snare, put a little mark on the tree so I knew where that snare was, and just make these paths through the woods. And I put out, I don't know how many, 150, 200 snares. So every day I'd get a rabbit or 2 out of them. And then I had a lot of rabbits, but once I got the moose, I actually took all those snares down because I didn't want to catch anything needlessly. And you come to find out, you can't live off of rabbits. Man cannot live off a rabbit alone, as turns out.
So you set up a huge number of traps. You were also fishing, and then always on the lookout for moose.
Yeah.
So what's in terms of survival, if you were to do it over again, over and over and over and over, like how do you maximize your chance of having enough food to survive?
You have to be really adaptable because it's always gonna look different. Your situation, your location. I actually had what I thought was a pretty good plan going into Alone. Then it just the location didn't allow for what I thought it would.
What was the plan?
Well, I thought I would just catch a bunch of fish because I'm on a really good fishing lake. I'd catch a whole bunch of fish, let them rot for a little while, and then just drag them all through the woods into a big pile, and then hunt a bear on that big fish pile. And that was the plan, and I thought, but when I got there, for one, I had a hard time catching fish off the bat. They didn't come like I was hoping. And then for 2, it had burned prior, so there were no berries. And so there were very few berries, which meant there weren't grouse, there weren't bear. They weren't, they had all gone to other places where the berries were. And so what I had grown accustomed to kind of relying on in Siberia wasn't there. So in Russia, which was a similar environment, just grouse and berries, and fish, and grouse and berries and fish, and then occasionally, you get a moose or something. But I had to reassess, which was part of me being grumpy at the start. Like, this place sucks. and then once I reassessed, and right away I saw that there were moose tracks and such. So I just started a plan for that. I moved my camp into an area that was as removed as I could be from where all the action is, where the tracks were, so that I wasn't disturbing animal patterns. I made sure the predominant wind was blowing out my scent to sea, to the water. And then really to be honest, if you want to actually survive somewhere, it is different than alone. But you do have to be active, and it has to. You're gonna have to. You're not gonna live. You're not gonna be sustainable by starving it out. You just have to unlock the key that is sustainability. And I think there's a lot of areas that still have that potential, but you have to figure out. It's usually going to be a combination of fishing, trapping, and then hunting. And then once you have the fishing and trapping will get you until you have some success hunting, and then that'll buy you 3 or 4 months of time to continue, and that to keep hunting again. And you just have to roll off of that. But every depends on where you are, what opportunities are there.
So that's the process: fishing and trapping until you're successful hunting, and then the successful hunt buys you some more time.
Right.
Just go year round.
And then you just go year round like that, and that's how people did it forever. The pressure, I noticed it, with that, you got that moose, and then you're happy for a week or so, and then you start to be like, it's finite. I'm going to have to do this again. And you imagine if you had a family that was going to starve if you weren't successful, this next time. And there's just always that pressure, it made me really appreciate that. What people had to deal with.
Well, in terms of being active, so you have to do stuff all day. So you get up, you get up and planning. What am I gonna in the midst of the frustration? You have to figure out what's the strategy? How do you put up all the traps? Is that a decision? Most people sit at their desk and have a calendar. Are you figuring out
One thing about wilderness life in general is it's remarkably less scheduled than anything we deal with. Schedules are fairly unique to the modern context. You wake up and you just you have a confluence of things you want to do, things you need to do, things you should do, and you just kind of tackle them as you see fit as it flows in, So, and that's actually one of the things that I really appreciate about that lifestyle is it really is. You're kind of in that flow. And so I'd wake up and be like, maybe I'll go fishing. And then I'd wander over and fish. And then I'd be like, I'm going to go check the trap line. Every day, if I add 5 or 10 snares, you're constantly adding to your productive potential. And then, but nothing's really scheduled. You're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants.
But then there's a lot of instinct that's already loaded in.
So much, yeah.
You already just wisdom from all the times you had to do it before. You're just actually operating a lot on instinct. Like you said, where to find to place the shelter. How hard is that calculation? Where to place the shelter?
If you're dropped off and this is all new to you, of course, all those things are going to be things you have to really think through and plan. When you're thinking about a shelter, you have to think of, here's a nice flat spot, that's a good place, but also is there firewood nearby? And if I'm going to be here for months, is there enough firewood that I'm not going to be walking half a mile to get a dry piece of wood? Is the water nearby? Is it somewhat open but also protected from the elements? Because sometimes you get a beautiful spot, it's great on a calm day, and then the wind comes and so there's all these factors, even down to taking in what game is doing in the area also, and how that relates to where your shelter is.
You said you have to consider where the action will be, and you want to be away from the action but close enough to it
to see it. You want to be right. And so ideally, it depends. You're always going to make give and takes. And one thing with shelters and location selection and stuff, it's another thing. You just have to trust your ability to adapt in the situation, because everybody has a particular you got an idea of the shelter you're going to build, but then you get there and maybe there's a good cliff that you can incorporate, and then you just become creative, and that's a really fun process too, to just allow your creativity to try to flourish.
What kind of shelters are there?
There's all kinds of philosophies and shelters, which is fun. It's fun to see people try different things. Mine was fairly basic for the simple reason that I lived, through winters in Siberia in a teepee. So I knew I didn't need anything too robust. As long as I had calories, I'd be warm, and I wasn't particularly worried about the cold. But you'll see. So I kept my shelter really pretty simple, with the idea that I built a simple A-frame type shelter, and then most of my energy is going to be focused on getting calories. And then, of course, there's always going to be downtime. And in that downtime, I can tweak, modify, improve my shelter. And that'll just be a constant process that by the time you're there a few months, you'll have all the kinks worked out. It would be a really nice little setup. But you don't have to start with that necessarily because you got other needs you got to focus on. That said, you'll see a lot of people on a loan that really focus on, building a log cabin because they want to be secure, or incorporating, whatever the earth has around, whether it be rocks or whether it be digging a hole, and we've seen some really cool shelters. And I'm not gonna knock it. There's all different strokes for different folks, but in my particular idea was to keep it fairly simple, improve it with time, but spend most of my energy. The shelter you really need to think about. It can't be smoky because that'll be miserable. But it is nice to have a fire inside. So you need to have a fire inside that's not going to be dangerous and smoke-free, and then also airtight, because you're never going to have a warm shelter out there because you don't have seals and things like that. But as long as the air's not moving through it, you can have a warm enough shelter with a fire and dry your socks and stuff.
How do you get the smoke out of the shelter?
If you have good clay and mud and rock, you can build yourself a fireplace, which is surprisingly not that hard. You just,
oh, really?
Yeah, it's a fun thing to do. It works well. You take a little hole, start stacking rocks around it, make through the opening, and it actually works. So that's not as hard as you might think. For me, where I was, I kind of came up with it as I was there with my A-frame. I hadn't built an A-frame shelter like that before. And so when I built it, and then I had put a bunch of tin cans in the ground so that air would get the fire. So it was fed by air, which helps create a draft. But I realized in an A-frame, it really doesn't, the smoke doesn't go out very well. Even if you leave a hole at the top, it collects and billows back down. So then I cut some of my tarp and made this, and cut a hole in the A-frame, and then I made a hood vent that I could pull down and catch the smoke with. And so while the fire was going, it would just billow out the hood vent, and then when it was done burning and it was just hot coals, I could close it, seal it up, and keep the heat in. So it actually worked pretty well.
Just start with something that kind of works and then keep improving.
Yeah, exactly.
I was wondering, the log cabin, it feels like that's a thing that takes a huge amount of work before work.
The difference between a log cabin and a warm log cabin is an immense amount of work, and all the chinking and all the door sealing and
what did you just call it?
The chimney has to be. Anyway, so otherwise it's just going to be the same ambient temperature as outside. So I don't think alone's the proper context for a log cabin. I think a log cabin's great as a hunting cabin, if you're gonna have something for years, but in a 3-6 month scenario, I don't know that it's worth the calorie expenditure.
And it is a lot of calories. That's an interesting sort of metaphor of just get something that works. You see a lot of this with companies, successful companies. They get a prototype, get a system that's working, and improve fast in response to the conditions, to the environment.
Yeah, because it's constantly changing.
Yeah. And you end up being a lot better if you're able to learn how to respond quickly, versus having a big plan that takes a huge amount of time to accomplish.
Right. Forcing that through the pipeline, whether or not it fits.
Can you just speak to the place you were, the Canadian Arctic? It looked cold.
Yeah, we were right near the Arctic Circle. I don't know, it was 60 kilometers south of the Arctic Circle. So it's a really cool area, really remote. Thousands of little lakes. When you fly over, you're just it's incredible. There must be so many of those lakes that people haven't been to. It really was a neat area, really remote. And for the show's purpose, I think it was perfect because it did have enough game and enough different avenues forward that I think it really did reward activity. So I think, but it's a special place. It was Dene. There's a tribe that lived there, the Dene people, which interestingly enough, here's a side note. When I was in Siberia, I floated down this river called the Podkamennaya Tunguska, and you get to this village called Sulamai, and there's these Ket people, they're called, and there's only 600 of them left. But it is in the middle of Siberia, not in the Pacific coast. But their language is related to the Dene people. And so somehow, that connection was there thousands of years ago. Super interesting. But,
yeah, so language travels somehow.
Right, and the remnant stayed back there. It's very interesting to think through history.
Yeah, within language contains a history of the peoples, and it's interesting how that evolves over time, and how wars tell the story. Like language tells the story of conflict, and conflict shaped language, and we get the result of that.
Right, so fascinating.
And the barriers that language creates is also the thing that leads to wars and misunderstandings and all this kind of stuff. It's a fascinating tension. But it got cold there, right? It got real cold.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know I didn't have a thermometer, but I imagine it probably got to negative 30 at the most. Like it would have definitely gotten colder had we stayed longer. But yeah, to be honest, I never felt cold out there. I had that one pretty dialed in. And once you have calories, you can stay warm, you can stay active, you gotta dress warm. You don't never there's a good one if you're in the cold, never let yourself get too cold. Because what happens is you'll stop feeling what's cold, and then frostbite, and then issues, and then it's really hard to warm back up. So it was so annoying. I'd be out going to ice fish or something, and then I would just notice that my feet are cold, and you're just like, dang it. Just turn around, go back, start a fire, dry my boots out, make sure my feet are warm, and then go again. I wouldn't ignore that.
Oh, so you want to be able to feel the cold.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're still feeling things and that you're not toughing through it, because you can't really tough through the cold. It'll just get you. So,
what's your relationship with the cold? Psychologically, physically?
It's interesting. There's some part of it that really makes you feel alive. I imagine sometime in Austin here, you go out and it's hot and it's sweaty and you get that kind of saps you. There's something about that fresh cold that hits your face that you're like, wakes you up, makes you feel really alive, engaged. It feels like the margins of air are smaller, so you're alert and engaged a little more. There's something that's a little bit life-giving just because you feel on an edge. You're on this edge, but you have to be alert because even some of the natives I was with, the lady had face issues because she let her head get cold when they're on a snowmobile. Her hat was up too high, that little mistake, and then it just freezes this part of your forehead, and then the nerves go, and then you got issues when the fat wasn't high enough. So you kind of got to be dialed in on stuff.
But there's a psychological element to it's unpleasant. If I were to think of what kind of unpleasant would I choose, fasting for long periods of time, going without food in a warm environment is way more pleasant than
bed in a cold.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you were to choose,
I'd choose the opposite.
Oh yeah, okay. So there you go. I wonder if you're born with that, or if that's developed. Maybe your time in Siberia, like you. Or do you gravitate towards it? I wonder what that is, because I really don't like survival in the cold.
I think a little bit of it is learned. You almost learn not. You learn not to fear it. You learn to kind of appreciate it. And a big part of that is, to be honest, it's like dressing warm, being in good. It's not that. There's no secrets to that. You just can't beat the cold, so you just need to dress warm. The native, all that fur, all that stuff, and then all of a sudden you have your little refuge, have a nice warm fire going in your teepee, and then I bet you could learn to appreciate it.
Yeah, I think some of it is just opening yourself up to the possibility that there's something enjoyable about it. Like here, I run in Austin all the time in 100-degree heat, and I go out there with a smile on my face and learn to enjoy it.
Oh yeah.
And so you just I look kind of like you do in the cold. I don't think I enjoy the heat, but you just allow yourself to enjoy.
Yeah. I do feel that way. I don't mind the heat that much, but I think you could get to a place where you appreciated the cold. It's probably just a lack of. It's kind of scary when you haven't done it and you don't know what you're doing and you go out and you feel cold. It's not fun, but I bet you'd enjoy it.
100%. Yeah, you're right. It does make you feel alive. That it maybe that's the thing that I struggle with is the time passes slower because it does make you feel alive. You get to feel time, but then the flip side of that is you get to feel every moment, and you get to feel alive in every moment.
Right,
So it's both scary when you're inexperienced and beautiful when you are experienced. Were there times when you got hungry?
I got shot a rabbit on day one, and I snared a couple rabbits on day two, and then more and more as the time went. So I actually did pretty well on the food front. The other thing is when you have all those berries around and stuff, you do have an ability to like fill your stomach, and so you don't really notice if you're getting thinner or if you're losing weight. So I can say on alone, I was not that hungry. I've definitely been really hungry in Russia. There were times when I lost a lot of weight. I mean, I lost a lot more weight in Siberia than I did.
Oh, wow. Okay, we'll have to talk about it. So you caught a fish. Caught a couple.
I think I caught like 13 or so. They didn't show a lot of them. But
you caught 13 fish?
13 of those big fish, too. Well, I caught a couple that were small.
This is like a meme at this point.
Yeah, it was...
You're a perfect example of a person who was thriving.
I was thought, this is in hindsight. Again, when I was out there, I never let myself think you might win. I just was going to be out there as long as I could and tried to remain pessimistic. No, but then I remember a thought that I was like, I wonder if they're going to make this look hard. I did have that thought at one point, and it went pretty well. And I was definitely it was hard psychologically because I didn't know when it was going to end. Like I thought this could go, like I said, 6 months, could go 8 months, a year, and then you start to I had a 2 and a 3-year-old, and you start to weigh in is it worth it if it goes a year? And it's not worth it if it goes 8 months and I still lose. So I feel like I had this pressure, and it was psychologically difficult for that reason. Physically, that wasn't too bad.
This is off mic. We're talking about Gordon Ryan competing in jiu-jitsu, and maybe that's the challenge he also has to face, is to make things look hard. Because he's so dominant in the sport that, in terms of the drama and the entertainment of the sport, and in this case of survival, it has to be difficult.
I'll add to for sure though that it's woods, it's nature. You never know how it's gonna go. You know what I mean? It's like every time you're out there, it's a different scenario. So whatever, hallelujah, it went well.
So you won after 77 days. How long do you think you could have lasted?
When I left, I weighed what I do right now. So I just weighed my normal weight. I had, a couple 100 pounds of moose. I had at least, 100 pounds of fish. I had, a pile of rabbits, a wolverine. I had all this stuff. And I know I hadn't gotten cold yet. I just thought, but in my head, I thought if I get today 130 or 40, even if someone else has big game, I had a pretty good idea they might quit. Because it would be long, cold, dark days. And how miserable is that? It's so boring, it's freezing. And so I thought, the only time I thought I could think about winning is when I got to day 130 or 40. And I definitely had that with what I had. Now, maybe I would have got, I probably would have gotten more. I had caught that big 20-something pound pike on the last day I was there. Maybe get some more of those, and I don't know, I don't know how many calories I had stored, but I had a lot, and so how long would that have lasted me, assuming I didn't get anything else? I would definitely would have reached my goal of 130 or 40 days, and then after that, I thought we were just going to push into then it's just to see who has what reserves, and we'll go as far as we can, and that would get me through January into February, and I just thought, man, that's miserable.
And you're like, I can last.
And I knew I could do it. Yeah.
What aspect of that is miserable?
The hardest thing for me would have been the boredom, because it's hard to stay busy when it's all dark out, when the ice is 3-4 foot thick, you can't fish, and I think it would have just been really boring. It would have had to have been a real Zen master to push through it. But because I had experience to some degree, I knew I could. And then I think things that might, you start thinking about family and this and that in those situations. And I just knew that because I'd gone to all these trips to Russia for a year at a time, the time context was a little broader for me than I think for some people, because I knew I could be gone for a year and come back, catch up with my loved ones, bring what I got back, whether that be psychological, whatever it is, and we'd all enrich each other. And once it's in hindsight, that year would have been like that, talking about it. So I had that perspective, so I knew I wasn't going to tap for any other reason other than running out of food someday. So that was my stressor.
So you're able to, given the boredom, given the loneliness, kind of zoom out and accept the passing of time. Just let it pass.
For me, I'm an I like to be active. And so I would try to think of creative ways to keep my brain busy. We saw the dumb rabbit first skit, but then I did a whole bunch of elaborate Normandy reinvasion, reenactments and stuff. Every day I would think I got to think of something to make me laugh, and then do some stupid skit, and then that would fill a couple hours of my time, and then I'd spend an hour or two, a few hours fishing, and then you spend a few hours, whatever you're doing.
Would you do that without a camera?
Yeah. Oh no, the skits. Funny question. That's a good question. I don't know. I actually don't know. That I will say that was one of the advantages of being on the show versus in Siberia. So no, because I didn't in Siberia just do skits by myself. But I didn't film it, and so it was quite nice to have this camera that made you feel like you were quite as alone as if you were just in the woods by yourself. And I think for me, I was able to. It was a pain. It was part of the cause of me missing that moose. There's issues with it, but I just chose to look at it as this is an awesome opportunity to share with people a part of me that most people don't get to see. So I just chose to look at it that way, and it was an advantage to do stuff like that.
I think there's actual power to do this kind of documenting, like talking to a camera or an audio recorder. That's an actual tool in survival. I had a little bit of an experience of being out alone in the jungle and just being able to talk to a thing. It's much less lonely.
It is. It really is. It can be a powerful tool just for sharing your experience. I definitely had the thought. So going back to your earlier comments, I definitely had the thought. If I knew I was the last person on Earth, I wouldn't even bother. I would just give up, I'm sure. Because even if I had a bunch of food and this and that. But because I knew you're part of sharing, it gives you a lot of things to go through, and having that camera just makes it that much more vivid, because you're not just going to be sharing a vague memory, but an actual experience.
I think if you're the last person on Earth, you would actually convince yourself. First of all, you don't know for sure. There's always going to be hope really does die last. You really don't know. You really hope to find. If an apocalypse happened, I think your whole life will become about finding the other person.
It would be, and there's a chance. I guess I'm saying if you knew you would for some reason be the last. I wonder if you would. I wonder if that was the thought I had. If I knew I was the last person, because I was having a good time, having fun fishing, plenty of food, but I was the last person on Earth, not that I would even bother. But now, if that was for real, would I bother? That's the question.
No. I think if you knew, if somebody, some way you knew for sure, I think your mind would start doubting that whoever told you you're the last person, whatever.
Right. The power of hope might be more powerful than I accounted for.
Also, you might, if you are indeed the last person, you might want to be documenting it for once you die, an alien species comes about. Because whatever happened on Earth is a pretty special thing. And if you're the last one, you might be like the last person to tell the story of what happened. And so that's going to be a way to convince yourself that this is important. And so the days will go by like this. It would be lonely. Boy, would that be lonely.
It would be. Well,
yeah, there is going to be existential threat. But also, I don't know. I think hope will burn bright. You'll be looking for the humans.
one of the things I love talking to you, things I appreciate about you is you're always not out of naivety, but you're always choose to look at the positive. You know what I mean? And I think that's a powerful mindset to have.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty cool survival situation, like your last with my head. If you can share. Yeah. Like I said, many people consider you the most successful competitor on the run. The other successful one is Roland Walker, Stockhouse guy. Yeah. This is just a fun, ridiculous question, but head to head, who do you think survives longer?
If you want to get me the competitive side of it, I would just say, I'm pretty dang sure I have more talent. But, and I didn't have the advantage of knowing when it would end, which I think would have been a great psychological. It would have made it really easy. Once I got the moose, I could have shot the moose and just not stressed. And so that was a big difference between the seasons that I felt like. I felt like the psychology of season 7 was kind of messed up by doing a 100-day cap because from my own experience, that was the hardest part. But we're rolling to it.
So for people who don't know, they put a 100-day cap on because whoever can survive 100 days for that season. It's interesting to hear that for you, the uncertainty, not knowing, that was for sure. It's the hardest. That's true. Because if you wake up every day,
I didn't know how to ration my food. I didn't know if I was going to lose after 6 months and then it was all going to be for naught. I didn't know if there's so many unknowns. You don't know, like I said, if I shot a moose and it was 100 days done. If I shot a moose and you don't know, it's like, yeah, I can lose to somebody else, but it's going to be way in the future. So anyway, that for me was definitely the hardest part.
And when you found out that you won, your wife was there, it's funny because you're really happy. There's great, there's moment of you reuniting, but also there's a state of shock of like, you look like you were ready to go much longer.
That was the most genuine shock I could have. I hadn't even entertained the thought yet. I didn't even think it was. You'd hear the helicopters, and I just assumed there was other people out there. I thought, and for one, the previous person that had gone along us had gone 89 days. So I just knew whoever else was out here with me, somebody's got that in their crosshairs. They're going to get to 90, and they're not going to quit at 90. They're going to go to 100. I just figured we can't start thinking about the end until a couple months from when it ended. So I was just shocked. And they tricked me pretty good. They know how to make you think you're not, that you're not.
So they want you to do the surprise.
Yeah, they want it to be a surprise.
You really weren't. I mean, you have to do that, I guess, for survival. Don't be counting the days.
No, I think that would be. Then you see that on some of the people do that. For myself, that would be bad psychology because then you're just always disappointing yourself. You have to be settled with the fact that this is going to go a long time and suck. Once you come to peace with that, maybe you'll be pleasantly surprised, but you're not going to be constantly disappointed.
What was your diet like? Like, what was your eating habits like during that time? Like, how many meals a day?
I was trying to eat the thing. I was not trying to. The more the moose is hanging out there, the more the critters. Every critter in the forest is trying to peck at it, or mice trying to eat it and stuff. So
one of the ways you can protect the food is by eating it.
So I was having 3 good meals a day, and then I'd pick up some meat and go to sleep, and then wake up in the middle of the night because they're long nights. And have some meat at night, eat a bunch at night, and then. So I usually have a fish stew for lunch, and then moose for breakfast and dinner, and then have some for the nighttime snack because the nights were long, so you'd be in bed for 14 hours. Wake up and dig around and go back to sleep.
Is it okay that I was pretty low carb situation?
Yeah, I actually felt really good. I tried to. I think I would have felt better if I would have had a higher percentage of fat. Because, it's still more protein than if you're on a keto diet, you want a lot of fat. And so I didn't try to mix in nature's carbs, different reindeer lichen and things like that. But honestly, I felt pretty good on that diet, I must say.
How did you, what's the secret to protecting food? What are the different ways?
A lot of times, in a typical situation in the woods hunting, you'll raise it up in a tree in a bag. put it in like a game bag so the birds can't peck at it, and hang it in a tree so that it cools. You got to make sure first to cool it because it'll spoil. So you cool it by whatever means necessary, hanging it in a cool place, letting the air blow around it. And then you'll notice that every forest freeloader in the woods is going to come and steal your food. Yeah. And it was just fun. I mean, it was crazy to watch. You know, like all the camp jays pecking at it. Or everything I did, you know, was there was something that could get to it. It's put on the ground, the mice get on it, and they poop on it, and they kind of mess it up. So I ultimately, it kind of dawned on me, shoot, I'm going to have to build one of those Evenki, like, food caches. So I did, and I put it up there, and I thought I kind of solved my problem. To be honest, the Evenki then, so they would have taken a page out of, like, they would have mixed me and Roland's solution. They build this tall stilt shelter and then put a box on the top that's enclosed.
Yo,
and
if you're watching this on Rumble, if you work for Rumble, you'll notice perhaps that I'm going to end this at about a 10-minute video. There's no need for me to go longer. You'll see I'm going to send you a YouTube video, and that one's going to be just like a minute. After a minute, it cuts out. And with some devices, like the way that it should work is if I have a 12-hour Rumble video, it should be a 12-hour YouTube video and everything else. But sometimes, and I've just noticed this happening recently, if I have a 12-hour, or let's say like a 5-hour Rumble video, I might just have 1 or 2 minutes of a YouTube video. However, on other devices, on other devices, I'll have a 12-hour YouTube video and only 7 hours of Rumble. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I'll send it to you.
I'll catch a ton of rabbits. I wonder if I can last, 6 months on rabbits? But no, you just starve as fast as everybody else. So I had to kind of learn that on the fly.
So you need fat to survive.
Yeah, that's the, yeah. And you notice when the wolverine came or when animals came, they would eat the skin off of the fish, they would eat the eyes, you know, they'd steal the moose fat, they'd leave all the meat. Yeah, like behind the eyes, the fat. So, yeah, you can kind of observe nature and see what they're eating and know where the gold is.
What do you like eating when you're like, when you can eat whatever you want? What do you feel best eating?
What do I feel best? I just try to eat clean, I think. I'm not like super strict on anything, but I think when I eat less carbs, I feel better. Meat and vegetables. We eat a lot of, eat a lot of meat.
So basically everything you eat on one plus some veggies.
Plus veggies. Throw in some buckwheat. I like buckwheat.
Nice. Let's step to the early days of Jordan. So your Instagram handle is Hobo Jordan. So early on in your life, you hoboed around the U.S. on freight trains. What's the story behind that?
My brother, when he was 17 or so, he just decided to go hitchhiking, and he hitchhiked down to Reno from Idaho, where we were, and ended up loving traveling, but hated being dependent on other people. So he ended up jumping on a freight train and just did it. He pretty much got on a train and traveled the country for the next 8 years on trains, lived in the streets and everywhere. But he was sober, so it gives you a different experience than us. But at one point when I was, 18, he invited me to come along with him. He'd probably been doing it 4 or 5 years, and or more. And I said sure, so I quit my job and went out with him. Hobo Jordan is a bit of an overstep. I feel self-conscious about that because I rode trains across the country, up and down the coast, back. Spent the better part of the year running around, riding trains, and all the staying in places related to that. But all the people, the real hobos, those guys are out there doing it for years on end. But it was for me, what it felt like was a bit of a rite of passage experience, which is kind of missing, I think, in modern life. So I did this thing that was a huge unknown. Ben kind of was there with me, my brother, for most of it. We traveled around, pushed my boundaries in every which way, froze at night and did all the stuff. And then at the end, I actually wanted to go back home. And so I went on my own and went from Minneapolis back, to Spokane on my own, which was my first stint of time by myself for like a week, which was interesting.
Alone with your own thoughts.
With your own thoughts, was my first time in my life. Hadn't been like that, and so it was powerful at the time. You know what it did too is it gave me a whole different view of life, because I had gotten a job when I was 13 and 14, 15, 16, 17, and then I was just in the normal run of things kind of, and then that just threw a whole different path into my life. And then I realized some of the things while I was traveling that I wouldn't experience again until I was living with natives and such. And that was, you wake up, you don't have a schedule, you literally just have needs, and you just somehow have to meet your needs. And so it's a really sense of freedom you get that is hard to replicate elsewhere. And so that was eye-opening to me. And I think once I did that, I went back. So I went back to my old job at the salad dressing plant. And there's this old process guy, and you're like, hobo is back. And that's kind of where I got it. But freedom always was very important to me, I think, from that time on.
What did you learn about the United States, about the people along the way? I took a road trip across the U.S. also, and there's a romantic element there too, of the freedom of or maybe for me not knowing what the hell I'm going to do with my life, but also excited by all the possibilities, and then you meet a lot of different people and a lot of different kinds of stories. And also, a lot of people that support you for traveling. Because there's a lot of people kind of dream of experiencing that freedom. At least the people I've met. And they usually don't. They usually don't go outside their little town. They have a thing, and they have a family usually, and they don't explore. They don't take the leap. And you can do that when you're young. I guess you can do that at any moment. Just say fuck it and leap into the abyss of being on the road. But anyway, what did you learn about this country, about the people in this country?
You're in an interesting context when you're on trains, because the trains always end up in the crappiest part of town, and you're always outside interacting. Well, the interesting things, every once in a while you'll have to hitchhike to get from one place to another. One interesting thing is you notice you always get picked up by the poor people. They're the people that empathize with you, stop, pick you up. You go to whatever ghetto I remember you end up in, and people are really, what are you guys doing? Real friendly and relatable. It kind of broaden my horizons for sure, from being this Idaho kid, and then meeting all these different people and just seeing the goodness in people and this and that. It's also very, a lot of drugs and a lot of people with mental issues that you're friends with, dealing with, and all that kind of stuff. So,
any memorable characters?
Well, there's a few for sure. I mean, a lot of them I still know that are still around, but Rocco was one guy we traveled with. He's become like a brother, but he traveled with my brother for years, because they were the two sober guys kind of, and he, rather than traveling because he was hooked on stuff, did it to escape all that. And so he was kind of sober and straight edge, and he always 5'7" Italian guy that was always getting in fights, and he has his own sense of ethics that I think is really interesting, because he's super honest, but he expects it of others. And so it's funny, in the modern context, the thing that pops in my head is when he got a car for the first time, which wasn't that long, in his 30s or something, and he registered it, which he was mad about that he had to register. But then the next year, they told him he had to register again. He was like, what? Lose my registration. Went down there to the DMV, chewed him out that he had to re-register because he already registered. Where's the paperwork? But just kind of views the world from a different lens. But on everything, he's the character. Now he just lives by digging up bottles and finding treasures in them.
But he notices the injustices in the world and speaks up.
In a very and speaks up, and he's always like, why does everybody speak up about their car registration? and then there was Devo comes to mind, because he was such a unique character as far as just, for one, he would have lived to be 120, because the amount of chemicals and everything else he put into his body and still
wait, man, you know.
Those guys. You can always get a dime, always spare dime, you have bum change, and I'd see him sometimes, and I'd be gone, and then go to New York to visit my sister or something, and sure enough, there's Steve on the street. What do you know? And you go visit him in the hospital because he got bit by 27 hobo spider bites. He's just always rough, but charismatic, vital, like the vitality of life was in him, but it was just so permeated with drugs and alcohol too.
I wonder if, because I've met people like that. They're just, joy permeates the whole way of being. And they're like, they've been through some shit. They have scars, they've been rough, but they always got a big smile. There's a guy I met in the jungle named Pico who lost a leg, and he drives a boat, and he just always has a big smile, even given that, like, the hardship he has to get to. Everything requires a huge amount of work. But he's just big smile and his stories in those eyes.
There's something about enduring difficulty that makes you able to appreciate life and look at it and smile.
And the advice if I were to take a road trip again, or if somebody else is thinking of popping on a freight train.
It's way easier now because you have a map on your phone. You go good.
It's not about the destination, because the map is about the destination. But here is like, give a train.
Where are you going?
Exactly.
I say do it, like go out and do things, especially when you're young. Experiences and stuff help create the person you will be in the future. Doing things that you think like, I don't want to do that, I'm scared of that. I mean, that's what you got to do. You just get out of your comfort zone, and you will grow as a person, and you'll go through a lot of wild experiences along the way. Say yes to life.
Say yes to life, yeah. I love the boredom of it.
Freight train riding is very boring. And you'll wait for hours for a train that never comes, and then you'll go to the store, come back, and it'll be gone. And you're like, no! And I remember we went to jail, got out, and then...
how'd you end up in jail?
Oh, it was trespassing on a train. But we were riding the train, and my brother woke up, and they had a dead outland on his head. He hit the train and fell on him, and we were woke up and we were laughing. That's got to be some kind of bad omen. And then we were looking out of the train, and we saw a train worker look and saw us. And he went, oh no, that's a bad omen. Anyway, sure enough, the police.
Living the dream, just writing an email. How are you?
It was not a big deal. And then we got out. Of course, they put us in some town in Indiana, and we catch out of there. And so we were at some factory, and we just ran in the factory. We were for 4 days. No train that was going slow enough that we could catch. And then we found this big old roll of aluminum foil. I had to apologize to this woman because we were so bored just sitting there. We built these horns coming out every which way and loops, and just sitting there. It was at night, and some minivan pulled up to this train that was coming by. We're circling the car, entertaining yourself. Yeah, poor lady.
So hitchhiking was tough.
I didn't like hitchhiking just because you're depending on the other people, and it is not. I don't know why. You just want to be independent, but you do meet really cool people. A lot of times, there's really nice people that pick you up, and that's cool. But I just personally actually didn't do it a lot, and I wasn't. If you're on the streets for 10 years, you'll end up doing it a lot more because you need to get from point A to point B. But we just tried to avoid it as much as we could. Didn't feel good as much.
Well, the one downside of hitchhiking is people talk a lot.
No, they do.
So it's both the pro and the con.
Yeah.
Because they'll, sometimes you just want to be sort of alone with your thoughts. There is a kind of lack of freedom in having to listen to a person.
It's so true. And then you don't know how to react. I mean, I was young. I remember I got picked up at 19 or something. And I was just like, hey, how's it going? My husband just died. And then just and I got diagnosed with cancer, this or that, and pretty bitter and all that, and understandably so, but you're just like, I have no idea how to respond here. And so then you're young, and you have to be nice, and I remember that ride being interesting, because I didn't really know how to respond. Angry and going through some stuff, and dumping it out, didn't have anyone else to dump it out on it.
I'm going to take the freight train next time. So how did you end up in Siberia?
I'll try to keep it a little bit short on the how. But the long story short was I had a brother that's adopted, and when he grew up, he wanted to find his biological mom and just tell her thanks, and so he did. And when he was probably if you work with mom told her thanks. Turns out he had a brother that was going to go over to Russia and help build this orphanage, and that brother was about my age. I mean, I remember at that time I read this verse that said, if you're in the darkness and see no light, just continue following me, basically. I was like, okay, I'm going to take that to the bank, even though I don't know true or not. And then the only glimpse of like light I got in that was when I heard about that orphanage, to go build that orphanage. And I prayed about it, and I felt, and I can't explain, like it brought me to tears. I felt so strongly that I could go. So I was like, well, that's a clear call. I'm just going to do it. Yes, I just bought a ticket, got a visa for a year, and then I went and helped build an orphanage, and we got that built. And but he was an American, and I wanted to live with Russians to learn the language, and so he sent me to a neighboring village to live with a couple Russian families that needed a hand, somebody to watch their kids and cut their hay and milk the cow and all that. So I found myself in that little Russian village, just getting to know these two guys and their families. It was pretty fascinating, and of course I didn't know the language yet, and they were two awesome dudes. Both of them had been in prison and met each other in prison, and like were really close because they had found God in prison together, and stayed to got out and stayed connected. And so I bounced back between those two families, and they used to always tell me about their third buddy they'd been in prison with, who was a native fur trapper now in the north. And so you gotta go meet our buddy up north. And one day that guy came through to sell furs in the city, and he like invited me to come live with him, and my visa was about to expire, but I was like, when I come back, I'll come. And so I went back home, earned some more money, did some construction or whatever, then went back and headed north to hang out with Yura and fur trap, and that started a whole new, opened a whole new world that I didn't know about.
Before we talk about Yura and fur trapping, let's actually rewind. And would you describe that moment when you were in the darkness as a crisis of faith?
Yeah, for sure. It was like it was darkness in that I didn't know how to parse, what is this thing that's my faith, and what's the wheat and what's the chaff, and how do I get through it? And I basically just clung to keeping it really simple, and oddly enough, in my Christian path, it was that God was actually defined in a certain, God is love, and I was just like, that's the only thing I'm gonna cling to, and I'm gonna try to express that in my life in whichever way I can, and just trust that if I do that, if I act like I've heard this lately, but if you just act like you believe, over time that world kind of opens to you. When I said I would go to Russia, I prayed, and I was like, Lord, I don't see you, I don't know, but I got this, what I felt like was a clear call. I have only one request, and that is that you would give me the faith to match my action. I'm choosing to believe. Like, I could choose not to, because, whatever. But I'm going to choose to act, and I just asked to have faith someday. And then, honestly, for the whole first year I went through, that was a very crazy time for me, learning the language, being isolated, being misunderstood, blah, blah. But then trying to approach all that with a loving, open heart. And then I came back and I realized that prayer had kind of been answered. That wasn't the end of my journey, but I was like, whoa, that was like my deepest request that I could come up with. And somehow that had been answered.
So through that year, you were just like, first of all, you couldn't speak the language. That's really tough.
It's really tough because it's unlike on a loan because not only can you not speak and you feel isolated, but you're also misunderstood all the time. So you seem like an idiot and all that. And so that was tough. I felt very alone at that time, at certain times in that journey.
But you were sort of radiating like you said, lead with love. So you were radiating this kind of camaraderie.
I was really intentional about trying to. That was. I don't know why I'm here. I just know that that's my call is to love one another, and so I would just try to and then it meant digging people's wells. It might mean just going and visiting that old lady babushka at the house that's lonely. And that was really cool. I got to talk to some fascinating ladies and stuff, and then go to that village, help those families. I'm gonna be cut the hay, be the hardest worker I can be, because that's my goal here. I didn't have any other agenda or anything except to try to live a life of love, and I couldn't define it beyond that.
What was it like learning the Russian language?
It was super interesting. I think I had the thought while I was learning it, one, that it was way too hard. Like if I would have just learned Spanish or German, I would be so much farther. But here I am, a year in, and I'm like, how do you say I want cheese properly?
Yeah.
And then, but at the same time, it was really cool to learn a language that I thought in a lot of ways was richer than English. It's a very rich language. I remember there was a comedy act in Russian, but he was saying, one word you can't have in English is "не допил," meaning I didn't drink enough to get drunk, that type thing. But it's just you can make up these words using different prefixes and suffixes, and blend them in a way that is quite unique and interesting, and honestly would be really good for poetry, because it also doesn't have sentence structure in the same way English does. The words can be jumbled in a way.
And somehow, in the process of jumbling, some humor, some musicality comes out. It's interesting. You can be witty in Russian much easier than you can in English. Witty and funny, and also with poetry, you can say profound things by messing with words and the order of words, which is hilarious because you had a great conversation with Joe Rogan, and on that program you talked about how to say I love you in Russian. It's just hilarious. And it was, for me, the first time. I don't know why. You were a great person to articulate the flexibility and the power of the Russian language. That's really interesting. Because you were saying "Я люблю тебя, я тебя люблю, тебя я люблю, тебя люблю я." You could say every single order, every single combination of ordering of those words has the same meaning, but slightly different.
You could it would change the meaning if you took "ya" out and just said "люблю тебя."
Yeah.
There's a different emphasis, maybe, or "я." So all these different.
Or just "тебя люблю" also.
Right, exactly. So it is rich, and it was interesting coming from an English context and getting a glimpse of that, and then wondering about all those Russian authors that we all appreciate that. Oh, we actually aren't getting the full deal here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've recently become a fan, actually, of Larissa Volkonsky and Richard Revere. They're these world-famous translators of Russian literature. Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Chekhov, Pushkin, Bulgakov, Pasternak. They've helped me understand just how much of an art form translation really is. Some authors do that are more translatable than others, like Dostoevsky is more translatable. But then you can still spend a week on one sentence.
Oh, yeah.
Just how do I exactly capture this very important sentence? But I think what's more powerful is not literature, but conversation, which is one of the reasons I've been carrying and feeling the responsibility of having conversations with Russian speakers, because I can still see the music of it. I can still see the wit of it. And in conversation comes out really interesting kinds of wisdom. When I listen to world leaders that speak Russian, and I see the translation, and it loses the irony, in between the words. If you translate them literally, you lose the reference in there to the history of the peoples.
Yeah, for sure. And I've definitely seen that on, if you listen to, I think it probably was a Putin speech or something, and you just see that, oh wow, something major is being lost in translation. You can actually see it happen. I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't the case with the that whole greatest tragedy is the fall of the Soviet Union. I hear him being quoted as saying all the time. I bet you there's something in there that's being lost in translation that is interesting.
I think the thing I see the most lost in translation is the humor.
Mm-hmm. I'll just say that was the hardest. That was tangibly the hardest part about learning the language is that humor comes last, and you have to wait. You have to wait that whole year, or however long it takes you to learn the language to be able to start getting the humor. Some of it comes through, but you miss so much nuance, and that was really difficult in interaction with people to just be the guy. When there's humor going on and you're totally oblivious to it.
Yeah, everybody's laughing and you're
yeah.
trying to laugh along. What did they make of you?
To be honest,
this person that came from descended upon us, all full of love.
I've had a nickel for every time I heard "Oh, Americans suck," but you're a good American. You're the only good American I've ever met, but I've never met.
Yeah, exactly. You're the only one.
But I think because I tried to work hard, tried to be more useful than I was a drain, all that. They all, I think, pretty appreciated me out there. I've definitely heard that a lot, so that's nice.
Can you talk about their way of life? So, when you're doing fur trapping.
Fur trapping was an interesting experience. You basically what you do in October or something, you'll go out to a hunting cabin, and you'll have 3 hunting cabins. You go stock them with noodles or whatever it is, and then for the next couple months or however long, you'll go from one cabin. Usually the guys are just out there doing this on their own, so they'll go out and they'll go from one cabin, and each cabin will have 5 or 6 trap lines going out of it. Every day it'll take a half a day to walk to the end of your trap line, open all the traps, and a half a day to get back. And they'll do that. So they'll spend a week at a cabin, open up all the traps, and then they'll take a day to hike over to the other cabin, go to that one, open up all those traps, and then there, and then 3 weeks later or so they'll end up back at the first cabin and then check out the traps. And so it's kind of that rhythm, and they'll do that for few months during the winter, and you're trapping sable. They're called sable, like pine marten is what we would have the equivalent of over here. And
what is it?
It's like a weasel, a furry little weasel, and they make coats out of it. And so when I went, he showed me how to open the trap, showed me the ropes, gave me a topographical map. There's one cabin, there's the other, and we parted ways for 5 weeks. We did run into each other once in the middle there at the cabin, but other than that, you're just off by yourself, hoping to shoot a grouse or something to add to your noodles and make your meal better, or catch a fish, and then working really hard trying not to get lost and stuff.
How do you get from one trapping location to the next?
That's funny because it was both basically by landmarks and feel. I didn't have a compass and things like that.
By feel.
I got myself into trouble once, and the first time I went to one cabin, I got myself into trouble. The first time I went to the other cabin, I nailed it. And so I had 2 different experiences on my first trip. But the one that I nailed it, I remember I was it's like a day hike. I know the cabin's south, and so if I just walk south, the left, the sun should be on the left in the morning and right in front of me in the middle of the day, and by evening it should end up at my right. I just kind of guess what time it is and follow along, and it takes all day. And I kid you not, I ended up 100 yards from the cabin. I was like, whoa, this is the trail. I'm not the cabin. Oh, amazing. Then the other time I went out and I heading over the mountains, and I thought, hours had passed. I probably had gotten slightly lost. And then I thought I was halfway there, so I thought, okay, I'm going to sit down and cook some food, get a drink. I'm thirsty. I sat down and went to start a fire, and my matches had gotten all wet because the snow had fallen on me and soaked me, and I didn't have them wrapped in plastic. I was like, oh no, I can't drink water. So I was like, well, I'm just going to power through. I'm halfway there. Well, I kept hiking, and then I realized it was getting night, and then I realized I was at the halfway point because I saw this rock. So I was like, oh no, that's the halfway point. I was like, I can't do this, and so I need to go get water. I ended up having to divert down the mountain and head to the water. I ended up, it was a whole ordeal. I had to take my skis off because I was going through an old forest fire burn, so they were all really close trees, but then the snow was this deep, so I was just trudging through and just wishing a bear would eat me. it over with. I finally made it down to the water, chopped the hole through the ice, able to take a sip.
You're severely dehydrated.
And
exhausted,
cold, like, you know, you feel sort of nervous. You're in over your head, and then I got down to the river, chopped the whole ice, drank it, hiked up the river, and eventually got to the other cabin. It was probably 3 a.m. or something.
He chopped a hole in the ice
to get some water.
This got to be like one of the worst days of your life.
It was a bad day for sure. It was a bad day, and here's what was funny is I got to the cabin at like 3 a.m. and I sort of brushed over a lot of the misery that I had felt, and I laid down. I was about to go to sleep, and then Europe charges in from the. I was like, "Whoa, dude, Europe, what are you doing?" And I was like, "How's it going?" He said, "Oh, it sucks." And he laid down and just fell asleep. I fell asleep, and I was like, "Oh, that's funny. The last few weeks that we've been apart, who knows what he went through? Who knows why he was there at that time at night?" All just summarized, and it sucked. And we went to sleep, and the next morning we parted ways, and who knows what happened.
And you didn't really tell him.
Neither of us said what happened. It's just like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, and he probably was through similar kinds of things.
Who knows? Yeah.
Like, what gave you strength in those hours when you're, just going to waist high snow?
Yeah,
all of that. You're laughing, but that's hard.
Yeah. You know that Russian phrase of "Глаза боятся, руки делают"?
Eyes are afraid, hands do. I'm sure that's a poetic way to translate that.
Right. It's kind of like, just put one foot in front of the other. When you think about what you have to do, it's really intimidating. But you just know, if I just do it, I just keep trudging, eventually I'll get there. And pretty soon you realize, I've covered a couple kilometers, right? And so when you're really in it in those moments, I guess you're just putting your head down and getting through.
I've had similar moments. There's wisdom to that.
Mm-hmm.
Take it one step at a time.
One step at a time. I think that a lot, honestly. I tell myself that a lot when I'm about to do something really hard. Just go side by side, one step at a time. Just gonna don't sit there and think, oh, that's a long ways. Just go, and then you'll look back and you covered a bunch of ground.
One of the things I realized was helpful in the jungle. That was one of the biggest realizations to me. Is it really sucks right now. But when I look back, at the end of the day, I won't really remember exactly how much it sucked. I have a vague notion of it sucking, and I'll remember the difference. So being dehydrated, I'll remember drinking water. And I won't really remember the hours of feeling like shit.
That's absolutely true. It's so funny how this awareness of that, having been through it and then being aware of it, means next time you face it, you're like, you know what? Once this is over, I'm going to look back on it. And it's going to be like that and nothing. And I'll actually laugh about it and think it's a thing I'll remember. I remember that story of that miserable day going down to the ice. And I can smile about it now. And now that I know that, I can be in a miserable position and realize that that's what the outcome will be once it's over. It's going to be a story.
If you survive that.
If you survive. And that
could be... you mentioned you've learned about hunger during these times. What was the hungriest you've gotten?
It was the first time. So to continue the story slightly, I went for trapping with that guy, and then it turned out all his cousins were these native nomadic reindeer herders. And after I earned his trust and he liked me a lot, he took me out to his cousins who were all these nomads living in teepees. I was like, this is awesome. I didn't even know people still lived like this. And they were really open and welcoming because their cousin just brought me out there, and vouched for me. But it was during fencing season, and fencing in Siberia for those reindeer is an incredible thing. You take an axe, you go out, and you just build these 30-kilometer loop fences with just logs interlocking. It's tons of work. And all these guys are more efficient bodies. They're better at it. And I'm just working less efficiently and also a lot bigger dude. But we're all just on the same rations kind of. And I got down. I was 155 pounds, getting down pretty dang skinny for my 6'3" frame, and just working really hard. And then in the spring in Siberia, there's not much to forage. In the fall you can have pine nuts and this and that, but in the spring you're just stuck with whatever random food you've got. And so that's where I lost the most weight and felt the most hungry, and had a lot of other issues. I was new to that type of work, and so working as hard as I could, but also making mistakes, chopping myself with the axe and getting injured, all kinds of stuff.
So injuries plus very low calorie intake.
Low, yeah.
And exhausted.
I remember if you were the poor son of a gun to get stuck slicing the bread, like you're here cutting the bread and somebody throws all the spoons and drops the pot of soup there. And it's like before you can even slice, all the meat's like gone from the bowl. Everybody else has grabbed the spoon in midair, and you're just like, oh, hoping this one little noodle's gonna give me a lot of nourishment.
Wow. So everybody gets, first come, first serve, I guess.
Because it's like all the dudes out there working on the bench.
So you mentioned the axe, and you gave me a present. Probably the most badass present I've ever gotten. So tell me the story of this axe.
So the natives, when I got there, I thought, I grew up on a farm. I thought I was pretty good with an axe, but they do tons of work with those things, and I really grew to love their type of axe, their style of axe, and of just an axe in general. They'd always say it's the one tool you need to survive in the wilderness, and I agree. And this one has certain design that the native that was unique to the Evenki, to the natives I was with. One is with these Russian heads or the Soviet heads, whatever they have, they're a little wider on top here, meaning you can put the handle through from the top like a tomahawk, and that means you're not dealing with a wedge, and if it ever loosens and you're swinging, it only gets tighter. It doesn't fly off, and so that's something that's kind of cool. Then they have what they do that's unique is, so you can see there's the Wolverine axe, so it's got the little Wolverine head in honor of the Wolverine I fought on the show.
So you have actually two axes. This is one of the small.
This is a little smaller. I didn't want to make it too small because you need something to actually work out there. You need something kind of serious. But then they sharpen it from one side. So if you're right-handed, you sharpen it from the right side. And that means when you're in the woods and living, there's a lot of times where whether you're making a table or a sleigh or an axe handle or whatever you're doing, that you're holding the wood and doing this work. And it makes it really good for that planing. The other thing it is, especially in northern woods, all the trees are like this big, that you're never cutting down a big giant tree. And so when you swing with a single-sided axe like this, sharpened from the one side, it really, with your right hand swing like this, it really bites into the wood. And gives you, because with that, if you can picture it, that angle is going to cause deflection. And without that angle on your right hand, it's something just like bites in there like crazy. And so there's other little divine, the handle is made by some Amish guys in Canada. This is all hand forged.
It's hand forged.
Yeah. And so it's a pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's amazing.
There's other things, like I slightly rounded this pole here. It's just a little nuance because when you pound a steak in, if you picture it, if it's convex, when you're pounding, it's going to blow the fibers apart. If it has just a slight concave, it helps hold the fibers together. And so it's a little nuanced, not too flat because you want to still be able to use the back as you would.
What kind of stuff are you using the axe for?
So the axe is super important to chop through ice in a winter situation, which you probably hopefully won't need. But what I use an axe all the time for is when it's wet and rainy and you need to start a fire. Like it's hard to get to the middle of dry wood. It's just a knife or a saw. And so I can go out there, find a dead tall tree, dead standing tree, chop it down, split it apart, split it open, get to the dry wood on the inside, shave it some little curls, and have a fire going pretty fast. And so if I have an axe, I feel always confident that I can get a quick fire in whatever weather. And I wouldn't feel the same without it in that regard. So that's the main thing. Of course, you can use it. I use it if you're taking an animal apart, or if you're, all kinds of, what else? Building a shelter, skin and teepee poles or whatever you're doing.
What's the use of a saw versus an axe?
I greatly prefer an axe. a saw though has its value goes up quite a bit when you're in hardwoods. Like when you're in a hardwood, oaks and hickory and things like that, they're a lot harder to chop. So a saw is pretty nice in those situations, I'd say. In those situations, I'd like to have both. In the Northwoods and in like more coniferous forests, I don't think there's enough advantages that a saw incurs. With a good axe, now you'll see people with little like camp axes and stuff, and they just don't think they like axes. It's like, well, you haven't actually tried it. Try a good one first and get good with it. The one thing about an axe, they're dangerous, so you need to like practice. Always control it with two hands. Make sure you know where it's gonna go. It doesn't hit you, or when you're chopping, like say your crate and something, that you're not doing it on rocks and stuff, so that you're doing it on top of wood, so that when you're hitting the ground, you're not dulling your axe. You gotta be a little bit thoughtful about it.
Have you ever injured yourself with an axe in the early days?
Oh yeah, I'd gotten a knee surgery, and then about 3 months later, I torn my ACL. I went over to Russia, and I was like, well, I got a good knee, it's okay. And then that's when I was building that fence that first time, and at one point I chopped my rubber boot with my axe because it reflected off, and I was new to them, and I was really frustrated because I'd done it before, and the native guy was like, oh, I think there's a boot we left, a few years ago we left a boot like 4 kilometers that way, so we got the reindeer, took him, rode him over, sure enough there's a stump with a boot upside down. Pull it out, put it on, I was like, sweet, I'm back in business. Went back a couple days later, chopped it, cut your foot, cut my rubber boot, and I was just like, dang it. And I was mad enough that I just grabbed the axe and swung it at the tree, and it just one-handed and deflected off and banned right into my knee.
No.
And I was like, I fell down. I was like, oh my gosh, because you get your axe really like razor sharp, and then just swung it into my knee. I didn't even want to look. I was like, oh no. If I looked, and it wasn't a huge wound because it had hit right on the bone of my knee, but it split the bone, cut a tendon there, and I was out in the middle of the woods. So I literally I knew I was in shock. I'm just gonna go back to teepee right now. So I ran back to teepee, laid down, and honestly, I was stuck there for a few days. I was in so much pain, and my other knee was bad. It was rough. I literally couldn't even walk at all or move. I had to there's a plastic bag. I had to poop in it and roll to the edge of the teepee. Shove it under the moss. I was just totally immobilized.
I guess that should teach you to not act when you're in a state of frustration or anger.
There you go. It's such a lesson too. There were so many of those, and I was always in a little bit over my head. But like I said, you kind of do that enough, and you make a lot of mistakes. But every time you learn, now it's like an extension of my arm. That's not going to happen because I just know how it works now.
You mentioned wet wood. How do you start a fire when everything's around you wet?
It depends on your environment. But I will say in most of the forests that I spend a lot of time in all the Northwoods, the best thing you can do is find a dead standing tree. So it can be downpouring rain, and you chop that tree down, and then when you split it open, no matter how much it's been raining, it'll be dry on the inside. So chop that tree down, chop a piece, a foot long piece out, and then split that thing open, and then split it again, and then you get to that inner dry wood, and then try to do this maybe under a spruce tree or under your own body so that it's not getting rained on while you're doing it. Make a bunch of little curls that'll catch a flame or light, and then you make a lot more kindling and little pieces of dry wood than you think, because it'll happen. You'll light it, and it'll burn through it. Dang it. So just be patient. You're gonna be fine. And make a nice pile of curl so that you can light or spark, and then get a lot of good dry kindling, and then don't be afraid to just boom, 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 pile a bunch of wood on and make a big old fire. Get warm as fast as you can. It's amazing how much that of a recharge it is when you're cold and wet.
You can throw relatively wet wood on top of that.
Once you get that going, then it'll dry as it goes, but you need to be able to split open and get all that nice dry wood on the inside.
I saw that you mentioned that you look for fat wood. What's fat wood?
So on a lot of pine trees, a place where the tree was injured when it was alive, it pumps sap to it, And this is a good point because I use this a lot. It pumps that tree full of sap, and then years later, the tree dies, dries out, rots away. But that sap-infused wood, it's like turpentine in there. It's oily, and so if it gets wet, you can still light it. It pulses water, and so you can find that in a rainstorm. You can just make a little pile of those shavings, get the crappiest spark or quickest light, and it'll sit there and burn like a factory fire starter. It's really, really nice. So it's good to spot. It's a good thing to keep your eye out for.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. And then you make this thing.
That's just to get the sauna going fast.
What was that? That was what?
Oh, it's a used motor oil I had. If you mix it with some sawdust, and then the sauna's going just like homemade fat wood.
I don't know how many times I've watched Happy People, A Year in the Taiga by Werner Herzog. You've talked about this movie. Where is that located relative to where you were?
So there's this big river called the Yenisei that feeds through the middle of Russia, and there's a bunch of tributaries off of it. And one of the tributaries is called the Pudkam and the Tunguska, and I was up that river. And just a little ways north is another river called the Bakhta, and that's where that village is, where they filmed Happy People. So in Siberian terms, we're neighbors.
Nice.
But similar environment. Similar place. The fur trapper that I was with knew the guy.
What would you say about their way of life? Maybe in the way you've experienced it and the way you saw in Happy People.
There's something really, really powerful about spending that much time being independent. Depending on what we talked about earlier, but you're putting yourself in these situations all the time where you're uncomfortable, where it's hard, but then you're rising to the occasion, you're making it happen. There's nobody, when you're fur trapping by yourself, there's nobody else to look at, to blame for anything that goes wrong. It's just yourself that you're reliant on, and there's something about the natural rhythms that you are in when you're that connected to the natural world that really does feel like that's what we're designed for. And so there's a psychological benefit you gain from spending that much time in that realm. And for that reason, I think that people that are connected to those ways are able to tap into a particular. And I noticed it a lot with the natives. So if I just met the natives in the village, I would think of them as like unhappy people. Like they drink a lot. They always fighting. The murder rate is through the roof. The suicide rate's through the roof. But when you meet those same people out in the woods living that way of life, I thought these are happy. And it's an interesting juxtaposition to be the same person. But then I lived in a native village that had the reindeer herding going on around it, and everybody kind of benefited because of that. I also went to a native village that they didn't hold those ways anymore, and so everybody was just in the village life, and it just felt like a dark place. Whereas that other native village, it was rough in the village because everybody drank all the time, but when it had that escape, and it had that escape valve, and then once you're out there, it's just a whole different world, and it was such an odd juxtaposition.
It's funny that the people that go trapping experience that happiness.
Mm-hmm.
And still don't have a self-awareness to like stop themselves from then drinking and doing all the dark stuff when they go to the village. It's strange that you're not able to, you're in it, you're happy, but you're not able to sort of reflect on that, the nature of that happiness.
It's really weird. I've thought about that a lot, and I don't know the answer. It's like there's a huge draw to comfort, and it's all multifaceted and somewhat complex because you can be out in the woods and have this really cool life. I will say it's a little bit different for men than women because the men are living like the dream as far as like what I would like. So you're hunting and fishing and managing reindeer, and you got all these adventures. So what ends up happening is a lot more guys than girls, young men out there in the woods. And so there's a draw also, I think, to go to the village probably to find a woman, and then there's a draw of like technology and the new things. And I think but then once they're there, honestly, alcohol becomes so overwhelming that everything else kind of just fiddles away. And
but it's funny that the comfort you find, there's a draw to comfort.
Mm-hmm.
But once you get to the comfort, once you find the comfort, within that comfort, you become the lesser version of yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
It's weird.
What a lesson for us.
Like we need to keep struggling.
Yeah, a lot of times you have to force yourself in that. So like if we took them as an example, a lot of times you drag a drunk guy into the woods, literally just drag him into the woods, and then he'd sober up, and then he was like a month blackout drunk, and now he's sobered up, and now boom, back into life, back into being a knowledgeable, capable person. And because comfort's so available to us all, you almost have to force yourself into that situation. Plan it out. Okay, I'm gonna go do that
hard thing,
and do that hard thing, and then deal with the consequences when I'm there.
What do you learn from that on the nature of happiness? What does it take to be happy?
Happiness is interesting because it's complex, multifaceted. It includes a lot of things that are out of your control and a lot of things that are in your control, and it's quite the moving target in life. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
one of the things that really impacted me when I was a young man and I read the Gulag Archipelago was don't pursue happiness, because the ingredients to happiness can be taken from you outside of your control, your health, but pursue like a spiritual fullness, pursue, I think he words it, duty, and then happiness may come alongside or it may not. But so he gave the example that I thought was really interesting. And in the prison camp, everybody's trying to survive, and they've made that their ultimate goal. I will get through this. And they've all basically turned into animals in pursuit of that goal, and like lying and cheating and stealing. And then he's like, and somehow the corrupt Orthodox Church produced these little babushkas who were like candles in the middle of all this darkness because they did not allow their soul to get corrupted. And he's like, what they did do is they died. They all died, but they were lights while they were alive and lost their lives, but they didn't lose their souls. So for myself, that was really powerful to read and realize that the pursuit of happiness wasn't exactly what I wanted to aim at. I wanted to aim at living out my life according to love, like we talked about earlier.
Trying to be that candle.
Trying to be that candle. Yeah, make that your ideal. And then in doing so is interesting. So for me personally, my personal experience with that is I thought when I went to Russia that I kind of gave up. I was like in my 20s, I spent my whole 20s living in teepees and doing all this stuff that I thought I should be getting a job, I should be pursuing a career, I should get an education of some sort. Like, what am I doing for my future? But I felt I knew where my purpose was, I knew what my calling was. I'm just going to do it. And it sounds glamorous now when I talk about it, but it sucked a lot of the times. And there's a lot of loneliness, a lot of like giving up what I wanted, a lot of watching people I cared about. You put all this effort in, and you just see the people that you put all this effort in just die, and this and that, and this. That happened all the time. And then the other thing I thought I gave up was like a relationship, because you couldn't, I wasn't going to find a partner over there. And so, interestingly enough, now in life I can look back and be like, whoa, weird. Those two things I thought I gave up is where I've been like almost provided for the most in life. Now I have this career guiding people in the wilderness that I love. Like, I genuinely love it. I find purpose in it. I know it's healthy and good for people. And then I have an amazing wife and an amazing family. Like, how did that happen? But I didn't exactly aim at it. I consciously, in a way, I hoped it was tangential, but I aimed at something else, which was those lessons I kind of got from the Gulag Archipelago.
So you have, just because you mentioned Gulag Archipelago, I got to go there. You have some suffering in your family history, whether it's the Armenian, Assyrian genocide, or the Nazi occupation of France. Maybe you could tell the story of that. What the survival thing, it runs in your blood, it seems.
I love history. Like, I find so much richness in knowing what other people went through, and find so much perspective in my own place in the world. I have the advantage of in my direct family. My grandparents, they went through the Armenian genocide. They were Assyrians, which was like a Christian minority, indigenous people in the Middle East. They lived in northwestern Iran, and during the chaos of World War I, and the Ottoman Empire was collapsing. It had all kinds of issues, and one of its issues was it had a big minority group, and it thought it would be a good time to get rid of it, and they get to justify it in all the ways you can, like there were some people that were rebelling or this or that, but ultimately it was just a big collective guilt and extermination policy against the Armenians and the Assyrians and my grandparents. My grandma was 13 at the time, and my grandpa was 17, which is interesting because it happened almost 100 years ago. But my dad was born, and my grandma was pretty old. So, but my grandmother, her dad, was taken out to be shot. The Turks were coming in and rounding up all the men, and they took them out to be shot. And then they took my grandma and her. She had 7 brothers and sisters and her mom, and they drove her out into the desert. Basically, her dad got taken out to be shot. So his name was Shalman Yamar or whatever. Took him out. They were all tied up, all shot. He said a quick prayer before they shot him, but he fell down and he found he wasn't hit. And usually, of course, they'd come up and stab everybody or finish him off, but there was some kind of an alarm, and all the soldiers rushed off, and he found himself in the bodies and was able to untie himself. They were naked and hungry and all that, and he ran out of there, escaped, went into a building, and found a loaf of bread wrapped in a shirt, and was able to escape and fled. He never saw his family so to continue the story, my grandma got taken with her mother and brothers and sisters, and they just drove them into the desert until they died, basically, and run them around in circles and this and that, and then all the raping and pillaging that accompanies it. And at one point, her mom had the baby, and the baby died, and her mom just collapsed and said, "I just can't go any further." And my grandma and her sister picked her up we gotta keep going, and picked her up. They left the baby along with everybody else had died. It was just the 3 of them left, and somehow they stumbled across this British military camp and were rescued. Neither the sister nor my great grandmother ever really recovered from what I understand, but my grandma did. At the same time, in another village in Iran, the Turks came in and were burning down my grandpa's village, and my grandpa's dad was in a wheelchair. He had a money belt and stuffed all his money in it and gave it to grandpa and just told him to run and don't turn back. And they came in the front door as he was running out the back, and he never saw his dad again, but he said he turned around and saw the house on fire. Never knew what happened to his sister. So he was just alone. He ran. Yeah, at some point I can't remember, he lost his money belt, he took his jacket off, forgot it was in it. Something happened. Anyway, so he was in a refugee camp. He ended up getting taken in by some Jesuit missionaries. So anyway, both of them had lost basically everything. And then at some point, they met in Baghdad, started a family, immigrated to France, and then it just so happened to be right before World War II. So the Nazis invaded. My aunt is still alive, but she actually met a resistance fighter, for the French, and under a bridge somewhere, and they fell in love, and they got married. So she had kind of an in on the French resistance at one point, and then of course they were all hungry. They'd recently immigrated, but also had this Nazi occupation and all that, and so the Uncle Joe, the resistance fighter guy, told him, "Hey, we're gonna storm this noodle factory. Come." And so they stormed the noodle factory, and all my aunts ran in there and were throwing out noodles into wheelbarrows, and everybody was running. Then the Nazis came back and took it back over and shot a bunch of people and everything. And Grandpa, because he had already come from where he came from, was paranoid, so he buried all the noodles out in the garden. And then my 2 aunts got stuck in that factory overnight with all the Nazi guards or whatever. And then the Nazi guards went all from house to house to find everybody that had noodles and punish him. But they didn't find my grandpa's. Fortunately, they searched his house, but not the garden. And then, so they had noodles, and somehow it must have been in the same factory, but of olive oil, and they just lived off of that for the whole war years. My aunts ended up getting outed. They hid behind boxes and crates overnight and stuff, and the resistance stormed again in the morning, and they got away and stuff. But anyway, chaos. So when they moved to America, I will say the most patriotic family ever. Loved it. It's like paradise here.
I mean, that's a lot to go through. What lessons do you draw from that? On perseverance.
Look, I'm just one generation away from all that stuff. Like my aunts and uncles and dad and stuff were the kids of these people, and somehow I don't have that. Like, what happened to all that trauma? Like, it's like somehow my grandparents bore it, and then they were able to build a family, but not just a family, but a happy family. Like, I knew all my aunts and uncles, and I didn't know them; they died before me. But it was so much joy. The family reunions were the best thing ever at the Jonas's, and and it's just like, how in one generation did you go from that to that? And it must have been a great sacrifice of some sort to not pass that much like resentment or like what did they do to break that chain in one generation?
Do you think it works the other way, like where their ability to escape genocide, to escape Nazi occupation, gave them a gratitude for life? It's not a trauma in the sense like you're forever bearing it. The flip side of that is just gratitude to be alive when you know so many people did not survive.
Yeah, it must be, because the only footage I saw of my grandma was like they were all the kids and stuff, and they were cooking up a rabbit that they were raising or whatever. And they, but a joyful woman, she could see it in her, and she must have understood how fortunate she was and been so grateful for it and so thankful for every one of those 11 kids she had. So I recognized it again in my dad, because my dad went through a really slow, kind of painful decline in his health, and he had diabetes, ended up losing one leg, and so he lost his job. He had to watch my mom go to school. All he wanted to do was be a provider, be like a family man. I bet the best time in his life was when his kids ran to him again. But then all of a sudden he found himself in a position where he couldn't work, and he had to watch his wife go to school, which was really hard for her, and become the breadwinner for the family. And he just felt like a failure. And I watched him go through that. After all these years of letting that foot heal, we went out first day, and we were splitting firewood with a splitter, and he was just so good to be back out, Jordan. It was so nice. And he crushed his foot in the log splitter. He was like, no. And so then they just amputated it, got both legs amputated, and then his health continued to decline. He lost his movement in his hands, so he was like incapacitated to a degree and in a lot of pain. I would hear him at night in pain all the time. And I delayed a trip back to Russia and just stayed with my dad for those last 6 months, and it was so interesting. Having had lost everything, I watched him wrestle with it through the years, but then he found his joy and his purpose just in being almost, a vegetable. I'd have to help him pee, help roll him onto the cot, take him to dialysis, but we would laugh. He would I'd hear him at night crying or like in pain, like and then in the morning he'd have the encouraging words to say, and that's added. And I was like, wow, that's how you face loss and suffering, and he must have gotten that from his parents. And then I find myself on this show, and I had a thought like, why is this easy to me in a way? Like, why is this thing that's, and I was like, and it just felt like this gift that it kind of handed down, and now it would be my duty to hand down, but it's kind of an interesting.
And be the beacon of that, represent that kind of perseverance in the simpler way that something like survival in the wilderness shows.
Yeah.
It's the same. It rhymes.
It rhymes, and it's so simple. Like, the lessons are simple, and so we can take them and apply them.
So that's on the survivor side. What about on people committing the atrocities? What do you make of the Ottomans, what they did to Armenians, or the Nazis, what they did to the Jews, the Slavs, and basically everyone? What do you why do you think people do evil in this world?
It's interesting that it's really easy, right? It's really easy. You can almost see it, sense it in yourself to justify a little bit of evil, or you see yourself cheer a little bit when the enemy gets knocked back in some way. Really, in the way it's just perfectly naturalist for us to feed that hate and feed that tribalism in group out group. We're on this team, and I think that can happen. I think it just happens slowly, like one justification at a time, one step at a time. You hear something and it makes you think then that you are in the right to perform some kind of, you're justified in trade, break a couple eggs to make an omelet type thing. And then, but all of a sudden that takes you down this whole train to where pretty soon you're justifying what's completely unjustifiable.
It's gradual.
Yeah,
it's a gradual process. It's a little bit at a time.
I think that's why, like, for me, like, having a path of faith is like works as like a mooring, because it can help me shine that light on myself. It's like something else, because if you're just looking at yourself and looking within yourself for your compass in life, it's really easy to get that thing out of whack. But you kind of need a perspective from which you can step out of yourself and look into yourself and judge yourself accordingly. And am I walking in line with that ideal? And I think without that check, you're subject. It's easy to ignore the fact that you might be able to commit those things, but we live in a pretty easy, comfortable society. Like, what if you pictured yourself in the position of my grandparents, and then all of a sudden you got the upper hand in some kind of a fight? What are you going to do? You definitely picture becoming evil in that situation.
I think one thing faith in God can do is humble you before these kinds of complexities of the world. And humility is a way to avoid the slippery slope towards evil, I think. Humility that you don't know who the good guys and the bad guys are. Mm-hmm. And you defer that to sort of bigger powers to try to understand that.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of the atrocities were committed by people who are very sure of themselves being good.
Yeah, that's so true.
It is sad that religion is at times used as a way to kind of as yet another tool for justification.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which is a sad application of religion.
It really is. It's so inherent and so natural in us to justify ourselves. It's really. I think it's almost. Just understanding history, read history. It blows my mind that, and I'm super thankful that somehow, and this has been misused so much, but somehow this ideology arose that love your enemies, forgive those that persecute you, and just on down the line, that something like that rose in the world into a position where we all kind of accept those ideals. I think is really remarkable and worth appreciating. That said, a lot of that gets wrapped up in what is so natural. It just becomes another instrument for tribalism or another justification for wrong. And so I even myself am self-conscious sometimes talking about matters of faith, because I know when I'm talking about something else other than there's everybody within what someone else might think of when they hear me talking about it. So it's interesting.
Yeah, I've been listening to Jordan Peterson talk about this. He has a way of articulating things which are sometimes hard to understand in the moment, but when I read it carefully afterwards, it starts to make more sense. I've heard him talk about religion and God as a kind of base layer, like a metaphorical substrate from which morality of our sense of what is right and wrong comes from, and just our conceptions of what is beautiful in life. All these kinds of higher things that are fuzzy to understand, that their religion helps create this substrate for which we as a species, as a civilization, can come up with these notions, and without it, you are lost at sea. I guess for him, morality requires that substrate.
Like you said, it's kind of fuzzy. So I've only been able to get clear vision of it when I live it. It's not something you profess or anything like that. It's something that you take seriously and apply in your life. And when you live it, then there's some clarity there. But that it has to be kind of defined. Like and that's where you come in with the religion and the stories. Because if you leave it completely undefined, I don't really know where you go from there. Actually, it's funny to speak to that. I did mushrooms. Have you ever done those?
Mm-hmm. Mushrooms, yeah.
I've done them a couple times, but one time didn't do that many. The other time more, and I had a really profound experience in helping couch all this in the proper context for myself. So when I did it, I remember I was sitting on a swing and I could see everything was so blissful, except I could see my black hands like on these chains, like on the swing. But everything else was blissful and kind of amorphous. Mm-hmm. And I could see the outline of my kids and I could just feel the love for them. And I was just like, man, I just feel the love. It's so wonderful. Like, but then I would, at times I would try to picture them and I couldn't quite picture the kids, but I could feel the love. And then I started asking all the deepest existential questions I could, and it felt like I just one answer, another answer, another answer. Everything was being answered. And I felt like I was communing with God, whatever you want to say. But I was very aware of the fact that communing was just peeling back the tiniest corner of the infinite. And it just dumped me with every answer I felt like I could have. And it blew me away. So then I asked it, well, if you're the infinite, like, why did you reveal to me yourself? Why did you use like the story of Jesus to reveal yourself? And then that infinite amorphous thing had to somehow take form for us to be able to relate to it. It had to have some kind of a form. But whenever you create a form out of something, you're like boxing it in and subjugating it to boundaries and stuff like that. And then that subject to pain and subject to the brokenness and all that. And I was like, oh, wow. But when I had that thought, then all of a sudden I could relate my like dark hands on the chains to the rest of the experience. And then all of a sudden I could picture my children as the children rather than this amorphous feeling of love. It was like, oh, there's a one and all my but then they were bounded. And then once they're bounded, you're subject to the death and to the misunderstanding and to all that. I picture the amoeba or the cell, and then when it dies, it turns into a unformed thing. And so we need some kind of form to relate to. So instead of always just talking about God completely intangibly, it kind of gave me a way to relate to it. And I was like, oh, wow, that was really powerful to me. And putting it in a context that was applicable.
But ultimately, God is sort of the thing that's formless, that is unbounded.
Right.
But we humans need. I mean, that's the purpose of stories. They resonate with something in us. Mm-hmm. But when you need the sort of the bounded nature, the constraints of those stories.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to
relate to it.
Can't relate to it.
Yeah.
And then when you look at the stories literally, or you just look at them just as they are, it seems silly.
Mm-hmm.
It's too simplistic.
Right. And then that was always, a lot of my family, a lot of my friends have completely left the faith. But in a way I get it. I understand, but I also really see the baby that's being thrown out with the bathwater, and I want to cherish that in a way, I guess.
And it's interesting that you say that the way to know what's right and wrong is you have to live it. Sometimes it's probably very difficult to articulate, but in the living of it, do you realize it?
Yeah, and I'm glad you say that, because I found a lot of comfort in that, because I feel somewhat inarticulate a lot of the times and unable to articulate my thoughts, especially on these matters. And then the neatest thing is I just have to, but I can live it. I can try to live it, And then what I also am struck with right away is I can't, because you can't love everybody. You can't love your enemies, and you can't. But as placing that in front of you as the ideal is so important, to put like a check on your human instincts, on your tribalism, on your I mean, you can very quickly, like we're talking about with evil, you know, it can really quickly take its place in your life. You can almost want to observe it happening, you know, but, and so I so much appreciate all the me striving. And that's where, you know, I grew up in a Christian family, so I had these like cliches that I didn't really understand, like a relationship with God. Like, what does that mean? But then I realized when I struggled with I actually did try to take it seriously and struggle with what does it mean to live out a life of love in the world. But that's like a wrestling match because it's not that simple. It sounds good, but it's really hard to do. And then you realize you can't do it perfectly, but in that struggle, in that wrestling match is where I actually sense that relationship. And then that's where it kind of gains life and how that really, and I'm sure that relates to what Jordan Peterson is, you know, getting at in his metaphor.
Yeah, in the striving
right.
of the ideal, in the striving towards the ideal, you discover how to be a better person.
One thing I noticed really tangibly on Alone was that because I had so many people that were close to me kind of just leave it all together, I was like, I could do that. Like, I actually understand why they do. Or I could not. You know, I do have a choice, and so I had to choose at that point to maintain that ideal. And because I could add enough time on Alone, the one nice thing is you don't have any distractions. You have all the time in the world to go into your head. And I could play those paths out in my life. And not only in my life, but I feel like societally and generationally, like I throw it all away and everybody start from square one, or we can try to, you know, redeem what's valuable in this and wrestle with it. And so I chose that path.
Well, I do think it's a kind of wrestling match because you mentioned Gulag Archipelago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very much a believer that we all have the capacity for good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
And striving for the ideal to be a good human being is not a trivial one. You have to find the right tools for yourself to be able to be the candle, as you mentioned before. And then for that, religion and faith can help. I'm sure there's other ways, but I think it's grounded in understanding that each human is able to be a really bad person and a really good person. And that's like a choice. It's a deliberate choice. And it's a choice that's taken every moment and builds up over time. And the hard part about it is you don't know.
Unprecedented.
You don't always have the clarity using reason to understand what is good and what is right and what is wrong. You have to kind of live it with humility and constantly struggle. Because then, yeah, you might wake up in a society where you're committing genocides, and you think you're the good guys, and you have to have the courage to realize you're not. It's not always obvious.
It isn't, man.
And only history has the clarity to show who were the good guys and who were the bad guys.
Right. Yeah, wrestle with it. It's like that quote, you know, the line between good and evil goes through the heart of every man, and we push it this way and that. And our job is to work on that within ourselves.
Yeah, that's the part that's what I like. So the full quote talks about the fact that it moves. It moves the line moves moment by moment, day by day. We have the freedom to move that line. So it's like it's a very deliberate thing. It's not like you're born this way. It's
yeah, I agree.
And especially, you know, in conditions where they're like war and peace. In the case of the camps, you know, absurd levels of injustice. In the face of all that, when everything is taken away from you, you still have the choice to be the candle, like the grandmas. Yeah. By the way, the grandmas in like all parts of the world are like the strongest.
Shout out to grandmas, seriously.
It's like, I don't know what it is. I don't know. They have this like wisdom that comes from patience and have seen it all. Have seen all the bullshit of the people that have come and gone, all the abuses of power, all of this. I don't know what it is, and they just keep going.
Right. Yeah, that's so true.
What do you think of? As we've gotten a bit philosophical, what do you think of Werner Herzog's style of narration? I kind of wish he narrated my life.
Yeah, it's amazing to listen to.
Because that documentary is actually in Russian. I think he took a longer series, and then put narration over it.
Mm-hmm.
And that narration can transform, like, story.
Yeah, he does an incredible job with it. Have you seen the full version? Have you watched the 4-part full version? You should. You'd like it. It's in Russian, and so you'll get the fullness of that. And it's he had to fit it into a 2-hour format, and so I think what you lose in those extra couple hours is worth watching. I think you'll like it. So
yeah, they always go pretty dark.
Do they?
He has a very dark sense about nature that is violence and it's murder.
Yeah, I think that's important to recognize because it's really easy. I mean, especially with what I do, when I talk about, and I see so much of the value in nature. Gosh, I also see like a beautiful moose and a calf running around, and then next week I see the calf ripped to shreds by wolves, and you're just like, oh. And it's not as Rousseauian as we'd like to think. It is. Things must die for things to live, like you said, and that's just played out all the time, and it's indifferent to you. Doesn't care if you live or die, and doesn't care how you die or how much pain you go through while you. It's like it's pretty brutal. So that it's interesting that he taps into that, and I think it's valuable because it's easy to idealize in a way. But
yeah, the indifference is. I don't know what to make of it. There is an indifference. It's a bit scary. It's a bit lonely.
Mm-hmm.
You're just a cog in the machine of nature. I think that doesn't really care.
Oh, yeah, totally. I think that's something that with a lot on that show. It's another part of the depths of your psychology to delve into. And that's when I thought like I understand that deeply, but I could also choose to believe that for some reason it matters. Then I could live like it matters, and then I could see the trajectories. And that was another fork in the road of my path.
What do you think about the connection to the animals, though? In that movie, it's with the dogs, and with you, it's the other domesticated, the reindeer. What do you think about that human-animal connection?
In the context of that indifference, isn't it interesting that we assign so much value and love and appreciation for these animals, and in some degree we get that back in a recipient. I think now you just said the reindeer. I think of the one they gave me because he was long and tall, so they named him Bleeny, and I just remember Bleeny and just watching him eat the leaves and go with me through the woods and trust him to take me through rivers and stuff, and it really is special. It's really enriching, to have that relationship with an animal. And I think it also puts you in a proper context. One thing I noticed about the natives who live with those animals all the time is they relate to life and death a little more naturally. It feels, we feel really removed from it, particularly in urban settings. And I think when you interact with animals and you have to confront the life and the death of them and the responsibility of symbiotic relationship you have, I think it opens a little bit of awareness to your place in the in the puzzle and puts you in it rather than above it.
Have you been able to accept your own death?
I wonder, you wonder when it actually comes, what you're going to think. But I did have my dad to watch, confronted in as positive a manner as you could, and that's a big advantage. And so I think when the time comes that I will be ready, but I think that's easy to say when the time feels far off. It'll be interesting if you got a cancer diagnosis tomorrow and stage 4. So be heavy.
Did you ever confront death while in survival situations? When you're, you're in.
I did have a time. I had a time where I thought I was gonna die. I had a lot of situations that could have gone either way, and a lot of injuries, broken ribs, and this and that. But the one that I was able to be conscious through a slowly evolving experience that I thought I might die in was at one point we were siphoning gas out of a barrel, and it was almost to the bottom, and I was just sucking really hard to get the gas out. And then I didn't get the siphon going, so I waited, and then while I was sitting there, Europe put a new canister on top and put the hose in, and I didn't see, and so then I went to get another siphon, and I went sucked as hard as I could, and just instantly a bunch of gas filled my mouth, and I couldn't spit it out. I had to go like that, and I just full mouthful of gas that I just drank, and I was just oh, what is that gonna do? And and he and my friend were gonna go on this fishing trip, and so was I, and I was just I might just stay, and I was in this little Russian village, and they're all right, well. Euro was man, I had a buddy that died doing that with diesel a couple of years ago, and I was oh man. And so anyway, I made my way to the hospital, and by then, you're really out of it. And then they put me in this little dark room. It almost sounds unrealistic, but it's actually how it happened. They put me in a little room with a toilet, and they gave me a cold, galvanized bucket, and then they just had a cold water faucet. They're just chug water, puke into the toilet, and just flush your system as much as you can. But they only had a cold water faucet, so I was just sitting there chug until puke and chug until you puke, and I'm in the dark, and I was starting to shiver because I was so cold, but I just had to still just stay up and chug until I puked. I was picturing. I remember reading about the Japanese torture where they would put a hose in somebody and then make them drink water until they puke. Anyway, and I just felt so. The only way I can express it, I felt so possessed, demon possessed. I was just permeated with gas. I could feel it was coming out of my pores, and I wanted to rip it out of me, and I couldn't. I'd puke into the toilet, and then couldn't see, but I was wondering if it was rainbow. and then I just remember I could tell I was going out pretty soon, and I remember looking at my hands up close, so you'd see them a little bit, and I was oh, that's how Dad's hands look. They were alive, and then interesting. Are my hands gonna look like that in a few minutes or whatever? So then I wrote down to my family what I thought. I love you all. Feel at peace. Blah blah blah. And then I passed out, and I didn't think. I actually thought. When I went to pass out, I thought there was a coin toss for me. So I really felt like I was confronting the end there.
What are the harshest conditions to surviving on Mars?
Well, there are places that are just purely uninhabitable. But I think as far as places that you have a chance.
You have a chance. That's a good way to put
it. Maybe Greenland. I think of Greenland because I think of, those Vikings that settled there were rugged, capable dudes, and they didn't make it. But there are Inuit that natives that live up there, but it's a hard life, and the population's never grown very big because they're scraping by up there. And you picture, and the Vikings that did land there, they just weren't able to quite adapt. And the fact that they all died out is just a symbol for that. Must be a pretty difficult place to live.
What would you say that's primarily because just the food sources are limited?
The food sources are limited, but the fact that some people can live there means it is possible. They figured out ways to catch seals and do things to survive, but it's by no means easy or to be taken for granted or obvious. I think it's probably a harsh place to live.
Yeah, it's fascinating, not just humans, but to watch how animals have figured out how to survive. I'm watching a documentary on polar bears. They just figure out a way, and they've been doing it for generations, and they figure out a way. They travel hundreds of miles to to the water to get fat, and they travel 100 miles to for whatever other purpose, because they want to stay on the ice. I don't know, but it's there's a process, and they figure it out against the long odds, and some of them don't make it.
It's incredible. What a tough thing, man. You just think every little every animal you see up in the mountains when I'm up in the woods, just that thing just surviving through the winter scraping by. Like, it's tough.
What do you think it would take to break you? Let's say mentally. Like if you're in a survival situation.
I mean, I think it would have mentally. It would have to be. Well, we talked about that earlier. I guess the thing that I've confronted that I thought I knew is that if I knew I was the last person on Earth, I would. Like I thought, but maybe you're right. Maybe I think I wasn't. But I think I can't imagine. We're so blessed in the time we live. Like, but I can't imagine what it's like to lose your kids, something like that. It was an experience that was so common for humanity for so much of history. Would I be able to endure that? I would have at least a legacy to look back on of people who did, but God forbid I ever have to delve that deep. You know what I mean? That I could see that breaking somebody.
And I mean, in your own family history, there's people who have survived that.
Right.
Maybe that would give you hope.
I mean, I think that's what I would have to somehow hold on to.
But in a survival situation, there's very few things that
I don't know what it would be like. On a loan, I knew if I wasn't gonna. And ultimately, it is a game show. So it's like ultimately, I was gonna kill myself out there. It's like, but so if I hadn't been able to procure food and I was starving to death, it's like, okay, I'm gonna go home. But like if you put yourself in that situation, but it's not a game show. And having been there to some degree, I will say I wasn't even close. Like I don't even know. Yeah, I hadn't pushed my mental limit at all yet. I would say, or on the scale. But that's not to say there isn't one. I know there is one, but I have a hard time. I know I've dealt with enough pain and enough discomfort in life that I know I can deal with that. I think it gets difficult when you start to. When there's a way out and you start to wonder if you shouldn't take the way out, as far as like if there's no way out, I don't know.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, that is a real difficult battle when there's an exit, when it's easy to quit.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing that like gets louder and louder the harder things get. That voice.
It's not insignificant. Like if you think you're doing if you think you're doing permanent damage to your body, you would be smart to quit. You should just not do that when it's not necessary, because health is kind of all you have in some regards. So, I don't blame anyone when they quit because of that reason. It's like good, but if you're in a situation and you don't have the option to quit, is knowing that you're doing permanent, that's not going to break. That won't break me. You just have to get through it. I'm not sure what my mental limit would be outside of like the family suffering in the way that I described earlier.
When it's just you,
right.
Alone, there's the limit. You don't know what the limit is.
I don't know.
Injuries, like physical stuff, is annoying though.
Oh.
That could be.
Isn't it weird how, like, I mean, I can have a good life, happy life, and then you have a bad back or you have a headache. And it's amazing how much that can overwhelm your experience. And again, that was something I saw in Dad that was like, interesting. How can you find joy in that when you're just steeped in that all the time? And people, I'm sure, listening, there's a lot of people that do. And it's so, and talk about the cross to bear and the like hero journey to be like, good for you for trying to find your way through that. There was a lady in Russia, Tanya, and she had cancer and recovered, but always had a pounding headache. And she was really joyful and really fun to be around. And I just like, man, you just have to have a really bad headache for today to know how much that throws a wrench in your existence. So all that to say, if you're not right now suffering with blindness or a bad back or like count your blessings because it's so easy to have. It's amazing how complex we are, how well our bodies work, and when they go out of whack, it can be very overwhelming, and they all will at some point. And so that's an interesting thing to think ahead on, how you're going to confront it. And it does. Keeps you humble, like you said.
It's inspiring that people figure out a way. With migraines, that's a hard one, though. If you have headaches.
It's so hard.
Oh, man. Because those can be really painful. And it's like, and dizzying and all this.
Yeah,
that's inspiring. That's inspiring that you found.
There's nothing in that. I mean, you can find somehow you can tap into purpose even in that pain. I guess I would just speak from my dad's experience. I saw somebody do it, and I benefited from it. So, thanks to him for seeing the higher calling there.
You wrote a note on your blog in 2012. You spent 5 weeks ish in the forest alone. I just thought it was interesting because this is in contrast to on the show Alone.
Mm-hmm.
You're really alone with like you're not talking to anybody, and you realize that. You're right. I remember at one point after several weeks had passed, I wandered into a particularly beautiful part of the woods and exclaimed out loud, "Wow!" It struck me that it was the first time I had heard my own voice in several weeks, with no one to talk to. What did your thoughts go into some like deep place?
Yeah, I'd say my mental life was really active. What you end up when you're that long alone. I'll tell you what you won't have is any like skeletons in your closet that are still in your closet. Like you will be forced to confront every person, even the one not. One thing if you've cheated on your wife or something, you'll be confronted with the random dude you didn't say thank you to, and the issue that you didn't resolve. All this stuff that was long gone will come up, and then you'll work through it, and you'll think how you should make it right. And I had a lot of those thoughts while I was out there, and it was so interesting to see what you would just brush over, and then and confront it, because in our modern world, when you're always distracted, you're just never ever going to know until you take the time to be alone for a considerable amount of time.
Spend time hanging out with the skeletons.
Yeah, exactly. I recommend it.
So you said you guide people. What are your favorite places to go to?
Well, if I tell them, then is everybody going to go?
I like how you actually have it might be a YouTube video or your Instagram post where you give them a recommendation of like the best fishing hole in the world, and like you give detailed instructions how to get there, but it's like a journey of life. It's like a Lord of the Rings type of journey.
Right. No, I love the like in the, there's a region that I definitely love in the States. It's special to me. I grew up there. Stuff like that, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana. Those are really cool places to me. I like the small town vibes they're still maintaining and stuff there.
A mix of like mountains and forests.
Mm-hmm. But another really awesome place that blew my mind was New Zealand. The South Island of New Zealand was pretty incredible. As far as just stunning stuff to see, I was pretty high up there on the list. But there's all these places have such kind of unique things about Canada. Became like where they did Alone. It's not typically what you'd say because it's fairly flat and cliffy and stuff, but it really became beautiful to me because I could tap into the richness of the land, or the fishing hole thing. It's like that's a special little spot, something like that. And you see the beauty, and then you start to see the smooth beauty in the smaller scale. Like, oh, look at that little meadow with that. It's got an orange and a pink and a blue flower right next to each other. That's super cool, and there's a million things like that.
Have you been back there yet? Back to where the Alone show was?
No, we're going back this summer. I'm going to take a guided trip up there. Take a bunch of people. I'm really looking forward to being able to enjoy it without the pressure of.
What advice would you give to people in terms of how to be in nature? So like hikes to take or journeys to take out of nature, where it could take you to that place where the busyness and the madness of the world can dissipate and you can be with it.
I'm really
Like, how
good.
long does it take?
I think
for
I
you-
could make
for
a
people
game
usually
like Froth,
to just like
which should just be
I
called
think you need a few days,
Froth.
probably, to really
Uh,
tap into it. But you know, maybe you need
with,
to work
like,
your way there. Like,
I'm really fucking good at tossing
awesome
these
to
bitches.
go out on a hike.
Like, I bet I could get it on that.
Beautiful little waterfall or go
Fuck
see
yeah.
some tree or whatever it is. You know, like but I think just doing is it. You know, everybody thinks about doing it.
Dog, it
Really
went in the
just
crack.
Really do it. Like, go
This
out
is the
and
worst.
plan to go overnight.
Kippatos
Don't be
sucks.
so afraid of
This is the
all the
worst.
potentialities that you delay it inevitably. You know, like, it's actually one of the things that I've enjoyed the most about
Anyway,
guiding
okay.
people is
Ooh, I don't know if I can get it on
giving
there.
them the tools. So
I bet
that
I can
now
land
they
it
have
right on
this
that fucking
ability
computer, though.
into
Check
the
this out,
future.
B.
You can go out.
Perfect.
You're like, I'm gonna pick
Really
this
good
spot
at it.
on the map and go there. And
A lot of times I'm in the
that's a
shower and I
tool
just
in
think,
of
and like
life
I'm
that
like
is, I think, really
3
valuable
for
because
3
I think everybody should
in recent memory
spend
of just
some time
fucking flinging
in
that shit.
nature. I think
All right,
proven.
software update available.
Yeah, I mean, camping is
Dog,
great.
no,
And solo.
no, I don't want your
Solo
fucking
is
bullshit.
pretty cool.
Yeah, that's
I don't know
cool.
why you always
Yeah,
need
it's
so much
cool. And
fucking
I
space.
recorded stuff.
Take all my
That
fucking time.
helped.
Oh, good,
Fuck
dude.
you, Tim
You
Cook, you
sit there and you
shitbag.
record the thoughts. Actually, for having to record the thoughts, I had to it forced me to really think through what I was feeling to convert the feelings into words, which is not a trivial thing because it's mostly just feeling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You feel a certain kind of way.
Man, I took a major leap
like
one.
the way I met my wife was like, you know, we met at this wedding, and then I went to Russia basically, and we kept in touch via email for you know, that year, and a similar thing. It's really interesting to have to be so thoughtful and purposeful about what you're saying.
Dog,
and
this
saying.
is shit.
Like, I think it's probably healthy, good thing to do.
What gives you hope about this whole thing we have going on? The future of human civilization.
If we talk, you know, we talked about gratitude earlier. Like, look at what we have now. That could give you hope. Like, look at what the world we're in. We live in such an amazing time. With, you know,
buildings and roads and
and food security. And you know, I lived with the natives, and I thought to myself a lot, like, I wonder if not everybody would choose this way of life, because it is
this shit is
something really rich about just that small group, your direct relationship to your needs, all that. But with the food security and the health, you know, modern medicine, the things that we now have that we take for granted, but that I wouldn't choose that life if we didn't have those things. Otherwise, you're gonna watch your family starve to death or things like that. So we have so much now, which should lead us to be hopeful while we try to improve, because there's definitely a lot of things wrong, you know. But I guess there's a lot of room for improvement, and I do feel like we're sort of walking on a nice edge, you know. But I guess that's the way it is.
As the tools we build become more powerful.
Yeah, exactly. That nice edge is getting sharper and sharper. I've talked, I'll like argue with my brother about that sometimes. He takes the more positive view, and I'm like, ooh. I mean, it's great. We've done great, but man, more and more people with nuclear weapons, and more. It's just going to take one mistake with the more power.
I think there's something about the sharpness of the knife's edge that gets humanity to really focus and step up and not screw it up. There's, just like you said with the cold, going out into the extreme cold, it wakes you up. And I think it's the same thing with nuclear weapons. It just wakes up humanity.
Everybody was half asleep.
Exactly. And then we keep building more and more powerful things to make sure we stay awake.
Yeah, exactly. Stay awake. See what we've done. Be thankful for it, but then improve it. And then, of course, I appreciated your little post the other week where you said you wanted some kids. That's a very direct way to relate to the future and to have hope for the future.
I can't wait. And hopefully I also get a chance to go out in the wilderness with you at some point.
I would love it.
That'd be fun.
Open invite. Let's make it happen. I got some really cool spots on it. Have in mind to take you.
Awesome. Let's go. Thank you for talking today, brother. Thank you for everything you stand for.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jordan Jonas. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me try a new thing. where I try to articulate some things I've been thinking about, whether prompted by one of your questions or just in general. If you'd like to submit a question, including an audio and video form, go to lexfriedman.com/AMA. Now, allow me to comment on the attempted assassination of Donald Trump on July 13th. First, as I've posted online, wishing Donald Trump good health after an assassination attempt is not a partisan statement. It's a human statement. And I'm sorry if some of you want to categorize me and other people into blue and red bins. Perhaps you do it because it's easier to hate than to understand. In this case, it shouldn't matter. Let me say, once again, that I am not right-wing, nor left-wing. I'm not partisan. I make up my mind one issue at a time, and I try to approach everyone and every idea with empathy and with an open mind. I have and will continue to have many long-form conversations with people both on the left and the right. Now, onto the much more important point. The attempted assassination of Donald Trump should serve as a reminder that history returns in a single moment. World War I started with the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. And just like that, one moment in history, on June 18, 1914, led to the death of 20 million people, half of whom were civilians. If one of the bullets on July 13th had a slightly different trajectory, where Donald Trump would end up dying in that small town in Pennsylvania, history would write a new dramatic chapter, the contents of which all the so-called experts and pundits would not be able to predict. It very well could have led to a civil war, because the true depth of the division
what is that bullshit?
We only see the surface turmoil on social media and so on. And it is events like the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand where we, as a human species, get to find out what the truth is of where people really stand. The task then is to try and make our society maximally resilient and robust to such destabilizing events. The way to do that, I think, is to properly identify the threat, the enemy. It's not the left or the right that are the quote enemy. Extreme division itself is the enemy. Some division
This shit is the worst.
It's how we develop good ideas and policies. Too much leads to the spread of resentment and hate that can boil over into destruction on a global scale. So we must absolutely avoid the slide into extreme division. There are many ways to do this, and perhaps it's a discussion for another time. But at the very basic level, let's continuously try to turn down the temperature of the partisan bickering and more often celebrate our obvious common humanity. Now, let me also comment on conspiracy theories. I've been hearing a lot of those recently. I think they play an important role in society. They ask questions that serve as a check on power and corruption of centralized institutions. The way to answer the questions raised by conspiracy theories is not by dismissing them with arrogance and feigned ignorance, but with transparency and accountability. In this particular case, the obvious question that needs an honest answer is why did the Secret Service fail so terribly in protecting the former president? The story we're supposed to believe is that a 20-year-old, untrained loner was able to outsmart the Secret Service by finding the optimal location on the roof for a shot on Trump from 130 yards away, even though the Secret Service snipers spotted him on the roof 20 minutes before the shooting and did nothing about it. This looks really shady to everyone. Why does it take so long to get to a full accounting of the truth of what happened? And why is the reporting of the truth concealed by corporate government speak? Cut the bullshit. What happened? Who fucked up and why? That's what we need to know. That's the beginning of transparency. And yes, the director of the U.S. Secret Service should probably step down or be fired by the president. And not as part of some political circus that I'm sure is coming, but as a step towards uniting an increasingly divided and cynical nation. Conspiracy theories are not noise, even when they're false. They are a signal that some shady, corrupt, secret bullshit is being done by those trying to hold on to power. Not always, but often. Transparency is the answer here, not secrecy. If we don't do these things, we leave ourselves vulnerable to singular moments that turn the tides of history. Empires do fall. Civil wars do break out and tear apart the fabric of societies. This is a great nation, the most successful collective human experiment in the history of Earth. And letting ourselves become extremely divided risks destroying all of that. So please ignore the political pundits, the political grifters, clickbait media, outrage fueling politicians on the right and the left who try to divide us. We're not so divided. We're in this together. As I've said many times before, I love you all. This is a long comment. I'm hoping not to do comments this long in the future and hoping to do many more. So I'll leave it here today. But I'll try to answer questions and make comments on every episode. If you would like to submit questions, like I mentioned, including audio and video form, go to lexfreeman.com/AMA. And now, let me leave you with some words from Ralph Waldo Emerson. Adopt the pace of nature. Her secret is patience. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Ivanka Trump, businesswoman, real estate developer, and former senior advisor to the President of the United States. I've gotten to know Ivanka well over the past 2 years. We've become good friends, hitting it off right away over our mutual love of reading, especially philosophical writings from Marcus Aurelius, Joseph Campbell, Alan Watts, Viktor Frankl, and so on. She is a truly kind, compassionate, and thoughtful human being. In the past, people have attacked her, in my view, to get indirectly at her dad, Donald Trump, as part of a dirty game of politics and clickbait journalism. These attacks obscured many projects and efforts, often bipartisan, that she helped get done. And they obscured the truth of who she is as a human being. Through all that, she never returned the attacks with anything but kindness, and always walked through the fire of it all with grace. For this, and much more, she is an inspiration, and I'm honored to be able to call her a friend. Oh, and for those living in the United States, happy upcoming 4th of July. It's both an anniversary of this country's Declaration of Independence and an anniversary of my immigrating here to the U.S. I am forever grateful for this amazing country, for this amazing life, for all of you who have given a chance to a silly kid like me. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ivanka Trump. You said that ever since you were young, you wanted to be a builder, that you loved the idea of designing beautiful city skylines, especially in New York City. I love the New York City skyline. So describe the origins of that love of building.
I think there's both an incredible confidence and a total insecurity that comes with you. So I remember at 15, I would look out over the city skyline from my bedroom window in New York and imagine where I could contribute and add value in a way that, I look back on and completely laugh at, how confident I was. But I've known since my earliest memories it's something I've wanted to do. And I think fundamentally I love art. I love expressions of beauty in so many different forms. With architecture, there's the tangible. And I think that marriage of function and something that exists beyond yourself is very compelling. I also grew up in a family where my mother was in the real estate business working alongside my father. My father was in the business, and I saw the joy that it brought to them. So I think I had these natural positive associations. They used to send me as a little girl renderings of projects they were about to embark on with notes asking if I would hurry up and finish school so I could come join them. So I had these positive associations, but it came from something within myself. I think that as I got older and as I got involved in real estate, I realized that it was so multidisciplinary. You have, of course, the design, but you also have engineering, the brass tacks of construction. There's time management, there's project planning, just the duration of time to complete one of these iconic structures. It's enormous. You can contribute a decade of your life to one project. So while you have to think big picture, it means you really have to care deeply about the details because you live with them. So it allowed me to flex a lot of areas of interest.
I love that confidence of youth.
It's funny because we're all so insecure, right, in the most basic interactions, but yet our ambitions are so unbridled in a way that kind of like makes you blush as an adult. And I think it's fun. It's fun to like tap into that energy.
Yeah, where everything is possible. I think some of the greatest builders I've ever met kind of always have that little flame of everything is possible still burning. That is a silly notion from youth, but it's not so silly.
Yeah.
You know, everybody tells you something is impossible, but if you continue believing that it's possible and have that sort of naive notion that you could do it, even if it's exceptionally difficult, that naive notion turns into some of the greatest projects ever done.
100%.
You know, going out to space or building a new company where, like everybody said, it's impossible, taking on a gigantic company and disrupting them and revolutionizing how stuff is done, or doing into huge building projects where, like you said, so many people are involved in making that happen.
We get conditioned out of that feeling.
Yeah.
We start to become insecure, and we start to rely on the input or validation of others, and it takes us away from that sort of core drive and ambition. So it's fun to reflect on that, and also to smile, right? Because whether you can execute or not, time will tell. but yeah, no, that was very much my childhood.
Yeah, of course, it's important to also have the humility once you get humbled and realize that it's actually a lot of work to build. I still am amazed just looking at big buildings, big bridges, that human beings are able to get together and build those things. That's one of my favorite things about architecture. Just like, wow, it's a manifestation of the fact that humans can collaborate and do something like epic, much bigger than themselves. And it's like a statue that represents that, and it can be there for a long time.
I think in some ways you look out at different city skylines, and it's almost like a visual depiction of ambition realized, right? Like it's a testament to somebody's dreams, not somebody, a whole ensemble of people's dreams and visions and triumphs, and in some cases failures if the projects weren't properly executed. So you look at these skylines and it's a testament to that. I actually heard once architecture described as frozen music. That really resonated with me.
I love thinking about a city skyline as an ensemble of dreams realized.
Yeah. I remember the first time I went to Dubai, and I was watching them dredging out and creating these man-made islands. And I remember somebody once saying to me, they're an architect actually who collaborated with us on our tower in Chicago. He said that the only thing that limited what an architect could do in that area was gravity and imagination. So it's, you know.
Yeah, but gravity is a tricky one to work against. And that's where civil engineering is one of my favorite things. I used to build bridges in high school for physics classes. You have to build bridges and you compete on how much weight they can carry relative to their own weight.
Yeah.
You study how good it is by finding its breaking point. And that was a deep appreciation for me on a miniature scale, on a large scale, what people are able to do with civil engineering. Because gravity is a tricky one to fight against.